One night 2 days ago, I was fishing by the river outside my hometown village. Suddenly, I felt sleepy and fell into the river. When I woke up, I found myself accidentally traveling to a huge battleship. The battleship was surrounded by blue lights, as if waiting for my command. Just as I was trying to understand all this, the system's voice suddenly sounded. "Welcome, Captain. You have obtained a god-level battleship with the ability to evolve." I was stunned, in disbelief. This warship not only had a majestic appearance and was well-equipped, but it could also continuously improve its combat power during battle. But soon, I lost interest in these huge warships because my stomach was growling with hunger and I just wanted to eat. "Brother, the logistics system should be able to provide meals, right?" I asked weakly. As I asked the question, the button of the logistics system on the main control panel lit up, displaying a detailed interface. Logistics system functional modules have been installed. Battleship Restaurant, conventional. Battleship Commander Lounge, conventional. "Come on, give me something to eat." I prayed silently in my heart. And then with a thought, the button of the Battleship Restaurant lit up automatically, and a menu appeared in front of me. There were several common stir-fried dishes and noodles on the menu, and my eyes were immediately attracted by the tomato and egg noodles. "This is the tomato and egg noodles. Hurry up and send it to me when it's ready." A green light flashed on the bracelet, and about a minute later, a humming sound of a machine was heard behind him, followed by an enticing aroma of tomatoes. I turned around quickly and saw a small drone flying in front of me. Several metal supports extended from the bottom, with a bowl of hot tomato and egg noodles and a pair of chopsticks placed steadily on them. Looking at the delicious food in front of me, I couldn't help but feel excited. Without saying a word, I picked up the bowl and started to gobble it up. While satisfying my taste buds, my eyes couldn't help but scan the battleship's main control panel. Current level of battleship, Escort-class cruiser. A frigate is just a frigate? What's the point of a frigate-class cruiser? I shook my head and couldn't help muttering. Energy and power system power module installed. Steam power conventional. Maximum speed 28 knots. Displacement 1,800 tons. This displacement is really Guardian class. I thought to myself, comforting myself a little. Weapon system equipped weapon modules. 127 naval gun, one-time damage. 800 quadruple missile launcher, equipped with Eagle Strike, missiles, one-time damage 1,500. Triple torpedo tubes, equipped with Sea Fish light torpedoes, one-time damage 2,200. Shipborne twin 37 semi-automatic guns, one-time damage 120, can fire at high speed. I was stunned and thought to myself, this is really the rhythm of full fire. But then I thought of the introduction of the radar system, and I wanted to curse on the spot. The detection range is 50 kilometers, and the fire control is only 20 kilometers? You call this a radar? It's so weak. The space-time laws of the world the host is currently in are too different from the world where the battleship was produced, so the attributes of the battleship have degraded to varying degrees. The host can gradually restore the various attributes of the battleship by upgrading it. It sounds good, but what I want to know now is the name of this battleship. I pondered, and a bold idea emerged in my mind. "Commander, please name the battleship." The system's voice sounded in my ears. Slurp, I sucked hard and wolfed down all the noodles in the bowl. Then I drank the remaining noodle soup and raised the bowl and chopsticks in my hand. The drone that had delivered the meal just now came over automatically, took the bowl and chopsticks away, and flew back to the restaurant. "Megatron." I slammed the turret under me, and the sound echoed in the air. "Received. The battleship is named Megatron. Once named, it cannot be changed. Do you confirm?" "Confirm," I answered without hesitation. A line of large characters appeared above the battleship's control panel. Megatron Escort Cruiser. How can I upgrade the battleship? I wiped the corner of my mouth and started to think about it. A small dialog box popped up in the upper right corner of the control panel, which introduced the conditions required for the battleship upgrade. The battleship can be upgraded by obtaining resources from this time and space, including rare metals, energy ores, and other energy-containing objects in this time and space. I nodded. Although this information still seemed a little far away to me, my desire to explore was growing stronger. I patted my stomach, feeling satisfied with fullness. Then I jumped down from the turret. As for whether to upgrade or not, let's put it aside for now. I just want to go back and have a good sleep, and then think about my new life tomorrow. After returning to the commander's lounge, I fell asleep immediately, and before I knew it, it was late at night. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a series of shrill alarm sounds came from my bracelet, waking me up from my sleep. When I opened my eyes drowsily, my mind was instantly filled with a sense of urgency, and the battleship panel opened automatically driven by my thoughts. At this moment, the previous three-dimensional battleship view turned into a radar detection plane map, and four small red dots were flashing on the screen. In an instant, a flood of information flooded into my mind, and all the knowledge about the use of radar was quickly transmitted to me by the bracelet. Those little red dots represent four targets, no more than 50 kilometers away from me, and to be precise, only more than 30 kilometers away from my current location. They are moving. My heart tightened. These red dots were still moving at high speed. Could it be that I had been discovered by the people in this time and space? As soon as this thought came to my mind, my eyes immediately focused on the radar, staring at the four spots of light, my heart filled with anxiety. As I observed, I became more and more nervous, and my eyes involuntarily turned to the weapon system on the battleship's main control panel. At this moment, I seemed to be struggling between anxiety and entanglement. I wanted to experience the power of the warship's weapons, but I didn't want to actively harm the people in this time and space. After all, in my heart, I am still the ordinary good young man Yonggu in my previous life. Can the battleship's weapon system be used? I asked this seemingly idiotic question. Currently, all functional modules of the battleship are operating normally. Please rest assured, Commander. The text displayed on the bracelet made me feel a little relieved. As I breathed a sigh of relief, I also felt a little lost. Those high-speed moving light spots suddenly stopped, as if they were constantly changing positions. For people were moving back and forth, and some even appeared a mile away in an instant. What are the functions of drones? I suddenly thought of the drone that delivered tomato and egg noodles to me during the day, and an idea flashed through my mind. The auxiliary function drone module can currently realize the following functions: medium and low altitude reconnaissance, 20 kilometers, daily material transportation, 10 kilograms, energy object detection and collection, and light firepower attack. The drone's medium and low altitude reconnaissance range is 20 kilometers, while those light spots are 30 kilometers away from me, a difference of 10 kilometers. Move towards the suspicious target on the radar and keep a distance of 20 kilometers. I gave the order. Ding! A green light flashed on the bracelet again, and then a buzzing sound came from inside the battleship, as if new vitality was injected into it, and it began to move slowly. I walked out of the commander's lounge and came to the battleship's command room. Through the huge special glass in the command room, I can clearly see the endless sea and the starry night sky ahead. However, at the moment, I was not in the mood to appreciate this beautiful night view. Those spots of light made me feel a sense of crisis, and I kept thinking about a question in my mind. If the other party becomes hostile towards me, how should I respond? After thinking for a long time, I suddenly clenched my fists, and I seemed to have made a decision in my heart. Under the cover of night, the sea was surging with wind and waves, and the steel-colored cruiser cut through the waves and moved slowly forward. The cruiser was moving at a fairly fast speed and soon approached the target, being less than 20 kilometers away. Send out the drone to conduct reconnaissance in the target direction. I gave the order to the bracelet. The green light on the bracelet flashed, and a grid opened on the deck in front of the battleship. A small drone quickly flew out and flew towards the direction of the flashing light on the radar. After the drone took off, my battleship's control panel began to transmit the images captured by the drone. At first, the scene on the screen was the same as what I saw through the glass of the command room, with rough waves and starry sky. As the distance between the drone and the light spots quickly narrowed, the picture gradually became clearer. Several balls of light began to flash, and at the same time a beast-like howl was heard. This voice. I realized that I had previously only thought that they might be four people, but forgot that there were also monsters in this world. The drone continued to approach, and the picture became clearer. I moved my mind and projected the drone's picture onto the large screen in the command room, then pulled over a swivel chair and carefully admired the picture in front of me like watching a movie. On the rough sea, two men and one woman stood in the air. The young man and woman each held a long sword. The man was quite handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and the woman was also quite beautiful. The other person was an extremely ugly old man, with pimples of all sizes all over his face. His cloudy eyes kept rolling in his eye sockets, and he held a strangely shaped cane in his hand. The three men each took one side, their eyes fixed on the sea in front of them. The roar of the wild beast just now came from there. "Senior brother, this evil beast is so cunning," the woman in yellow shouted to another young man from a distance. "Linger, be careful. If there is any danger, it is important to protect yourself." The young man used his body to block the woman and secretly made a gesture to her. The woman seemed to understand what the young man meant and nodded slightly. Hey, you two little brats don't have any evil thoughts. If you don't help me catch this ice abyss sea snake today, I will never let you go. The old man gave an extremely ugly smile, and his voice was as sharp as metal scratching on stone, which made people shudder. I couldn't hear the conversation between the three people, but I had already stopped the drone at a relatively safe distance to avoid being noticed by them. You evil beast, why aren't you coming out yet? The ugly old man stared at the slightly calm sea, impatience in his eyes, and suddenly swung the crutch in his hand downwards. At this moment, the ugly old man's crutch suddenly enlarged dozens of times. The palm holding the crutch was as steady as a rock, while the other end reached into the sea and began to stir continuously. As the force increased, a vortex began to form on the sea surface, and it seemed to be expanding. Oh my God! I smacked my lips in the command room, staring at the big screen in front of me, my heart shocked. Compared with various blockbusters in previous lives, this immersive live broadcast was simply too good to be true. It was so real that I felt like I was experiencing it myself. I adjusted my sitting position and immediately realized that something seemed to be missing in my hand. An idea suddenly came to my mind, and I snapped my fingers. Bang! The door of the control room opened, and a small drone flew in. Just like during the day, there was a tray on several metal supports under the drone. This time, there was a glass of red wine on the tray. I took the red wine brought by the drone, shook it gently a few times, and then carefully took a small sip. The rich aroma of the wine spread in my mouth, which immediately made me relax. Then I continued to look at the big screen, focusing on the highlights in front of me. As the ugly old man's strange crutch stirred more and more violently, a violent howl suddenly sounded on the sea, as if the monster hidden in the sea was angry. Boom! A huge wave of water exploded instantly, and the ugly old man's walking stick was knocked into the air. Ha ha ha! Great! You evil beast can get angry. The ugly old man laughed excitedly. I've been chasing you for a whole month, and today I have finally driven you to exhaustion. Quickly offer me your body full of treasures. Watching his crutch flying into the sky, the ugly old man was not angry, but seemed extremely happy. He was not afraid of this ice abyss sea snake fighting him to the death. What he feared most was that it would escape. At this moment, the ugly old man waved his hands in front of him and rushed towards the exploding waves. Roar! The sharp roar of beasts sounded again, and the entire sea surface was actually filled with golden light. The old man was so excited by this scene that he was at a loss for words. He ignored the rapidly approaching waves and said excitedly, "It's actually the ice abyss sea serpent that can already emit golden light. It's only one step away from transforming into a dragon. The heaven has been very kind to me, very kind to me. Ha ha ha." The ugly old man, with a look of ecstasy on his face, rushed into the exploding waves, immediately adjusted his body shape, and dived towards the sea surface head first at a faster speed. Senior brother. As the ugly old man came forward, the woman behind him immediately called out to the man softly and made a gesture, indicating that the man and herself should take the opportunity to escape. The man nodded immediately, but just as he was about to leave, the ugly old man's unpleasant voice came from the waves. Humph! You two little brats from Yilan Zone, if you two leave today, I will kill you all in Yilan Zone, even if I have to sacrifice the monster treasure I have obtained. When the man and the woman heard this, they trembled all over. They looked at each other and gave up the idea of running away at the same time. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise from under the sea. The man and woman stared at it intently, and I was also stunned in front of the screen, seeing a huge monster rising from the middle of the vast sea. White scales broke through the water, and large drops of water fell down like rain. The huge snake's mouth opened wide, as if it wanted to swallow the sky, and its biting direction was exactly the ugly old man who rushed into the sea. The ugly old man had just punched the ice abyss sea snake hard on its head under the sea, angering the beast. The furious sea snake jumped out of the water, vowing to fight the ugly old man to the death. It opened its wide mouth and attacked the ugly old man mercilessly. Give me the wind control technique. The ugly old man in the area of Shiko yelled at the young man next to him. The young man immediately moved his 5 fingers and muttered something. Brother, the woman called out to the young man. Brother, he is now in a life-and-death fight with a monster. They will not easily give up the chance to kill each other. This is a good opportunity for us to leave. Why bother with him? The young man frowned, but his hands kept moving. After reciting a string of difficult spells, he pointed his finger at the ugly old man quickly. Afterwards, it seemed as if a ball of air flew out from the young man's hand and enveloped the ugly old man's body. The ugly old man, who was trying hard to escape from the snake's mouth, moved faster at a speed visible to the naked eye and escaped from the snake's mouth almost instantly. If you kid or not stupid, the ugly old man who escaped from Shiko glared coldly at the woman, then opened one hand, and the crutch that had been knocked away just now flew out from somewhere and returned to his hand. The ugly old man rushed towards the sea snake. With his accelerated speed, he was able to deal with the sea snake with ease. He nimbly dodged its attacks time and time again and hit the sea snake's torso hard with the crutch in his hand. Bang! The ugly old man hit the snake with his cane, leaving a deep red mark. The sea snake hissed in pain. Snakes don't have vocal cords, but this sea snake could actually roar. It was obviously a very lucky creature. The ugly old man in front was fighting with the sea snake, but the woman behind him glared at the young man. Brother, why did you still help him when that old man treated you and me like this? You gave up so many chances along the way. How long do you want to follow this old man? The man stared at the ugly old man fighting the sea snake, shook his head, and said slowly, Linger, our Yilong clan's ancestral motto is to save the world and heal the dying. Besides, do you think that if he dies, the big snake will let us go? When the woman heard this, she trembled slightly, then lowered her head silently. Up ahead, the fight between the ugly old man and the sea snake had been going on for a long time. In the middle, he asked the woman to cast the wind control technique on him once. At this time, the ugly old man was covered in sweat, and the sea snake was obviously exhausted. The speed of both the man and the snake was slowly slowing down. After dodging the sea snake's tail swing, the ugly old man yelled again, Wind control technique. This was the third time that the ugly old man asked the two people behind him to help him with the wind control technique. The young man immediately began to move his fingers and chant a spell. However, just as he finished the first sentence of the spell, he suddenly felt a surge of energy coming from his side. Bang! Puff! The young man spat out a mouthful of blood instantly and turned his head in shock, only to find that the one who attacked him was his junior sister. There was no one else on the vast ocean. At this moment, the man no longer had the shadow of his junior sister behind him. He could only see a pale yellow figure in the night sky ahead. The woman had already flown far away, and she didn't even look at him when she left. In an instant, the young man's heart sank to the bottom and his face turned pale. I was watching this scene stupidly in the command room of the cruiser. I didn't expect that I would witness the sinister side of the world's hearts so quickly. I was unable to react. Obviously, the woman attacked the young man in order to prevent him from granting the wind control technique to the ugly old man, so that she could escape faster and leave the two behind to cover her. Without the blessing of the wind control technique, the ugly old man's speed immediately slowed down. The woman in yellow attacked the young man's vital point from behind. At this point, not only was the young man unable to continue casting spells, but even maintaining his position in the air was extremely difficult. He could only watch the ugly old man continue to fight the giant snake. Me! The ugly old man shouted hurriedly. The world is going downhill. The world is going downhill. At the critical moment, he could only curse briefly, as the fangs of the sea snake behind him were already biting towards him. At the moment the missile was launched from the warehouse, the ugly old man and the young man more than 10 kilometers away noticed the unusual noise here. As warriors who can fly in the air, they know very well that the noise of missile launches over the sea late at night cannot be ignored. But at this moment, neither of them had time to pay attention to what was happening on my side. One was seriously injured, and the other was fighting a sea snake, and they were too busy to take care of themselves. The ugly old man swung his crutch and hit it hard on the huge fangs of the ice abyss sea serpent. He used the force to fly away and barely avoided the fierce bite of the monster. Seeing the ugly old man showing signs of exhaustion, the young man quickly shouted, Senior, I'm seriously injured and can't use the wind control technique on you anymore. I'm afraid you are no match for this beast. Let's find a chance to retreat. The ugly old man made up his mind and responded sternly, Humph, retreat? I have been fighting this evil beast for more than a month, and today I am finally going to succeed. As long as I catch it, my skills will be improved by at least 10 years, and it is not impossible for me to advance to the heavenly martial realm in one fell swoop in the future. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will fight this beast to the end. His words revealed his unyielding determination. Boom. After the ugly old man finished speaking, the crutch in his hand suddenly shone brightly, and golden light flickered on the sea snake. It seemed that another life-and-death situation would occur. Shwa. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came from afar. Hearing the strength of the sound, the ugly old man and the young man were both greatly shocked. As monks who can fly in the air, they can judge how fast the flying object is just by the sound. Even the monster ice abyss sea snake felt a strong fear and gave up the confrontation with the ugly old man. A hint of human-like timidity flashed in the dark yellow snake's eyes, and the thick and long snake body began to shrink, and it was actually about to retreat. Wild beasts have always been more sensitive to danger, and the icy serpent is even more so. At this moment, the ugly old man and the young man had already seen clearly what was flying over. It was a pointed cylindrical iron block. At this time, a flame was burning behind the iron block, and the blazing white smoke was dragging far into the night sky. Seeing the direction the iron block was flying, the young man and the ugly old man breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The iron block was obviously heading for the ice abyss sea serpent. However, the ugly old man frowned at this time. Just now, when he fought with the sea snake, he knew the defensive power of the monster's scales very well. The speed at which the iron block was flying was indeed astonishing, but it might not cause any substantial damage to the sea snake, and it might even be easily avoided by the beast. As a snake monster that was about to transform into a dragon, the ice abyss sea serpent was obviously aware of the threat of the iron block. Panic flashed in its turbid snake eyes, and the entire huge snake body twisted wildly, quickly retracting to the bottom of the sea as it twisted. Seeing the ice abyss sea serpent's reaction, the ugly old man couldn't help but sneer with disdain. A beast is always just a beast. When it sees something strange, it is frightened by the noise. The ice abyss sea snake tried to retreat back into the sea quickly, but its speed was obviously not as fast as that of the iron block. The iron block was about to hit the sea snake's head steadily. At this moment, the ice abyss sea snake suddenly twisted its body and narrowly avoided the iron block. Oh! The young man couldn't help but sigh in disappointment when he saw this. The ugly old man's brows became serious again. Just as he thought, the piece of iron did not seem to cause any harm to the sea snake. However, the next moment, a scene that surprised both the beast and the other man happened. The iron block that had just brushed past the ice abyss sea snake actually changed direction after flying for a distance and flew towards the sea snake again. This incredible scene was obviously beyond the thinking of the ugly old man, the young man, and the monster ice abyss sea snake. This time, the sea snake had no time to dodge. Under the gaze of 6 eyes, the iron block hit its head at a high speed. At this moment, the ugly old man and the young man seemed to see a red light flashing from the tip of the iron block. Boom. Roar! An ear-shattering explosion and the shrill hiss of a sea snake sounded at the same time, and high-temperature waves quickly spread out from the point where the iron block collided with the snake's head. Thick smoke billowed in the air, pieces of blood rained everywhere, and the powerful shock wave blew the ugly old man and the young man away, and even their clothes melted due to the high temperature. After the shock, the ugly old man and the young man were already seriously injured, and their condition was even more horrible. When everything calmed down, the two couldn't hide their shock and looked in the direction of the explosion. The thick smoke gradually dissipated, and a thick snake body fell from the sky. However, only the snake body fell, and the snake head was missing, along with a small half of the snake body. In the cruiser command room, a dialogue box popped up on the control panel in front of the bracelet. The Eagle Strike missile successfully hit the target, causing damage, followed by a rapidly rising number, and finally stopped at 1742, unable to change anymore. 1,742 points of damage caused. I felt excited. This attack was obviously very powerful. On the radar map, the original 4 light spots became 3 after the woman escaped, and now became 2, one of which was flickering. Ding! The drone has detected an object containing an energy source. Do you want to pick it up? This prompt made me excited. Pick it up, I answered without hesitation. Objects containing energy sources are life to me. The drone that was originally parked on the sea and silently broadcasting live to me suddenly moved and flew rapidly towards the area where the Eagle Strike missile had just hit the sea snake. At the same time, the ugly old man seemed to realize something. He immediately urged his body and rushed towards the smoke that had not yet dissipated. After a series of battles with sea snakes, the ugly old man was already exhausted, and his flying speed was not fast, but he was relatively close to the body of the sea snake and arrived before the drone. Ding! The drone has discovered that the target is attempting to steal the energy source object. Should we attack? I was stunned. After all, I came from a civilized world, so how could I have had this kind of experience? But then I made a decision. Send a warning to the other party. If the other party insists on snatching it, then I gritted my teeth. Attack! Following my command, a green light flashed on the bracelet, and the cruiser's other missile launch bay was ready. At this time, the drone also flew to the area where the ice abyss sea snake died, only 100 feet away from the ugly old man. If that old man tries to take my energy source object, don't blame me for being rude. I thought to myself, the tension gradually rising. At this moment, the situation ahead is becoming increasingly tense, and everyone is racing against time, waiting for the next critical moment to arrive. The ugly old man obviously also noticed the drone in front. Thinking of the piece of iron that exploded just now, he felt an inexplicable fear of such iron things. Although the drone in front of him was slightly smaller than the iron block just now, even if its power was only 1/10 of that of the iron block, it would probably be able to seriously injure him. Thinking of this, the ugly old man stood in the air, not daring to move for a moment. The drone slowly rose into the air, accompanied by the sound of the machine operating. Its bottom hatch opened to both sides, revealing a small heavy machine gun. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, the ugly old man felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. Although he didn't know what it was, his warrior's intuition told him that this thing was very threatening to him. This is Megatron's shipborne drone. We are reminding you now. Please leave, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. The drone's electronic voice sounded clear and firm. I repeat, this is Megatron's shipborne drone. I remind you now. Please leave, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. I repeat, this is Megatron's shipborne drone. I remind you now. Please leave, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. The drone's voice played 3 times in a row. The ugly old man looked up at the night sky and saw something flashing green light falling from above. The Ice Abyss Sea Serpent's monster crystal core was also blown into the sky by the airflow from the missile explosion and was now falling down. The ugly old man had a vague feeling that if he tried to snatch the crystal core of the monster, the drone in front of him would never give up. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, he finally spoke. "Excuse me, who is this expert from?" He bowed and asked the drone. The green monster crystal core in the sky was about to fall in front of the 2 people. Under Yang Ji's instructions, the drone ignored the ugly old man and flew directly towards the green object. During the flight, the heavy machine gun mounted below the drone suddenly turned its muzzle and aimed at the half of the snake's body that had not yet sunk below the sea. Then a tongue of fire flashed from the muzzle, and boom, the dull sound of a heavy machine gun rang out. The loud noise startled the ugly old man who was not far away. He looked down at the half-body of the Ice Abyss sea snake and instantly discovered a row of bloody holes on it. Afterwards, the heavy machine gun turned again and aimed at the ugly old man. At this moment, the ugly old man's heart tightened. Just now, he just felt that this heavy machine gun might pose some threat to him. But now it seems that this is clearly a being that can kill him at any time. He knows the defense of the Ice Abyss sea snake very well. His crutch can only leave a mark, while the other party can easily punch a row of bloody holes on it. Instantly, the ugly old man felt his whole body go cold. Without saying a word, he stepped back a long way, even feeling a little proud in his heart. The opponent is so powerful, yet he was so polite to me just now. After retreating, the drone quickly collected the Ice Abyss sea serpent crystal core that fell from the sky into the cabin. Afterwards, Yanggu in the cruiser command room received a message from the drone. "We have picked up the energy crystal core from the Ice Abyss sea serpent, which contains 1,400 energy points. Do you want to return?" Points. This number made me jump up from my swivel chair. I had only used 1 missile in the previous battle, which cost no more than 50 points of energy, but now I have recovered more than 20 times that. "Return." I gave the order hurriedly, and the drone immediately began to return along the same route it came. The ugly old man could only watch the drone leave silently, not daring to make any move. After the drone flew away, the ugly old man and the seriously injured young man left in another direction together. The two men were flying in the air. Not long after they flew, the young man suddenly started coughing violently. He could no longer hold on and fell into the vast ocean below. The ugly old man stopped in the air and watched the scene coldly, with no intention of helping at all. It was not until the young man fell into the sea that he raised his head, his eyes looking in the direction where the drone had just left. The monster crystal core that had been with him for more than a month was gone just like that. As a master at the Earth Martial realm, he still felt a little bit unhappy about this. These are just some mechanical tricks. Ma's things have always been strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Once someone gets close to them, they will be manipulated at will. He muttered to himself, his face full of unwillingness and annoyance. On the deck of the cruiser, the drone returned to the cabin with a monster crystal core, and Yanggu received a new prompt on the control panel. Received 1,400 points of reserve energy. The huge three-dimensional view of the battleship below the control panel showed that the originally full yellow energy bar now showed that there were 930 energy points left, and behind this energy bar appeared another light yellow energy bar with the number 1,400. Why are there only 930 points of energy left? Shouldn't it be 950 points? I wondered. I only used 50 points of energy to launch the Eagle Strike missile, so how come 70 points were gone all of a sudden? A line of words appeared on the control panel. The battleship needs to consume 20 energy points to maintain daily operation, which will be automatically deducted at 12 a.m. every day. Oh, that's how it is? It suddenly dawned on me. Come to think of it, the noodles I ate, the red wine I drank, the movement of the warships, and the operation of the drones all require energy. In total, only 20 points are needed a day, which is indeed not much. I looked at the two energy bars and asked, what's the difference between these two energy bars? The bright yellow energy bar is the main energy bar. The energy in the main energy bar can only be consumed by the battleship. The light yellow energy bar is the secondary energy bar. It can be used to replenish the main energy bar, upgrade the battleship system, modules, or purchase new functional modules. When I heard that I could purchase new functional modules with energy, I immediately became interested. How do I purchase them? The energy points required to open the mall system function are 10,000 points. The host currently has insufficient energy points and cannot open it. 10,000 points? I secretly smacked my lips. The IC snake just now contributed 1,400 points to me. It seems that these 10,000 points are not far away. I looked at the existing functional modules again, some of which can be upgraded, including the shipborne triple-mounted semi-automatic gun in the weapon system, the battleship restaurant and commander's lounge in the logistics system. After thinking about it, I didn't upgrade these items immediately, because I don't know what weaknesses the cruisers in this world will have. I'll save some energy for better use in the future. Besides, if I save up 10,000 points sooner, I can open the mall system and unlock more functional modules, which will make it more fun. Beep, beep. At this moment, the bracelet sounded again. On the radar detection map, a bright red that was approaching me rapidly. I was slightly startled. The sea seemed unusually lively today. In an instant, I became alert. The direction it was moving and was clearly heading straight towards me. Who could this be? The first person that came to my mind was the ugly old man among the three people. Drone explore, I ordered concisely. A green light flashed on the bracelet, and a grid opened on the battleship deck. A drone quickly took off and flew in the direction indicated on the radar. I specifically ordered the drone to fly higher to avoid being noticed by the other party as much as possible. However, the noise made by a drone when flying in the air is quite loud. For a warrior in the Earth Martial realm who can fly in the air, it is almost impossible to keep the drone from being discovered. Sure enough, the ugly old man discovered the drone when it was still 1 kilometer away. Help! Help! The ugly old man shouted towards the drone. Please help my companion. He's injured and fell into the sea due to exhaustion. The drone transmitted the images back to my command room. I propped my chin up and began to think. I was not thinking about whether to save people, but how to deal with the ugly old man in front of me. I always felt that it was a little strange that the old man came back to look for me at this time. As for the young man, if it was really as the ugly old man said, I was willing to save him, but the premise was that I would not be threatened, and at this time the ugly old man was obviously a threat. I've seen the power of that ugly old man's cane before. It could actually create a whirlpool. I can never let such a person get close to me. So, I asked the ugly old man through the drone, "Where are the people?" The ugly old man turned his head and pointed to the sea ahead. "Please follow me, sir." As he said that, he flew forward first. Seeing the ugly old man turn around so decisively, my eyes suddenly lit up, and I immediately confirmed what I was thinking. I immediately gave the drone an attack command. Fire! The cabin at the bottom of the drone quickly opened, and a heavy machine gun was lowered, shooting a burst of fire at the ugly old man in front. Da-da-da-da. Fierce machine gun sounds rang out. However, the ugly old man seemed to be well prepared. As soon as the drone lowered the heavy machine gun, he kept shaking his body. When the heavy machine gun opened fire, he even moved sideways, pulling away several body positions. This scene reminded me that when the ugly old man and his two companions and the beast first appeared on the radar detection map, there was indeed a light spot that could flash far away in an instant. It seems that was him. Humph! What a shameless fellow. Not only did you watch me dying, but you also attacked me. What? Are all the people in the my school like this now? The ugly old man cursed after dodging the attack of the drone. But I ignored the other party's mistaken belief that I was a Mahist man and retorted, Humph, you said you came to ask me to rescue someone, but you didn't even ask about the performance of my drone. What if it can't get into the water? What if it can't lift a person from the deep sea? You didn't ask any of these questions, which is enough to prove that you don't care about the life or death of that person at all, or that no one fell into the sea at all, and everything is a lie. After saying that, I asked the drone to quickly adjust its angle and continued shooting at the ugly old man. However, his speed was obviously better. The heavy machine gun mounted on the drone kept firing da-da-da, but it couldn't even hit the corner of the ugly old man's clothes. The ugly old man dodged the drone's shooting as he spoke. It wasn't that he moved faster than the bullets, but that he always managed to dodge before the drone's heavy machine gun aimed at him. I watched this scene on the big screen, my face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. I was just thinking about my shortcomings, but they were pointed out so quickly. Come back. I gave the drone the order to return without hesitation, with a hint of ruthlessness in my eyes. Now that the ugly old guy has come to bully me, I can't let him have an easy time. Fire control radar locks on a target, missiles ready. Having just gained more than 1,000 energy points, I can now be said to be wealthy and powerful, and I don't feel bad at all about firing missiles. However, what I didn't expect was that the ugly old man actually followed the retreating drone and kept a very close distance to the drone. If this continues, my missiles will inevitably hit the drone by mistake. The battleship sets sail and heads towards the target. I gave an order, and a green light flashed on the bracelet. On the dark sea, the cruiser set sail again. Soon, the drone with its tail behind it appeared on the big screen in the cruiser's command room. This time it was not an image transmitted by the drone, but it actually appeared in the cruiser's field of vision. I turned on the fire control system. Number 1 and 2 semi-automatic guns. Lock on the target's wings and be ready to fire at any time. Reload the guns. Number 1 and 2 semi-automatic guns are ready and can fire at any time. Each round of shooting consumes 5 energy points. The guns are loaded and can be fired at any time. Each round of firing consumes 20 energy points. The corner of my mouth curled up in a sinister arc. As long as this ugly old man dared to follow the drone into the attack range of my warship's twin semi-automatic guns, he would be immediately blocked from moving space by me, and then I would use the 127mm naval gun to hit him hard. As I watched the drone carrying the ugly old man closer and closer to me, my smile became more and more weird. At first, the ugly old man followed the drone in front of him and flew leisurely. He even joked, "Ha, brother Imo, are you going to use this thing to lure me over to see you?" But before the ugly old man could utter the last word, he forced himself to hold it back in his stomach. The hairs on his body stood up, and he immediately stopped where he was. He stretched out his hands and rubbed his eyes, as if trying to confirm whether there was really a huge monster on the sea ahead. Impossible, impossible, I must be dazzled. How could there be such a big ship in the world? He comforted himself several times before he mustered up the courage to look at the sea again. At this moment, I finally came to my senses while sitting in the command room and realized that I had been in a daze for a full 10 minutes. I took a deep breath. Just now, it was just a thought of mine that decided the life or death of the ugly old man. This sense of power made it difficult for me to adapt for a while. Received 640 points of reserve energy from the super energy crystal. The prompt on the control panel brought me back to my senses. Now my reserve energy has reached 2040 points, and I still have 900 points of main energy. The attack from the 2 semi-automatic turrets and the naval guns just now consumed a total of 30 points. The 640 points received this time were obviously the energy crystals carried by the ugly old man. I suddenly remembered that the ugly old man had said before that his companion fell into the sea due to exhaustion. Could it be that young man? I recalled that when they left the place where the ice abyss sea snake died, the young man was indeed seriously injured. Since the ugly old man has energy crystals, the young man should have some too, right? When this thought came to my mind, even I was shocked. Normally, shouldn't I feel sorry for that young man and mourn for him? But I subconsciously thought of the energy crystal. I smiled bitterly and shook my head. It seemed that I had changed without realizing it. The moral concepts brought from the civilized world have gradually been replaced by the new reality. In other words, the energy crystals on the ugly old man's body opened another window of vision for me. Touching the leather seat in the cruiser's command room beneath me, I began to think. After traveling through time, I have a cruiser in my hands. Although the technological level of this cruiser needs to be upgraded, even so, my life is destined to be extraordinary. There is no doubt that the battleship is my greatest reliance, and the energy required by the battleship is as important to me as life. The more energy I have, the more battleships I can upgrade and develop more functional modules, which means I can have stronger security and even more power and voice. And energy does not necessarily have to be obtained by me myself. Since people in this world can carry energy crystals, why can't I be a plunderer like those strong men? I said to myself. Having said that, I would definitely not do something as shameful as robbing people on the road. My thoughts quickly went back to the world of my previous life, where every powerful country had combat bases around the globe and collected protection fees from weaker countries. At this moment, the fire in my heart seemed to be ignited, and the blood in my body was boiling. Perhaps this should be my real goal. Thinking back to the injured young man, I suddenly had a new idea. Maybe I could start with him. I need someone to convey my voice in this world. The young man used the wind control technique for the ugly old man several times, and was later betrayed and attacked by his junior sister. He was indeed a miserable person. TSK, what a pitiful man. Just after I finished sighing, I changed the subject. A cold light flashed in my eyes. Go in the direction indicated by the target just now. Full speed ahead. In the dark night, the huge cruiser broke through the waves and sped towards the direction pointed by the ugly old man. If you were still alive, I would grant you the honor of being my first subordinate in this world. As the battleship was moving, I began to check the reserve energy and functional modules on the control panel. After the reserve energy reaches 2,000 points, 2 more modules can be upgraded, namely the drone module and the torpedo tube module. Previously, drones exposed many shortcomings when facing the ugly old man, and upgrading seems more urgent. Upgrade the drone's functional modules. I gave the order decisively. The bracelet lit up green, and a new screen popped up on the control panel. The system first introduces the current drone functions, and then the upgraded new drone modules. After the drone function module is upgraded, new drones can be purchased, and existing drones can be upgraded. The types of drones that can be purchased are the same as the types that can be upgraded. There are 3 types in total. 1. Falcon Attack UAV. 2. Harrier Multi-Purpose UAV. 3. Hawkeye Reconnaissance UAV. Reminder to commanders. The upgraded drones are of different types and have different functional focuses, but all drones have basic functions such as medium and low altitude reconnaissance, material transportation, energy object detection and collection, and light fire attack. I nodded. This setting is very humane. The energy required for the upgrade is 2,000 points, and the current reserve energy is 2,040 points. Commander, please confirm whether to upgrade. Seeing that the 2,000 points of reserve energy that I had just accumulated were about to be cleared, I felt a little painful, but I knew that sharp weapons could bring more energy. The next second, I said without hesitation, confirm. The system prompts. The commander has confirmed the upgrade command. Please wait. The drone module has entered the upgrade program. The drone function cannot be used during the upgrade. The current upgrade progress 1. About 10 minutes later, the progress bar on the control panel finally finished. Ding! The drone module upgrade is complete. Please check it, Commander. I immediately opened the drone module to check. The original 3 drone parking spaces have now become 5, and the 2 extra spaces are marked with the icons of 3 new types of drones, namely Falcon 1200, Harrier 1500, and Hawkeye 2500. These figures indicate their respective selling prices, especially the Hawkeye reconnaissance drone, which costs twice as much as the Falcon attack drone. In addition, the 3 existing drones are also shown to be upgradable. Originally, I was planning to upgrade 2 attack drones and 1 multi-purpose drone first, but after seeing the price of the Hawkeye drone, I decided to upgrade it first. After all, upgrades are free, but future purchases cost energy. As I gave the order, the 3 drones entered upgrade mode at the same time. This process is much slower than the previous upgrade of the entire drone functional module. As I waited, I watched the movements on the radar map. As the cruiser moved forward, I soon spotted a rapidly flashing red light on the radar detection map. This means that the target's life force is very weak and the target is clearly in danger. The cruiser stopped near the flashing red dot. The sea, shrouded in darkness at night, was pitch black. It was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task to find a person in such an environment. As I thought about it, the searchlight on the cruiser lit up and the strong light cut through the night sky. I scanned the sea through the glass of the command room and finally saw the young man floating in the waves. At this moment, a message came from the control panel. The Harrier multifunction UAV has been upgraded. It just so happens that multifunctional drones can carry out water surface rescues. I immediately ordered the Harrier UAV to take off. The drone bay on the deck opened, and the upgraded Harrier UAV was a circle larger than before and looked more substantial overall. There is also a rectangular area under the drone, which is obviously to add various tools to cope with more complex tasks. The Harrier UAV quickly took off, quickly locked onto the young man, rising and falling in the sea, and landed accurately on the sea. The rectangular metal hatch at the bottom opened, and 4 metal brackets extended out, firmly holding the young man's limbs. Afterwards, the drone took off again and sent back a message. The Harrier UAV has captured the target. Do you want to return? I thought about it for a moment, looked at the radar map, and said, don't go back. There is an island 12 kilometers southwest. Drop the target there. Received. The Harrier UAV immediately adjusted its direction and flew southwest. I watched all this on the big screen in the command room and felt relieved. The light spot on the radar detection map still exists, which means that the young man's life is temporarily safe. Next, we can only wait and see when he will wake up. Soon after, the Harrier drone had placed the young man on the island and returned to the cruiser to enter the cabin. At this point, the night storm finally subsided, and I returned to the commander's lounge, ready to go back to sleep. Before going to bed, I instructed the bracelet. Remind me when the target's life breath on the island stabilizes. The bracelet glowed green, and the mission was confirmed. I slept particularly soundly that night, and had a long dream that seemed like the changing of 4 seasons, until I woke up naturally. After opening my eyes, the first thing I did was to open the virtual control panel and check the drone module. The upgrades to both the Falcon and Hawkeye drones have been successful, and compared to the changes to the Harrier, the upgrades to the Falcon and Hawkeye are more subtle. The firepower of the Falcon drone has been significantly improved, and its flight speed is also much faster than before, reaching twice as fast as before. The heavy machine gun base of the Falcon UAV can rotate freely, which improves the flexibility of aiming. The detection range is extended to 30 kilometers, greatly enhancing its practicality. As for the Hawkeye drone, I was amazed by its detection range, 100 kilometers. That's twice the detection range of my radar. The Hawkeye drone has become an active reconnaissance radar, displaying a panoramic view within 100 kilometers in real time, and its flying speed is 3 times that of the first-generation drone. Seeing this, I can't help but sigh. It's expensive and it makes sense. Then I turned my attention to the radar detection image to check the situation on the island. The red light on the island has turned green, and the flashing frequency has gradually slowed down, indicating that the young man's vital signs have stabilized, but he is not yet fully recovered. It was already daybreak when I came to the command room. With a thought, the windows on both sides of the command room opened automatically, and the sea breeze blew in my face, which lifted my spirits. I saw the virtual screen appear and the battleship's control panel automatically unfold. The radar detection image showed that the green light spot on the island had stabilized and was no longer flashing, which meant that the young man was no longer in danger. The Falcon drone is ready to go. I gave the order to the bracelet and then returned to the command room. Although I can command a warship from anywhere, giving orders in the command room always gives me a special sense of ritual. The drone cabin on the deck was opened again. The upgraded Falcon drone was slightly larger than before, but its appearance had not changed much. Accompanied by a gust of air, the Falcon drone took off and quickly flew towards the small island in the southwest. On the small island, the waves kept hitting the shore. The young man was sitting on the slope, staring blankly at the sea. He probably didn't expect that he could survive, but the joy of survival obviously failed to dilute the sadness in his heart. The scenes that happened last night kept flashing in his mind. Why linger? The young man's face was full of pain. He lowered his head in annoyance and kept slapping the place where he was attacked with his hands. Puff! As he slapped hard, his old wound was agitated and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from the sky. The young man looked up and saw the familiar aircraft above his head. He recognized it. This was the machine he had seen last night, which had easily opened a row of bloody holes in the body of the ice abyss sea snake. But he did not panic. Instead, he stood up, saluted respectfully to the Falcon drone, and said, "I don't know who you are, Senior, but you saved me." The drone's electronic voice responded, "Not bad." Upon hearing this, the young man immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times, then stood up and said, "I am Yi Xinghan, the junior. Thank you for saving my life. Saving you is conditional." The Falcon drone responded calmly, "Senior, please feel free to say it. No matter whether Yi Xinghan can do it or not, I will go through fire and water for you." Yi Xinghan said in a firm tone without hesitation. "Do you have any stones containing energy on you?" asked the Falcon drone. Stones containing energy? Yi Xinghan was stunned for a moment, then fumbled in his wet clothes, and finally took out a few small stones, raised them to the Falcon drone in the air, and said, "Senior, do you want these spiritual stones?" "That's right. I need a lot of these stones, lots and lots. I can help you get revenge, as long as you can provide me with enough spirit stones." The Falcon drone said in a calm tone. Hearing the word revenge, a trace of sadness flashed in Yi Xinghan's eyes, and he slowly said, "Senior, I will give all these spirit stones to you, and I will do my best to find spirit stones for you in the future. But forget about revenge. I'm living well. How can there be any grudge?" The drone responded calmly, "Okay, you can rest on this island. I will bring you food on time. When your injuries are healed, you can leave on your own. Remember what you said, provide me with spiritual stones, and the spiritual stones will be delivered to this island. If you have any problems, feel free to come to the island to find me." After saying that, the bottom cabin of the Falcon UAV opened, sucked away several spirit stones in Yi Xinghan's hand, and quickly flew away. However, when I saw Yi Xinghan saying "no hatred" through the drone, even though he tried his best to hide it, the anger in his eyes was still clearly visible. His inner anger was by no means as calm as it appeared on the surface. As for telling him to come to me if you have any problems, of course I wouldn't tell him that I was just looking for a battle for myself. I need to let the world know I, Yang am here. Chapter 10. Xiang Family of Chu. Received 150 points of reserve energy from the level energy crystal. The spirit stones on Yi Xinghan's body contributed 150 points of energy to Yang, which could be said to be better than nothing, but Yang didn't mind at all. He knew that Yi Xinghan would contribute more energy to him in the future. For 2 consecutive days, Yang used drones to solve Yi Xinghan's food problem on the island. After 2 days, Yi Xinghan's injuries were almost healed. On this day, after receiving the lunch delivered by the drone, Yi Xinghan said goodbye to Yang through the drone. Yang did not say anything else, but just let the drone leave with one sentence. "If you are bullied in the sect, come back to me." Yi Xinghan was grateful and said, "Thank you for your care, Senior. However, my sect, the Yelan sect, is upright and respectful to each other. We never bully our fellow disciples. You are worrying too much about this." Hearing this, Yang rolled his eyes at him across the screen. Is this brother stupid? It's only been a few days since he was attacked by his fellow apprentice. Has he forgotten about it? But that's okay. If I don't let him become completely disappointed with his sect, how could I let him come back to me to help him? Yi Xinghan seemed to have also remembered that he was attacked by his junior sister. A gloomy look flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, "As for the sneak attack by the junior sister the day before yesterday, it must have been because the junior sister was angry at the moment. She was just angry at the junior's incompetence, so?" Yi Xinghan couldn't continue speaking halfway. He was not stupid and could vaguely guess the cause and effect of what the woman in yellow did that day, but he just didn't want to believe it in his heart. "Don't worry, Senior. When I return to the sect, I will find a way to collect spirit stones for you and send them back to this island as a gift to you." Helplessly, Yi Xinghan could only change the subject. Good. Yang did not expose the last bit of beautiful fantasy in Yi Xinghan's heart. He left a word "okay," and the drone flew away. Afterwards, Yi Xinghan quickly finished the meal brought by Yang, controlled the energy with his hands, and walked in the air, heading towards Yilan Zone. There are only 190 points of reserve energy left. What should I do? Yonge became worried when he saw that there were only 190 points of reserve energy left. After a moment, he decided to let the warship head towards the open sea. He gained 1,400 energy points by killing an ice abyss sea snake the day before. If he could encounter a few more such monsters, would the energy problem still be a problem? Soon, the cruiser reached its maximum speed of 28 knots, and the Megatron set sail again. However, after the battleship sailed nearly 100 nautical miles, the cruiser's radar did not detect a target worthy of attack. A number of large fish creatures were found, but they were all ordinary creatures without crystal cores in their bodies. They also encountered some small monsters, but they were all fish creatures no more than 1 meter long that could spit out ice spears and lightning, or seabirds with flames all over their bodies. For these, as long as Yonge thought about it, the Falcon would immediately take off as a drone. Each time, it could gain more or less 10 to 20 points of energy. In just one morning, Yonge's reserve energy exceeded 400 points. But relying solely on such small-scale operations was not satisfying. After eating lunch prepared by the Battleship restaurant, Yonge sent out the Hawkeye drone to search for traces of large monsters in another direction. Yonge found that he needed a means of underwater detection, because most of the monsters in the sea were lurking underwater, and very few were active on the water surface. The sonar function carried by his radar could only detect the area about 7 or 8 kilometers below the sea surface near the cruiser, which was really not enough. If you want to improve underwater detection capabilities, you can either upgrade the radar or purchase new functional modules. I'd better save up 10,000 points first and unlock them all system. Yonge was thinking, ding, ding. Suddenly a message came from the Hawkeye UAV. The radar detection image of the Hawkeye UAV was enlarged on the main control panel. There were 3 long strips composed of light spots within the radar detection range. They looked like 3 ships. Yonge instantly became interested. If these 3 ships are merchant ships, then it means that there must be a considerable force behind these 3 ships, and it is a force with maritime transportation capabilities. Falcon, get closer to the target. Drop! After receiving Yonge's order, the Harrier UAV accelerated and flew towards the target direction. At the same time, Yonge's cruiser also began to turn around and headed towards that direction. A moment later, the Harrier UAV, which had already arrived near the target location, transmitted the image. There were indeed 3 ships, but it seemed that 2 of them were blocking the other one. The blocked ship was fully loaded with cargo, and there were several flags hanging on the mast with the words Xiong family of Chu written on them. The other 2 boats were smaller than the Xiong family's boat, but also faster. There was constant shouting and cursing on the 2 small boats, and the people on the boats were all extremely ferocious, and it was obvious that they were not people who were easy to deal with. At this time, the 2 boats each used several ropes with iron hooks on the ends to hook the Xiong family's boat in front, preventing it from speeding up and escaping. Above the 3 ships, 3 people were fighting in the sky. One of them, a middle-aged man in gray, was fighting 1 against 2 and was clearly at a disadvantage. Falcon, come closer and see what's going on over there. The Harrier UAV approached the scene of the incident. After the upgrade, the performance of the Harrier has been improved in all aspects, and the images transmitted back can also include the audio from the other side. Among the 3 people fighting fiercely in the sky, the middle-aged man in gray was fighting the 2 in front of him and cursed, "You ignorant thieves! Do you know that this is a merchant ship of the Xiong family of the Chu royal family? Today you have been greedy, and tomorrow your heads will be hung on the city gate for public display." Ha ha ha! The 2 people opposite the middle-aged man were both dressed in black. One of them held a huge machete in his hand. He laughed loudly. "Don't talk nonsense. No one on your ship can escape today. Who would know that it was our brothers who did it? Brother, stop talking nonsense with him. Kill him quickly and go down to support our brothers." Another man in black suddenly yelled, and while the middle-aged man was talking, he swung the 2 daggers in his hands and rushed forward to kill him. Boom, boom. 2 loud noises were heard one after another, and the 2 chasing boats below had collided with the Xiong family's big boat. Bang, bang, bang. As rows of wooden boards were put on the Xiong family's big boat, the people on the 2 small boats began to rush towards the big boat one after another. When Yonge and the cruiser saw this scene, he was really impressed when someone handed him a pillow just as he was dozing off. Such a large merchant ship must belong to a large family. Why not make a deal with them? Chapter 11 Waiting. Kill. Come on. You wolf cubs wandering on the sea. All the spoils on the ship belong to us. And the women. Ha 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 ha. There was wanton laughter on the 2 robbery ships. It was obvious that these people were accustomed to robbery at sea. They were a group of bloodthirsty pirates. Compared with the wildness of the pirates, the atmosphere on the Xiong family ship opposite was extremely tense. Even through the screen, Yang could feel the deep despair in the hearts of everyone on the Xiong family ship. His 5 fingers bounced back and forth on the armrests of the leather swivel chair in the command room, without giving any instructions to the drone. The guards of the Xiong family were standing at the edge of the deck with weapons in hand. Several guards were trying hard to destroy the wooden boards. At that moment, messy and heavy footsteps sounded from the other side of the boards. Swish! A huge axe swung across, and several Xiong family guards who were struggling to push the wooden board away had their heads tumbling off in an instant. Hot blood splattered high, splashing a large amount on the bodies and faces of the guards behind them. The man holding the huge axe was a sturdy man. He swung the axe in his hand as if it was nothing. The Xiong family guards who were originally guarding the wooden board were immediately thrown backwards, and each of them had a cut deep enough to see the bone. The sturdy man holding a huge axe was the first to jump from the wooden board onto the Xiong family's big ship. Bang! The figure as strong as an iron tower landed on the deck, and it seemed to cause the entire Xiong family ship to shake violently twice. Looking at the sturdy figure, Yang Gu touched his chin. The command room was silent. After jumping onto the boat, the sturdy man looked around. The Xiong family guards in front of him retreated one after another, and no one dared to step forward. Seeing this, the sturdy man raised a cruel and sinister smile. He raised his head and shouted at the 3 people fighting in the sky. "Kill that old man. There are only a bunch of losers down there. We don't need you two anymore." After saying that, the sturdy man grabbed the huge axe and rushed towards the crowd of Xiong family guards opposite. The huge axe swung violently, causing a bloody storm among the Xiong family guards. The pirates behind the sturdy man followed him closely and soon beat the Xiong family guards to a pulp. Evil ghost, evil ghost. Ah! From time to time, the Xiong family guards who died tragically burst into violent cries. At this time, on the deck of the Xiong family's large ship, a young woman was trembling all over as she watched the scene on the deck. Her originally watery eyes now only showed endless fear and forced calmness. "Sister, sister, did our guards drive away those pirates?" Behind the woman, a boy who looked no more than a teenager was hiding in the corner with his legs hugged. He didn't even dare to look at what was happening on the deck. He could only ask the woman in a crying voice. Yang Gu could not see what was happening inside the ship. At this moment, the deck was littered with the tragically dead Xiong family guards. Large pools of blood were flowing back and forth as the ship swayed. The entire deck was filled with shocking blood and the cries of dying people. In the cruiser command room, the restaurant drone brought Yang Gu a glass of refreshing red wine. The goblet swayed slightly in his hand. The almost transparent red wine in the glass seemed to blend into the same color as the blood on the Xiong family ship ahead. Silently watching the images transmitted back by the drone, Yang Gu witnessed the Xiong family guards being slaughtered by pirates. He did not issue any instructions to the warship until the last standing Xiong family guard fell. He was waiting for the moment when the people on the ship were most desperate, waiting for the moment when his own interests could be maximized. Puff! In the sky, the middle-aged man in gray suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Facing the combined forces of the 2 opponents, he was still no match for them. He staggered down from the sky and landed on the deck. Bang! The middle-aged man couldn't even stand steadily. He could only kneel on one knee on the ground, supporting himself with one hand to prevent himself from falling down. Bang, bang! There were 2 loud bangs, and the 2 people who had besieged him in the sky before also fell down. Then they took off the veils covering their faces, and each of them stared at the middle-aged man with a sly smile on their face. "Uncle Jean!" On the deck, the woman screamed at the middle-aged man. "Uncle Jean? It seems that you are the bodyguard of this brother and sister. Zhongwen?" The battle on the deck was drawing to a close. Most of the Xiong family's guards were killed or wounded. A sturdy figure holding a giant axe came over, looked up at the woman on the deck, and had a filthy smile on his face. "Uncle Jean? Don't be impatient, little girl. I'll ask you to call me Grandpa later." "Ha ha!" The burly man's dirty words made the woman extremely ashamed and angry. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her right hand involuntarily touched her left arm, where a dagger was hidden. If something really happened, she would rather die. Hearing the noise outside, the boy behind the woman began to sob softly. "Sister, did Uncle Jean win? Is it safe outside now?" The woman closed her eyes helplessly, and 2 lines of tears flowed down. 20 kilometers away, on the cruiser, Yongge put the empty wine glass back on the drone tray, stretched his neck slightly, and a faint voice rang out. Activate the weapon system, prepare the missiles, aim the fire control, and target the northern one of the two pirate ships. 50 energy points to launch the Eagle Strike missile. The current energy points are 890. Do you confirm the launch? Don't confirm yet. Wait a little longer. On the Xiong family boat, the middle-aged man in gray looked at the burly man holding the giant axe, then looked at the two brothers who had besieged him before, and said in hatred, "Humph! I didn't expect that the famous East China Sea twin dragons and the Sea Sand Ghost would join hands to bully two orphans in the same family. They are really shameless." TSK. Zhongwen, that's not what you just said. The man holding two short knives among the two who had besieged him earlier started to taunt him. Just now you, Zhong, we're talking about the royal family of Chu all the time. How come the royal family of Chu you were talking about has now become an orphan? The sturdy man holding the giant axe showed an extremely ferocious smile on his fleshy face. We don't want to, but the money given by the god of wealth is too much. As he spoke, the sturdy man walked up to Zhongwen, looked down at Zhongwen, who was half kneeling on the ground, leaned over, and continued, "Even if we divide it between the two of us, it's still very considerable." Snort! After the sturdy man finished speaking, the man with the dagger who was standing behind and speaking just now suddenly became unhappy. "Haisha Ghost, let me remind you that it is for 3 parties to divide it." After this man finished speaking, the man next to him, holding a long machete, also looked at the burly man in front with a sharp look. Look at my memory. It's 3 parties. You two brothers have to settle the accounts clearly." The sturdy man known as Sea Sand Ghost turned around and laughed at the two men. In the cruiser's command room, Yang Ji's breathing was as steady as ever. He had gradually adapted to this world that followed the law of the jungle. Emission. 2 brief words were uttered, and the energy point on the battleship's control panel, which had originally been 890, became 840. On the deck of the cruiser, a missile launch bay that had already adjusted its direction suddenly burst into flames, and a slender-looking missile dragged a bright red flame in the gushing smoke and rushed into the sky. Chapter 12, Immortal Secret Treasure. It was getting dark, and the sun was setting in the west. The evening breeze made the woman's clothes flutter by the boat's side, and the afterglow of the setting sun left a faint blush on her body. Whenever the good people in the story are in despair, they will always meet their savior. My sister and I were born with bad luck. If we can be saved today, we will definitely have a good future. The 3 parties will divide the money, but let me make a deal with you two brothers first. The woman up there has to be mine. Even though it was just a momentary fantasy of the woman, it was shattered by a disgusting laugh coming from the deck. The burly man holding a huge axe showed an unbridled evil smile to the woman on the deck, with lustful light in his eyes. The 2 brothers holding the long and short knives each curled their lips slightly and cast a sympathetic look at the woman. "Brother, how about I stay with you for a while?" The second brother holding a dagger whispered to his eldest brother beside him. "No, this woman has nothing to do with us. It's not worth offending the Sea Sand Ghost for her. Besides, the Sea Sand Ghost has already given in to us." Hiss! There was a slight strange noise coming from the sky, which was heard by everyone, but no one paid attention to it. In this windy and rough sea, it was normal to hear some strange noises from time to time. Cough, cough, poof. Zhongwen, who was half kneeling on the ground, suddenly burst into a violent cough. Every time he coughed, he spoke up blood, and tiny pieces of flesh could be seen in the blood. "Oh my, Uncle Zhong, how did you get hurt like this?" These 2 brothers really didn't know how to control their severity. "But don't worry, Uncle Zhong. I will take good care of that little bitch for you in the future. Haha." The Sea Sand Ghost squatted in front of Zhongwen and patted Zhongwen's face while joking. Suddenly, the seriously injured Zhongwen exploded instantly. He opened his bloody mouth and bit the Sea Sand Ghost. Ah! A scream was heard as Zhongwen bit the Sea Sand Ghost's ear. He then used all his strength in his mouth to make the Sea Sand Ghost scream in pain. "Let go, let go!" The Sea Sand Ghost was furious when he was suddenly attacked. Seeing that Zhongwen was biting his ear and refused to let go, he slapped Zhongwen. Sizzle! A sound of flesh tearing was heard, and a rain of blood fell around the Sea Sand Ghost. Zhongwen flew backwards, his mouth full of blood and flesh, biting a bloody thing. "Uncle Zhong!" the woman on the deck shouted anxiously. "Pooh!" After Zhongwen fell to the ground, he spat out what was in his mouth. Only then could everyone see clearly that what Zhongwen had just bitten off from the sea sand ghost's head was his ear. Ha 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 ha! Zhongwen burst into an indistinct laugh. Great, great! Half of Haishiwi's face was covered in flowing blood. He stared at Zhongwen on the ground, his chest heaving violently, and the anger in his eyes seemed like it could burst out at any time. Whoosh! The strange noise in the sky seemed to become louder, but no one paid attention to it at this time, because everyone was paying attention to what the sea sand ghost, who roamed the East and South Seas and had never suffered any serious losses, would do when he suddenly had an ear bitten off today. The two brothers of the twin dragons in the East China Sea also looked like they were enjoying the fun, each with an amusement expression on their face. At this time, the face of the sea sand ghost was ashen. He was like a wild beast that could burst out and devour people at any time. He reached out his hand and touched the blood that kept dripping from his face. Suddenly, the sea sand ghost smiled and said to Zhongwen with a smile, "Hey, it feels good, right? Okay, I'll show you something even more satisfying next." After saying that, the sea sand ghost strode to the door of the ship and kicked it open. The women and boys upstairs all changed color, and Xiang Ning's hand touched his arm again. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps sounded from the stairs outside. Xiang Ning took out the dagger hidden in her arm. She looked downstairs at the ship full of pirates and her own guards who had all fallen to the ground. She closed her eyes in despair. The cold dagger was pressed against his chest. Every time footsteps sounded behind him, the hand holding the dagger tightened its grip. Swoosh! The strange noise in the sky became louder and louder, and this sound gradually attracted more people's attention. It seemed that some people had heard that this was not an ordinary sound on the sea. Xiang Ning also heard the strange noise in the sky. She turned her head to look at the sky, which was already full of red clouds under the setting sun. She vaguely remembered her father saying that masters of the earthly martial realm could fly in the air, and masters of the heavenly martial realm could even cross space at an extremely fast speed. Hearing this strange noise, could it be that a master of the heavenly martial realm was passing by in the sky? Thinking of this, Xiang Ning murmured in a low voice. Father once said that martial artists or Taoist practitioners who have entered the heavenly martial realm can manipulate the phenomena of heaven and earth, causing thunder and fire, tsunamis and landslides. Now, my sister Xiang Ning and Xiang Fei are in trouble. If there are any heavenly martial experts passing by, please save our lives. If my brother and I can regain our country in the future, we will make sure that our benefactor lives in the imperial court forever. If not, we will repay our benefactor with a gift of grass and a ring. Although Xiang Ning's voice was not loud, the two brothers of the East China Sea twin dragons who had already broken through the human martial realm could hear it. The second brother did not have the heart to break Xiang Ning's last fantasy, so he turned his head sideways and remained silent. The eldest brother spoke in a cold voice. How can there be so many masters of the heavenly martial realm in this world? There are only a few old men of the earthly martial realm in the palace of your great Chu, and there are 3 martial artists of the human martial realm here. Even if the Chu kingdom sends a master of the earthly martial realm, if only one comes, he may not be able to save you. Besides, the eldest brother stopped talking halfway, and the second brother couldn't bear it. So he said directly, "Besides, the one who bribed us to kill your sister and brother is someone from your Chu royal family. Stop talking too much." As soon as the second brother opened his mouth, the eldest brother immediately scolded him. "Brother, people are going to die soon, so what's the harm in letting them be ghosts?" The eldest brother was speechless after hearing this and stopped talking. After a while, he suddenly looked up at the sky. At this time, the strange noise in the sky was deafening. Xiang Ning, who had been looking at the horizon, suddenly discovered that beyond the hundreds of miles of red clouds above the endless sea, a black that was rapidly enlarging. The strange noise coming from the sky also attracted the sea sand ghost in the ship's building. He didn't care about Xiang Ning, strode to the window, looked up at the sky, and saw a high-speed flying iron object coming towards him. "What is this?" the sea sand ghost exclaimed, and everyone's attention was attracted by the flying object. The iron object that was originally flying rapidly in the sky suddenly changed direction when it was near everyone and flew towards one of the 2 pirate ships. And looking at the direction in which the iron object was flying, it was exactly the sea sand ghost ship. At this time, Haisha Gui's eyes widened, and he secretly guessed in his heart, "Is this some kind of immortal secret treasure?" Seeing the iron weapon actually falling towards his ship, Haisha Gui hurriedly called out to his pirates on the deck, "Go back and guard that thing." If you lose it, I'll take your heads." As the sea sand ghost shouted, his pirates immediately began to swarm towards the ship they came from. Groups of pirates rushed back to the ship to wait for the thing that fell from the sky. The second of the twin dragons of the East China Sea looked at them with some envy, then turned to look at his eldest brother. The boss also frowned at this moment, and finally he slowly shook his head. "I don't believe that Haisha Gui has such a good fate." In a flash, the iron fell down, and then a red light flashed on it. Chapter 13, Where is the Ship? A flash of red light was fleeting. That was the indicator light flashing before the missile detonated. Boom! The flames that shot up into the sky instantly illuminated everyone's eyes, and the violent explosion shook everyone's eardrums. The blazing flames were accompanied by thick black smoke. The pirate ship that could accommodate thousands of people was like a piece of paper and turned into powder in an instant. Countless broken wood pieces and debris flew in all directions. The pirates who were originally guarding the pirate ship were melted by the high temperature in the blink of an eye. A violent shock wave spread out along with the high temperature of the explosion. Countless pirates guarding the periphery were swept into the sea by the shock wave. Even the other pirate ship and the Xiong family ship that were not hit directly by the missile were affected by the strong impact. The entire hull of the Xiong family ship tilted highly, and the people on the ship fell to one side. The other pirate ship that had grabbed the Xiong family ship with iron hooks was blown nearly 100 feet away by the shockwave of the explosion. The iron hooks hanging on the ship were pulled straight, and the pirates left on the ship were scattered, with the sounds of plops and plops falling into the sea heard continuously. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What happened? After a long while, the Xiong family ship, which was in danger of capsizing, slowly righted itself. Everyone on the ship still had their eyes wide open, unable to believe what had just happened. Call. A gust of sea breeze blew by, bringing with it choking clouds of smoke. A pirate turned back to look at the pirate ship that was hit by a missile. There were only countless doubts in his eyes. Where is the ship? Another pirate beside him turned around upon hearing the noise and saw a thick black smoke rising straight into the sky. The sea ahead was full of burning wooden planks and broken limbs. The entire sea was completely red, and the strong smell of blood mixed with the choking smell of fireworks made people want to vomit uncontrollably. Even these pirates who had been living on the edge of a knife for years couldn't stand it. The second of the two dragons in the far east sea felt dizzy, then struggled to get up from the deck, turned around several times before he could stand still. He covered his forehead and looked around, shouting, "Brother, brother!" The second brother called out several times, but got no response. More and more pirates were staggering up from the ground on the deck. The second brother pushed away several pirates who were blocking his way before he saw the figure of his eldest brother from the crowd. "Brother, this?" The second brother walked to the eldest brother and saw that his eldest brother was staring at the sea in a daze. He followed the eldest brother's line of sight and saw the extremely tragic scene on the sea. Gulu. After a long while, one of the two brothers swallowed his saliva, and then the second brother asked stupidly, "Brother, where is the sea sand ghost boat?" Call. The boss let out a long sigh and rubbed his numb face. He had just witnessed the entire process of the sand ghost ship disappearing from existence. Flames bursting, black smoke rising, and a large ship full of pirates turning into ashes. Recalling that scene, the boss trembled and said, "No more. You can say it's everywhere." Instantly, Lao Er felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His legs, which had been able to move just now, were now somewhat numb. A wave hit the hull of the Xiong family's ship, causing the ship to shake slightly again. This caused many pirates on the boat who had just stood up to fall down again. The second in command hurriedly reached out to hold the eldest in command's shoulders, but the eldest in command's legs became weak. As a result, the two martial arts masters who had at least broken through the shackles of their physical bodies and reached the human martial arts level fell flat on their faces. In addition to the two dragons from the East China Sea and the pirates on the deck, Xiang Ning in the ship's tower also had an incredible look on her face. She looked at the scattered fragments of the warship on the sea in surprise, and her heart beat faster and faster. Could it be that a master from the Tianwu realm really lent a hand? Bang! Ah! Suddenly, a loud noise came from beside Xiang Ning, and Xiang Ning couldn't help but scream. Only then did she remember that there was a strong figure behind her. At this moment, Hai Shigui's eyes were bloodshot. Just now, he had witnessed his ship being reduced to ashes in an instant. That ship could be said to be the hard work of half his life, and those pirates who had followed him for decades were also. The sea sand ghost pushed Xiangning away from the window, then grabbed the window eaves with both hands. Ah! It was unknown whether the sea sand ghost was screaming out of sadness or exerting force, but a sharp roar broke out from his mouth, and then a crack. I saw that the window fixed in the wall of the ship was pulled down by him. Boom, crack! The intact window was thrown down from the building by the sea sand ghost and instantly broke into pieces of wood. Then the sea sand ghost raised his foot and jumped down from the building, bang. As soon as the sea sand ghost landed, the other people on the deck only felt the ship shake a few more times. After landing, the sea sand ghost ran straight to the edge of the deck. He looked at the Red Sea and trembled all over, then began to be dazed. Whoosh! There was a slight sound of breaking through the air, and an electronic voice came from the drone in the air. This is the Megatron drone. Please ask the leaders of all parties to come forward. I repeat, this is the Megatron drone. Please ask the leaders of all parties to come forward. The Falcon drone that flew from the cruiser landed over the Xiong family ship and issued a notice to the people on board. Looking at the inexplicable flying object in the sky, needless to say, the scene just now must be related to this thing. The two brothers of the East China Sea looked at each other, and then immediately walked forward without any hesitation. Xiangning from the deck also came down and looked at the drone in the sky with gratitude in his eyes. Among the three parties, only the sea sand ghost was still standing on the edge of the deck in a daze. The second of the two dragons in the East China Sea turned around and looked at him. It didn't matter that he looked at him. Suddenly, he quietly pulled the sleeve of the eldest dragon next to him. The eldest brother also turned his head to look at the sea sand ghost. He found that the sea sand ghost was covered with a faint yellow halo, which was a manifestation of the release of fighting spirit. The boss frowned immediately and said solemnly, "This is a sign of a breakthrough. He is about to be promoted to the Earth Martial Realm. I didn't expect that he could break through at this critical moment." The boss' words immediately caused an uproar among the pirates on the deck. What was the concept of a strong man in the earthly martial realm? Even the royal family of Chu had to feed him well and comfortably. Xiangning's expression changed slightly at this moment. She first looked at the sea sand ghost over there, and then looked at the drone in the air with some worry. Would this mysterious strong man who just saved her life be willing to make an enemy of another Earth martial realm master for her? I repeat, this is the Megatron drone. Please ask the leaders of all parties to come forward. Suddenly, the Falcon drone played the voice message it had just sent again for the third time. While the voice was playing, the hatch at the bottom of the Falcon UAV opened to both sides, and a heavy machine gun dropped out from it. Chapter 14, Get Rid of Him. Detected that a target is in the process of realm upgrading. Do you want to attack? In the cruiser command room, Yangge looked at the sea sand ghost that was about to break through with interest. He replied, "Don't attack. If we attack now, won't it tell these people that we are afraid?" After saying that, Yangge curled his lips. He had already killed a master of the so-called Earth Martial Realm, so why would he care about one more? On the Xiong family's ship, as the sea sand ghost was about to break through, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. The leader of the two East China Sea dragons said in a stern voice, "Although Taoists of the same rank have higher destructive power and large-scale killing capabilities than martial artists, in a fight between the two, Taoists cannot beat martial artists. It seems that the Xiong family siblings are destined to not escape this disaster today." Although the scene of the missile explosion just now left everyone with lingering fears, no matter whether it was a martial artist in the Earth Martial Realm or a Taoist cultivator, a full-strength attack could have such power as just now. The attack method of the missile falling from the sky obviously made everyone mistake Yangge behind the scenes as a Taoist cultivator. The second of the two dragons nodded without comment. Yes, but the magic that just fell from the sky was really powerful. "Big brother, do you think he could be a Tianwu master?" The eldest brother rolled his eyes at his brother and said, "If there are so many Tianwu masters, how could you, me, and that Haisha ghost, three people at the human martial realm, be able to run rampant on this sea for so many years?" The second brother whispered, "Brother, he is now in the Earth Martial Realm. I am afraid that our future..." There was an inexplicable light in the boss's eyes. He looked at the drone in the sky without saying anything. Xiangning looked around and found that the entire deck was filled with pirates except himself. His brother Xiang Fei had been knocked unconscious when the ship tilted, and Zhongwen was also lying on the ground unconscious. Now he could be said to be alone in the tiger's den. Suddenly, Xiangning walked to the bottom of the drone, knelt on both knees facing the drone, and said, "Xiangning, a member of the Chu royal family, would like to thank you for saving me." I'm very grateful for your help. Today, whether I live or die, I will always remember your kindness." After saying that, Xiang Ning kowtowed 3 times towards the drone. Huh? He's actually a royal family member? Yang Gu on the cruiser became interested as soon as he heard it. It seemed that he had a younger brother. After thinking for a while, Yang Ji's eyes trembled. He took the communicator in the command room and said in person, "You are a royal family? Then your brother is?" Yang Ji's voice came through the drone. Xiang Ning on the boat was stunned when she heard it. She didn't expect that a voice that sounded unusually young could come from the iron-like thing flying in the air. Similarly, the 2 brothers of the East China Sea twin dragons were also surprised. Xiang Ning hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes, my brother is the Prince of Dechu and the nephew of the current emperor." Yang Gu frowned when he heard this. The emperor's nephew and niece went out to sea in person and were besieged by pirates? Yang Gu, who had read countless stories of political conspiracy in his previous life, could immediately feel that there must be a story behind this. Sure enough, as soon as Xiang Ning finished speaking, the second of the East China Sea twin dragons started to taunt him. "Princess, they are kind enough to save you, but you can't lead them into a trap." After saying that, the second brother turned to the drone and said, "They are just the declining royal family of Dechu. They were originally the orthodox royal family, but ever since their grandfather, the current emperor, passed the throne to his brothers instead of his son, their royal bloodline can no longer hold their heads up." Fall of the royal family? As Yang Gu listened, an idea gradually formed in his mind. With his support, it would not be impossible for a commoner to become the ruler of a country, let alone a declining royal family. But that is a matter for the future. Before that, it may take me a long time to develop, which requires a constant supply of energy crystals. As for whether the princess and her brother in front of me can get my help, it depends on whether they can behave themselves. Thinking about this, Yang Gu said to Xiang Ning through the drone, "Your Highness, there are conditions for helping you and your brother today. I need crystals that contain energy, which are what the martial artists in your country often carry. The more crystals you give me, the more protection I can provide you." Crystal stone? Xiang Ning's eyes rolled, and he suddenly realized. "You are talking about spiritual stones, right?" Xiang Ning then stood up and walked to the wooden boxes of goods on her ship. She searched for a while according to the numbers on the boxes, then pointed at 2 boxes and said to the drone, "These 2 boxes are full of spiritual stones. If you need them, I'll give them all to you." As she spoke, Xiang Ning found an iron rod from the side and tried to pry open the wooden box, but she was a girl, and a princess at that, so her hands were not very strong, and she failed to pry it open after several attempts. The leader of the East China Sea twin dragons on the side saw this and walked forward, took the iron rod from Xiang Ning's hand, stuck it on the edge of the wooden box, and then pressed down with both arms, crackling. Suddenly, the top of the wooden box was pried open, revealing a layer of black oilcloth. Xiang Ning opened the oilcloth, and inside was a whole box of pebbles emitting a blue glow. "Ding! I found a spiritual crystal. Do you want to pick it up?" The moment the oilcloth was opened, Yang Gu received the message from the Falcon drone. "Ding! A large number of energy crystals were found. The estimated energy content is 2,000 points. Do you want to pick them up?" This is the information sent back from the Hawkeye UAV. The detection function of the Hawkeye UAV is obviously more powerful than that of the Falcon, and it can also estimate the approximate amount of energy contained. Afterwards, the leader of the 2 East China Sea dragons opened the second wooden box in the direction Xiang Ning indicated. It was a box of pebbles emitting a red glow. "Ding! I found a spiritual crystal. Do you want to pick it up?" "Ding! A large number of energy crystals were found. The estimated energy content is 3,500 points. Do you want to pick them up?" 2 boxes of spirit stones. More than 5,000 energy points. Even though Yang Ji's psychological endurance had greatly increased in the past few days, his heartbeat also accelerated before these 5,000 points of energy. Boom. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt a strong wind blowing. Ha ha ha! Unbridled laughter rang out, and the sea sand ghost who had been standing on the edge of the deck in a daze before burst into an extremely strong breath. Then he stretched out his arm to the side, spread his 5 fingers, and swish. I saw that the huge axe thrown on the ship's deck by the sea sand ghost actually stood up from the ground by itself, and then flew into the hands of the sea sand ghost. He broke through. The leader of the 2 East China Sea dragons took a look at the drone in the sky and said calmly, "Over there," the sea sand ghost, armed with a weapon, walked towards the drone, with a fierce aura and a faint sense of sword energy protecting his body. Looking at the drone in the sky, Haisha Gui's eyes were full of hatred. You have ruined my life's foundation. No matter where you are today, I will catch you and kill you. Yanggu on the cruiser naturally also heard the extremely arrogant threat of the sea sand ghost, but with so many crystals in front of him, how could Yanggu have the heart to care about him? Get rid of him. Yanggu uttered these 3 words faintly, with the communicator in his hand. Xiang Ning and the pirates on the deck also heard his 3 words. The next moment, the Falcon drone's heavy machine gun turned around, with the black muzzle pointing directly at the sea sand ghost. Chapter 15, we also have spiritual stones. The second of the 2 dragons in the East China Sea touched his hair that was messed up by the sea breeze. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Was he getting old? Or was the world changing too fast? Can the 3 words "get rid of him" now be used to describe masters in the earthly martial realm? You know, my elder brother and I, who have just reached the level of human martial arts and have been able to roam the sea for more than 10 years. The leader of the 2 East China Sea dragons silently looked at the iron rod in his hand, then returned to where he was supposed to stand, looking calm and peaceful. Xiang Ning's eyes were almost full of stars as he looked at the drone. Regardless of the outcome, just the aura of Yang Ji's voice made Xiang Ning's heart flutter. On the other side, Haishigui became even more angry after hearing the 3 words coming from the drone. Having just broken through the earth martial realm, he was not afraid of the muzzle of the heavy machine gun. He took a few steps forward, then suddenly accelerated, sprinted forward, and finally stomped hard on the deck under his feet. Bang! The kick from the sea sand ghost caused the ship to shake slightly again, and then his figure as strong as an iron tower jumped high up. He raised the giant axe with both hands behind his head and tried his best to split the drone in front of him into 2 halves with one axe. However, looking at the black muzzle of the gun, the sea sand ghost who jumped into the air suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. After his realm was raised, his ability to perceive danger naturally became more acute. The next moment, Haishigui had already flown close to the drone, and he saw a beam of fire gushing out from the black muzzle of the gun below the drone. Da-da-da-da-da! The muzzle flames of the heavy machine gun mounted under the Falcon UAV suddenly appeared, which made the hairs on the sea sand ghost stand on end. The intuition of a martial artist in the earth martial realm told him that this ghost thing was very dangerous. At the critical moment, Haisha Ge immobilized all his fighting spirit to form a light yellow protective armor on himself, and he gritted his teeth and continued to leap towards the drone. I'm a master of the earth martial realm. I don't believe you can kill me. Fuck you. The courage of the breakthrough just now allowed Haishigui to overcome the fear of the unknown in his heart. He swung the giant axe in his hand, and a semicircular sword energy chopped towards the drone. It all happened in a flash, and the flames of the heavy machine gun hit the sea sand ghost in an instant. Ding, dang, dang, puff, puff, puff. A few sharp collision sounds were heard quickly and disappeared without careful listening. Immediately following, there was the dull sound of bullets piercing flesh, a sound that was as rapid and fierce as a torrential rain. The protective armor formed by the sea sand ghost with fighting spirit did have a certain degree of defense against the surging heavy machine gun bullets, but it was only for a moment before it was smashed into pieces by the high-speed bullets. At that moment, the sea sand ghost who jumped into the sky had an extremely wonderful expression on his face. The bullet brought out by the tongue of fire swung across the body of the sea sand ghost like an iron whip. In an instant, a burst of blood rain exploded in the sky. Quiet, absolutely quiet. In the air, the flames spurting out from the drone lasted only for a short while before disappearing, and along with it, the upper half of the majestic body of the sea sand ghost also disappeared. Clang! The first thing to fall from the sky was the giant axe of the sea sand ghost. Bang! Then there was the half body of the sea sand ghost, only the lower half was left. Snap, 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 and pieces of flesh falling from the sky. At that moment, the entire ship with thousands of people was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. In just 2 or 3 breaths, a master of the earth martial realm was left with only the lower half that fell to the ground. The second of the East China Sea twin dragons stared at the pieces of meat on the ground and blinked stupidly, then asked his eldest brother with a stutter. Elder brother, you must have seen it wrong. He just now did not break through the realm, did he? Not to mention the second brother. Even the eldest brother, who had seen more of the world, felt a little confused at the moment. What happened today was too bizarre, so bizarre that he began to doubt his life. Even the boss was wondering if the breakthrough of the sea sand ghost just now was just a bluff. If not, How could a dignified Earth martial realm warrior be so weak? He was beaten to pieces in one encounter? Suddenly, thinking of the protective armor formed by the sea sand ghost's fighting spirit, the boss immediately shook his head and said, if he had not broken through to the Earth martial realm, how could he release his fighting spirit? The human martial realm can't do it. The second brother nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, then his fighting spirit is too useless, just like that. As they spoke, the eldest and the second brother looked at the drone in the sky with lingering fear, especially the black muzzle of the heavy machine gun. The second brother continued. Just like that, it's gone? After the second brother finished speaking, the two brothers looked at each other. Neither of them was stupid. Thinking about the missile that just fell from the sky, they instantly understood the key. It's not that the sea sand ghost's armor is too weak, but that the opponent's attack power is too strong. Brother, my legs are a little weak, the second brother swallowed and said weakly. Upon hearing this, the eldest brother reached out and supported the second brother beside him, preventing him from falling to the ground. Vomit. On the other side, Xiang Ning recovered from the shock of the sea sand ghost being killed instantly and began to vomit violently as she looked at the blood all over the ground. She had been able to hold back when she saw her guards dying one by one in battle before, but the scene before her was too bloody for her. The drone in the sky lowered and flew to Xiang Ning's side. Yang Ji's voice came from it. Your Highness, I like your gift very much. I can guarantee that from now until you land, you and your brother will be absolutely safe. Xiang Ning, who was vomiting a lot, immediately suppressed the discomfort in her heart and raised her head. She wiped her mouth with the corner of her clothes in a panic, and her words were full of joy that could not be concealed. Thank you, Senior. From now on, you can call me Megatron. Now, please place the 2 boxes of spirit stones in an open area, and I will come and get them myself. Good. Xiang Ning responded briskly. Then she stretched out her arms to pull a box of spirit stones, but failed to pull it. The 2 brothers of the East China Sea twin flood dragons on the opposite side saw this and hurried over to help. After moving the 2 boxes of spirit stones to the empty deck, the 2 brothers of the East China Sea twin flood dragons stood back in their original places obediently, not daring to move at all. The hawk is off. In the cruiser, Yangge gave an order to the bracelet, and the Harrier UAV immediately flew out of the cabin and flew towards Xiang Ning and others. After the Harrier Eagle took off, Yang Ji's attention turned to the 2 dragons in the East China Sea and the pirates who were still alive. As the Falcon drone turned and flew towards them, the 2 brothers of the East China Sea knew that it was time to judge their fate. The eldest brother stepped forward and said, Lord Megatron, we also have spirit stones. We are willing to use them in exchange for our brothers' lives. Chapter 16, Buy 2, Get 1,000 free. The spiritual stones sent by Her Royal Highness the Princess are in boxes that big. 1 box is exchanged for a human head. Buy 2 and get 1,000 free. As long as you 2 brothers can buy all your heads, you can take all your men with you. After Yang Ji's words came out of the drone, the 2 brothers of the East China Sea twin dragons heard them. The eldest brother was calm, but the second brother was as sad as if he had lost his parents. He cried to the drone, Sir, even if you sell my brother and me out, it won't work. The second brother was halfway through his words when the eldest brother covered his mouth. The eldest brother said to the drone, Okay, I'll listen to you. 2 boxes of spirit stones, but you may need to go get them yourself. Yangge in the cruiser command room raised his eyebrows. Are you negotiating terms with me? The eldest brother covered his brother's mouth and shook his head, saying, No, sir, please don't misunderstand me. We brothers know the location of these 2 boxes of spirit stones, but we can't get them. If you go to get them, you may get more than 2 boxes. Tell me about it. Yangge assured that if this fellow mentioned things like the Royal Bank and the Imperial Treasury, Yangge would make him even more miserable than the sea sand ghost in the next second. To Yang Ji's surprise, the leader of the 2 East China Sea dragons did not show any signs of cleverness. Instead, he bowed slightly towards the drone, looking very elegant. Let me introduce my brothers to you first. My name is Li Tsanglong, and this is my brother Li Tsanghu. We are nicknamed the Twin Dragons of the East China Sea. We usually do some unprofitable business in the East China Sea and the South China Sea. Okay, I get it, you can start talking now. Li Tsanglong was not embarrassed at all when he was interrupted by Yangge. Instead, he said very naturally, Your Excellency will go with our brother's ship tomorrow night. We will definitely satisfy you. If you are disappointed by then, it will not be too late to deal with us brothers. Yang Ji's nose twitched. Was this guy trying to run away? But even if he wanted to escape, how could he possibly outrun his Hawkeye reconnaissance drone? Thinking of this, Yang Ge suddenly felt playful. Why not play a game of cat and mouse with these pirates? Maybe he could sneak into the pirate's lair and seize some loot. Then, the next moment, as everyone stared in astonishment, a voice that sounded like heavenly music came from the drone. Okay, then I'll trust you this time. Now, you can lead your people away. Gulp, Li Tsanghu swallowed again, then looked at his elder brother in surprise. The corners of Li Tsanglong's eyes twitched, and then he bowed to the drone. At this time, the two brothers' boats had already approached the Xiang family ship again. Li Tsanglong, Li Tsanghu, and their pirates followed the pedals back to their own boats. Oh, by the way, take away those guys whose masters have been lost, and help Her Royal Highness the Princess clean up the deck. A voice came from the drone, and Li Tsanglong turned around and ordered the pirates behind him without saying a word. Tie up all of the sea sand, ghost men, and bring them to the ship. Sea Dog, take your men to clear the deck for Her Royal Highness the Princess. Yes. Under Li Tsanglong's order, the pirates were divided into two groups and started working. Originally, the dead guards of the Xiang family were going to be thrown into the sea, but Xiang Ning stepped forward to stop them. Looking at the bodies of the guards, Xiang Ning sighed. There were not many people loyal to them, and now this was making the situation even worse. Afterwards, Xiang Ning personally lit torches and cremated the bodies of the guards one by one. He then collected the ashes and placed them in the cabin, waiting to be properly buried after returning to the state of Chu. Thick smoke rose into the sky. Li Tsanglong looked at the scene and couldn't help but sigh. She is a woman who values love and friendship. After everything was done, Brother Li Tsanglong was about to wave goodbye, but Xiang Ning suddenly stood on the edge of the deck and shouted to Li Tsanglong, "Wait!" Li Tsanglong didn't even look at Xiang Ning. He knew what Xiang Ning was going to ask and shouted across the air, "I'm sorry, Princess. I have failed to complete the task assigned by my employer, which is already a breach of ethics. We brothers will never leak the employer's information. Besides, we only know that he is a servant of your Chu royal family, and we don't know who he works for." After saying that, the pirate ship turned around and sailed away in another direction. Not long after Li Tsanglong and his group of pirates left, a Harrier drone flew over and took away the two boxes of spirit stones that Xiang Ning had presented to Yang Ge. The two boxes of spirit stones were so large and heavy that neither the Falcon nor the Hawkeye could handle them, so only the Harrier could do it. There were several boatmen hiding in the cabin of the Xiang family ship. After the pirates left, the boatmen raised the sails again and set sail. Yang Ge left the Falcon over the Xiang family's ship, and his cruiser maintained a synchronous sailing at a distance of 20 kilometers from the Xiang family's ship. During the voyage, Yang Ge learned the reason why Xiang Ning and his sister had suffered the fate they had today. Xiang Ning and his brother, who were originally from the orthodox royal family of the Chu state, were ostracized by the royal family, and their source of livelihood was cut off. So they took their younger brother Xiang Fei, the bodyguard Zhong Wen, and a group of personal guards to Southeast Asia to do trade. On their return voyage through the Yizhou Strait, they were harassed. The merchant ship, which was supposed to charge one-way fees, suddenly had to charge two-way fees, and the fees were doubled. Xiang Ning was already in a difficult situation. The ship and the silver purchased in Southeast Asia were secretly lent to her by a minister in the court. Naturally, she did not have enough silver to pay for transportation. As a result, she was forbidden to pass through by the navy of the king of Yizhou. Therefore, the ship of Xiang Ning and others could only bypass Yizhou and sail from the open sea. Then they encountered pirates. Now Xiang Ning also knew that these pirates were hired by people from the royal family of Chu. Listening to the story of Xiang Ning and his brother, Yang Ge, in the cruiser's command room, remained silent. A simple nautical chart was delivered to Xiang Ning by a Harrier UAV, marking the island where Yang Ge had rescued Yi Xinghan a few days ago. "If you need my help in the future, you can come to this island to find me. Of course, I charge for my services." Pucci, Xiang Ning couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yang Ge knew that Xiang Ning would definitely come to him again. In the struggle for power, there was only life and death, no compromise. For weak royal descendants like Xiang Ning and Xiang Fei, whose ancestors were Orthodox royals, it was undoubtedly a luxury to live a peaceful life. At night, Zhong Wen and Xiang Fei woke up from their coma. Xiang Ning briefly told them everything that happened during the day. After that, the two of them knelt down and kowtowed to Yang Ji's drone again and again, which made Yang Ge feel embarrassed. After receiving 2 boxes of spirit stones from Xiang Ning, Yang Ji's reserve energy has reached more than 5,900, nearly 6,000. He is only 4,000 away from unlocking the malfunction system. It depends on whether the brothers Li Songlong and Li Songhu are smart or stupid tomorrow. Afterwards, Yang Ji's Falcon drone in the light and the cruiser in the dark escorted Xiang Ning and others until noon the next day. Along the way, the Falcon drone killed several bird monsters and several fish monsters that jumped out of the water, allowing Yang Ji's reserve energy to break through the 6,000 mark. In the distance, the coastline has appeared in the sight of Xiang Ning and others. At this point, Xiang Ning and his party can be said to be safe. In the fierce sea breeze, Xiang Ning watched the drone in front of him slowly rise into the air until it finally disappeared into the horizon, feeling indescribable loss in his heart. I really want to see him in person. Chapter 17. The Endless Flow of Fortune. After seeing Xiang Ning and his party off, Yang Gu immediately found the Li Songlong brothers through the Hawkeye radar. The cruiser adjusted its course and headed away from the coastline. Eagle Eye, transmit the images from the ship of the Li Songlong brothers. A high-definition camera was extended from the bottom of the Hawkeye drone flying at high altitude, capturing clear scenes on the boat of Li Songlong brothers on the sea below. At the same time, two micro-aircraft as big as mosquitoes and flies flew out from the Hawkeye drone and landed near Li Songlong brothers. Then Yang Gu was able to hear the sounds on the boat. At this moment, the two brothers Li Songlong and Li Songhu were standing on the deck basking in the sun and facing the sea breeze. Li Songhu stretched leisurely. He never thought that the seemingly fatal situation yesterday was actually fooled by his eldest brother so easily. Brother, you are really smart. Li Songlong ignored him. He knew what his brother would say next. The two stood for a while. Li Songhu looked at a reef on the sea ahead with a somewhat intoxicated look. We're almost at Wuyan Island. This time when I get to the island, I have to find two girls to relax with. Li Songlong took out a monocular telescope and looked forward. Then he shouted to the pirates behind him, "Lower the sails and stop the ship." Li Songhu was stunned for a moment. He asked Li Songlong in confusion, "Brother, what are you doing?" Li Songlong still ignored him and turned around and walked into the cabin. Li Songhu was immediately unhappy. He quickly caught up with Li Songlong and said dissatisfiedly, "Brother, why did you stop the boat for no reason? I still want to go to the island to have fun tonight." Li Songlong looked at his brother in front of him and said calmly, "Wait for someone." "Who are you waiting for?" "Megatron." Li Songhu's mind was suddenly stuck. He frowned and said, "No, brother, we can't see that person now." As he spoke, Li Songhu turned his head and looked around, as if he remembered something extremely terrifying. After seeing that there was no suspicious movement around, he continued, "We can't see that ghost thing now. Are you still afraid of him?" Snap! A crisp sound was heard, and several bright red finger marks appeared on Li Songhu's face. Li Songlong flexed his wrist, his voice full of indifference. "I warn you, even if you are my brother, I won't stop you if you want to die, but don't drag me down with you. Get lost." After saying that, Li Songlong pushed Li Songhu in front of him away and left. In the command room of the cruiser, Yang Gu was holding a wine glass, his body swaying slightly as he sat on a leather swivel chair. He looked at the scene that had just happened with deep meaning and then drank the red wine in the glass. In the evening, the Falcon drone landed on the boat of the two brothers of the East China Sea. Li Songlong and Li Songhu bowed solemnly to the drone, and then Li Songlong gave an order to the pirates on the boat. "Let's go! Wuyan Island." Then the pirate ship under the feet of the two brothers raised its sails and began to move forward, and Yang Ji's cruiser followed secretly 20 kilometers away. About an hour later, facing the afterglow of the setting sun, Yang Gu saw an island in the picture sent back by Hawkeye, with dozens of large and small ships anchored on the shore. "There is a small island 50 nautical miles ahead. What is that place?" Yang Gu asked the Li Songlong brothers through the Falcon drone. Li Songlong was of course familiar with the island that Yang Gu asked about, but when Li Songlong walked to the bow and looked towards the sea ahead, where could he see the shadow of the island at this moment? Obviously, this Megatron, who sounded young, had seen the island through some means. Thinking of this, Li Songlong turned his head and glanced at Li Songhu. Li Songhu also thought of his naive thoughts before. He thought of escaping when others could see the island 50 miles away. For a moment, Li Songhu felt a chill on the back of his head. "Lord Megatron, the island over there is called Wuyan Island. It is an isolated island at the junction of the East China Sea and the Yellow Sea. There is a small town on the island. All colleagues who are active in the waters near the junction of the East China Sea and the South China Sea will rest on this island. When Yang Gu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the pirates' den of money? Just by looking at the number of ships parked on the shore, one can tell that there are quite a few pirates on the island at this moment. At this moment, Yang Ji's eyes, when he looked at Li Songlong, were very different, just like the way those capitalists in his previous life looked at their sales elites. Li Songlong then said to the drone, Wuyan Island is managed by the three largest pirate forces in turn. If you want to rest on this island, you have to pay them a certain fee every time you stop your ship on the island. This fee can be paid with gold, silver, spirit stones, treasures, and other things. If there is a place in the East China Sea and the South China Sea with the most spirit stones, it must be the islands that manage these pirates. Among them, the warehouses of the forces managing the islands are the most. After Li Songlong finished speaking, Yang Gu wanted to fly over and hug Li Songlong and give him a few kisses. He didn't expect that Li Songlong would actually lead him to the pirate's lair. Li Songhu listened to what Li Songlong said and asked in disbelief, Brother, are you suggesting to Lord Megatron to rob the warehouse of the Sea Dragon Gang? Li Songlong asked expressionlessly. Why? Can't we grab it? Li Songhu seemed to recall some beautiful scenes, such as the half-dead body of the Sea Sand Ghost. Then Li Songhu nodded and said affirmatively, We can rob them. We can rob them. Rob them. They're just a Hailong gang. I have disliked them for a long time. At this time, Yang Gu, who was sitting in the cruiser's command room, raised his eyebrows. Robbing a warehouse? Huh. For a while, the drone's communicator fell into silence for a long time. At first, Li Songlong was confident in his proposal, but as time passed, he began to worry. Why didn't Lord Megatron speak? Was he satisfied or dissatisfied? After a long while, a voice came from the drone. Is the management of this island a problem? Boom. In an instant, a buzzing sound seemed to sound in the minds of Li Songlong and Li Songhu, and the two brothers realized a problem at the same time. Their vision was really too narrow. Look at them. I was just thinking about robbing someone's warehouse, but they were actually thinking about taking over the entire island. On the cruiser, Yang Ji's eyes were filled with blazing flames. Robbing people's warehouses? Humph! Am I Yang Gu capable of such a despicable act? It's impossible to rob the warehouse where people are. After all, it's just a one-time deal. I want to take over this island. Steady flow. Oh no, it's the good stuff that keeps flowing. Not only this island, but also all the surrounding islands for pirates to rest. Wherever there are people in this sea, they are my Megatron's people. Chapter 18, what does this mean? When the boat of the Li Songlong brothers could see Wuyan Island from afar, night had already fallen. Even from a distance, the Li Songlong brothers could hear the shouting and laughter of men and women coming from the island. Hawkeye sent the aerial photos of Wuyan Island to Yang Gu. Based on the distribution of buildings on the island, Yang Gu asked Li Songlong a few questions. He quickly determined the location of the Sea Dragon Gang and gained a deeper understanding of Wuyan Island. This Wuyan Island can be said to be a lawless place and a gathering place for all kinds of sea thugs. There are countless places like Wuyan Island in the East China Sea and the South China Sea, and they are basically managed by the strongest pirate forces on the island. Yang Gu asked Li Songlong meaningfully, Are there no good people on this island? For example, the families of merchants and pirates? Li Songlong smiled and said, How can anyone who can do business here without killing a few people? Where do pirates get their families? Most of them can feed the whole family if one person is full. Even if they have family, they can't bring their family to this place. Isn't that pushing people into the fire pit? If you really want to know who are the kindest people on Wuyan Island, it would probably be the girls working in the brothels. Yang Gu raised his eyebrows and stared at the map of Wuyan Island, wondering what he was thinking. After a while, Li Songlong bowed to the drone and said, Lord Megatron, we are about to reach Wuyan Island. What do you think we should do? Should we first say hello to the Sea Dragon Gang that is currently in charge of Wuyan Island, or, well, you have to say hello. I'll do it. How can this be possible? Li Songlong was just about to take on this task when he suddenly heard another voice from the drone. Missiles ready. Lock onto the target on the Hawkeye detection map. Li Songlong wisely shut his mouth. Although he didn't know what Yang Gu meant, he always felt that he looked very powerful. Emission. A moment later, the two brothers Li Songlong discovered a fierce fire flying in the night sky, followed by thick white smoke, and the iron object dragging the white smoke made Li Songlong and Li Songhu feel familiar. Brother, the secret treasure of the immortals, Li Songhu blurted out while pointing to the sky. The next moment, the two brothers shuddered at the same time. They had seen the power of this thing. Whoosh! The Eagle Strike missile flew across the dark night sky, began to fall above Wiyun Island, and finally landed steadily on the Hailong Gang's base. Boom! A violent explosion sounded on the island. The flames shooting up into the sky were extremely bright in the dark night. Reflecting the flames, thick smoke rose up and a strong shock wave spread out. The laughter on the island that had been heard under the night suddenly calmed down, as if everyone on the island was frightened by the sudden explosion. Meanwhile, Li Songlong and his fellow pirates on the sea could only mourn in silence for the people on the island. Hawkeye zoomed in on the view of the island. Thick black smoke filled the air in the headquarters of the Sea Dragon Gang, and there were burning buildings and charred corpses everywhere. There were basically no living people and intact buildings in the central area where the missiles fell. The leader of the Sea Dragon Gang was taken away in his sleep by a missile that fell from the sky, along with a group of core members of the Sea Dragon Gang. Falcon, clear out the Sea Dragon Gang's base. After receiving Yang Ji's command, the Falcon drone on Li Songlong's ship immediately took off and flew towards Wiyun Island at a rapid speed. Under the dual positioning of the cruiser radar and the Hawkeye radar, the Falcon flew straight to the base of the Sea Dragon Gang. When it was about to approach its destination, the bottom hatch of the drone opened and the heavy machine gun inside was exposed. At this time, the Sea Dragon Gang's base was already in chaos. The residual power of the missile attack had not yet completely dissipated. The panicked pirates woke up from their sleep and looked at the scene outside in a daze. Snap! A pirate from the Sea Dragon Gang slapped himself hard on the face, muttering, This is not a dream." The pirate's voice became louder and louder, and the dragging finally turned into a shrill scream. At this moment, a buzzing sound was heard in the sky, and a Falcon drone dropped from the sky. The heavy machine gun mounted on the lower part of the cabin spewed out tongues of fire towards the group of pirates. Da-da-da-da-da! The Falcon was flying rapidly in the air, while its heavy machine gun was firing heavy machine gun bullets downwards like a rainstorm. A big hole instantly burst out on the body of the pirate who was hit, and he didn't even have time to scream. The pirates watched as the people around them were shot to pieces by heavy machine gun bullets, and some even had their faces splattered with the flesh and blood of their former companions. This unbelievable scene made many pirates stand still with weak legs, and those who reacted quickly began to flee in all directions. For a while, the entire Sea Dragon Gang base was filled with screams, and pirates were running around in panic everywhere. Soon, the Falcon drone made a circle around the Sea Dragon Gang's base. During this circle, at least hundreds of pirates died. At this time, Yonggu in the cruiser command room behind sent another order. Hawkeye, transmit the life detection information of the target area to Falcon and eliminate them at a fixed point, leaving no one behind. Yonggu has no sympathy for these bloodthirsty pirates. To sympathize with these pirates is to be cruel to ordinary people who often sail on the sea. The life detection information from Hawkeye was immediately transmitted to the control system of the Falcon UAV. With a target in mind, the Falcon UAV did not randomly fire as before, but flew to the gate of the Sea Dragon Gang's base first. At this time, the gate had just been opened, and a group of pirates were about to escape. A falcon in the sky fired a burst of flames, and a moment later, the pirates were left with not even a complete body. Afterwards, Falcon began to clear out the enemies one by one based on the life detection information transmitted by Hawkeye. Although the sound of heavy machine guns in the Hailong Gang's base was not as fierce as before, the screams coming from this area never stopped for a moment. The life detection information from Hawkeye, combined with the Falcon's high-speed mobility and the powerful firepower of the heavy machine gun, cleared the entire Sea Dragon Gang base in less than 15 minutes. The target area has been completely cleared, without any trace of life. Looking at the information sent back by the Falcon, Yonggu immediately issued a second order. Stay here and kill anyone who comes close. Upon receiving the order, the Falcon drone immediately took off, with the muzzle of its heavy machine gun constantly rotating, paying close attention to the surrounding situation. On the boat of the two brothers Li Songlong and Li Songhu, the Harrier UAV flew over the two brothers, and Yang Ji's voice came out from it. There are no living people in the Sea Dragon Gang's base on the island. Now you go ashore and find all the spirit stones in their warehouse. Li Songlong, Li Songhu, brother, it's only been a quarter of an hour, and there are no survivors? What does Lord Megatron mean by this? Gulp. Chapter 19. What about setting off firecrackers? The loud explosions, the continuous crackling of heavy machine gun fire, and the faint cries and screams The commotion at the Hailong Gang's base attracted the attention of the entire Wuyan Island. Pirates are fearless and unafraid of anything. Soon, the first wave of brave pirates headed towards the Sea Dragon Gang's base. From the video transmitted back from Hawkeye, Youngge clearly saw that at this time, countless tiny points of fire were lit up on the entire Wuyan Island. They were all lit torches, gathering towards the Hailong Gang's base. After taking a sip of the iced pomegranate juice produced by the Battleship restaurant and exhaling a breath of hot air, Youngge squinted his eyes and stared at the big screen in the command room, watching how those desperate pirates would perform their suicide act. The pirates heading towards the Sea Dragon Gang's base were clearly divided into 3 groups. One of them was made up of a mix of pirates of different sizes, and the other 2 were the 2 strongest forces on Wuyan Island besides the Sea Dragon Gang, the Sea Soul Gang and the Sea Ghost Gate. The Sea Soul Gang was led by the leader Lu Kuan himself, who led his pirates there, while the leader of the Sea Ghost Gate led the main force of the gang out to sea. The one who came over at this time was the second leader of the gang, LV Yun Song, a white-robed monk wearing a white robe and holding a folding fan. The 3 pirates stopped 2 miles away from the Sea Dragon Gang's headquarters. This was the rule set on Wuyan Island. The territory within 2 miles of the 3 major gangs' headquarters belonged to the gangs, and other forces could not enter without permission. Lu Kuan, leader of the Sea Soul Gang, ordered one of his younger brothers, "Go and give a message to Boss Long of the Sea Dragon Gang, and tell them that Lu Kuan from the Sea Soul Gang is here to visit." As Lu Kuan spoke, he kept winking at the younger brother. "Yes, don't worry, boss." Lu Kuan's younger brother nodded. He knew that Lu Kuan was asking him to take a look at what was going on in the Hailong Gang. After that, he quickly ran towards the Hailong Gang's base, while the others stayed where they were and waited. Not long after, a burst of fire suddenly lit up above the Hailong Gang's base, accompanied by a crackling sound. The noise came and went quickly, and after a moment, the Hailong Gang's base returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Lu Kuan frowned, looking at the black smoke rising from the Hailong Gang in front of him, and muttered to himself, "What tricks is Boss Long playing in the middle of the night? Could it be that he has taken in another concubine and is setting off firecrackers to celebrate?" LV Yunsong pointed at the black smoke rising from the Hailong Gang's base and joked, "So what Boss Lu is saying is that Boss Long set off firecrackers to ignite his own warehouse, causing such a huge amount of black smoke?" Lu Yunsong's words caused the group of pirates behind him to burst into laughter. Lu Kuan, as the leader of the Sea Soul Gang, was ridiculed by the second-in-command of the Sea Ghost Gate, and he felt a little embarrassed. "Snort!" Lu Kuan snorted coldly, and all his pirates immediately glared at Lu Yunsong. When Lu Yunsong saw that Lu Kuan was a little angry, he immediately changed the subject and said, "Boss Lu, your little brother has been gone for such a long time. Why hasn't he come back yet?" Lu Kuan was also puzzled by this matter. Logically speaking, even if Boss Long of the Hailong Gang was not available, the people he sent should have come back to reply to him. But now, when he looked over there was no one there. It was probably late at night, and Boss Long had already fallen asleep, so there was some delay in reporting back and forth. "Boss Lu, I have a question for you. If it was me and Boss Long, leading so many pirate brothers on the island to stand at the edge of Boss Lu's Sea Soul Gang territory, even if Boss Lu had fallen asleep, he would probably get up from his bed right away, right?" Lu Kuan was shocked when he heard this. Yes, he, Lu Yunsong, and many pirates on the island had been standing here for such a long time, but the Sea Dragon Gang didn't make any movement. How could this be possible? The other 2 major forces on the island are already standing at your doorstep, and you are still sleeping? How could the dragon boss of the Sea Dragon Gang be such a loser? If he was such a loser, how could he become one of the 3 major forces on Wuyan Island? In an instant, a series of thoughts flashed through Lu Kuan's mind, and Lu Kuan subconsciously asked Lu Yunsong, "What do you mean?" Lu Yunsong smiled slightly, bowed to Lu Kuan, then waved his hand behind him and took the lead to step into the territory of the Hailong Gang. "Let's go, Boss Lu. Let's go see whether Boss Long is having a wedding or a funeral. Old dog, scout the way ahead." As soon as Lu Yunsong finished speaking, a skinny pirate ran out from behind him. The pirate moved very quickly and seemed to know some skills of body movement. He could run a long distance in the blink of an eye. Lu Kuan and others followed Lu Yunsong's footsteps and walked towards the Hailong Gang's base in front. The pirate named Old Dog was moving very fast. The pirates behind him had barely walked 100 feet away, but he had already arrived at the gate of the Sea Dragon Gang's headquarters. Looking at the half-open gate, Old Dog walked forward cautiously. Sticking his head out and looking through the half-open door, the old dog took a look into the Hailong gang's base. Suddenly, the old dog felt his stomach churning as he saw corpses with bloody holes all over the ground. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound in the sky rapidly increased in size, and the old dog felt a sense of crisis. He didn't even bother to look up at the sky, but turned around and ran backwards. The old dog's cleverness saved his life. A fire suddenly appeared in the sky. Da-da-da-da. Dirt and rocks flew out from behind him, and the bullets from the heavy machine gun almost hit the corner of Lao Go's clothes and penetrated into the ground behind him. If Lao Go had been a little slower, there would have been a bloody hole on his body. What the hell is this thing? Without saying a word, the old dog tried to escape from here at the fastest speed in his life. The target has left the warning area. Should we pursue him? In the cruiser command room, information from the Falcon drone came up on Yang Ji's control panel. Yang Ge looked at the radar detection map and found nothing suspicious around him. He said calmly, "Chase." Buzz! In an instant, the old dog felt that the buzzing sound in the sky behind him, which had been gradually decreasing, suddenly became louder, and the sense of crisis in his heart rose again, even stronger than before. In panic, Lao Go, a grown man, was about to cry. He kept speeding up and running forward. He saw Lu Kuan, Lu Yunsong, and others in front of him. Lao Go ran as fast as he could, as if he didn't care about his life. Lu Kuan and Lu Yunsong, who were standing opposite the old dog, suddenly saw the old dog running towards them like crazy. They both asked at the same time, "What's wrong?" The old dog kept walking and shouting, "Heaven, heaven!" Da-da-da-da. The sudden sound of a heavy machine gun startled Lu Kuan and his companions. They looked up at the sky, but the Falcon drone in the night sky had already returned, and they saw nothing. Lu Kuan and others were still staring at the night sky in a daze, when a smell of blood quietly filled the air. "Old Dog!" Lu Yunsong roared, and everyone realized that the pirate named Old Dog was lying in a pool of blood with several huge bloody holes on his body. Chapter 20 Eurohammer. This? Lu Kuan was stunned for a moment. He had been a pirate for more than 20 years and had seen many masters, but he had never seen such a weird way of killing. Looking at the old dog's fate, Lu Kuan could guess that the younger brother he sent was probably gone now. Lu Yunsong was filled with remorse. His eyes were red. He turned his head away, not wanting to look at the old dog's miserable state, and waved his hand behind him. "Go, collect the old dog's body." Several pirates stepped forward and carried away the rotten body of Lao Go. The pirates who followed behind witnessed the miserable state of Lao Go one by one. All the pirates looked at the leaders Lu Kuan and Lu Yunsong, especially the pirates from smaller forces. They were all waiting to see how the Sea Soul Gang and the Sea Ghost Gate, as the leading forces on Wuyan Island, would get their territory back. Lu Kuan turned around and looked at Lu Yunsong. Now it was not right for either of them to go in, nor was it right for them not to go in. "Let's go in." Both of them are not stupid. It is obvious that the thing flying in the sky is not to be trifled with. If they don't go in, after all, the two gangs are the leaders of the Mist Cloud Island. If they are so cowardly, their reputation will undoubtedly be ruined. Once the prestige among pirates drops, it will be difficult to build it up again. Snap! Suddenly, Lu Yunsong slammed the fan in his hand shut and shouted, "Humph! You're so bold. Boss Lu, that coward who dared not show his face killed our brothers. We can't just let it go. However, our leader is not here today. Boss Lu, please don't bother with him for the sake of the younger generation. When our leader comes back from the sea in the future, we will settle the score with him together." When Lu Kuan heard this, he was so happy that his heart was blossoming. This kid is really a talented person. Lu Kuan looked towards the Hailong gang's base with a murderous look on his face, then turned back and said to Lu Yunsong, "Okay, since the second in command of the Haigui clan has said so, how can I, Lu, not show some respect? So let him go for now." "Get out of my way!" Lu Kuan was halfway through his words when suddenly a loud shout came from behind the pirates. The pirates were immediately confused. At this time, most of the prominent pirate forces on Wuyan Island were here. Who else would dare to speak in such a tone at this time? Don't you want to live? All the pirates turned around to see who was tired of living. Lu Kuan narrowed his eyes with a sinister look. He was just worried that he couldn't find a punching bag to show off his authority, but someone who was tired of living showed up at his doorstep. "Please give way to Boss Lu and show him who you are as a hero. He is so arrogant." As soon as Lu Yunsong said something in a sarcastic tone, The group of pirates behind him retreated to both sides to make way for a group of people walking over. Seeing the two people in the lead, Lu Yunsong's eyelids twitched. He said with some surprise, "So it's you two brothers?" The people who came were the two brothers Li Songlong and Li Songhu and their pirates. The mighty and domineering shout just now was naturally uttered by Li Songhu. At this time, Li Songhu followed behind his eldest brother, showing his kingly and domineering aura, and showing off his power in an indescribable way. Even the ordinary pirates who served as Li Songhu's younger brothers were almost raising their heads to the sky. Li Songlong inadvertently moved a few steps to the side. He really didn't want to get too close to his shameful brother. When he got closer, Li Songlong stepped forward and said to Lu Kuan and Lu Yunsong, "What a coincidence! The leaders of the Sea Soul and Sea Ghost gangs are here. That's perfect. We don't have to go door to door to notify them one by one." Seeing Li Songlong's respectful look, Lu Kuan's brows relaxed slightly. "Songlong, I haven't seen you two brothers for a few days. What's the matter?" From the tone of your brother, "You don't take an old bone like me." Lu Kuan, seriously now? Li Songlong smiled slightly and said, "Boss Lu, what you said hits my heart. You are my senior, and I should give you some face even though you are old. As for Songhu, I'm sorry, Boss Lu, but I always say what I want to say, and I never hide anything." Lu Kuan was unable to understand what Li Songlong meant for a moment. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly became furious. "You, Li Songlong, don't say anything without thinking. Be careful of what you say," Lu Yunsong said in a cold voice, gently shaking the folding fan in his hand. "Misfortune comes from the mouth?" Hoo hoo. Li Songhu walked up to Lu Kuan and Lu Yunsong with a domineering step and said with a sly smile on his face, "Who said that the mouth is the source of trouble? What? Are you still planning to rely on the power of your Sea Soul Gang and Sea Ghost sect to call yourself the king here?" Li Songhu turned his head and stared at Lu Kuan and said, "Boss Lu, what's your name?" "Oh, I remember now. Your name is Lu Kuan, right?" "Lu Kuan, listen carefully. My brother and I are now notifying you, the Sea Soul Gang and the Sea Ghost sect, that from today on, this Wuyun Island will be changed." Lu Yunsong's eyelids twitched faster. He felt that today's matter was not that simple. Although the Li Songlong brothers were not powerful, they were not idiots. And seeing that the two brothers should be heading to the Sea Dragon Gang's base, could it be that what happened to the Sea Dragon Gang is related to the two brothers? Ha ha ha! Lu Kuan raised his head and laughed. Then he taunted Li Songhu. "Oh, you are so arrogant? I wonder who within this 300-mile radius can replace me, Lu Kuan? How can you only rely on the two of you brothers?" Buzz! There was a buzzing sound in the sky, and the Falcon drone returned. The two brothers Li Songlong and Li Songhu bowed to the drone in the air and said, "Lord Megatron." Yonggu in the cruiser command room looked at the two brothers Li Songlong, who had been pretending to be so cool for a long time, and couldn't help but feel impatient. The Falcon drone was hovering in the air, and Yang Ji's voice came from it. "Go to the warehouse immediately." Both Li Songlong and his brother heard the impatience in Yang Ji's words, and they did not dare to stay any longer. They led the people behind them and continued to move forward. But at this time, Lu Kuan raised his hand, and the pirates under his command immediately blocked the way of Li Songlong and his brother. At this moment, Lu Kuan was so angry at the Li Songlong brothers that he felt dizzy and seemed to have forgotten the old dog who had died in front of him. "Humph, you come and go as you please. Have you asked me, Lu, for my consent? Call." Lu Kuan was also a half-step earthly martial arts expert. When his Sea Soul Heart Sutra was circulated, it was so powerful that the surrounding pirates all stayed 10 steps away. Li Songlong and Li Songhu were just about to step forward to compete with Lu Kuan. Even if they were defeated, they at least wanted to show their loyalty to the thing flying in the sky. As for Lu Kuan, the two of them had already begun to mourn for him in their hearts. However, before the Li Songlong brothers could take action, Yang Ji's voice came from the Falcon drone in the air. "You're a piece of shit, Lu Yunsong." Li Songlong, Li Songhu, a group of pirates. Lu Kuan. Just when Lu Kuan hadn't figured out what hammer meant, the heavy machine gun under the Falcon had already extended out, and then tongues of flames spurted out. Da-da-da-da. Puff, 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 puff. In the blink of an eye, Lu Kuan, who was half a step away from becoming a martial artist, had turned into a bloody man. Chapter 21 Mall System. Old Dog died suddenly before, and most of the pirates didn't see the Falcon in the sky. But this time, Lu Kuan was shot into a sieve in front of all the pirates. For a moment, all the pirates changed color when they looked at the drone in the sky. Is this a monster? Those pirates from small gangs with mixed forces retreated one after another, and some pirates even turned around and fled. After all, Lu Kuan had been operating on Wuyun Island for most of his life, so how could he not have some loyal brothers? A group of pirates with red eyes walked out from the crowd of Sea Soul Gang. Not only did they not intend to give way, but they glared and yelled at the Falcon drone in the sky. Why? A sigh was heard from the cruiser's command room, and Yong-gu closed his eyes in boredom. Send them all away. Then, da-da-da-da, gunshots rang out, flames spewed out, and the Falcon drone's heavy machine gun plowed a bloody path through the group of pirates blocking the road. The completely pressure-free, one-sided massacre instantly destroyed the fighting spirit of all the pirates. In an instant, the pirates on all sides looked at the bloody corpses on the ground in front of them and fell into a brief daze. Even the brothers Li Songlong and Li Songhu, who already knew the power of the Falcon UAV, still looked pale, and their legs were a little weak after witnessing the Falcon's killing spree. Slowly, some pirates began to quietly leave here, deciding not to get involved in this muddy water anymore. Run, run! There's a monster! Suddenly, a shout broke out from the crowd of pirates. The pirates woke up as if from a dream and rushed back the way they came. Along the way, a few unlucky ones accidentally fell to the ground and were trampled to death. The Sea Ghost clan, headed by Lu Yunsong, and a few brave pirate forces were still standing where they were. At this time, Lu Yunsong's heart was filled with shock. Such a horrible thing had appeared on the Wuyun Island. As the only intact force left among the three major forces, Lu Yunsong felt that this would be his opportunity. After Lu Yunsong watched Li Songlong and his men leave with the drone, he quietly called a few pirates under his command and whispered a few instructions to them. Then those people nodded repeatedly and disappeared into the night in different directions. Inside the Hailong Gang's base, the Harrier Eagle drone was already in position in the air. After the two brothers Li Songlong led their pirates through the gate, they headed straight for the warehouse. When they arrived in front of the warehouse, Li Songlong shouted loudly, "Move out all the spirit stones." There were more than 100 large wooden boxes in the warehouse of the Hailong Gang, all of which contained the gold, silver, money, and spiritual stones that the Hailong Gang had obtained from managing Wuyun Island in recent months. The two brothers Li Songlong personally sorted out the more than 100 boxes, and finally sorted out more than 30 boxes of spiritual stones, more than 60 boxes of gold and silver, and more than 20 boxes of various strange and eccentric things. The more than 30 boxes of spirit stones made Yang Ji's heart beat fast. The 2 boxes of spirit stones that Xiang Ning gave him before were worth more than 5,000 energy points. Wouldn't these more than 30 boxes be worth 70 or 80,000? However, the results of the Eagle Eye test were far beyond Yang Ji's expectations. Eagle Eye only estimated the energy value of these more than 30 boxes of spirit stones to be 30,000, because the quality of these spirit stones was completely different from the 2 boxes of spirit stones that Xiang Ning had before. This made Yang Ge feel a little disappointed, but fortunately 30,000 energy points were not a small amount. Yang Ge instructed Li Songlong, "Keep 10 boxes of gold and silver for yourselves, and I will take the rest." Li Songlong and Li Songhu were overjoyed when they heard this, and expressed their gratitude towards the drone. Suddenly, a sound of surprise came from the drone. Yang Ge saw several spots of light heading towards the Hailong Gang's base from different directions. He immediately sneered, "Humph, there really are some who are not afraid of death." The Falcon took off immediately, and then the Li Songlong brothers heard the creepy crackling sound coming from the surrounding area. After 10 minutes, the Falcon flew back. Looking at the powerful weapon flying in the air, the 2 brothers Li Songlong didn't dare to raise their heads for a moment. In the second half of the night, after dozens of trips back and forth by the Harrier UAV, hundreds of boxes were finally brought back to Yang Ji's cruiser. Remind the commander that the reserve energy value has reached the upper limit, and the energy extraction work of the stored energy crystals has been suspended. Yang Ge originally had more than 6,000 reserve energy. After this harvest, the reserve energy quickly reached the full value of 10,000 and could no longer be increased. Yang Ge felt that the upper limit of 10,000 energy reserves might not be enough in the future, so he asked the bracelet, "How can I increase the upper limit of energy reserves?" The commander can upgrade the battleship's energy power system. After the upgrade, the main energy bar and the reserve energy bar will be expanded accordingly. Yang Ge nodded. What he was most anxious about now was not that. He said to the bracelet, "Open the mall system." Drop. To open the mall system, you need to reserve 10,000 energy points. You currently have 10,000 energy points. Do you confirm to open it? Confirm. In an instant, Yang Ji's reserve energy was completely emptied, and then a progress bar appeared on the main control panel, showing the installation progress of the mall system. After the reserve energy was emptied, it was immediately filled up again. Yang looked at the various systems and functional modules. He first spent 2,400 energy points to purchase 2 Falcon UAVs, filling the 2 empty slots in the UAV module. The 3 Falcon UAVs were named Eagle 1, Eagle 2, and Eagle 3 by Yang respectively. After that, he spent another 2,500 points to fill up the main energy bar. After spending more than 2,000 energy points, Yang Ji's reserve energy bar was still full. Yang thought for a while, and it seemed that none of the existing functional modules needed to be upgraded urgently, so he decided to wait until the mall system was unlocked. Drop. The mall system has been installed. Please check it, Commander. Chapter 22, Spending Money Like Water. On the main control panel, there was one more option among the original 6 systems of energy power: weapons, radar, barracks, assistance, and logistics. Before opening the mall system, Yang looked at the barracks system that had been showing unlocked and asked, "How do I unlock the barracks system?" The barracks system requires the commander to upgrade the battleship to a battleship-class cruiser. The current battleship level is frigate-class cruiser. Battleship level upgrade requirements. The battleship level can be upgraded after the energy power system, weapon system, and radar system have been upgraded at least once. The current battleship level is frigate-class cruiser. Yang took a look and found that it took 30,000 energy points to upgrade the weapon system. This meant that before upgrading the weapon system, the energy power system had to be upgraded first, and upgrading the energy power system required 10,000 energy points. With this calculation, these 2 items alone took up 40,000 energy points, not including the upgrade of the radar system. As for the radar system, Yang didn't want to look at it anymore after taking one look. It was a 1 followed by 50s. 100,000 energy points. Yang even suspected that the energy power system would have to be upgraded twice before the upper limit of reserve energy could reach 100,000, etc. Yang suddenly thought of a question. He had upgraded the drone functional modules before, and the various functional modules within the weapon system can also be upgraded. So what is the difference between upgrading the weapon system and upgrading the functional modules within the system, such as naval guns and missile launchers? Yang expressed his doubts, and then a message popped up on the main control panel. Take the missile launcher as an example. Upgrading the missile launcher function module can increase the speed and power of the missile, but it is impossible to upgrade an ordinary missile into a cruise missile. Take the UAV function module that the commander has upgraded as an example. If the auxiliary system is not upgraded, the UAV that the commander can use can only perform tasks under the commander's control, even if it is upgraded to the ultimate mode, and the artificial intelligence operating system will never be turned on. Simply put, system upgrades are upgrades in technology stages, functional modules, and specific technical means. Even if the system is upgraded, it will only unlock the upper limit of the function module upgrade, and will not upgrade the function module. After the system is upgraded, the commander needs to perform separate operations to upgrade the specific function module. A series of text instructions appeared on the main control panel, and Yang took a lot of effort to understand them. In a nutshell, it could be summed up in one sentence. Both the system and functional modules needed to be upgraded. I understand. There is still a long way to go. When he opened the shopping mall system, a wide variety of functional modules suddenly appeared. At first glance, there were assault boats, landing ships, artificial satellites, intelligent robots, deep-sea exploration, unmanned submarines, etc. Yang was dazzled. He looked at them one by one and found a very embarrassing problem. He wanted all of them. After looking for a long time, Yang decided to close the mall system first, and then began to think about what he lacked most at the moment. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Suddenly, Yang eyes lit up and snapped. He clapped his hands suddenly, then jumped up from the leather swivel chair. Now that he was sitting on a cruiser, there was no doubt that he was basically invincible on the sea. His shortcoming was his ability to control the land. The distance that a drone can leave a warship is limited. The Hawkeye can only leave a warship at most 100 kilometers, while the Harrier and Falcon can only leave a warship at 30 kilometers. Thinking of this, Yang already knew what module he needed. Quickly open the mall system and lock the target. It's you. Wuji functional module. 8,000 energy points. To purchase the armed helicopter function module, 8,000 energy points are required. The current energy points are 10,000. Do you confirm the purchase? Confirm. Drop. Armed helicopter module is being installed. Please wait a moment, Commander. After spending another 8,000 points, Yang Ji's reserve energy was still full, but Yang Ge did not continue to squander it. He knew that after the installation of the helicopter module was completed, he would probably have to spend energy points to buy a helicopter. The installation of the armed helicopter module was not quick. After ordering some stir-fried dishes and 2 bottles of beer at the Battleship restaurant, Yang Ge enjoyed his midnight snack on the deck while enjoying the sea breeze. After finishing a few side dishes and 2 bottles of beer, a message popped up on the main control panel. Drop. The armed helicopter module has been installed. Please check it, Commander. When I opened the attack helicopter module, I saw 3 empty helicopter bays, each with 2 virtual icons of helicopters, which read Apache Cobra attack helicopter, including pilot, 6,000, Cougar transport helicopter, including pilot, 4,000, and a buy option button after each icon. Looking at his still full reserve energy, Yang Ge waved his hand and launched a Cobra and a Cougar. After spending 10,000 points, the reserve energy was instantly filled up again. It was not until this moment that Yang Ge realized how much he had gained from this trip to Wuyun Island tonight. So, with a gritted teeth, Yang Ge filled the 3rd empty helicopter slot with another Cobra. Drop. It is detected that the commander's energy consumption value exceeds 20,000 within 24 hours. A mysterious gift will be randomly given according to the commander's purchase content. Drop. Congratulations, Commander. We have obtained the Tianhu Elite Combat Team. The team will be waiting for the commander's speech on the battleship deck at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. A series of prompt sounds made Yang Ge a little confused, but he figured it out. It was because he spent money like water that the battleship system gave him a Tianhu combat team. It was just a pity that it was only a team. It would have been better if the entire Tianhu Special Operations Brigade was given to him. Chapter 23, Decepticon Special Air Service Regiment, slightly modified from the previous chapter. Drip, drop, drop. The next morning, facing the first rays of morning sun, Yang Ge was awakened by the alarm clock he set. He was going to inspect his first troop in this world. Call. As soon as he arrived on the deck, Yang Ge exhaled forcefully and took a deep breath of the fresh sea breeze. He immediately felt much more energetic. Swish, swish, swish. Hearing the sound of uniform footsteps coming from the deck ahead, Yang Ge patted his still sleepy face, moved around a little, and then came to the deck ahead. Desert camouflage, high-waist combat boots, tall stature, full set of standard equipment. When the group of 20 people who were originally running saw Yang Ge coming, the sturdy man in the lead shouted, "At ease!" Swish! All the footsteps stopped at the same time, as if one person was moving. Stand at attention. Turn right. Swoosh! Yang Ge looked at the people in front of him and felt a strong aura coming towards him. The Special Forces unit that had impressed Special Forces from all over the world in his previous life, the country's sharp sword codenamed Tianhu, was now right in front of him. Report to the commander. Lieutenant Captain Wu Qiangxin of the Tianhu Special Operations Brigade reports to you. Yang Ge looked at the burly man in front of him, who was twice taller than him and several times wider, and felt an indescribable sense of security in his heart. This Wu Qiangxin and Dwayne Johnson were simply cut from the same mold. Yang Ge saw that there were 6 people in the team behind Wu Qiangxin, whose attire was obviously different from the desert camouflage of the others, and said to Wu Qiangxin, "Captain Wu, who are these people?" Wu Qiangxin's voice could almost be heard throughout the entire battleship. Report to the commander. These 6 are helicopter pilots. I have the highest rank below the commander on the battleship. Unless the commander gives them special orders, I am responsible for their daily training. Okay, Captain Wu, you can join the team. Yes. Yang Ge looked at the row of iron-blooded soldiers in front of him, his heart pounding. He spoke excitedly for more than half an hour, but the 20 people in front of him did not move at all throughout the whole process, as if their feet had grown roots and stood still. When the sun completely rose above the sea level, Yang Ge suddenly realized that he had been talking for so long. He immediately stopped the topic and said to everyone, "Alright, brothers. That's all I have to say. Our world will be very exciting from now on. Now follow your captain to the restaurant for dinner. Report." As soon as Yang Ge finished speaking, Wu Qiangxin started yelling, "Speak! Commander, please name our team." Yang Ge suddenly remembered what he had almost forgotten. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then looked at the 6 helicopter pilots in the queue and said, "From today on, the 3 helicopters on the battleship will be handed over to you, and your names. Decepticon Special Air Service. Wu Qiangxin and his men were like 20 straight swords, saying in unison, "Thank you, Commander, for naming it." The sun was rising above the eastern sea, and a loud military song was sung on the Megatron cruiser. After breakfast, Yang Ge sat in the command room, staring at the map of Wuyun Island on the big screen in a daze. Wu Qiangxin stood tall behind Yang Ge with his hands behind his waist, ready to receive orders at any time. Yang Ge looked at the energy reserve progress bar on the main control panel, and it was still full. The huge harvest on Wuyun Island made Yang Ge unable to stop. This world also has a vast ocean, and there are countless islands like Wuyun Island. Ingsan, go to the ship of Li Songlong's brother and tell them to notify all the pirates on Wuyun Island tonight. Yang Ge looked at the map and pointed to a square in the center of the island town and said, "Tonight, all the pirate leaders on the island are invited to come and have a chat." After Yang Ge finished speaking, the Falcon drone did not take off directly like before. Instead, after a while, a message popped up on Yang Ge's main control panel. The commander's instructions are too complex for Falcon to complete. Yang Ge. Helplessly, Yang Ge could only let the drone fly over first, and then talk to the two people through the communication module on the drone. It's not that the mall system doesn't have a functional module for communication satellites, but that thing is too far away for Yang Ge now, and he simply can't afford it now. It is impossible for small forces like Li Songlong and Li Songhu to have a base on the island. When they dock for rest on weekdays, they mostly spend the night on the ship. As soon as the Falcon 3 drone flew nearby, Li Songlong heard the noise and hurried to the deck to wait. The Falcon lowered its altitude, and then Li Songhu rushed out of the cabin, stood behind Li Songlong, and asked the drone anxiously, "What does Lord Megatron want?" On the cruiser, Yang Ge picked up the communicator and told the two of them what he meant. Li Songlong bowed to the drone, then turned around and led the men to the shore. The Falcon 3 followed Li Songlong at high altitude, firstly to prevent him from getting into any accidents, and secondly to make it convenient for Yang Ge to communicate with him if anything happened. According to the original influence of the two brothers Li Songlong and Li Songhu on Wuyun Island, not many pirates would be willing to buy into the two brothers' account. However, after seeing the drone following the two brothers in the sky, Li Songlong basically encountered no difficulties along the way. Occasionally, there are pirates who have not seen the power of Falcon last night and do not treat Li Songlong as a human being. Li Songlong does not get angry. He just turns around and leaves. This is what Yang Ge has ordered. He will not force those who do not obey. Before the morning was over, Li Songlong had notified all the forces on the island, big and small, and only the last one was left, the Sea Ghost Gate. Chapter 24. There may be danger. When Li Songlong arrived at Hageman's second-in-command Lu Yunsong was already waiting at the door. Lu Yunsong played with the folding fan in his hand, looked at the drone in the sky, and said to Li Songlong, "Li Songlong, haven't you always been disgusted by me selling myself to the Sea Ghost Gate? Now, aren't you climbing up the ladder like me?" Li Songlong did not argue with him, but said calmly, "I have been busy on the island for the whole morning. With your spies from the Sea Ghost Gate, you must know why I am here, right?" Lu Yunsong nodded. "I know. From today on, you, Li Songlong, are the boss of Wuyun Island. From now on, when everyone sees you, they will have to call you Boss Li, right?" Li Songhu rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "Hey, big brother, you better be careful. This guy playing with the fan is trying to sow discord between you and Lord Megatron. Everyone knows that we are both supported by Lord Megatron now." While fiddling with the folding fan in his hand, Lu Yunsong said, "Megatron, what a domineering name. You brothers are really lucky. But Songhu, you are still too straightforward." As he spoke, Lu Yunsong looked at Li Songlong and continued, "I'm afraid your elder brother has already understood it in his heart. How could a person with such ability, who could single-handedly destroy the huge Hailong gang and leave no one alive, stay in a small Wuyun island forever?" Li Songlong smiled and said, "Everything will be under the orders of Lord Megatron. You don't need to worry too much. What you should be concerned about now is to find a way to make Sister Ghost arrive on time tonight." Lu Yunsong said calmly, "Don't worry. We at the Sea Ghost Clan don't want to follow the footsteps of the Sea Dragon and the Sea Soul Gang. Tonight, Sister Ghost will go and listen to the teachings of your Lord Megatron." At the end of his speech, Lu Yunsong looked up at the Falcon drone in the sky. During this day, perhaps because they had all received the news from Wuyun Island, dozens of large ships docked at Wuyun Island one after another. The taverns and brothels in the towns on the island were doing extremely hot business. and people in the streets and alleys were talking about the demise of the Sea Dragon Gang and the Sea Soul Gang overnight. The three words Megatron would be heard from the streets from time to time. On the cruiser, Yang spent 2,000 energy points to purchase a functional module for ready-made clothing in the mall system, and then used 100 energy points to buy a tailor-made German retro officer uniform. Finally, Yang also designed a badge symbolizing the Decepticon organization, an Iron Man mask full of technological machinery and wildness. The badge was quickly adopted by the garment production function module, and silver badges of appropriate sizes appeared on the buttons, cuffs, collar, chest, and forehead of the uniform selected by Yang. About half an hour later, a set of neat, new military uniform appeared in the closet of the Warship Commander's lounge. Yang took it out and took a look. He saw the gray-green background, perfect tailoring, straight lines, exquisite workmanship, and unique badges. After putting it on, he looked at himself in the mirror for a long time. Yang was very satisfied with the uniform. But looking at the bracelet on his hand, Yang frowned. Can you change your form? Drop. The bracelet is just a form of communication between the battleship system and the commander. It can change its form at will and will not fall off the commander. It can automatically hide when attacked. Please choose the form. Yang thought about it and said, let's turn it into a headset. Received. Changing the form requires 1,000 energy points. Do you confirm the change? Confirm. Then, the bracelet on Yang Ji's body disappeared and was replaced by a pair of exquisite headphones hanging on his right ear. The color was also gray-green, which was the same as the color of his military uniform, and it looked seamless. After leaving the battleship, Yang could no longer communicate with the battleship system through his thoughts, but only through the bracelet. Now that the bracelet has become a headset, it is more convenient. At this point, Yang Ji's reserve energy was finally no longer at full value. Overall, his gains on Wuyun Island this time were indeed around 30,000 energy. In addition to these 30,000 energy, Yang also obtained dozens of large wooden boxes of gold and silver treasures. Yang planned to keep these things first and take them out when needed in the future. In the evening, the tops of the three doors on the rear deck of the cruiser opened. A huge buzzing sound arose, and streams of air swirled out, as if a strong wind was blowing. Afterwards, two Apache Cobra attack helicopters and a Cougar military transport helicopter slowly took off and landed on the deck at the front of the cruiser. Yang came out of the cabin, and the big guy Wu Qiangxin followed closely behind him. Since leaving the cabin, even on the cruiser, Wu Qiangxin was always alert to his surroundings and closely protected Yang Ji's safety. A dozen soldiers from the Decepticon Special Air Service Regiment stood upright on the deck. When they saw Yang coming, the Deputy Captain Xue Jinzhong ordered with full energy. Sai! Swoosh! A dozen soldiers saluted Yang in unison. Yang nodded and waved his hand to signal everyone to relax. He said briefly, "Warriors, let's go. Today is the first time that your Decepticon Special Air Service Regiment will be deployed in this world. The reputation forged with iron and blood will eventually bloom because of you. Let's go." After saying that, Yang was the first to step into the commander's cockpit of the Puma military transport helicopter, followed closely by Wu Qiangxin, and Xue Jin led the rest of the special service soldiers into the soldier's cockpit at the back. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The buzzing sound suddenly became louder, and the speed of the propellers of the three helicopters suddenly increased. Two Apache Cobras took off first, followed by the Cougars. At the same time, the drone cabin on the cruiser opened, and two Falcon drones took off immediately, clearing the way in front of the Cougars. Two Cobra-armed helicopters protected the Cougars on both sides, and they flew towards the direction of Wuyun Island. Falcon 3, transmit the footage from your side. Yang projected the images transmitted back by Falcon 3 and the radar view of Hawkeye onto the large screen in the commander's cockpit and observed the current situation on Wuyun Island with Wu Qiangxin. At this time, the square designated by Yang was already crowded with people. The two brothers Li Songlong, Lu Yunsong, and another woman were sitting opposite each other on a high platform in the square. Judging from Lu Yunsong's attitude towards the woman, she should be the boss of the Sea Ghost Gate, Sister Ghost. There was a manatee leather chair between the two groups of people, obviously reserved for Yang. Wu Qiangxin, who had been following behind Yang silently, stared at the images sent back by Falcon 3, then looked at the radar detection image of Hawkeye. He suddenly said to Yang, "Commander, this trip may be dangerous." Yang also looked at the strange distribution map of life breath on the radar detection map, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. If these pirates were really that docile, I would be worried. No problem. This time, let them die as many as they come. Chapter 25. That's a kite. As the sun sets in the west, outside the central square of Wuyun Island, pirates gather in large numbers, and the place is bustling with noise. The Sea Dragon Gang and the Sea Soul Gang were two of the top three gangs on Wuyun Island. One was wiped out overnight, and the other's boss was beaten all over his body in front of his subordinates. This incident has spread among all the pirates on the island. At this time, those vicious villains on Wuyun Island who usually roared on the sea gathered together. On the one hand, they wanted to witness a major event that was about to happen and determine the future direction of Wuyun Island. On the other hand, they wanted to see where the big guy, who could stir up the situation with just a flip of his hand, came from. In the middle of the central square, on a high platform that is 100 meters long and wide, the ghost sister wrapped in tight leather armor sat crookedly on a chair. She was over 30 years old, but her pretty face, which was enough to make most men in the world thrilled, was not stained by any vicissitudes of time. The beauty mole at the corner of her, I added a bit of mature beauty charm to her. As the sky gradually darkened, Sister Gay stretched lazily with her thin legs crossed and said to the two brothers Li Songlong opposite her in a tender voice, "This powerful big shot is so arrogant. He made us wait here for so long. Sister is almost exhausted." Li Songhu stared at Sister Gue with his mouth drooling. He said to Sister Gue with a flattering smile, "Sister, be patient. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer." Sister Gay rolled her eyes at Li Songhu, which made Li Songhu so fascinated that he blurted out to Sister Gue, "Sister, from now on, we are all a family." Snap! Li Songlong slapped Li Songhu on the head. She's nicknamed Ghost Sister, and she's one of the three great bosses on Wuyun Island. We're a family? Who the hell do you think you are? After being hit by his own brother, Li Songhu came to his senses. He looked at Li Songlong angrily and muttered, "I am your brother. Who knows who I am?" Upon hearing this, Li Songlong became furious and raised his hand to hit him again. Li Songhu immediately lowered his head and stopped talking. On the other side, Sister Gay watched Li Songlong teach his brothers a lesson with great interest and teased, "Wow, Li Jiadalang is really very knowledgeable when teaching his brothers a lesson. It makes me miss the time when I had a man." As she spoke, Sister Gue stared at Li Songlong and licked her bright red lips with her tongue. Li Songlong closed his eyes and began to rest, pretending that he saw nothing. Li Songhu raised his head slightly and saw the ghost sister's eyes looking at him, which seemed to speak. He immediately felt his heartbeat speed up. "I've drained 3 men of the martial realm, and you want to be the 4th?" In an instant, Li Songlong's cold voice rang out, and his words were like a basin of cold water poured over Li Songhu's head. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from afar. Everyone turned around and saw several black spots in the sky rapidly enlarging. "Here it comes!" Li Songhu breathed a sigh of relief immediately. It was really uncomfortable to be sandwiched between the ghost sister and his elder brother. Thinking of this, he secretly glanced at the ghost sister's charming waist, which was as slender as a water snake. This time, Sister Gue had no time to tease Li Songhu. Lu Yinsong released 3 ravens overnight to ask her to come back, just for this person who came at this time. Sister Gue's charming eyes suddenly showed a hint of sharpness. She wanted to see who this person was and how he wanted to take away her life's hard work. The helicopter came over Wuyun Island, and the pilot in front asked Yongo on the communicator, "Commander, are we going to land directly at the central square?" "No. The Cougar will first find an open area outside to land, and then take off and fly to the central square." Receive. After a while, a strong wind blew in the central square. 3 helicopters slowly descended. 2 of the armed helicopters stopped landing after reaching a certain height and kept cruising back and forth over the central square. The Cougar helicopter landed steadily on the high platform in the central square. The Falcon 3, which was originally following the Li Songlong brothers, immediately took off and joined the Falcon 1 and 2, guarding the Cougar helicopter on 3 sides. The sudden arrival of 3 helicopters shocked the pirates in the central square. They pointed at the armed helicopters cruising back and forth in the sky and exclaimed, "Is this a dragon? I know. This is called a kite. It was invented by the Mahis school. Get lost, you kite." Bang! "I'm afraid this isn't one of those giant fish at the bottom of the sea that eats people." "What? No way that kind of fish can fly?" Unconsciously, panic about the unknown began to spread among the pirates. Some timid pirates retreated, while some pirates with fierce looks on their faces began to squeeze forward. On the high platform, After the cougar landed, the cabin door opened, and the fully armed Decepticon Special Forces soldiers rushed down first, surrounding the cougar in an all-round defensive formation. Gue Jie, Lu Yun-song, Li Songlong, and Li Songhu on the platform were also seeing a helicopter for the first time. They were so frightened that they couldn't help but move closer. However, as soon as they took a step, the next moment, the soldiers of the Decepticon Special Forces raised their weapons and aimed the black muzzles of their guns at each of them. The brothers Li Songlong and Li Songhu knew the power of the black muzzle of the gun and stopped instantly, while the ghost sister over there was stunned at first, then smiled. She had already discovered that these people in front of her did not have any strong aura fluctuations. They were just paper tigers. Thinking of this, Sister Gue tilted her head and looked at Lu Yun-song with a complicated expression. After the team leader Xue Jian confirmed that it was safe, he first knocked on the door of the commander's cockpit and only reached out to open it after getting consent. Suddenly, the eyes of nearly 10,000 people in the entire square were focused here. A sturdy man wearing desert camouflage and holding an assault rifle came out of the helicopter. The sturdy man was nearly 2 meters tall, and his physique was twice as big as that of an ordinary person. Just looking at his height, he did have a good foundation in martial arts. The appearance of this sturdy man made Sister Gue's eyes light up, but then dimmed again. She knew that he was also a waste. After getting off the helicopter, the sturdy man stood next to the cabin door, looking around with his sharp eyes, and finally fixed on Sister Gue. Then, the sturdy man changed his position, standing between Sister Gue and the cabin door behind him, and pulled the bolt of the assault rifle in his hand. Swoosh! At this moment, the hearts of all the pirates in the central square trembled. They only felt that the movements of the sturdy man's hands were indescribably domineering and inexplicably handsome. Then, the last figure walked out of the Puma helicopter. Chapter 26. Don't be afraid, they are all dead. When Yanggu appeared in front of everyone, for a moment, it seemed as if time had stopped. Nearly 10,000 pirates were watching the young man who destroyed 2 major gangs of Wuyan Island overnight. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Was he the mysterious boss who was passed down by word of mouth by the pirates of Wuyan Island overnight? There seemed to be some people with ill intentions among the surging crowd, and they pushed harder towards the platform. Yang Ji's well-ironed military uniform did catch Sister Gue's eye, but that was all. In her eyes, Yang Gu, who had no aura of martial arts or Taoism, was equated with waste, just a waste with a good appearance. Yang Gu waved his hand behind him, and the Jaguar helicopter took off. This move immediately caused another round of exclamations, and some of the pirates below began to discuss. The big guy listened to him. Holy shit, he can control dragons. You ignorant people, that's a kite. You can control it by tying it to your hand with a string. Suddenly, the pirate who said this fell silent. The pirate raised his head in high spirits, as if he was proud of his wide knowledge. At this time, a pirate with a rough face beside him pressed his shoulder and asked, "Brother, who the hell are you taking for an idiot?" After saying that, without giving the pirate a chance to explain, a huge fist quickly enlarged in the pirate's eyes, bang. Yes, beat him. How can this be a kite? This is clearly a dragon. Beat him. The chaos in this corner of the stage naturally did not affect the people on the stage. Under the protection of the Decepticon Special Forces soldiers, Yang Gu came to the seat prepared for him. Hello. Yang Gu greeted the 4 people in front of him with a smile. Li Songlong and Li Songhu shuddered at the same time. Even though they had heard Yang Ji's voice and knew he was not very old, they could not hide the shock in their eyes. Among all the pirates present, no one knew Yang Ji's strength better than them. Li Songhu said in a lost voice. "Am Lord Megatron?" Yang Gu smiled and nodded at him. "Yes, it's me." This time, it was Li Songhu who reacted faster than his elder brother. Li Songhu bowed to Yang Gu and said, Li Songhu greets you, sir." Li Songlong reacted immediately and bowed to Yang Gu. "Li Songlong greets you, sir." Yang Gu pointed to the chairs behind the 2 people and said, "Please take a seat. No need to be polite. I have to thank you for what you have done over the past 2 days." The Li Songlong brothers bowed to Yang Gu again before returning to their chairs and sitting down. Then, Yang Gu turned his head and looked at Sister Gue. Facing Yang Ji's gaze, Sister Gue said delicately, "I didn't sleep last night. All I heard was my subordinates talking about the great reputation of Lord Megatron in the letters. I never thought that he was actually a little lord." After Sister Gue said this, Yang Gu didn't react at all, but Lu Yun-song beside her was frightened and trembled all over. He immediately looked at Sister Gue and started to glare at her frantically. However, Sister Gue ignored Lu Yun-song and instead took a few steps forward. The two Decepticon Special Forces soldiers standing in front of Yongo immediately stepped forward and gestured to them to stop. Oh, the young master's men are so fierce. I'm so scared that my heart is beating wildly. It's such a pity. As she spoke, contempt was evident in Sister Ghost's eyes, and her delicate tone suddenly became cold and harsh. It's a pity that he is a bit fierce, but why doesn't he have any fighting spirit or spiritual energy at all? As she spoke, she rolled her eyes at Yongo, and her tone became gentle again. I'm afraid it's not. The young master found some embroidered pillows that look good, but are useless, and then bribed my treacherous second-in-command to hurriedly call me back. Young master, you are so mean. Sister Gue's words gave Yongo goosebumps all over his body. He didn't say anything, but turned to look at Lu Yunsong. At this moment, Lu Yunsong stood there in a daze with his mouth wide open, looking like a wooden chicken, unable to utter a word. Seeing Yongu and Lu Yunsong's actions, Sister Gue seemed to be more certain of her guess. She pointed at Yongu from a distance, and in an instant, the big guy Wu Qiangxin was already standing in front of Yongu. His strong body blocked Yongu tightly, and the assault rifle in his hand was pointed directly at Sister Gue. Wu Qiangxin said coldly, I remind you that the action just now was very dangerous. Sister Ghost smiled coquettishly and said, Is it dangerous? How can a delicate and weak woman like me pose any danger to you? Wu Qiangxin's movements remained unchanged. The muzzle of his rifle still pointed at Sister Gue, and his voice became even colder than before. I mean, that action of yours is very dangerous to you. If you do it again, I will send you to hell to flirt with the king of hell. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Sister Gue's brows, but it quickly disappeared. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun in Wu Qiangxin's hand, she felt a sense of crisis in her heart. Sister Gue vaguely felt that the thing in the hand of the burly man in front of her would pose a great threat to her, but this was not the main reason for her sense of crisis. This sense of crisis did not come from the open, but from the dark. Sister Gue secretly looked around, but didn't find any suspicious targets. Helplessly, she could only step back a few steps and raised her hands to signal Wu Qiangxin. Only then did Wu Qiangxin move away from Yongu. Yongu watched everything happening in front of him silently. He was not worried at all. As long as the ghost sister dared to get within 5 steps of him, he would be in trouble. Lu Yunsong, who was standing behind, was watching the ghost sister trying to commit suicide. He felt like an ant on a hot pan. My dear, you're trying to find a way out. Lu Yunsong vaguely remembered how Lu Kuan, who was half a step into the earth martial arts, was beaten into a sieve, not to mention that his own leader was half a step into the earth martial arts. He could only quietly step forward and pull Sister Gue's sleeve, signaling her to calm down, but she didn't expect to be thrown away by Sister Gue. Sister Gue looked at Yongu and asked in a delicate voice, My dear, you have spent so much effort to find me. Now I am here. Please use whatever tricks you have. However, Sister Gue looked around again when she said this. She was very satisfied with the figures on the platform and smiled sweetly at Yongu. But, my dear, there seem to be some vicious villains who want to take your life. If you are smart, kneel down in front of me now, call me sister, and make me happy. Maybe you can get an intact body. As she spoke, Sister Gue gently brushed her cheek with a jade hand and finally placed it on her bright red lips, pressing slightly hard and sinking into them. The tone of her voice was soft, and the movements of her hands were full of charm, but the words she said made people feel cold all over. After Sister Gue finished speaking, Lu Yunsong was completely dumbfounded, while Yongu smiled slightly and said to Sister Gue gently, Don't be afraid, those are all dead people. Chapter 27, After the Sun Sets. Duh. Sister Ghost laughed like a silver bell. She smiled at Yongu and said, Young Master is really confident. I don't know whether I should say that young master is naive or scold him. You little fool. As she spoke, Sister Gue's smile remained on her face, but she began to step back step by step. Finally, she raised her hands and said in a delicate voice, I forgot to tell you, little sir, that the brothers from the Sea Dragon Gang who went out to sea yesterday, the loyal confidants of Boss Lu from the Sea Soul Gang, and our Sea Ghost sect, there are a total of 3,000 people here today who want your head. Yongu listened, and he threw the cape behind his military uniform, sat majestically on the manatee leather chair, looked around the entire central square, and finally stared at Sister Gue and said word by word, I'm just sitting here today, waiting for them to take my life. Well, my dear young master, your heroic spirit really makes me feel moved. After Sister Gue finished speaking, The charming look on her face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a fierce and decisive killing. A sharp and murderous female voice resounded throughout the central square. Kill! Suddenly, cold rays of light shone from all around the high platform in the central square. They were the sword lights reflected by the setting sun at dusk. Pirates with ferocious faces walked out one after another. In a blink of an eye, the central square was covered with sword lights. Thousands of bloodthirsty criminals held sharp blades in their hands, with murderous eyes, staring straight at Yangge, who was sitting safely in the middle of the square. At this time, Yangge looked calm and composed. He gently patted his neat military uniform twice and whispered, "Connect all nearby aircraft to external communication functions and adjust the external volume to the maximum." Drop. Connection successful. When? A steel knife chopped on the platform in the central square. The first pirate walked up first, and the other pirates followed closely behind. In just a few breaths, the outer circle of the originally empty platform was already filled with densely packed pirates. The leading pirate held a steel knife in his hand, his face grim, and stared at Yangge with eyes that seemed to spit fire. He slammed his chest hard with the hand holding the knife handle and shouted, "I'm from the Hai Long gang. When I came back from the sea, I found that all the gang members had died in an accident and the gang's warehouse had been looted. Today, I want to avenge my brothers in the gang. I am also from the Hai Long gang. I am from the Sea Soul gang. The gang leader treats me like a father and brother. Today I want to avenge the gang leader." "Me too. Humph. I'm neither from the Sea Dragon gang nor the Sea Soul gang. I just can't stand that guy showing off, so I want to come up and stab him." More and more pirates gathered around Yangge. Yangge looked up at the sky. 2 Apache Cobra helicopters were constantly cruising over the central square, and 3 Falcon drones were flying over him. The next moment, Yang Ji's voice came from 5 planes at the same time. "Listen to me, you damn scum. I slaughtered everyone in the Sea Dragon gang. I killed Lu Kuin of the Sea Soul gang. Now I am sitting here. If you want to kill me, I welcome you to come and seek revenge on me. For those who want to live, please leave this square immediately. For those who are timid or have poor psychological endurance, please close your eyes and cover your ears, because when the sun sets completely, hell will return to the world. After that, the communication is disconnected and a 1-minute countdown begins on the main control panel." All the soldiers of the Decepticon Special Forces pulled the bolts of their weapons, and the 2 armed helicopters in the sky began to lower their altitude. The rotation of the propellers caused gusts of wind, and the crowd in the central square began to become chaotic. All the pirates who had witnessed Lu Kuin's death last night retreated one after another. The brothers Li Songlong and Li Songhu took their people away as soon as Yangge spoke, and it was unknown when Lu Yunsong disappeared. But this does not affect the increasing number of pirates holding sharp blades and standing on the high platform. The thing that those who live on the blade fear least is the threats from others. Kill. In the evening, the wind on the island had become a little cold. The first pirate who rushed onto the platform raised the steel knife in his hand and rushed towards Yangge. "Kill! Kill!" Shouts filled with murderous intent came out from the mouths of those pirates, and the pirates gathered on the platform rushed towards Yangge in the middle and the Decepticon Special Air Service, who were protecting him like surging sea water. Bang! 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 Wu Qiangsun blew up the 3 pirates' heads with 3 consecutive shots, which slowed down the pirates' originally angry offensive. Then 3 Decepticon Special Forces soldiers protected Yangge, while various weapons in their hands began to burst into fierce flames. Da-da-da-da! Fierce gunshots rang out, and the pirates who had been attacking like a tide suddenly fell down in a circle. At this time, Yangge looked at the western sky, and there was still a hint of red in the setting sun. In a 3-story building next to the central square, when the gunshots rang out, the ghost sister standing by the window trembled all over. Fear flashed in her eyes, and she exclaimed, "They really have firearms." Behind Sister Gue, an old man with a face full of wrinkles was sitting on the ground. At this moment, the old man's face was as cold as ice that had been there for thousands of years, and he closed his eyes and did not move at all. "Don't worry, boss. Those guys only have a few firearms. Not to mention a Taoist like me who is in the Earth Martial Realm. Even if a junior from the Human Martial Realm comes, they will have no choice but to surrender once their ammunition runs out. It's true that the boss has made such a big fuss to deal with these people. It's really a bit of a compliment to them." The old man's words seemed to make Sister Gue feel relieved, but Sister Gue's frown could not relax. The strong sense of crisis in her heart had never dissipated since Yangge appeared. What was the reason? Is it the thing that flies in the sky like a dragon? It doesn't seem to be. Chapter 28 Sunset. The strong wind caused by the helicopter propeller was still strong, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Gradually, no pirates cared about these flying things in the sky anymore. In their opinion, these things were useless except for causing stronger winds. On the platform in the central square, a circle of corpses lay in front of the pirates, surrounding Yonggu and others. Among them, the first pirate who walked onto the platform was the worst off, with his upper body beaten to pieces. The strong wind blew the blood on the platform slowly, gradually gathering into a trickle, dripping onto the stage bit by bit. The smell of blood that rushed into their noses did not scare these brave men who were used to bloodshed and death. Kill! Kill! Revenge for the boss! Revenge for our dead brothers! Rush! Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud thunder in the sky, illuminating the heaven and earth. Thousands of pirates in the central square rushed towards Yonggu and his companions. Amidst the roaring cries of killing, a sturdy man holding a hammer ran straight towards Wu Qiangxin. Bang! Wu Qiangxin shot a red up between the sturdy man's eyebrows, and then the sturdy man fell to the ground and was submerged in the crowd. Da-da-da-da! Da-da-da-da! In the Decepticon Special Forces, 2 heavy machine gunners took the lead in spraying flames from their squad machine guns in front of them. Wherever the flames passed, the group of vicious pirates fell down in unison like wheat being cut in half. The 2 heavy machine gunners would immediately change their positions after each burst of firing, and the other members of the Decepticon air crew used their assault rifles and submachine guns to assist in the firing. Facing thousands of thugs holding sharp blades, this team of special warfare elites were not afraid at all. They fully exerted the power of the hot weapons in their hands. The tongues of fire accompanied the sound of gunfire, like the scythe swung by the god of death, constantly reaping the lives of the pirates. For a moment, they actually guarded the area within 100 meters centered on Yonggu tightly. Swoosh! Click! Wu Qiangxin skillfully replaced a magazine, then suddenly smiled as he looked at the pirates surging in front of him. He touched his lower back and found 2 iron lumps with rings in his hand. He put them to his mouth, bit the iron rings, and pulled hard. Then Wu Qiangxin threw the 2 iron lumps to the back of the pirate crowd. Those were 2 high-explosive round-shaped anti-personnel grenades. Wu Qiangxin threw the grenade with force, and it flew more than 30 meters away. Then the other Decepticon Special Forces soldiers did the same. Each of them threw grenades into the dark crowd of pirates in their respective directions. The nearest one was thrown more than 20 meters away. 20 meters is the maximum killing radius of a high-explosive grenade. The pirates took advantage of the gap when the Decepticon soldiers threw grenades and rushed forward for a distance. But then they heard a loud noise like an earth-shaking explosion coming from behind. Boom! Behind the pirates that Wu Qiangxin was facing, a violent fire suddenly erupted, and then a group of pirates were instantly blown into the sky. Large pieces of lethal steel balls exploded in all directions, and each high-explosive grenade formed a vacuum zone full of broken arms and limbs around it. For a moment, screams replaced shouts of killing. However, what made all the pirates even more desperate was that the series of explosions continued. Boom, boom. A ball of fire suddenly appeared, as if a natural disaster had broken out. A pirate looked extremely pale. He knelt on the ground powerlessly, mumbling, "No, it's impossible. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming." The next moment, the pirate kneeling on the ground was accidentally knocked to the ground by his running companion, and then stepped on the head by another pirate who was running hurriedly behind him. Crack! The red and white things shattered to the ground. The series of explosions coming from the rear made all the pirates realize how gentle the weapons held by the Decepticon Special Forces soldiers in the middle of the platform in front of them were. At this time, beside Yonggu, 2 heavy machine gunners were slowly replacing the magazines of their squad machine guns with new 200-round capacity magazines, and were waiting for the pirates around them with a grim smile on their faces. The tremendous power generated by the explosion of more than 20 grenades shattered the vengeful hearts of all the pirates in the central square. The murderous shouts from before were no longer audible. Instead, a few more men's sobs were heard amid the endless howlings. On the small building next to the central square, in just a few breaths, Sister Gui's face had turned pale and she looked lifeless. She held onto the windowsill in front of her with both hands to prevent herself from falling. The old man next to Sister Gui's hands were also shaking slightly, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. At this time, the sky darkened and finally, the setting sun lost its last ray of light. Yonggu looked at the sky, then stood up and walked forward a few steps. His heroic military uniform was still straight and spotless, as if nothing had happened. At this time, the central square and the edge of the platform were filled with the bodies of pirates who were shot to death. The ground was a sea of red, and occasionally there was an empty space where one stepped on it and blood splattered everywhere. In the distance, it looked like a hell on earth. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, broken arms and limbs, pieces of flesh and blood were everywhere. Yang Ge had to admit that he had underestimated the strength of Wu Qiangxin's team and the power that hot weapons could display in a cold weapon battlefield. As a result, the two armed helicopters that were supposed to be the protagonists today did not have time to perform their roles. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream was heard, and a bloody man covered in blood suddenly rushed out from a pile of corpses and ran straight towards Yang Ge. The Decepticon Special Forces soldiers protecting Yang Ge were about to raise their guns, but Yang Ge raised his hand to stop them. It was not until the man ran to a distance of 20 meters in front of Yang Ge that he whispered into the headset, "You two have worked hard, now go ahead." Bang! A dull sound was heard, and then snap. The head of the blood man disappeared in an instant, or to be more exact, it exploded. The blood mist exploded, leaving only the blood man below the neck. He continued to run forward a few steps by inertia, and then collapsed to the ground. Chapter 29: The General and the Beggar. In the central square that looked like hell, no one saw how the man's head disappeared. The night wind blew, and the cloak behind Yang Ji's military uniform fluttered. The pirates who had luckily survived all looked at the young figure on the platform. Wuyan Island has been the habitat of pirates in this sea area for more than 200 years. During these 200 years, Wuyan Island has always been the place where various forces compete with each other. Today, it finally has a unified owner. A hunched figure appeared at the side gate of the central square. He was a beggar in tattered clothes and barefoot. He held a kerosene lamp in one hand and a bamboo pole in the other. He limped past dozens of pillars standing in the central square. Every time he passed a pillar, he would light the candle on it. The scene of mountains of corpses and sea of blood in the central square did not have any effect on the old beggar. There was blood all under a lamp post, but the old beggar seemed not to see it. He stepped into the water with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and then lit up the lamp post. Slowly, as the old beggar walked through more and more places, the entire central square was lit up with flickering lights. Finally, the old beggar walked onto the platform in the middle of the square. With every step he took, 2 blood-red footprints, 1 deep and 1 shallow, were left behind him. 2 Decepticon Special Forces soldiers were about to step forward to stop the old beggar, but Wu Qiangxin raised his hand to stop them. He put away the assault rifle in his hand, stepped forward and stood beside Yang Ge, replaced it with a pistol, cocked the gun, held it with both hands hanging in front of his waist, his eyes as cold as lightning, always staring at the old beggar in front of him. When they got closer, everyone discovered that the beggar had a rag bag hanging on his body. When he was still about 10 or 20 meters away from Yang Ge, the old beggar suddenly bent his knees, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to Yang Ge. Yang Ge frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" The old beggar looked up. One of his eyes had a pair of sunken eye sockets, and the pupil color could no longer be seen. It was completely pale. His cheeks, which were full of traces of time, were left with deep and shallow scars. It was obvious that the old beggar's life was not easy on this small island without order and justice. The old beggar tidied up the fluffy white hair on his forehead, then tried to smile at Yang Ge and said, "Sir, I'm a resident of this island. My family has lived on this island for generations. My elders have passed down a story from generation to generation, saying that a long time ago, this island was not a den of thieves and scoundrels like it is today. It was once a place ruled by the king. But later on, the imperial court declined and was no longer able to control this remote island. Gradually, it became a den of thieves. Now that the Lord is going to clear the island of pirates, I am happy from the bottom of my heart." Yang Ge felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this, and he hurriedly said to the old beggar, "Maybe you misunderstood. I am not an officer sent by the court to eliminate bandits." The old beggar waved to Yang Ge. He sighed and continued, "It's meaningless. Even if you were sent by the court, it's meaningless. Of all the islanders who once hoped to live a stable life, only a crippled old man like me is left." As he spoke, the old beggar took out a bronze-colored square seal from his cloth bag. He raised his hands above his forehead respectfully and said, "It doesn't matter whether you were sent by the imperial court or not. I am grateful to you for putting an end to the banditry and chaos on this island. This is the imperial seal of the coastal defense that has been passed down for more than 200 years. My family has been responsible for guarding it for more than 200 years. I will present it to you today. Drip, drip, drip. Remind the commander. Found a super strong attribute energy. Found a super strong attribute energy. Found a super strong attribute energy. Yongo was shocked. The fact that the battleship system sent out 3 consecutive reminders showed how important this information was. At this time, the main control panel had already displayed the source of the super strong attribute energy, which was the square seal in the old beggar's hand. Yongu did not rush forward. Instead, he asked the old beggar, "Old man, are you so sure that I can put an end to the banditry on this island? Have you ever thought that I might be a bigger pirate?" The old beggar smiled even more. Even if you are a pirate, you own this Wean island. Even for your own status, you will not allow bandits to run rampant under your rule, right? Yongu smiled. The old beggar saw it clearly. He was about to step forward and took a step when the old beggar suddenly said hurriedly as if he was frightened by something, "Sir, don't move. This is against etiquette." As he spoke, the old beggar knelt on the ground, holding the square seal in his hands, and crawled towards Yongu. Yongu couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He was about to take another step forward, but Wu Qiangxin reached out and stopped him. Afterwards, Wu Qiangxin came to the old beggar and said, "Old man, it's just a routine matter. Don't worry about it." The old beggar nodded. Of course, of course." After the old beggar finished speaking, Wu Qiangxin searched the old beggar's body from head to toe. After not finding anything suspicious, he pinched the old beggar's wrist to feel his pulse. After confirming that he was not a martial artist in disguise, he turned to Yongu and signaled, then stood aside. Yongu stepped forward, held the old beggar's hand, and said, "Stand up and speak. From now on, you will not have to kneel down in front of me." The old beggar was so trembling that he dared not stand up from the ground. He asked in disbelief, No kneeling etiquette? How could there be no etiquette and rules passed down by my family's elders?" Yongu smiled and said, 200 years have passed, and many things will change." The old beggar murmured, "Yes, 200 years have passed, and the court has not sent anyone here for 200 years. This scene, which should have been extremely warm, suddenly had some discordant episodes. A burst of strange noises suddenly came, boom. Suddenly, Yongu felt a scorching heat wave coming, and a huge rock wrapped in flames flew towards him rapidly from the 3-story building next to the central square. Wu Qiangxin stood in front of Yongu without saying a word, but Yongu didn't even look at the fireball. He held the old beggar's hand and slowly pulled him up from the ground, then said calmly into the headset, "Snake 1, Snake 2, intercept." Sizzle. The 2 Apache Cobra-armed helicopters that had been flying in the sky quickly adjusted their flight attitude, and the air-to-air interceptor missile mounted under the wing of one of them flew out like lightning, dragging a trail of white smoke. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and the air-to-air interception missile steadily hit the huge rock wrapped in flames. Suddenly, flint flew in the starry sky under the night sky, and the brilliant explosion flames dyed half of the night sky red. On the ground, the soldiers who were loyal to their master swore to fulfill their duties until death and protected the people behind them with their broad arms. The kind-hearted old man knelt down devoutly and presented the official seal. The young general also had tears in his eyes at this moment. He swore that he would protect his people until death, even if he was alone. Chapter 30 Shadow Thorn. The rocks and sparks that exploded in the air scattered over a large area. The loud noise produced by the explosion could be clearly heard throughout the entire Kuriku Island. The surrounding pirates looked towards the central square one after another. All the pirates realized that this battle was more intense than they had imagined. Yongu used his body to block the rocks that fell from the sky for the old beggar in front of him. Then he held the old beggar's hand firmly and said, "Don't worry, old man. From now on, I will give you a peaceful Wuyun Island." As he said that, Yongu took the seal from the old beggar's hand. He turned his head and looked at the 3-story building where the fireball had just flown out. Now, there was no one there. Hawkeye, Snake 2, find the man and kill him. As soon as Yongu finished speaking into the headset, the main control panel displayed a radar detection map of the vicinity. 2 green spots that symbolized the breath of life were highlighted and were moving rapidly in the direction of the port. One of the 2 Cobra-armed helicopters that were originally cruising in the air immediately increased its flight altitude and flew towards the seaside. At this time, a voice came from Yongji's headset that was extremely cold and emotionless. "Commander, Shadow Assassin reports that he has found the target and can act at any time. Shadow Thorn is the code name of two people in the Decepticon Special Forces. One is Shadow and the other is Thorn. One is an observer and the other is a sniper. The bloody man who attacked Yonggu before and was inexplicably shot in the head was done by these two people. The distance from the town on Wuyan Island to the port is not very far, less than 1 kilometer. At this time, the high slope where Ing Ci and the other two are located is located in the middle of the town and the port, only 500 meters away from the town in a straight line. The high-precision sniper rifle in Ci's hand has a maximum effective range of 2 kilometers, which is enough to cover the entire town and port. In the harbor, the 3 large ships of the Hageman had already weighed anchor. On the shore, Lu Yunsong looked anxiously in the direction of the town on the island. The series of explosions coming from the town just now made Lu Yunsong even more anxious. He paced back and forth, muttering, "Why haven't they come yet? Why haven't they come yet? It's fucking weird that you guys can win." Tada, da-da, da-da. A crisp sound of horse hooves was heard, and Lu Yunsong looked up suddenly and saw a group of people coming from the town. The leading few were riding horses, and one of them had a graceful figure, and it was Sister Gay. Upon seeing Sister Gay, Lu Yunsong's frown immediately relaxed. He stepped forward and said to Sister Gay, "Boss here." The ghost sister who had rushed all the way here suddenly saw Lu Yunsong. She had a complicated look on her face and said to Lu Yunsong with a guilty look, "Yunsong, I misunderstood you." Lu Yunsong stepped forward and grabbed Sister Guy's reins, saying nonchalantly, "Boss, stop talking about this. Let's go quickly. It will be too late." As Lu Yunsong spoke, he turned around to take a look at Sister Guy's stunning face. But this one look turned out to be their final farewell. Just like the bloody man who attacked Yonggu before, Lu Yunsong first heard a muffled sound, and then he seemed to see a slender black shadow flying into the ghost sister's head at a high speed. And then, in an instant, Ghost Sister's delicate head exploded out of thin air, and blood mist exploded, spraying everywhere around. Lu Yunsong hurriedly turned around to avoid it. When he turned around again, Ghost Sister's shoulders were empty, without any residue left. "No!" A shrill roar came out of LV Yunsong's mouth, his facial features twisted and deformed due to extreme grief and anger. Seeing the Ghost Sister's body falling off the horse, LV Yunfei immediately stepped forward to catch her. The blood flowing from the Ghost Sister's neck soaked half of his clothes. LV Yunsong wanted to cry loudly, but found that he couldn't cry at all. At this time, Sister Ghost was followed by a group of elite members of the Sea Ghost clan. When they suddenly saw this scene, they all became furious. Some of them turned around and ran back to the town without saying a word. More people remembered the scene in the central square that was like purgatory on earth and lowered their heads silently. Ing Ci reported the situation at the port to Yonggu, who pronounced the fate of these people without blinking an eye. Falcon 2, go and clean up those remnants of the Sea Ghost Gate who have escaped. Snake 2, keep a distance from the port and launch missiles after those people get on board and go out to sea. The Falcon 2 in the air immediately took off and flew away. At the same time, the voice of the Cobra 2 helicopter pilot came from Yang Ji's earphone. Cobra 2 received. After giving the order, Yang Gu took a look at the radar map and suddenly found a green light spot rapidly approaching the 2 shadow assassins lurking on the hillside. Instantly, Yang Gu ordered, "Shadow Thorn, you two should pay attention to defense. Falcon 3, support Shadow Thorn." At the port, Lu Yunsong sat on the ground holding Ghost Sister's body and cried silently. At the end of his crying, the tears in his eyes gradually turned red and finally turned into tears of blood. "Ah!" He stood up from the ground holding Ghost Sister's body and let out a long roar towards the sky. Finally, after taking a look towards the island, Lu Yunsong carried Sister Gay and boarded the big ship of the Hageman. Chapter 31, Taoist Old Man. On the hillside, next to a cliff, Ing and Ci, both wearing desert camouflage, were lying on the ground motionless. Ing was holding a telescope in his hand, constantly observing the surrounding situation, while Ci was holding his sniper rifle, holding his breath, observing and listening quietly to the movements around him. In the afternoon, Yang Gu and his party set out from the cruiser and dropped the 2 men off here before arriving at the central square. From then until now, Ing Ci and his companion have been lying on the cliff without moving. After receiving Yang Ji's reminder just now, the two stepped up their precautions. At this time, the sound of the Falcon UAV could be heard faintly in the distance, but the sense of crisis in Ing Ci's hearts became stronger and stronger. "Call," a gust of night wind blew by, and a drop of sweat on Ying's forehead fell to his body, making a slight click sound. Ying moved his finger joints slightly, constantly adjusting his breathing. As time passed, the sound of the falcon drone in the night sky became louder and louder. Suddenly, Ying, who was slowly moving the telescope in his hand, and Ci, who was moving his knuckles, stopped their movements at the same time. The next moment, the two of them, as if they had telepathic connection, held each other's arms and used each other's strength to leap backwards. Hey! Boom! A fireball dropped from the sky and landed on the place where Ying and Ci were lying just now. In an instant, the cliff was covered with jumping flames. The scorching heat instantly hit. After Ying and Ci landed, they retreated repeatedly and barely avoided the rapidly spreading sea of fire. There was a startled sound in the night sky. Ci looked up, then bent his legs and knelt on one knee. He raised the sniper rifle in his hand toward the sky and shouted, "Hold the gun!" Without saying a word, Ying immediately stood in front of Shershin and took the initiative to put the sniper rifle in Shershin's hand on his back. Shershin raised his wrist slightly, and in an instant the sniper rifle in his hand formed a stable triangle with Ying's back and the ground. A sharp look flashed in his eyes, and his finger pulled the trigger steadily. Pung! A flash of fire flashed from the muzzle of the sniper rifle. The strong recoil made his shoulder tremble. A long bullet went straight towards the figure standing in the night sky. The person standing in the air at this moment was none other than the old man who had been with Sister Gay on the 3-story building next to the central square, the Taoist cultivator at the Earth Martial Realm. Later, when Ghost Sister was retreating, this Taoist flew directly into the air. Halfway through his flight, he was attracted by the noise of Ghost Sister being killed, and he went straight over here to look for Ying and the other two. As early as when Ci raised the sniper rifle and aimed at him, Old Man Daoxiu instantly felt alert. He had witnessed with his own eyes how these people holding unknown firearms slaughtered pirates. Seeing the muzzle of Ci's gun aimed at him, Old Man Daoxiu directly crushed a jade pendant hidden in his sleeve. The shot was very accurate, and the bullet basically went straight to the Taoist old man's forehead. As soon as the gunshot rang out, Ying said, "Hit!" When? The shot did hit the target, but the sound of the bullet piercing the flesh that the two men imagined did not come. Instead, there was a sound as if the bullet hit some metal armor. The two men, Shadow Ci and others, frowned at the same time. In an instant, Ci quickly pulled the bolt, replaced the bullet, and pulled the trigger again. Bang! Another bullet was fired rapidly, this time aiming at the Old Man Daoxiu's waist and abdomen. When? There was the same sound again, and this time he could see clearly that the Taoist old man flying in the air seemed to be surrounded by a layer of protective shield, and there seemed to be a flash of light in it, but it was not very obvious in the night. Today is really strange. Where did you weirdos come from? You don't have any martial arts aura, but you were able to dodge my magic so swiftly, and that iron thing flying in the air actually broke my unique skills. How interesting. The Old Man Daoxiu looked at the two Ying Ci on the ground and spoke slowly. He stretched out his right hand and bent his 5 fingers slightly one by one. After each finger was bent, a bright red flame would jump out of the fingertips. There was a hint of indifference in the old man's voice. I may be a little worried about that flying guy, but I can easily deal with you two, who are not even warriors. After saying that, the Taoist old man continued to speed up the movement of his hands. The 5 flames were rapidly enlarging. In the end, they had become 5 balls of blazing fire floating in the Taoist old man's hands. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a loud buzzing sound in the night sky, and the Falcon 3 drone arrived. The heavy machine gun mounted under the cabin aimed at the Old Man Daoxiu and spit out a stream of flames. Da-da-da-da! Dang, 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 dang. However, just like the sniper bullets that had stabbed him before, all of Falcon's heavy machine gun bullets were blocked by the protective shield around the old man. Looking at the images transmitted back by the drone, Yang Ji's face changed slightly. After traveling through so many days, he finally met a tough opponent. The next moment he decisively ordered, "Snake 1, go over and provide support at full speed. Hawkeye, locate the old man's coordinates, transmit them back to the battleship, and prepare the missiles. Shadow Thorn, find cover." Chapter 32. Wind Meteorite Fire. Under the night sky, the Taoist old man, standing in the air, raised his finger, and the 5 flames floating on his hand suddenly spread out, forming a circle of fire that revolved around him. The old man pointed at the two Ying Ci and said, "Go, call." The fiercely burning fire ring continued to expand in the air, and finally fell to the ground, casting shadows around the two people. The flames suddenly jumped up to more than 2 meters high when they landed, forming a circle of fire that surrounded the two people. Da-da-da-da! The heavy machine gun mounted on the Falcon drone continued to spray flames at the old man Daoshio, which made him very annoyed. The old man raised his hand and waved whoosh. A gust of wind suddenly swept past, and the Falcon drone was blown far away. On the other side, Yang Gu felt dizzy. He immediately turned off the drone transmission and turned it back on after a while. Falcon, stop attacking, keep the video transmission stable, and let Snake deal with him. The target has been locked, and the missile is ready. This missile launch requires 50 energy points, and the current energy is 1,000. Do you confirm the launch? The message that the missiles were ready popped up on the main control panel. Looking at the two shadow assassins surrounded by the blazing flames and the Taoist old man not far away from them, Yang Gu said into the headset, "Don't fire yet." With a thought, Yang Gu adjusted the channel in the headset and said to the Cobra 1 armed helicopter, "Snake 1, fire rockets and force that old man into the sky." Snake received it. Swoosh! The voice of a pilot was heard in the earphone, and a flash of fire immediately appeared in the dark night sky. An airborne rocket flew out rapidly, trailing white smoke. The armed helicopter was making quite a noise to begin with, and the rocket launch instantly attracted the attention of the Taoist old man in the sky. He sneered at the two men trapped in the sea of fire. "Another helper? It seems that you have some secret method to communicate secretly. Good, good. If I present this secret method to the king of Ijo, then at least I can get a county fiefdom." As he said that, old man Daoshio was about to come down to catch the man, and the next moment, there was a rapid sound of breaking air behind him. This sound was obviously different from the sound of the Falcon drone flying before, which made old man Daoshio's face change drastically. As a Taoist cultivator in the Earth martial realm, flying in the air is like walking for ordinary people. From the sound, the old Taoist cultivator can tell how fast the object flying towards him is. In an instant, the old Taoist priest hurriedly turned his wrist and muttered something. A strong wind seemed to blow around him immediately, lifting him up several feet. However, the rockets fired by the Cobra-armed helicopters were all guided by fire control radars. How could he escape by moving just a few feet away? The next moment, the rocket exploded on the protective shield in front of old man Daoshio. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the protective shield in front of old man Daoshio suddenly emitted a burst of light and then dimmed slightly. Although old man Daoshio was not injured, the shock wave caused by the explosion pushed him far away. Old man Daoshio's face turned pale, and he looked at the flying Cobra helicopter with anger in his eyes, with his hands raised in front of him, and said sternly, "It was you who broke my unique skills before. I want to see how capable you, a flying piece of iron, are." Suddenly, a strange white halo appeared in front of the old man. "Wind meteorite fire." Old man Daoshio roared, and it seemed as if multiple air currents were converging in the strange circle of light. Then a huge rock wrapped in flames appeared from it, and the next moment it rushed towards the Cobra helicopter. Yang Ji's eyelids twitched when he saw this scene, and he thought of the ugly old man who had stirred up a whirlpool in the sea with a crutch. At this moment, Yang Gu wanted to say only one thing: this world is so fucking wonderful. Faced with the sudden flaming boulder, the two pilots on the Cobra helicopter were not panicked at all. They had intercepted it once before. The air-to-air interceptor missiles mounted under the wings of the helicopter were immediately activated. Swoosh! A slender missile hit the flying boulder steadily, and gravel and sparks exploded all over the sky. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! After the flaming boulder was smashed, the old man Daoshio was not angry but happy. He laughed wantonly and said, "I understand. Come, let me see how many times you can stop me." As soon as old man Daoshio said this, Yang Gu and the two pilots of Cobra No. 1 immediately realized that something was wrong. Old man Daoshio saw that the armed helicopter was carrying rockets. Each of Yang Ji's Cobra armed helicopters is equipped with 12 missiles, of which only 4 are air-to-air interceptor missiles. 2 have been used before, and only 2 are left now. Wind and fire rain. The next moment, the strange halo in front of the old man suddenly enlarged, and as he smiled grimly, 3 huge flints gradually emerged. Call! Yang didn't care about that anymore. He looked at Ing Si and the other person on the screen. The spreading fire was about 5 meters away from them. Yang Gu said into the headset, "Ing Si, get down immediately. Missile launch. Received." At the same time, swish. On the cruiser on the sea, a missile launch bay exploded and mist gushed out, followed by flames shooting into the sky, and an Eagle Strike missile flew out rapidly. Chapter 33: Immortal Martial Amulet. 3 huge stones burning with flames flew towards Cobra Number 1. As soon as the 3 stones flew out, Old Man Daoshio looked relieved. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he was obviously struggling. Panting and staring ahead, Old Man Daoshio had a sinister smile on his face. Then he glanced at the 2 ink sea in the sea of fire below. Seeing that the 2 men were already lying on the ground motionless, he thought to himself what a pity. They were so easily suffocated to death by the smoke, and his plan to present treasures to King Ijo had failed. Swish, swish. Cobra 1 launched its only 2 air-to-air interceptor missiles, then suddenly lifted off into the air. Boom. A violent explosion was heard again, and the night sky was filled with stars. However, there was still a huge rock wrapped in flames that crashed into Cobra Number 1. At this time, the main pilot on Cobra 1 immediately yelled, "Pull up! Pull up! Adjust the direction. I'm using air-to-ground missiles." The co-pilot said urgently, "Got it." Then the entire fuselage of the Cobra Number 1 soared into the night sky at an even more exaggerated angle than before. After flying for a distance, the co-pilot suddenly pushed the joystick, and immediately the nose of the armed helicopter made a 180-degree adjustment. At this moment, the nose of the plane was facing the huge rock flying down below. The main pilot immediately pressed the button to launch the missile. Whoosh whoosh. 2 air-to-ground missiles flew out with white smoke in an instant. However, unlike air-to-air interceptor missiles that have the ability to accurately strike moving targets, air-to-ground missiles are generally used to attack ground targets at fixed points. The 2 air-to-ground missiles just brushed past the flaming rocks and then exploded in the mountains below. Boom! 2 bursts of fire suddenly exploded on the ground. The attack failed to work. In a critical situation, the main pilot of Cobra 1 ordered the co-pilot, "Hold on, we will fight him with machine guns." Receive! Boom, 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 boom. The main pilot suddenly pressed the red button on the joystick, and immediately, the 20mm machine gun mounted under the Apache Cobra attack helicopter opened fire at full power. The red tongues of fire were extremely gorgeous in the night sky, and large pieces of shell casings flew out from under the Cobra 1. The bullets from the machine gun hit people. 1 bullet could cut an ordinary adult in half. At this moment, these 20 bullets were pouring down on the flying boulder like a torrential rain. Click, 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 click. In an instant, the boulder shattered into pieces at a speed visible to the naked eye, and large pieces of Martian rock chips flew all over the sky. This scene left the old Taoist stunned. As the boulder and Cobra Number 1 approached each other rapidly, the power of the 20mm machine gun bullets became more and more prominent, and gradually a huge hole was punched in the middle of the boulder. Seeing the boulder about to hit, the flames engulfed by the boulder had already burned the outer shell of the Cobra helicopter, changing its color. Shwa, shwa. At the last moment, the main pilot of Cobra 1 fired 2 missiles in succession. Bang, bang. There were 2 loud explosions, and the huge rock turned into rubble all over the sky. The Cobra 1 helicopter flew far away like a kite with a broken string because of the violent explosion shockwave. Whether it was Yang Gu, who was watching the game from behind the screen, or the old man Daoshio, who was watching the game live, both of them were a little dazed. Yang Gu didn't even notice the prompt that popped up on the main control panel at this time. Warning! Report to the commander. The Apache Cobra 1 helicopter gunship is under attack. Swoosh! On the battlefield, before the old Taoist priest could wipe the sweat off his forehead, a loud sound of breaking air suddenly came from the night sky above his head. The old man thought that the helicopter that was blown away had fired another rocket at him. He sneered and said, "Humph! This trick is useless if you use it once. It's useless if you use it twice." As he spoke, the old man turned around and faced the direction where the sound of breaking air came from. The wind was strong in the night sky, blowing the clothes of the old Taoist cultivator in the earth martial realm rustling. Just looking at his posture of not being cowardly and daring to use his body to resist the missile, he looked so heroic. However, the next moment, the domineering aura in the Taoist old man's eyes disappeared and was replaced by endless fear, which was the sixth sense of a strong man in the earth martial realm. Boom! A red light flashed from the warhead of the Eagle Strike missile, and then a brilliant fire broke out in the night sky where the old man Daoshio was. Everything seemed to return to peace in the exploding fire. Call! Looking at the beautiful scene in the night sky, Yonggu let out a long sigh. He immediately asked into the headset, Snake One, how is it? The Cobra One was already shaky in the air after having just been hit by the shock waves of 2 missile explosions and the splashing of a large amount of rubble. Various instrument alarms in the cockpit kept sounding, and the 2 pilots were dizzy and felt as if the world was spinning. Fortunately, it seemed that the helicopter could still fly. Reporting to the commander, the 2 of us are fine, but Cobra One needs to rest. Yonggu felt relieved immediately. Okay, you guys can return home with Shadowthorn. Receive. Everything that happened in this moment happened in a flash. At this moment, the sea of fire surrounding CI and the other man was less than a step away from them. Cobra number 1 flew shakily to the cliff and lowered 2 ropes over the heads of CI and the other man. The 2 Shadow Thorns each grabbed a rope to secure themselves, and then Cobra 1 took off, carrying the 2 of them and slowly flew towards the cruiser on the sea. Puff! Ahem ahem! Yonggu, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly became alert. He heard a cough in the video sent back from the Falcon UAV. Yonggu hurriedly looked towards the area where the Taoist old man had been hit by the missile. He saw that after the smoke in that area had dissipated, the Taoist old man was still standing in the air. Damn! This old man is not dead yet. In an instant, Yongji's heart rose to his throat. This scene made his scalp tingle. For the first time, Yonggu realized that the strength he possessed now was far from enough. At this time, the Taoist old man standing in the air was stable for only a moment before he fell headfirst. The unconscious Taoist old man still looked incredible. He spat out a mouthful of blood and weakly muttered to himself. Impossible! Impossible! How could the immortal martial arts amulet that even heavenly martial realm experts cannot break be broken just like that? Seeing the old man falling from the sky, Yonggu immediately ordered the nearby Falcon drone. Falcon 3, follow him. Kill him. At this point, Yonggu hesitated for a moment. Then he changed his words and said, don't take any offensive measures. After saying that, Yonggu turned around and looked at the Decepticon special forces behind him. Shuejian, take a team over to catch them alive. Chapter 34, Movements on the Island. The rising sun emitted its first halo of light in the east, and the morning sea breeze was mixed with a faint fishy smell that was not sure whether it came from human blood or the ocean. For the pirates on Wuyan Island, this fearful night was finally over. Buzz! A buzzing sound was heard, and 3 Falcon drones appeared over the only town on Wuyan Island. Each drone flew in a different direction of the town and continuously played a voice message. I hereby announce that starting today, Lord Megatron will take full control of Misty Cloud Island. Starting today, Lord Megatron will take full control of Misty Cloud Island. Early in the morning, 3 drones were broadcasting continuously, causing complaints from countless pirates who were still asleep. An angry pirate rushed out of the door with sleepy eyes, but when he saw something flying in the sky, he immediately ran back into the door at an even faster speed, holding his chest and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. After a while, a team of fully armed Decepticon special forces walked into the town. They pasted large character posters on every street and alley entrance in the town, as well as in several taverns, tea houses, inns, and brothels. After the Decepticon special forces left, the pirates in the town dared to show their heads one by one to see what was written on the posters. At the entrance of the town's largest inn, Euphuli, a middle-aged man dressed in a long gown and looking like a scholar stared at the big character poster for a long while, holding his chin in silence until a servant from the inn came out and asked him, "Boss, do you want to write a letter home today?" It turned out that the middle-aged man dressed as a scholar was the shopkeeper of Euphuli. He frowned and raised his hand to the servant and said, "Of course I have to write it. Something big happened on Wuyan Island today. I must let my family know." The servant bowed and nodded. "Yes, I'll go back and grind the ink." "No need to grind ink. All you need to do is prepare the rice paper." "Yes." Similarly, at the entrance of a notorious brothel in the town, a hunchback pimp and a fat-faced madam both frowned at the big character poster. The madam patted the pimp next to her and said, "What the hell is written on it?" The hunchbacked man was leaning on a cane, and his monkey-like face showed a solemn expression. After a long time, he slowly said, "Wife, this man is very ambitious." Snort! Suddenly, a muscular man with his upper body naked walked out of the brothel. When he came to the door, he saw the madam and the pimp staring at the big character poster outside the door in a daze. So he went forward to take a look. It turned out that this look made him very angry. The big man immediately stepped forward and tore down the big character poster on the wall, cursing. Bullshit. Humph. Those who openly rebel will die. Those who bully the weak will die. And those who defy Megatron will die. So what? He, an outsider, wants to change the traditions of Mist Cloud Island? What other pirates will come here in the future? How will we earn and eat? As he spoke, the sturdy man tore the big character poster in his hand into pieces. Ouch! You idiot! The madam immediately started to curse at the strong man, but the hunchback tortoise next to him tried to stop him, saying, Forget it, wife. Tian'er is right. We really can't stay here any longer. There's nothing we can do. Let's pack up and get ready to leave. The madam was stunned when she heard this. She murmured, I have followed you for most of my life and finally lived peacefully on this island for a few years. But now, Mom, don't worry, I'll go and talk to that bastard Megatron. As he said this, the strong man was about to walk outside. Come back. The madam immediately became anxious when she saw this. She went forward to pull the strong man, but failed to hold him. At this moment, the hunchback man suddenly swung the cane in his hand, and whoosh. His crutch instantly hit the sturdy man's chest and abdomen, and the sturdy man was immediately knocked back into the house behind him. The hunchbacked turtle man stepped forward, showing the momentum of a master. You've been spoiled. Have you forgotten what I taught you every day? Cough, cough, puff. The strong man covered his lower abdomen and coughed for a while, and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he looked at the hunchback turtle man in surprise and said in disbelief, Dad, what are you doing? The hunchback turtle said coldly, What? Do you think I was too harsh? Humph. This is to save your life, to save the incense of my Pan family. Devil. As soon as the hunchback turtle man said that, the old procuress on the side immediately reminded him urgently. At this time, the hunchbacked turtle man restrained his momentum a little and said to the strong man on the ground, Go, pack up your things at home. We will leave immediately. Take all the girls with you. We'll have to find a way to make a living somewhere else. Yes, yes. The sturdy man sitting on the ground struggled to get up and walk towards the house behind him. Not long after, a burst of cursing came from the largest brothel on Wuyun Island. Many pirates who were still sleeping were driven out without even putting on their clothes. On this day, starting from the morning, there were ships leaving the Wuyun Island continuously. Wuyun Island was originally inhabited by pirates who had no fixed place to stay. Now that something had happened on Wuyun Island, many pirates left for a while with a wait-and-see attitude, hoping to come back if there was a chance. At this time, on the cruiser Megatron, Yang Gu, who had just woken up from a nap, was staring at the unconscious Taoist old man in front of him. After all, it was his first time seeing a magician, and he was a little curious. Chapter 35. Respect the elderly and love the young. Old man Daoxiao had his hands tied to the fence beside the cruiser deck, with a piece of rag of unknown color stuffed in his mouth. According to Hawkeye's radar detection, the old man did not die after falling from such a high place last night, and his life breath was still very stable. He was just unconscious. Is this the strength of the practitioners in this world? Wu Changxin was holding an assault rifle and standing aside with two Decepticon Special Forces soldiers, staring at the old man. Let him wake up. As soon as Yang Gu finished speaking, a Decepticon Special Forces soldier stepped forward, grabbed old man Daoxiao's feet, and threw him over the fence of the cruiser deck. In an instant, the old man Daoxiao was like a kite, with one end tied to the deck railing and the other end flying directly into the vast ocean. Plop. A wave splashed up, and the cold sea water instantly awakened the unconscious Taoist old man. However, after waking up, the old man was horrified to find that his hands and feet were tied tightly, and a smelly rag was stuffed in his mouth. The panicked Daoxiao old man had no choice but to keep floundering in the sea water. This futile struggle did not bring any effect except wasting his energy. Finally, the movements of Daoxiao old man's struggle became smaller and smaller. Pull it up, don't let it get to death. On the cruiser, Yang Gu said as he glanced at the waves that were getting smaller and smaller below. Two Decepticon Special Forces soldiers grabbed the rope that tied up old man Daoxiao and pulled it upwards little by little. Just as they pulled old man Daoxiao away from the sea, Yang Gu suddenly made a signal to the two soldiers, and they both understood immediately. The old Taoist, who had just recovered from the edge of suffocation, was breathing in fresh air vigorously. Suddenly, he felt the rope tied to his feet suddenly lighten, and he flew down again. Bang! The old Taoist priest was cursing all the people above him in his heart. He was a Taoist priest in the earthly martial realm. Wherever he went, he would be respected and admired. But now he was being treated like this. It was simply inhumane, inhumane. Old man Daoxiu once wondered if he was having a nightmare. Soon, Daoxiu was pulled out of the sea again. This time, he was pulled to the waist of the cruiser. He was suddenly pulled so high that he was relieved. However, he suddenly found that his body was once again free falling towards the sea below. Old Daoxiu. Pung. A wave rose up, and it was obvious that the Taoist old man's struggle was not as violent as before. Not long after, he was pulled out of the sea again. At this time, the Taoist old man's face was pale. He had prepared himself to be killed here today. He couldn't help but feel sad for himself. After all, he was a Taoist in the martial realm. Fortunately, this time old man Daoxiu did not have the same pleasant experience as the previous two times. He was directly pulled onto the deck. Bang! The old man Daoxiu suddenly fell on the deck, splashing water all over his body. He lay on the deck helplessly and could only breathe through his nose, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable as he had just come out of the seawater. Woo-woo. Yang signaled a Decepticon Special Forces soldier to come forward and take out the rag stuffed in the old man's mouth. Call. Vomit. The old man first breathed hard, then spat out a ball of water from his mouth. He then raised his head and stared at Yang and the others with a pair of bloodshot eyes due to suffocation. How dare you, you lowly people, treat a noble Taoist like me like this? Yang curled his lips. It seemed that this grandson didn't understand his situation. He waved his hand impatiently. Two Decepticon Special Forces soldiers stepped forward again and smiled at the old man Daoxiu. Honorable Daoxiu, right? Go down. Then the two men lifted up the old man and threw him off the deck into the vast sea again. Ah! Plop! Another wave splashed high up. This time, the old Taoist, whose mouth was not blocked, obviously stayed in the sea for a while longer, but soon everything returned to calm. When old man Daoxiu was fished out of the water again, his pale face was filled with agony, whether due to being soaked in sea water or due to inner despair. Even after returning to the deck and breathing easily, the old man's eyes, which were as empty and numb as a dead fish, only moved slightly. Yang Ji's heart tightened as he looked at him. Could it be that he had played a fool? A Decepticon soldier stepped forward to check the old man's pupils, then turned to Yang and said, "He's fine, he's just old and a little frightened, and he can't recover for a while." Yang nodded and said, "Okay, then let's give the old man some time. We should respect the old and love the young." Cough, cough. Poof! The old Taoist, with a dull look in his eyes, suddenly coughed violently after hearing what Yang said, and vomited a pool of water from his stomach. Seeing the look in the old man's eyes gradually recover, Yang gave him a very harmless smile and said, "Respected Mr. Magician, I think we can talk now." Chapter 36, Where are you from? Looking at the handsome black-haired boy in front of him, the old Taoist was startled. His face turned red, and he seemed to be struggling with something. Finally, the old Taoist couldn't help but cursed at Yang. "You are the magician. Your whole family are magicians. I, Wang Hun, am a true Yinxia man, a Taoist practitioner of the current Great Chu state. How can I be compared to those acrobatic actors in Europe and Nanyang, who can only fool children?" Yang blinked. It seemed that his word magician had caused some kind of offense to him. Facing the old dog's scolding, Yang was not angry. He was more concerned about the message conveyed by the old man's words. "Your name is Wang Hun, and you are a Taoist monk? What is Euro? Are there really magicians there? What is Nanyang? What is the relationship between Chu and the king of Izhou?" Yang asked a series of questions, causing the Taoist old man named Wang Hun to look at Yang as if he were looking at a monkey. "Where did you come from?" "Tisk." Yang slapped his forehead. Then he took a step back and waved to the two Decepticon Special Forces soldiers. Seeing that the two soldiers were about to lift him up again, Wang Hun immediately said, "Wait, I'll tell you. My name is Wang Hun. I'm from Izhou, Chu State. I'm a Taoist monk. Oloa is the name of a continent. There are magicians there, but they are all swindlers who play tricks on people. Yunxia and Nanyang are the names of continents, just like Oloa. Izhou is a vast island, a vassal state of Chu State, belonging to Yunxia and ruled by the king of Izhou. Tell me in detail about the three continents of Yunxia, Oloa, and Nanyang." Wang Hun gave Yang a strange look and said, "The Yunxia and Oloa continents are separated by the Yunling Mountains. The Yunling Mountains start from the Yongdong Forest in the north and extend to the polar ice sheet in the south. It is like a natural barrier that divides a continent into two parts, east and west. The east is the Yunxia continent, which was originally the Yunxia dynasty 1,600 years ago. Later, the Yunxia dynasty was destroyed and became the seven empires of Qin, Yin, Zhao, Wei, Qi, and Liang, including the Chu state. These seven empires have vast territories and strong strength. In addition to the seven empires, there are dozens of small kingdoms in the Yunxia continent, as well as a large number of nomadic peoples, the Jinxia barbarian state, and the North Sea Monster Alliance distributed in the west and north. To the west of the Yunling Mountains is the Eurocontinent. The Eurocontinent is only one-third the size of the Yunxia continent, but it is home to hundreds of empires of varying sizes. However, most of those empires have a unified belief in Birdman and all obey the command of a Birdman Pope. The people there also like to ride flying lizards. To the north of the Yunxia continent and the Eurocontinent is the eternal winter forest, which is tens of millions of miles in radius. The Orc tribe there can barely be considered a country. Birdman beliefs and flying lizards. Yang Ge probably understood what Wang Hun was talking about. Starting from the polar ice sheet, the Yunling Mountains have changed from their original north-south orientation to a northwest-southeast orientation. To the northeast of the Yunling Mountains is the Yunxia continent, and to the southwest is the Nanyang continent. As for the Nanyang, At this point, Wang Hun showed a trace of contempt on his face. There are all kinds of weird things over there, such as the Indian Snake Kingdom, the Elephant Monster Kingdom, and the Icefield Savage Tribe. In the past, the barren land where the Yunxia dynasty exiled criminals had now built dozens of ridiculous empires. In fact, it is just equivalent to dozens of small kingdoms in Yunxia. The entire Nanyang is not as big as any of the seven empires in Yunxia. Listening to what Wang Hun said, Yang Ge gradually understood that the general topography of this world was similar to the Eurasian continent where he lived in his previous life, but it was not exactly the same. For example, the Nanyang in this world was much smaller than the Nanyang in Yang Ji's previous life. After talking for so long, Wang Hun seemed to be interested, and he continued, compared to the people in the European continent who believe in birdmen and like lizards with wings, the people in the South Seas are even more diverse. Some people believe in giant snakes, some believe in demonic elephants, and some believe in eunuchs who have no eggs and dress like women. When Wang Hun said this, Yang Ge interrupted him and asked, "What do the people in Yunxia believe in?" When Yang Ge asked this, Wang Hun's eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have a surge of heroic spirit rising in his heart, and he said proudly, "Yunxia people, believe in yourself." Believe in yourself? Wang Hun's answer was beyond Yang Ji's expectation. Facing Yang Ji's puzzled look, Wang Hun continued, "There are many heroes in the seven countries of Yunxia with hundreds of millions of lives. How can there be millions of heroes? Some Yunxia people believe in the sages of their ancestors, wise ministers and brave generals, and some believe in wise rulers and great scholars, and the saints of literature and martial arts. The emperor guards the country, the king protects the country, the soldiers return from 100 battles, and the people return home in peace. This is the belief of the Yunxia people." Yang Ge only felt that Wang Hun became more and more excited as he spoke. Even though he was an outsider, he could feel Wang Hun's inner pride as a Yunxia person. Seeing that Wang Hun was about to continue speaking, Yang Ge immediately interrupted him and changed the subject, asking, "You are a Taoist cultivator, right? I have a question. Between the Taoist cultivators and martial artists of the same level as you, who is more powerful?" As he spoke, Yang Ge gave a look to Wu Qiangxin behind him. Wu Qiangxin snapped his fingers towards the distance behind him, and a Decepticon Special Forces soldier came over here with something in his hand. Chapter 37, Spiritual Contract Scroll. Hearing Yang Ji's question, Wang Hun suddenly remembered what happened just now, and a slight fear rose in his heart. "What are you going to do?" Yang Ge pointed to the sea outside the deck railing beside him and said, "Answer my question." Wang Hun swallowed his saliva and said, "If we only compare the killing power, a martial arts cultivator can never catch up with a Taoist cultivator. What if the two sides face off against each other? Then the martial arts cultivators will have a slight advantage. After all, the Taoist cultivators are weak in close combat, but this weakness will be gradually made up as their ranks rise." Wang Hun was obviously in the wrong when he said this, and his old face looked a little unnatural. If a martial artist and a Taoist practitioner of the same level were to fight one another, would the latter be more than just slightly better? They would simply be beaten to a pulp, especially if they were to encounter a martial artist who specialized in archery and assassination techniques. This would be a tragedy for the Taoist practitioner. Next, Yang Ge asked the question that concerned him the most. I'm very curious. The defensive power you displayed last night, that shouldn't be the strength that a Taoist should have, right? Wang Hun's eyes revealed a trace of regret, and he whispered, "Hey, that was a secret treasure I got by chance in Xuanwu sect once. It was called the Xinwu Amulet, and it was said to be able to defend against attacks from all practitioners below the Xinwu level. What I got was just a defective one, which can only defend against attacks from practitioners below the Tianwu level." Yang Ge asked, "What is above Tianwu?" There seemed to be a hint of awe in Wang Hun's voice. "Above Tianwu is Jinwu, and then Shengwu and Xianwu. I was fortunate enough to listen to the teachings of a saint once, and it was that time that allowed me to break through from the human martial realm to the earth martial realm." Yang Ge showed a very curious expression and asked, You just said that you Taoists are weak in close combat. Then aren't you in great danger? Once you encounter a martial artist who is at a disadvantage to you, you won't even have the strength to fight back? Do you usually have to bring some guards, disciples, etc. for self-defense?" Wang Hun affirmed, "Yes. Generally speaking, when a Taoist goes out, he must be accompanied by guards." Yang Ge raised his eyebrows. "What about your guards?" Wang Hun said somewhat unnaturally, "We encountered a storm at sea, and I was unable to save him in time." Yang Ge curled his lips and said, "Hey, are you afraid that your guards have been secretly bribed by your enemies?" Wang Hun laughed when he heard this and said, "How is that possible? The Taoist guards must sign a spiritual contract with the Taoist himself." At this point, Wang Hun suddenly stopped. He glanced at Yang Ge warily and asked, "Why are you asking this?" A cunning arc appeared at the corner of Yang Ji's mouth. He stretched out his hand, and the Decepticon Special Forces soldier who had just walked over handed the thing in his hand to Yang Ge. At this time, Wang Hun saw clearly what the thing was. Suddenly, Wang Hun's whole body trembled violently, as if he had seen a ghost in the daytime. It was a white scroll. Yang Ge smiled at Wang Hun and said, "I found this in your bag. The so-called spiritual contract is this thing, right?" Wang's whole body was still shaking and sweat was pouring down his face. Yang Ge took a step forward, squatted down, and approached him, and asked softly, "Master Wang of the earthly martial realm, do I have the honor to sign a spiritual contract with you?" As soon as Yang Ge asked this question, Wang Hun trembled violently, as if he had been electrocuted. He then stammered, "You don't joke with me. I already have a guard. I don't need to sign this spiritual contract with you." Puff! Yang Ge burst out laughing immediately. He reached out and patted Wang Hun's sweaty face and asked, "Wang Hun, you are at least a cultivator in the earthly martial realm. Why are you acting stupid with me at this time? Besides," as he spoke, Yang Ji's tone suddenly became violent. "Didn't you just say that your guard was dead? Did you think I was very easy to deceive when you lied?" Swoosh! In an instant, Yang Ge stood up and unhooked the pistol from Wu Qiangxin's waist, cocked the gun, pointed the muzzle to the sky. Bang! The sound of a gunshot frightened Wang Hun so much that he almost lost his soul. Then, the muzzle of the gun, which was still emitting puffs of smoke, was pressed against Wang Hun's head. The burning sensation from the muzzle made Wang Hun even more uneasy. Yang Ji's slightly sinister voice came into his ears. "Wang Hun, you came here to secretly assassinate me this time. Tell me, how should I deal with the person who wants to kill me?" Wang's whole body was shaking even more violently. He didn't expect that things would end up like this. Finally, Wang Hun made a decision. "Kill me. If a dignified martial arts cultivator becomes someone's slave, I will become a laughingstock in the entire Yunxia continent cultivation world if this gets out." "Good." Without saying anything, Yang Ge stood up and said to the person behind him, "Throw him down." Two Decepticon Special Forces soldiers stepped forward, grabbed Wang Hun again, and threw him into the vast ocean. Plop. Water splashed. But this time Wang Hun did not make any struggling movements when he fell into the sea. Yang Ge stood by the fence and waited quietly. Soon, Wang Hun below finally couldn't hold on any longer and started to struggle again. Yang Ge smiled slightly and raised his hand to signal behind him, and then two Decepticon Special Forces soldiers pulled Wang Hun up again. Bang! The Taoist cultivator of the earthly martial realm was thrown onto the deck again. As soon as he landed, he spit out a few mouthfuls of seawater, then said to Yang Ge with red eyes, "Give me the spiritual contract." Yang Ge placed the white scroll in front of him, and Wang Hun said again, "Untie my hands." The two Decepticon Special Forces soldiers looked at Yang Ge, who nodded in agreement. As they untied Wang Hun's arms, Yang Ge said to Wang Hun in a cold voice, "Wang Hun, I won't stop you if you want to commit suicide, but don't have any inappropriate thoughts. You no longer have the immortal martial arts talisman. As Yang Ge spoke, Wu Qiangxin beside him raised the assault rifle in his hand and pointed it directly at Wang Hun. But Wang Hun seemed not to have heard anything. After his hands were untied, he opened the white scroll. On the right side of the scroll were written two big words, spiritual contract, followed by rows of densely packed small words. Wang Hun was half lying on the ground, with his right hand raised high. He muttered something, then slapped his forehead, and suddenly a circle of white halo appeared on his hand. In an instant, Yang Ge and Wu Qiangxin both had their hearts in their throats. Wu Qiangxin took the initiative to step forward and stand in front of Yang Ge, holding the assault rifle tightly in his hand. The next moment, bang, Wang Hun slammed his hand on the scroll, and swish. Then, the white halo on Wang Hun's hand disappeared, and a stream of green light appeared on the white spiritual contract scroll. Wang Hun rolled up the scroll again, raised his hands above his head, and said weakly, "This scroll of spiritual contract contains a trace of my spiritual thoughts. If the scroll is destroyed, I will be an idiot if I don't die. From now on, whoever holds this scroll will be my master, Wang Hun." Chapter 38. Naval Guns? Looks good but doesn't work. Yang Ge took the spiritual contract scroll from Wang Hun's hand. He looked at Wang Hun's empty eyes and numb expression and couldn't help but smile. "Wang Hun, don't worry. It won't be long before you find that following me will make your life more interesting." As he spoke, Yang Ge took out a red spiritual stone and handed it to Wang Hun, asking, "What use is this spiritual stone to you practitioners?" This spiritual stone was searched out by the Decepticon Special Forces from the Sea Ghost Gate last night. The Sea Soul Gang and the Sea Ghost Gate found a total of about 7 or 8 boxes of spiritual stones and 20 to 30 boxes of gold and silver, which provided Yang Ge with another 10,000 energy points. Unlike the Sea Dragon Gang, which was in charge of the income on Wuyan Island in recent months and were all pirates who pursued instant gratification, it was already very good for the Sea Ghost Gate and the Sea Soul Gang to be able to search out so much money. As soon as he returned to the cruiser last night, Yang Ge first upgraded the battleship's energy and power system, and then sent the square seal containing super strong attribute energy into the battleship's energy extraction center. From last night until now, the energy and power upgrade system has only been completed by more than 30%, while the progress of extracting that super strong attribute energy is less than 10%. Wang Hun looked up at the spirit stone in Yang Ji's hand in a daze. There seemed to be a bright red halo flowing under the fiery red surface of the spirit stone. This scene surprised Wang Hun a little. This is a top-grade spirit stone? This kind of spiritual stone contains the energy that practitioners need. Whether they are martial artists or Taoist practitioners, they can improve their cultivation by touching the spiritual stone. Yang Ge understood in his heart that it was right as he guessed. He put away the spirit stone and said to Wang Hun, "Okay, Wang Hun, listen carefully. The first thing I'm going to ask you to do is to buy this kind of spirit stone for me. I need this kind of spiritual stones, the more the better. I will give you all the money, ships, and manpower. You can also take some of the purchased spiritual stones for your own use. But I hope." As he spoke, Yang Ge looked at Wang Hun with a hint of threat in his eyes. Although Wang Hun was curious about why Yang Ge wanted something like a spiritual stone, he clearly didn't have the aura of a cultivator here. Wang Hun was also very self-aware and didn't ask. He nodded helplessly and said, "Okay, this is not a difficult task. There are many Lingsha merchants in Xuanzhou City of Yu State who travel south and north. It takes 20 days to go back and forth by boat from here. Including the time for shopping in between, one trip takes about a month." Yang Ge lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said into the headset, "Falcon 3, go to Brother Li Songlong." Received. Then, under Wang Hun's surprised gaze, the cabin of the drone on the cruiser behind Yang Ge opened, and the Falcon 3 took off and flew into the distance. Seeing this scene, Wang Hun noticed the big ship under his feet. It turned out to be a big ship made entirely of iron-like materials. Looking at the size of the ship, Wang Hun was even more shocked. Big, so big. Is this a boat?" Wang Hun asked in astonishment. Yang Ge nodded and said, "Yes, it's a boat." Wang Hun squatted down, patted the deck under his feet, then touched the fence, and finally his eyes fixed on the 127mm naval gun. "What is this used for?" Wang Hun pointed at the black gun barrel and asked Yang Ge. "You know the cannon, right? You can think of it as that thing." Yang Ji's simple and easy-to-understand words made Wang Hun instantly understand what the thick gun barrel was used for. However, he did not expect that Wang Hun would reveal a very contemptuous look and then said with disdain, "Humph, it looks good but is useless." Yang Ge blinked when he heard this, as if there was something wrong with his explanation. At this time, Wang Hun ran to the front again. This old man in his several dozen years was amazed at the various special facilities and structures on the warship like a little kid who had never seen the world. It was the first time he met someone who could talk since he traveled to this world, so Yang Ge was happy to introduce it to him in detail. Finally, Wang Hun pointed at a quadruple missile launcher and asked Yang Ge, "What is this?" Before Yang Ge could speak, Wu Qiangxin behind him seemed to be deliberately choking the old man, because the old man looked down on the naval guns before. "The thing that knocked you down last night flew out from here." Wang Hun, who was originally pointing at the missile launcher, immediately retracted his hand, then stared at it for a long time with lingering fear, and finally said angrily, "There are actually 4? Just for this thing, you?" As he spoke, Wang Hun looked at Yang Ge awkwardly. He didn't know how to address Yang Ge yet. Yang Ge reminded him, "Megatron. Oh, just with this thing, Lord Megatron can completely roam the Southeast Sea. As long as you don't run into the navy of the King of Ezhou, the King of Yu, or the Great Chu Kingdom, no one in these 2 seas will be your opponent." Snort! Wu Qiangxin snorted coldly. He looked at Wang Hun as if he was a country bumpkin. "This is called a quadruple missile launcher. This is just one of them. Each one can launch 4 missiles at the same time. In other words," at this point, Wu Qiangxin deliberately repeated what he had just said, "like the thing that knocked you down yesterday, here up to 16 can be fired at the same time." As soon as Wu Qiangxin finished speaking, Wang Hun fell into a daze. He turned to look at Yang Ge, then at Wu Qiangxin, trying to find some trace of joking on their faces, but unfortunately, there was no trace of joking on their expressions. Wu Qiangxin seemed not satisfied with this. He continued to add to the old man, Wang Hun, "Moreover, this thing is not a one-time thing. As long as Lord Megatron is willing, we can carry out 1, 2, 3, 4 even more rounds of attacks on our enemies until they are reduced to ashes." With every 1 round, 2 rounds, or 3 rounds uttered by Wu Qiangxin, the paler Wang Hun's face became more intense. When Wu Qiangxin finished speaking, Wang Hun no longer dared to look up at the missile launcher. Chapter 39, C7, Black Ice Guard. It was not until this moment that Wang Hun finally understood what level of ocean giant the young man standing behind him was. He even secretly wondered in his heart that an attack method of this power would not be enough even if the formation artillery warships of the Chu State Suzuka Navy, which was known as the strongest navy in the world, were pulled out. Thinking of this, Wang Hun looked at Yang Ge with a hint of awe in his eyes. He even had a guess that perhaps recognizing him as his master would be a good choice. At noon, Yang Ge invited Wang Hun to have a meal at the Battleship restaurant. Compared with the limitations of the cooking and seasoning technology in this time and space, the dishes produced by the Battleship restaurant made Wang Hun almost lick the plate clean. After lunch, Yang Ge contacted Li Songlong through the Falcon 3, and then asked Wang Hun, who had recovered some of his strength, to go to the port of Wuyan Island to meet up with Li Songlong and his brother. Just like what Wang Hun did on the cruiser before, Yang Ge and Wu Qiangxin looked at Wang Hun with curiosity as he pointed 2 fingers and one at the sky, then muttered something. Suddenly, he pointed his 2 fingers at the ground below his feet, and then Wang Hun actually floated up into the air. Finally, he bowed slightly to Yang Ge in the air, then turned around and flew away. Looking at Wang Hun's elegant figure, Yang Ge made up his mind that next time he must ask the old man whether he could become a cultivator. After Wang Hun left, Yang Ge ordered the Harrier UAV to deliver several boxes of gold ingots to the Li Songlong brothers as funds for Wang Hun's purchases. In the afternoon, Yang Ge used the Hawkeye radar to check the situation on Wuyan Island. His 3 iron rules undoubtedly caused an uproar on the island. Many pirates left the island one after another. However, Yang Ge didn't mind it at all. Now he had a new plan for Wuyan Island. Wuyan Island will be Yang Ji's first naval base in this world. And how could such a place be a den of pirates from all sides? Looking at the ships leaving Wuyan Island, Yang Ge said into the headset, "Falcon 1, Falcon 2, go to patrol Wuyan Island and monitor each area in real time. If you find anyone causing trouble, notify me immediately." Falcon received. The 2 Falcon drones briefly responded to Yang Ji's instructions, then took off and flew towards Wuyan Island. Drip, drip, drip. Not long after the 2 Falcon drones flew away, an alarm suddenly sounded in Yang Ji's earphones. After opening the main control panel, the battleship's radar view automatically expanded. Yang Ge discovered that among the pirate ships leaving the island in different directions, two ships were heading towards the direction of his cruiser. This made Yang frown. The energy and power system of the battleship was being upgraded, and the entire battleship was temporarily immobile. If the opponent kept moving in this direction, they would soon discover him. Thinking of this, Yang took another look at the progress of the energy power system upgrade. It was only 50%, and there was still about half a day left for the upgrade to be completed. Of the two armed helicopters on the cruiser, Snake 1 is under maintenance and cannot be used. However, Snake 2 returned safely after sinking the pirate ship of Liu Yunsong and others with 2 rockets at sea last night. It can be used normally. This is also the only off-ship weapon that Yangge can use besides the shipborne weapons. Snake 2, monitor the 2 ships in the southwest. If they continue to approach, warn them. If the warning is ineffective, then, boom, sink it. Snake 2 received. The helicopter cabin on the cruiser deck opened, and the Apache Cobra 2 armed helicopter slowly took off. The strong airflow caused by the rotation of the propeller caused a strong wind on the deck, which finally disappeared as the Cobra 2 gradually moved away. In the southwest, 2 ships departing from Wuyan Island were heading quickly towards Yang Ji's cruiser. Of course, no one on these 2 ships knew that a huge monster like Yangge would be in front of them. On one of the faster ships, the pimp and his family from the brothel on Wuyan Island were standing on the deck. The fat pimp looked at the ship following behind her and said to the hunchback pimp with some concern, "Damn it, Hai Lao-Chi's people have been following us all the way. I thought he was going to Wuyan Island with us. Now that we deliberately deviated from the course, he is still following us. It seems." The hunchback turtle moved his neck joints, looked up at the sky, and then stretched out his hand to feel the sea breeze. A hint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. "It doesn't matter. Let him follow for a while. If he insists on seeking death..." The fat old procuress had a worried look on his face. He looked at the old turtle and said anxiously, "Damn it, I'm not worried about Hai Lao-Chi. I know that with your ability, it won't be a problem to deal with Hai Lao-Chi, but..." At this point, the madam looked around and saw that there were no suspicious people around. Then she whispered to the turtle man, "Didn't I not tell you that there is a high possibility that the Black Ice Guards have appeared on Wuyan Island? If their falcons sense your presence, we will be in big trouble." The hunchback turtle sighed and said helplessly, "That's why I took them so far in a different direction. First, to see if they had any intentions towards us. Second, to stay away from Wuyan Island so that we can reduce the risk of being discovered by the lackeys of the imperial court on the island if we start a war." Chapter 40. This thing is not scary. Suddenly, while the hunchback turtle and the madam were talking, the pirate ship that was following behind suddenly increased its speed, and a burst of fierce shouting broke out from the ship, followed by a burst of screams from the women in the cabin on the hunchback turtle's side. "Master, master!" A servant came running over from behind and said to the hunchback turtle in a panic, "Master, it's bad. That old man is about to attack us. The pirates on the ship have already thrown hooks towards us." "What? Humph!" After hearing this, the hunchbacked turtle came to the stern with a gloomy face. As expected, the deck of the pirate ship at the back was crowded with pirates. Some of them were salvaging the iron hooks that fell into the sea. They wanted to throw them onto the turtle's ship, but missed. Some other pirates were eager to try and moved the hooks in their hands, ready to throw them over. The hunchback turtle pointed at the boat and cursed, "Epis, what are you going to do?" On this turbulent sea, a group of pirates on the opposite ship were shouting and laughing. No one could hear what the turtle man was shouting. A skinny pirate holding a harpoon climbed up the mast and shouted to the turtle man on this side, "Ouch! It's Mr. Turtle. Where are you taking the girls?" The old turtle secretly used some of his strength, and his voice was much louder than before. "Epiphagus, you and I have no hatred in the past. What are you going to do today?" Hai Lao-Chi held the mast with one hand and played with the harpoon with the other, saying with a smile, "Master Turtle, don't be angry. Look, in your line of work, how can you still turn away customers when they come to your door? My brothers want to have some fun in this vast ocean, and it just so happens that they met you, right? Master Turtle, please pull the boat over and let the brothers have a good time. We will still be friends in the future. If you don't accept my toast, then don't blame me, Hai Lao-Chi, for turning my back on you." At this moment, Turtle Man's face looked as ugly as it could be, but people around him could find that Turtle Man's aura was not disordered, and it was obvious that he was pretending to be angry. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sound of footsteps behind the Turtle Man. Hearing the heavy sound, he knew without even looking that the person coming was the fat old procuress. The fat old procuress came over and took the Turtle Man's arm and said, "Damn it, from their tone, it seems like they just want to have some fun." Why don't you just pull the boat over and then just not charge them? Confused. Before the madam finished speaking, the hunchback tortoise turned around and cursed at her. Do you really think they've been with us for so long, just for fun? They know that we have also evacuated from Wuyan Island, and they are eyeing our money. Besides, don't you know how pirates behave? Now that they are on our ship, it's not just a matter of you not collecting their money. Not only will they collect your money, they might even take your life. Ah! The madam panicked. She could only hold the old man's arm and kept saying in a lost voice, "Then, what should we do?" Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, several more iron hooks from the pirate ship behind flew towards the ship of the Turtle Master and the Madam Bang. One of the iron hooks was already firmly placed on the edge of their boat. Dozens of pirates instantly rushed up to the rope at the other end of the hook and pulled the hook hard together. Bang, buzz! There was a sharp sound of iron embedding into wood. The speed of the boat under Turtle Man obviously decreased, and the distance between the two boats also narrowed. The screams of the woman on Turtle Man's boat became more intense. Why? The old man sighed, gently pulled away the old procuress's hand that was holding his arm, and said, "You go back first." Thump, thump, thump. A series of footsteps sounded behind Gue Gong again. The two turned around and saw the sturdy man they called Tin in the morning leading several servants on the boat, striding over with weapons in hand, and said loudly, "Dad, let's fight them." Looking at the sturdy man, there was a trace of kindness in the Turtle Man's eyes. At this critical moment, he actually laughed. "You really look like me when I was young." The strong man couldn't understand why his own father was still playing such a sentimental game at this time. He was about to continue speaking when suddenly, a buzzing sound rang from his ears. A strong wind blew in the sky, and the waves on the sea suddenly became violent. Everyone on the boat looked up at the sky at the same time. "Dad, look!" In the sky, the Apache Cobra helicopter slowly descended, and then the pilot's voice came through the external communicator. "Warning! Warning! You have now entered the area controlled by Megatron. Please leave immediately, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Warning! Warning! You are now! Warning! Warning! You are now!" Cobra 2 gave 3 consecutive warnings, startling everyone on the two boats below. The young strong man in front of Turtle was staring at Snake 2 flying in the sky in a daze. He seemed to recall some bad scenes in his mind and said in a not very firm tone, "Dad, I watched everything that happened in the central square that day. The things flying in the sky don't seem scary. The scary ones are the people holding strange firearms." The madam heard her son say this and seemed to have suddenly come to her senses. She said, "Damn it, why don't we continue moving in this direction and see if Hai Lauchi dares to follow us?" Chapter 41, The Daring One Dies. The young strong man listened to what the madam said. He looked at the hunchback Turtle Man with some uncertainty. He couldn't tell in his heart whether the madam's suggestion was good or bad. The hunchback Turtle looked at the helicopter in the sky and the pirates on the boat behind him, whose noise was getting more intense. He put his hand on the young man's shoulder and said earnestly, "Tianer, today the fate of our family is in your hands. Come, should we continue to move forward or turn around and leave? You make the decision. But before you jump to conclusions, I hope you will think carefully about what I have taught you over the years. As a general, what factors should you pay attention to when making arrangements on the battlefield?" The young man, who was originally full of enthusiasm and clamoring to fight the pirates, suddenly calmed down when he heard what the turtle said. He began to think carefully. The old procuress on the side frowned and said, "You idiot! Are you getting senile? How old is Tian?" "Shut up!" The pimp shouted at the madam. "You have long hair, but little knowledge. When I was your age, I was promoted to Centurion based on my military achievements. With your brain, you can only flirt with wild men in the brothel. Stay out of our business." The madam seemed to have her tail stepped on for a moment. She almost jumped up with her fat body. She pointed at the pimp and cursed. "Hey, you old bastard. Have you forgotten who has been supporting you all these years? What? You still think you are that?" At this point, the madam's voice lowered involuntarily. Obviously, even in her furious state, she tried her best to avoid this topic. The hunchback tortoise turned around and ignored the fat, old procuress. He just said to the young, strong man behind him, "Come on, make your decision. Let your father see what you have learned over the years." The sturdy man looked at the old procuress who kept rolling her eyes, looking hesitant and indecisive. This immediately made the hunchback turtle very angry. A general should not be indecisive. "Have you forgotten everything I taught you?" As he said that, the old turtle raised his crutch and was about to hit the strong man. Seeing that the crutch was about to fall on him, The young, strong man gritted his teeth and immediately said, "Dad, let's change course." As soon as he finished speaking, a satisfied smile appeared on Turtle Man's face, and then the crutch in his hand fell on the young man again, but the force was much lighter. "This kid is teachable. Ha ha ha." Seeing his father laughing, the young man also laughed. Only the old procuress was dissatisfied. "Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. Whatever I am, the boy will be the same. I am ruined by you two in my life." The young man said to the madam, "Don't worry, mother. Pirates are extremely greedy. If the ones chasing us are lackeys of the imperial court, I would definitely not dare to change course at this time." "Pooh!" The madam immediately spat on the ground. "What nonsense are you talking about, you silly boy?" The young man stuck out his tongue at the madam, then immediately ran back and shouted to the boatman in the cabin below, "Uncle Who, change course. Go to Yuan Island." "Okay." A loud and vigorous response came from the cabin, and then the boat under the feet of Gue Gong and others began to turn its bow. The movement of their boat immediately stunned the pirates on the other end of the iron hook. A group of pirates looked at the seven seas on the mast, not knowing whether to continue chasing the hunchback turtle and his family, or Hai Lao-Chi looked at the densely packed pirates on the deck below, hesitated for just a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Brothers, do you know what I want to say?" At first, the hundreds of pirates on the deck below were all silent. Even if most of the pirates did not see it with their own eyes, they had heard about everything that happened in the central square of Kirikomo Island. "Are you all dumb? Restricted area? Do you understand what I mean? Huh, that group of people has a shameful secret here." Ebisu roared again, and there was a little movement among the pirates below, as if someone could no longer hold back. Bang! The iron hook and rope that was hooking the hunchback turtle's boat fell to the ground. A pirate hurriedly bent down to pick it up, but he found that the pirates who had just pulled the rope with him were standing still. How could he possibly pull the rope that was hooking the entire boat by himself? Over there, the boat of Turtle Man and his family was drifting farther and farther away, and the entire rope behind the iron hook was dragged into the sea. Over here, there was complete silence on Hai Lao-Chi's boat. Hai Lao-Chi looked around at all the pirates on the deck. His trembling voice seemed a little hoarse. "What? Are you all scared? You have been following me, Hai Lao-Chi, for so many years, and now everyone is living more comfortably than before and starting to cherish their lives? Have you ever thought about what would happen if we get the firearms hidden by those people ahead?" After Hai Lao-Chi finished speaking, there was a brief silence on the deck. Suddenly, a pirate waved the machete in his hand and shouted loudly, "The brave ones will die." This sudden sound made Hai Lao-Chi's mouth curl up. He pointed the harpoon in his hand directly at the Apache Cobra-armed helicopter in the sky and said, "We don't need to be afraid of this flying thing." When 3,000 pirates besieged the central square that day, this thing could only circle back and forth in the sky. What we really need to be afraid of are those people holding strange firearms and wearing strange clothes. Follow me. The brave ones will die. Isn't being a pirate just for a chance to turn things around? As soon as Ebisu finished speaking, the pirates on the deck began to breathe rapidly. Their chests began to rise and fall violently. Their eyes gradually turned blood red, and the desire rising in their hearts quietly devoured the reason of every pirate. "The brave ones will die. Fuck it. Seventh brother, tell me. The brave ones will die. The brave ones will die." Finally, the shouts of the pirates on Ebisuchi's ship gradually became one sentence. The pirates on the ship waved their weapons together, with greed and madness flashing in their eyes. Chapter 42: The Gap in Realm. In the cruiser's command room, Yang Gu covered his forehead with a helpless look on his face. He was not upset because of Ebisu and his gang of pirates, but because he saw 3 green dots approaching him rapidly on the radar detection map. "What? Are you all gathered here for a meeting today?" The weather on the sea changed suddenly. The originally clear sky suddenly became overcast, and the waves on the sea became higher and higher. The turtle family, who had gradually separated from the pirates, breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the turtle turned his head abruptly and looked towards the distant horizon, his eyes full of worry. Different from the panic he showed when facing the pirates before, the hunchback turtle man was really frowning at this time. The madam asked him, "What the hell, what's wrong with you?" Turtle clenched the cane in his hand and slowly turned around. The wind on the sea became more violent. Suddenly, 2 black spots in the thick clouds in the sky rapidly enlarged, and a powerful voice resounded throughout the world. "Trader Pang Yuan, where are you running to?" After a while, Two figures in black tights appeared in the sky in front of Turtle Man. Both of them had masks covering their faces, and an eagle with spread wings was embroidered on their chests. Behind their backs were short swords as wide as a finger. At this time, the two men stood in the air, staring at the hunchback Turtle Man below with cold eyes, and said coldly one after another, "The Great Chin Black Ice Platform, the heavenly evil Dang Kuan. The Great Chin Black Ice Platform, the earthly evil Lin Wu." The huge waves on the sea kept hitting the boat under the Turtle Man's feet, making the whole boat shake constantly. From the moment the two men appeared, the fat old procuress closed her eyes in despair. "I have been hiding on this deserted island off the coast of Chu for more than 10 years. I didn't expect that the Prime Minister still wanted to kill me. Humph, 2 of the 12 devils of the Black Ice Terrace have come at once. It seems that the Prime Minister really thinks highly of me, Pang Yuan." The hunchback turtle looked at the two people in the sky, and then he slowly straightened his back. At this time, he still looked hunchbacked. It turned out that this hunchback turtle who had stayed on Wuyun Island for decades was actually pretending. Then, the old man swung the cane in his hand violently, and it crackled. Suddenly his crutch split in an instant, revealing a rapier hidden inside. The sword light was sharp, and the moment the rapier was unsheathed, Turtle Man's aura became 3 times more fierce. In the sky, one of the two men sneered at Mr. Turtle. "Humph, if you want to take down the former right general, how can you do it without Tianwu in charge?" The person who spoke at this time was Tiansha Dang Kuan, one of the 4 great Tianwu powerful men among the 12 evils of the Black Ice Platform of the Great Qin Empire. Behind Turtle Man, Pang Yuan, a strong young man walked out of the cabin. He held a huge axe and stood firmly beside Pang Yuan. Pang Yuan said calmly, "Pang Tian, your father has allowed you to hide for so long. Now it's time to fight to the death." The young strong man named Pang Tian slightly moved his upper body, then looked at the two figures in the sky with hatred and anger. "Dad, after so many years, I have never forgotten the scene of our family's death. I can't wait to smash these bastards who made us exile to the ends of the earth to pieces." After saying this, Pang Tian's high, fighting spirit suddenly burst out, and a surge of momentum instantly spread far away. In the sky, Deng Kuan showed a little surprise on his face. "I didn't expect it, Pang Yuan. You and your family have been hiding in this deserted island for more than 10 years, and you can still train your son to the Earth martial realm. Wow, it's amazing." Deng Kuan turned to look at Pang Tian and said jokingly, "Little guy, you have grown up so big in the blink of an eye. Do you remember how your grandfather died?" "Humph, it was me. I was the one who cut off your grandfather's head with a sword." As he spoke, Deng Kuan took off the mask on his face, revealing an extremely terrifying face. Only half of Deng Kuan's face was normal human skin, and the other half seemed to have suffered severe burns, with crooked and uneven lines all over. At first glance, it looked as if there were dozens of earthworms crawling on his face. On such a terrifying face, there was also a huge centipede-like scar. As Deng Kuan spoke, the earthworms and the centipede on that half of his face seemed to come alive, crawling on his face, and began to wriggle little by little. Ah! When he saw this face, Pang Tian, who was already burning with anger, could no longer hold back. For more than 10 years, this face had appeared in Pang Tian's dreams almost every night. Bang! Pang Tian kicked the deck with one foot and flew into the air with his giant axe in hand. As soon as Pang Tian made his move, Pang Yuan immediately followed. He was one step faster than Pang Tian and rushed forward. "You go deal with that one. Leave this one to me." Pang Yuan's words made Pang Tian sober up a little. Without saying a word, he turned around and killed Lin Wu, who was in the earthly martial realm beside Deng Kuan. Pang Yuan stabbed Deng Kuan in the center of his eyebrows with a thin sword. But Deng Kuan did not dodge and let Pang Yuan's sword point at his forehead. Dang! There was a loud sound of iron collision, and Pang Yuan could not see clearly when Deng Kuan drew out the broadsword behind him to block the thin sword in his hand. Buzz! As Pang Yuan continued to exert force, the blade of his sword slightly bent, making a slight humming sound. Suddenly, Deng Kuan showed Pang Yuan a sinister smile. "Pang Yuan, do you know what the gap in realm is?" After saying that, Deng Kuan suddenly raised the broadsword in his hand, and then chopped it down on Pang Yuan's thin sword as fast as lightning. Chapter 43, What the Hell is This? Bite! The two weapons collided, a spark appeared, and puff. In an instant, Pang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, and then his whole body fell back to the deck of the ship, from which he jumped at a speed even faster than when he came. Crack! The sound of wood breaking was heard, and the deck was smashed through by Pang Yuan, who was retreating at a rapid speed. "Father!" Pang Tian roared, and without caring about Lin Wu, who had just exchanged 2 moves with him, he retreated back to the boat. The madam in the cabin also ran out immediately. "Damn it! Ahem ahem!" A moment later, a violent cough was heard, and Pang Yuan slowly walked up from under the collapsed deck. He covered his chest with one hand, his mouth was covered in blood, his body was shaking, and it seemed that he would be blown down at any time in the sea breeze. At the same time, in another sea area 100 feet away, Cobra 2 looked at the pirate ship that was slowly moving towards them with full sails. The driver's voice with a hint of regret came from the communicator. "Unfortunately, you did not follow the will of Lord Megatron. I'm sorry, but you will pay the price for your negligent behavior." After saying that, Snake 2 slowly rose into the air. On the pirate ship below, the pirates saw that the iron block above their heads had actually increased in height. They all smiled and said, "Seventh brother, he ran away. Ran away. Ha 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 ha. Come down, you mysterious creature." Hai Laochi raised the harpoon in his hand and kept pointing it at the helicopter, shouting, "Come on! Uncle Chi is waiting for you here. Do you really think that Uncle Chi can be scared so easily?" "Bah! Pooh! Pooh!" A group of pirates followed Ebisu's example and made various insulting gestures towards the helicopter in the sky. Some of them even unbuttoned their trouser pockets to urinate on the spot. Yang-gu, who watched this scene through the images transmitted back by Hawkeye, was very calm. In his eyes, these were all dead. "Rockets ready, fire." On the helicopter, as the pilot spoke calmly, 2 rockets mounted under the wings instantly ignited and flew out, swish, swish. Watching the 2 rockets flying out, the faces of the pirates on Ebisu's ship instantly became extremely interesting. Although they didn't know what this thing was, all the pirates recalled the scene of the Central Square that day in their minds, and they vaguely guessed what this thing would bring them. The pirate, who was originally pissing 3 feet in the sea breeze, suddenly shook himself off. The Seven Seas mouth, which was still full of nonsense, turned into repeating one word over and over again. "No, no, no." Boom, boom. 2 rockets exploded in 2 different areas in front and behind the pirate ship. Suddenly, flames shot up into the sky, thick clouds rose, and broken wood flew out. Countless pirates were either melted by the high temperature in an instant or carried to the sky by the subsequent shock wave. The pirate ship that was previously full of shouting and ridicule became quiet at this moment. The explosion caused by the 2 missiles caused the entire pirate ship to slowly fall over, but that was not the end. The main pilot on the helicopter opened the protective cover on the machine gun button, and then with a dive, the Snake 2 armed helicopter flew from the bow to the stern of the pirate ship with fierce flames from 20 machine guns. Boom, 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 boom. The dull sound of machine guns came like rapid raindrops. The 20mm machine gun bullets could not only hit the pirates, but even if they hit the deck of the pirate ship, one bullet would create a huge hole. Some unlucky pirates would be hit by these 20 bullets and half of their body would be destroyed in an instant. The one who suffered the most was Hai Laochi. It seemed that Snake 2 aimed the machine gun at him and dived. Several bullets hit Hai Laochi. In the blink of an eye, a living person was turned into pieces of flesh, with only 2 broken legs still standing. The movement in the sea area undoubtedly attracted the attention of everyone on Pang Yuan's side. Even Deng Kuan, who was at the Tianwu realm, couldn't help but tremble when he saw the powerful missile attack of the Cobra. "What is this?" Afterwards, Snake 2 used the machine gun to start a unilateral massacre of the pirates below, which made Deng Kuan open his eyes wide. If this thing appeared on the front battlefield, then Deng Kuan didn't dare to think any further. He immediately took out a whistle and put it in his mouth and blew it. Whoosh! In the cruiser command room, Yang-gu was watching the actual images sent back by Hawkeye while staring at the radar detection map. 2 of the 3 green dots that had come over before had now appeared, namely Deng Kuan and Lin Wu. As for the other green light, it had been hovering around, and the speed of that light that was very fast, almost catching up with Yang Ji's armed helicopter. As Deng Kuan blew his whistle, the 3rd light spot on the radar map quickly approached Deng Kuan. Yang-gu immediately said into the headset, "Hawkeye, move the screen over there and see what's over there." Hawkeye received a... Then the picture on Yang Ji's main control panel switched to another sea area. On the endless ocean, a big guy with flapping wings was flying quickly towards Deng Kuan. Yang-gu trembled all over when he saw that thing. The huge body, black scales, exuding the breath of a beast from ancient times, and the wings that covered the sky when spread out. Isn't this the lizard with wings that Wang Hun mentioned? The more Yonga looked at it, the wider his eyes widened. Fuck. This is a dragon. Chapter 44 Black Dragon. This black dragon was nearly 20 meters long, and its wings seemed to cover the sky when spread. Its opening and closing brought about hurricane-like winds, which made the huge waves on the sea below higher and higher. The overall length of the Cobra-armed helicopter is more than 10 meters, but compared with this black dragon, the Snake 2 is undoubtedly much more slim. From the visual effect point of view, this black dragon is even equivalent to several Cobra helicopters. The giant black dragon kept turning its huge head during the flight, and its pair of golden eyes kept looking around. Occasionally, it opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and let out one or two low dragon roars. The pressure it brought during its flight made Yonga feel an almost tangible sense of oppression even through the screen. Roar! A dragon roar sounded, and in the blink of an eye the black dragon flew near Deng Kuan and the others. Yongu immediately said into the headset, "Snake 2, get out of there. You are now out of the range of the battleship's fire control radar. If something happens and the battleship cannot provide support, evacuate as fast as you can." Snake 2 received. After receiving Yang Ji's order, the Snake 2 helicopter quickly took off and evacuated towards the cruiser. Below, Ebisu's pirate ship had been completely sunk. Large areas of sea water were dyed slightly red by blood, and then turned back to its original color after a wave. The corpses and severed limbs that had been floating on the sea had disappeared one after another. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded through the sky. The huge black dragon suddenly changed direction in mid-flight, and its huge body dived down toward the sea. The black dragon flapped its wings, causing a wave of spray. When the dragon flew up into the sky again, it had already bitten several pirates in its mouths, whose lives or dead were unknown. Then the dragon raised its head, bit down with its sharp fangs, and blood flew out. The pirates were swallowed by the dragon in an instant, without even a bone spitting out. This idiot. Over there, Deng Kuan frowned when he saw the black dragon looking for food halfway through the journey. He then said with some dissatisfaction, "Humph, the idiots from Euro are just like the people over there. All of them have uncivilized brains." After saying that, Deng Kuan blew the whistle in his hand again, whoosh. After hearing the whistle, the black dragon continued to flap its wings and flew towards Deng Kuan. During the flight, the dragon also saw the evacuating Snake 2 helicopter. It seemed to be curious about something that was similar in physique to itself and could also fly in the sky. The dragon roared towards Snake 2. Roar! Idiot! Stop yelling and go stop that thing for me. Seeing the black dragon approaching, Deng Kuan pointed at Snake 2 that had already flown far away with the dagger in his hand and blew out several rapid whistles at the same time. After hearing the whistle, the dragon immediately flapped its wings quickly and chased after Snake 2 at a speed twice as fast as when it flew towards Deng Kuan. Beside Deng Kuan, Lin Wu saw this scene and immediately flattered Deng Kuan. "Master Tiansha is really majestic. Even this giant dragon from the foreign land is afraid of you." Deng Kuan seemed to be very pleased with Lin Wu's flattery. He first looked at Pang Tian's family who looked like they had lost their parents, and then said complacently, "This giant dragon is still in its infancy. If I can break through to the Jinwu realm and live a few hundred more years, I may have a chance to see it grow up. A young giant dragon is just a larger beast, but an adult dragon can cast dragon language spells. By then, Lin Wu took over Deng Kuan's words and said flatteringly, "By then, I'm afraid that in the Great Qin Empire, not only the other 3 heavenly fiends of the Black Ice stage, but even the stage master will have to look at your face." Deng Kuan had a smug look on his face. "Okay, let's get to work. Take off the heads of the Pang family first." Lin Wu bowed and said, "Yes." After saying that, Lin Wu immediately jumped down and landed on the boat of Pang Yuan's family with a broad short sword in his hand. Pang Tian, with fire in his eyes, rushed up without saying a word, and Lin Wu continued to fight with him. Deng Kuan in the sky was staring at Pang Yuan as he slowly fell. At this time, Pang Yuan obviously no longer had the strength to fight, but Deng Kuan would not let down his guard against him. After all, this was a person that the Black Ice platform had spent more than 10 years trying to find, and now he was in his hands. As long as he could return to Daqin with the heads of Pang Yuan's family, it would be a huge achievement. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Deng Kuin's extremely ugly face, and the next moment, the dagger in his hand stabbed at Pang Yuan's swish. Deng Kuin's sword flashed, and Pang Yuan's head flew into the sky. Father! Devil! Two screams were heard in succession, and then Pang Yuan's body fell to the ground, and the head that flew up to the sky was caught steadily by Deng Kuin with the sword. Don't worry, your family will be reunited soon. I kill you, the fat madam cried and rushed towards Deng Kuin. Deng Kuin put one hand behind his back, smiled slightly, turned his body slightly, and with his other hand, he raised the short sword holding Pang Yuan's head and pushed it forward. Swish! The tip of the sword instantly pierced the obese body of the procuress, and blood dripped. Pang Yuan's head was still firmly on the sword, just in front of the procuress, without even shaking. Mother! Suddenly, his parents died, and Pang Tian was in a state of confusion. In an instant, he was hit by Lin Wu's sword on the shoulder, and then Lin Wu took advantage of the situation and attacked Pang Tian's throat with a dagger. Crash! Suddenly, there was a sound of wood cracking, and a figure suddenly jumped out from under the deck. There was a cold light flashing in that person's hand, and he was about to wipe Lin Wu's neck in an instant. However, although this figure was fast, there was someone faster than him. The moment the figure rushed out, Deng Kuin pulled the dagger out of the old procuress's body, then grabbed Pang Yuan's head and slashed at the figure rushing out from under the deck with the sword. Swoosh! A crescent-shaped sharp sword energy rushed out quickly and hit the figure steadily. Puff! A spray of blood sprayed in the air, and Lin Wu, who was originally doomed to die, was able to escape. He turned his head to look at the figure who fell to the ground. The man was holding two daggers with a huge gash on his chest. He was lying on the ground, looking at him with rage. Shadowless Sword Hu Qingyi, Humph, do you think I will forget you, the most loyal dog beside Pang Yuan? Deng Kuin walked forward with a smile on his face and said jokingly to the man on the ground, when Pang Yuan died before, you didn't take action. I guess you listened to his death order and kept forbearing in order to wait for the opportunity to rescue the only child of the Pang family. As he spoke, Deng Kuin turned his head and looked at Pang Tian. At this moment, Pang Tian saw his relatives dying and being seriously injured one by one. He closed his eyes in despair, and when he opened his eyes again, he was determined to die. Kill! Pang Tian roared and rushed towards Deng Kuin. Swish! Blood splattered everywhere, and in an instant a bloody cut appeared on Pang Tian's chest. The cut was long, but not deep. Boy, I'm in a good mood now. I decided to spare your life. I think if I hand over the living descendants of the Pang family to the Prime Minister, maybe the Prime Minister will be happier, right? Roar! As soon as Deng Kuin finished speaking, a violent roar suddenly came from the sky. It was the voice of the Black Dragon. Deng Kuin's expression changed, and he immediately turned to look at the dragon. The scene Deng Kuin saw next made him furious. Chapter 45 Kill It. Before, the Black Dragon chased Snake 2's armed helicopter all the way. When Snake 2 accelerated, the Black Dragon also accelerated. When Snake 2 rose, the dragon also rose. From time to time, it tried to grab Snake 2's tail with its claws, but was evaded by the two pilots flexibly. After several times, the Black Dragon seemed to lose its temper and followed Snake 2 closely, flapping its wings. Then it suddenly caught up with Snake 2 and opened its bloody mouth, as if it wanted to take the opportunity to swallow Snake 2 into its stomach. Of course, it failed as Snake 2 dodged it by sinking. On the cruiser, watching the Black Dragon chasing Snake 2, Yang Ji's eyes gradually became cold. He said into the headset, Snake 2, scare it. Snake 2 received. The pilot on the Cobra helicopter immediately pressed the cannon firing button. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, the 20-meter machine gun mounted under the armed helicopter burst into a violent flame, and this movement suddenly made the flying dragon following next to it pause. Then the dragon actually let out a loud dragon roar, and then suddenly accelerated, and then flapped its wings to attack Snake 2. Zira. The wings of the Black Dragon brushed past the fuselage of the armed helicopter. Fortunately, the co-pilot who was controlling the flight of the helicopter was alert and immediately turned the nose of the helicopter when he saw the dragon flying over. Otherwise, the Cobra 2 would have been blown away by the dragon's wings. Yang Ge was immediately angry when he saw this scene, and his voice became unusually cold. The next moment, he said 3 short words into the headset. Kill it. Snake 2 received. The Cobra 2 armed helicopter that was flying forward suddenly made a side and rear turn, with its nose facing the black dragon behind it. The pilot, whose finger had not yet left the machine gun button, immediately pressed it again. Boom, 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 boom. A dull sound of machine guns rang out, and this time the 20 machine guns flashed with intense flames and hit the black dragon steadily. Puff, puff, puff. The first machine gun bullets that hit the dragon were all bounced off. The hard scales on the dragon's body served as a good protective shield, but being bounced off did not mean that it was ineffective. The 20 machine gun bullets fired at high speed made this dragon, which had been pampered since birth, feel pain for the first time in its life. Roar! Suddenly, the black dragon got angry. A deafening roar spread far away and could be heard clearly within 10 miles. What Deng Kun heard before was this dragon's roar. When Deng Kun turned around, he saw a scene that made him extremely heartbroken. The 20 guns that were firing at high speed did not stop because of the black dragon's pain. The rapidly flying bullets kept hitting the dragon and quickly broke its dragon scales. Suddenly, large pieces of dragon scales and almost black and red dragon blood fell from the sky. Roar! The giant dragon roared, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky, then swooped down from the sky and pounced on Snake 2. The pilot in the helicopter immediately pulled the operating lever, and this armed helicopter, which became famous in later generations, responded quickly. The slender fuselage deftly adjusted its flying direction, and the machine gun continued to spit flames at the flying dragon. Although the black dragon was huge in size, it was not as agile as an armed helicopter and had no long-range attack means. It was in pain and could not do anything to the Cobra 2 in front of it for a while. It could only howl miserably and was even forced to retreat after being beaten by the Cobra 2. At this moment, Yang Ji's order suddenly came through the earphones of the two Cobra 2 pilots. Retreat quickly, as fast as possible. Upon hearing this, the two drivers immediately ignored the black dragon that had been beaten to a point where it had no temper at all and hurriedly pulled the operating lever to retreat. Behind the dragon, Deng Kun was rushing towards them at a lightning speed. Deng Kun's speed is so fast that it is almost comparable to Cobra 2. Seeing Cobra number 2 turning around and running away, Deng Kun showed a sneer on his face. He said coldly, "Humph, you have to look at the owner before beating the dog. You beat off my big black scales, and now you want to run away? Dream on." As he said this, Deng Kun chased forward quickly while waving the dagger in his hand violently. Shwa! In an instant, another crescent-shaped sword energy flew out, chasing after Cobra 2 in front like a meteor. On the cruiser, Yang Ji's heart suddenly rose to his throat across the screen. This was the first time he saw the attack method of the Tianwu realm martial artists in this world. At this time, Yang Gu did not speak to Snake 2's driver anymore. He knew that reminding them now would only do more harm than good. The sword energy flashed past and instantly hit the cabin of Cobra 2. Clang. A piercing sound was heard. Sparks flew from the helicopter cabin, and a deep sword mark was left. Deng Kun was greatly surprised when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that his Sherwin attack did not cause any substantial damage to the opponent. This made Deng Kun very angry. Okay. Deng Kun immediately adjusted his body shape and flew towards the side of Cobra number 2. At the same time, the black dragon that had just been beaten also flapped its wings and followed. Like Deng Kun, this dragon looked at Cobra number 2 with nothing but anger in its eyes. At this time, the Cobra 2 was still more than 30 kilometers away from Yang Ji's cruiser in a straight line, and only more than 10 kilometers away from the cruiser's fire control range. In the cockpit of Cobra 2, the co-pilot looked at the display on the onboard radar and said to the pilot, "We can't get away at this rate. Should I turn the nose of the plane around and fire a rocket at him?" The pilot thought for a moment, then opened the protective cover of the rocket launch button. Okay. The co-pilot immediately pulled the joystick, and Cobra 2 once again adjusted its flight direction, making a 180-degree turn. As soon as the direction was adjusted, the main pilot pressed the rocket launch button, and whoosh! A precision-guided air-to-air missile ignited and flew out instantly. Deng Kun had already stopped when Cobra 2 changed its flight direction. He wanted to see what other tricks this flying piece of iron could use. Seeing a rocket dragging fire and thick smoke flying towards him, Deng Kun retreated quickly. As a Tianwu realm man, he seemed to have sensed the terrifying energy contained in it. In a moment, Deng Kun discovered that the flying speed of that thing was much faster than his own. He was immediately shocked. With a determined heart, he swung the broadsword in his hand diagonally downward at a high speed. Shwa! Another sword energy flew out from the dagger, and this sword energy accurately hit the warhead of the missile flying towards him. Boom! In an instant, a loud explosion sounded, and a dazzling fire broke out in the sky. At this time, Deng Kun was blown away by the violent shock wave generated by the explosion. The horror in his heart was simply indescribable. Chapter 46, finally waiting for you. One more! In the cockpit of Cobra 2, the main pilot who controlled the weapon system pressed the missile launch button again towards Deng Kun, who was blown away, and whoosh! The second air-to-air missile flew out with flames, passed through the black cloud and smoke caused by the previous explosion, and headed straight for Deng Kun. Deng Kun did not dare to be careless this time. After the shock wave of the first missile explosion dissipated, Deng Kun steadied his body and dodged the missile that was attacking him when it reached him. However, what Deng Kun did not expect was that after the missile flew behind him, it actually changed its flight direction and flew towards him again. Deng Kun immediately understood the horror of this ghost thing. When the missile came in front of him again, Deng Kun dodged it again. While dodging, he slashed with a sword in his hand. Boom! The missile exploded in the air. This time Deng Kun was closer and received a stronger impact. The high temperature caused by the missile explosion burned his clothes, and it was precisely this burning sensation that triggered Deng Kun's most unbearable memory. The half of his face that looked like it was covered with earthworms was caused by the high temperature. Suddenly, Deng Kun let out a terrifying roar, and his figure pierced through the explosion smoke belt in the sky like lightning, chasing after Cobra 2. After launching 2 missiles in succession, Snake 2 continued to fly forward. At this time, it had already put some distance between itself and Deng Kun, but the damn black dragon kept lingering around Snake 2. In a moment, Xier, Zhu Long, and Deng Kun quickly advanced several kilometers forward. At this time, they were more than 20 kilometers away from the cruiser and less than 10 kilometers away from the cruiser's fire control range. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A quick whistle came out from Deng Kun's mouth, and suddenly the black dragon seemed to go crazy and suddenly flapped its wings and pounced towards Cobra number 2. This time the giant dragon suddenly jumped up like a thick black lightning across the sky, and its pair of sharp dragon claws grabbed Snake 2's cabin from the side. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The high-speed rotating propeller of the armed helicopter hit the giant dragon's sturdy legs, scraping off pieces of dragon scales and causing the giant dragon great pain. But at the same time, the speed of the propeller rotation also slowed down. Roar! The loud dragon roar was mixed with cries of pain, but the black dragon held Cobra 2 tightly with its claws and refused to let go. At the same time, it used the inertia caused by its high-speed flight to grab Cobra 2 and fall to the sea below. At this high altitude, the skinny armed helicopter was caught by the giant dragon and had no ability to resist. The pilot in the cockpit pulled the joystick with all his might, and the 20-meter machine gun sprayed flames like rain. However, due to the angle, the machine gun bullets could only fly along the edge of the dragon's wings and could not cause any substantial damage to the dragon. Call! In the cruiser's command room, Yanga looked at the images sent back by Hawkeye. The Cobra 2 in the image was like a chicken caught by an eagle, unable to move, and both of them were falling rapidly towards the sea. If they continued like this, the Cobra 2 would surely be destroyed, and the people on board would die, while the dragon would continue to rise unharmed. In fact, when Deng Kun and the dragon came within 30 kilometers of the cruiser, Yanga could use the naval guns to attack them, but there was no fire control radar to control them, and the enemy was not far away from the Cobra 2, so it was easy to cause accidental injuries. Watching the giant dragon and Cobra 2 continue to fall toward the sea, Yanga said in a depressed tone into the headset, "Snake 2, I'm ready to use the ship's guns." The Snake 2 channel in the headset was already filled with noise. After a while, the voice of the Snake 2 driver came through intermittently. "Officer, give the order. Fire." Yanga rubbed his sore eyes, and with a thought, he switched his headset to the Battleship command channel. "Prepare the guns." Received. The ship's guns have been loaded and can be fired at any time. Each shot consumes 20 energy points. 25 kilometers southwest. Aerial target. Fuzzy located based on its flight trajectory, and fire. This time, Yang Ji's tone when giving the attack order was weaker than any previous time. On the battleship deck, the 127 caliber naval gun at the bow slowly turned. After adjusting the direction, the barrel suddenly trembled violently, and then flames spurted out from the muzzle. White smoke gushed out from the entire turret. Boom! The violent gunfire broke the tranquility of the sea area near the cruiser. The black dragon that was holding Snake 2 and pouncing on the sea did not hear it. But Deng Kuan in the Tianwu realm heard it. The next moment, Deng Kuan suddenly became alert, but before he could react, the cannon shells from the ship had hit the black dragon's open wings. Bang! Flames and smoke rose up instantly. Roar! A shrill dragon roar sounded, and large pieces of dragon scales and black and red flesh fell like rain. The huge black dragon was instantly blown away, and Cobra number 2, which was originally caught by the dragon's claws, was also blown away. The powerful explosion almost shook Snake 2 under the sea. The next moment, the helicopter propeller of Cobra 2, which had almost stopped rotating on top of the cabin, suddenly started to rotate again miraculously. After that, the entire armed helicopter actually flew forward again, shakily. Deng Kuan was extremely angry when he saw this scene, but he did not bother Xier anymore. Instead, he turned his head and looked 20 kilometers away, where Yang Ji's cruiser was. He knew that everything that happened here today was closely related to what happened over there. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After blowing the whistle twice, Deng Kuan exerted all his strength and flew towards Yangge. Things have developed to this point, and it is no longer Deng Kuan's personal affair. For both public and private reasons, he, as a member of the Black Ice Guard of the Qin Empire, cannot sit idly by when such a powerful thing appears on the coast of the Chu state. We must investigate thoroughly and then report back to the Prime Minister. Looking at Deng Kuan, who was flying rapidly, Yang Ge sneered, "I finally got you here. Tianwu realm? That must be treated well. Missiles ready for bursts." Ding! Got it. After a while, the prototype of the cruiser became clearer and clearer in Deng Kuan's eyes, and the more Deng Kuan looked at it, the more shocked he became. Could this be a secret warship built secretly by the Chu state? Thinking of this, Deng Kuan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Although Chu was the most powerful among the 7 navies, the gap between them was not absolutely insurmountable. If this kind of ironclad warship came out, I am afraid that in future naval battles, no country would be able to match Chu. However, what Deng Kuan needed to worry about at this moment did not seem to be the future problems of the navies of various countries. He saw 4 thick flames rising from the ironclad warship and flying towards him rapidly. Chapter 47, How Strong is Tianwu? The flames brought about by these 4 missiles were much more intense than the rockets fired by the Cobra 2 before. Just by looking at the power, Deng Kuan knew that he must not be careless. In an instant, Deng Kuan held the sword in his right hand and slowly brushed the sword with 2 fingers of his left hand. Wherever Deng Kuan's fingers passed, the broadsword seemed to flash a layer of faint luster. Then he held the sword upright in front of him and flicked it lightly with his left hand. Buzz! The seemingly not-so-loud sound of a sword could be heard from far away, and even caused ripples on the sea surface that continued to spread into the distance. Then Deng Kuan slowly raised the sword in his hand. At this time, the 4 missiles had flown half the distance. Ah! A loud roar came from Deng Kuan's mouth, and the light on the broadsword in his hand became brighter and brighter, gradually becoming like a burning white flame. Suddenly, Deng Kuan swung his dagger forward and slashed. Crack! Suddenly, the white flames on the sword in Deng Kuan's hand flew out like the sword energy he had released before. The white flames split into 3 in the air, 3 became 9, and finally became 9 flaming sword auras that pounced on the 4 missiles. When the 2 clashed, the 9 flaming sword auras actually cut back and forth on the 4 missiles, and the 4 missiles exploded instantly. Boom, boom, boom. For loud noises like thunderstorms were heard in succession. Although the opponent's attack was successfully broken, a trace of solemnity appeared between Deng Kuan's brows. He felt vaguely that this kind of attack was just a piece of cake for the opponent, but it was very difficult for him to break it. For a moment, Deng Kuan even stood there and didn't know whether he should continue to move forward. Roar! Behind Deng Kuan, a black dragon, seriously wounded and covered in blood, slowly flew over. And there was also the armed helicopter Cobra 2, which was flying shakily and with difficulty on the other side. At this time, the black dragon looked at Cobra number 2 with fear in its eyes. It no longer dared to touch the tail of Cobra number 2. In its cognition, the explosion it encountered before was caused by Cobra number 2. Deng Kuan wanted to strike Snake Air with his sword again, but he was afraid that the huge, ironclad ship would take the opportunity to attack him. On the cruiser, looking at the black dragon and the battered Cobra 2, Yang Ge was furious. I want to see how many times you can use that trick. Missiles ready. Another 4-shot burst. Ding. Got it. A quadruple missile launcher on the cruiser immediately adjusted its direction. With Yang Ji's shout of launch, flashes of fire suddenly appeared, and 4 Eagle Strike missiles flew into the sky, trailing long white smoke. Instantly, Deng Kuin's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, that kind of attack seemed to be a regular attack method for this ironclad ship. What the hell? The next moment, Deng Kuin turned around and ran away without saying a word, and he didn't even have time to blow the whistle to greet his black dragon. Swoosh! The sound of a missile breaking through the air came from behind immediately. Suddenly, Deng Kuin's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his back was completely soaked with sweat. Deng Kuin, who was at the Tianwu realm, was fast, but the missile following behind him was even faster. In the blink of an eye, before Deng Kuin had flown far, the missile had already followed him. In a hurry, Deng Kuin used all his strength, waved the dagger in his hand repeatedly, and sword energy burst out. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 explosions in a row, and 3 missiles were successfully intercepted by Deng Kuin. However, when Deng Kuin wanted to swing his sword to intercept the last missile, he suddenly found that his dantian was empty. In the cruiser command room, Yang Ge stared at the screen in front of him. He wanted to see how strong the so-called Tianwu realm warriors were. Could they withstand the bombardment of a missile? Bang! Puff! The explosion sounded, and the heat wave came. Deng Kuin was covered in blood. He was hit hard in the sky and instantly flew into the vast ocean. Soon, Deng Kuin, who was torn and covered with wounds, struggled to float on the sea. He blew the whistle in his mouth weakly, and the giant dragon flying in the sky heard the sound and came down to take him away. At the same time, Yang Ge on the cruiser suddenly received a prompt. The Apache Cobra attack helicopter has been repaired and is now ready for use. It was detected that the Apache Cobra attack helicopter was seriously damaged and needed repair. The first message was that Snake 1 had been repaired, and the second was that Snake 2 had landed safely back in the helicopter bay of the cruiser and needed repairs. Yang Ge immediately said into the headset, Snake 1, go and drive that dragon over to my side. Snake received it. The voice of the Cobra 1 pilot came from the headset, and then Cobra 1 slowly rose from the cruiser and flew towards the black dragon. As soon as the snake flew away, Yang Ge opened the shopping mall system and selected a very inconspicuous one from the dazzling array of various functional modules, 2,000 energy, and chose to buy. At this time, Yang Ge had 780 main energy left and more than 7,000 reserve energy. The energy power system upgrade had reached more than 70%, and the strong attribute energy extraction had also reached more than 20%. What Yang Ge just bought was just a very common functional module, which loaded very quickly, taking less than a minute in total. The black dragon that picked up Deng Kuin from the sea was flying back, but the Cobra number 1 behind it quickly caught up. The flying speed of the black dragon in a healthy state was about the same as that of the Cobra helicopter. At this time, its wings were hit by Yang Ji's naval cannon, and its flying speed was greatly reduced. It was soon caught up by Cobra number 1. The black dragon, which had suffered a series of high-tech injuries, was now a frightened dragon. When it saw the pursuing armed helicopter, it was so scared that it didn't even recognize the road. It immediately turned around in a hurry, and the snake didn't have to exert much effort, but it drove the panicked young but large black dragon to the vicinity of Yang Ji's cruiser. Yang Ge signaled to Wu Qiangxin beside him, and Wu Qiangxin immediately walked out of the command room and came to the front of the deck. At this time, there was an additional gun that looked like a smaller version of the naval gun. This was the latest functional module that Yang Ge had bought with 2,000 points just now. Wu Qiangxin stepped forward and manually operated the thing, aiming at the giant dragon that had nowhere to run after being chased by the snake. Pung! Suddenly, when the black dragon flew to a place relatively close to the cruiser, the strong muscles on Wu Qiangxin's arms bulged instantly, and the muzzle of the mini naval gun in his hand sprayed a large net towards the dragon in the sky. That is the whaling net that was often carried on whaling ships in later generations. The thing Wu Qiangxin was operating could not only fire a whaling gun, but also a whaling net after being modified into a battleship system. The black dragon suddenly panicked when it was caught in the net. It rushed around in the large net, but it was wrapped tighter and tighter. In the end, the dragon was entangled in 3 layers of whaling nets, making it airtight. Yang Ge in the command room was watching this scene with great interest. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be someone else over there, so he said into the headset, Decepticon Special Forces, Puma, Snake 1, there are two people about 40 to 50 kilometers southwest, capture them. Decepticon Special Service received. Cougar received. Snake received it. A series of responses sounded in the headset, and then the deputy captain of the Decepticon Special Forces, Shui Jian, led his team members onto the Cougar transport plane and flew towards the southwest under the escort of Snake 1. Chapter 48, I hope I won't be beaten to death. After Snake 1 and Cougar left, Yang purchased a new functional module in the mall system, Interrogation Room. After spending 3,000 reserve energy to buy this functional module, in addition to the command room, lounge, and restaurant, the cruiser now has an interrogation room. Along with the interrogation room module, a detention room is also included. Both the interrogation room and the holding room have a special function to suppress high-level military forces. Looking at the introduction on the main control panel, Yang was a little confused. What is high martial arts strength? The so-called high martial arts strength, according to the current world's evaluation system standards, practitioners above the human martial arts realm are all considered high martial arts strength. Yang immediately asked, can this function be extended to the entire battleship? Commander's current battleship level cannot realize this function. It's not possible now? Then it will be possible in the future. Yang was thinking when suddenly another prompt came from the headset. Reminder, Commander, a flying creature is too close to the battleship. The video footage was displayed on the main control panel. It turned out that the black dragon wrapped in the whaling net was flying around like a mindless fly, and it actually flew towards the cruiser. Why? With a sigh, Yang couldn't help but mourn for the giant dragon, hoping that it wouldn't be killed in one blow. Activate the ship's semi-automatic cannons for deterrence. Keep that thing away from flying around the warship. Received. Following Yang order, the two twin 37mm semi-automatic guns at the front and front center of the cruiser immediately started to operate. Boom, boom. Two consecutive cannon shots immediately frightened the giant dragon so much that it turned around and dared not approach the warship again. Deng Kuan, who was held in the dragon's mouth at this time, had no words to express his suffering. White foam was coming out of the corners of his mouth, and he felt dizzy. When the giant dragon was flying around in the sky, it did not consider the feelings of Deng Kuan in its mouth. Deng Kuan tried his best to endure the churning in his stomach, while forcing himself to adapt to the dizziness brought about by the giant dragon's spinning flight. He gripped the broadsword tightly and slashed hard at the whaling net wrapped around the giant dragon. At this time, something happened that surprised Deng Kuan. Needless to say, the sharpness of the standard broadsword of the Black Ice Guards of the Qin Empire was extremely high. However, this sharp dagger only made a small cut on the seemingly soft whaling net and could not even cut a single wire. Deng Kuan gritted his teeth and continued to row hard with the dagger. After a lot of effort, he finally cut a section of the whaling net. However, when Deng Kuan looked at the density of the lines of the whaling net, he felt like crying. How long would it take to carve out an exit for the dragon? So, Deng Kuan simply gave up resisting, closed his eyes, and silently recovered his strength. The black dragon seemed to be a little tired, and its flying speed became slower and steadier, which was what Deng Kuan wanted. But the comfort of the dragon and the other person did not last long. Deng Kuan closed his eyes for less than a few breaths, and then bang. Suddenly, a dull sound exploded beside him. The black dragon, which was originally exhausted, suddenly became nervous and flapped its wings suddenly to soar into the sky. However, the result was still the same as before, and it was entangled in the whaling net. Deng Kuan looked at the armored deck below and saw a burly man who was a size larger than himself pointing a strange firearm at him. It turned out that he was the one who had just attacked his dragon. Deng Kuan immediately cursed at the man. You'd better pray that I can never get out otherwise. Bang! Wu Qiangxin fired another shot at the dragon. Although the bullets from his rifle could not penetrate the dragon's scales, they could stimulate the nerves of the dragon and Deng Kuan, making both of them highly nervous all the time and unable to recover their strength. At this moment, the dragon was tired and angry. It was fine with a flying iron lump before, but now it was being bullied by this little thing with a firearm, which it really couldn't bear. Suddenly, the giant dragon flying in the air wrapped in the whaling net suddenly pounced towards Wu Qiangxin on the deck, with its huge dragon mouth opened, as if it wanted to bite Wu Qiangxin to death even through the whaling net. Boom, boom. As soon as the dragon approached the battleship, a 37 caliber twin semi-automatic gun on the front of the battleship immediately started to show its power. Unlike the previous deterrent shooting, This time the dragon dared to attack the battleship directly. The 37 caliber semi-automatic gun accurately bombarded the dragon. The semi-automatic cannon seems to have a caliber not much different from the 20 millimeters cannon carried by the Cobra attack helicopter, with only a difference of 17 millimeters. But the damage of the two cannot be compared. From the moment the semi-automatic gun appeared on the battleship, it was tasked with attacking torpedo boats and air defense. Pung! In an instant, two streaks of black and red blood spurted far into the air, and large pieces of dragon scales fell. The black dragon that was flying towards the warship rapidly was stopped in an instant. Roar! Two bloody holes appeared in the dragon's lower abdomen, and its dragon roar no longer had the momentum it had before. This time, the black dragon was completely wilted. It gently flapped its wings and tried its best to fly at a low altitude, away from the warship, and no longer dared to make any excessive moves. Wu Qiangxin, who was standing at the bow, continued to shoot at Deng Kuan from time to time, making Deng Kuan so angry that he had no place to vent his anger. The master of Tianwu realm was almost angered to death. After a while, Snake 1 and Puma landed back in the battleship's cabin, and Yanggu ordered into the headset, "Take the man to the interrogation room." Receive. The Decepticon Special Forces escorted Pang Tian and Lin Wu to the interrogation room. Lin Wu had a gunshot wound on his leg, and blood was dripping down his calf. His face was filled with fear of the unknown and pain, because he found that as soon as he entered this strange room, the fighting spirit that was originally remaining in his body seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and there was no movement anymore. The Decepticon Special Forces tied Lin Wu to the torture pillar, and Pang Tian was treated a little better and was given a chair. There is a one-way glass in the middle of the interrogation room. The situation on the defendant's side can be clearly seen from the other side, but when looking through the glass from this side, one can only see an ordinary wall. Yanggu was standing behind the glass at this time. He instructed Xue Jian in the interrogation room on the other side through the headset. Find out the origin of the man in black, what the eagle on his chest is, what he is doing here, and where the dragon came from. Oh, and be careful that the man may have suicide poison hidden between his teeth. Receive. Xue Jian's cold voice was heard, and soon, terrifying screams were heard from the interrogation room. Chapter 49 Death is a Relief. Commander, I found out. Explain. Xue Jian reported to Yanggu everything he had pried out from Lin Wu, including the origin of the Black Ice platform, the grudge between Qin Prime Minister Ji Feixing and Pang Yuan, and how the Black Ice platform had been searching for Pang Yuan's family over the past decade. The Haibingtai was the secret service organization of the Qin state, which was equivalent to the Jinyui and the East and West factories in Yang Ji's previous life. The dispute between Ji Feixing and Pang Yuan was because Pang Yuan offended Ji Feixing. As a result, Ji Feixing took advantage of the fact that the Qin emperor was old and he was the prime minister and the prince's tutor to monopolize the government. He framed Pang Yuan with the crime of treason and had the Haibingtai hunt down Pang Yuan's family for more than 10 years. As for the Black Dragon, Deng Kuan obtained it by chance in the desert of the western regions when he was carrying out a mission on the Black Ice platform in the Yunling Mountains. At the same time, Xue Jian also found out that there were a total of 12 masters above the level of earthly fiends in the Black Ice platform of Qin State, known as the 12 evils of heaven and earth, including 4 heavenly evils and 8 earthly evils. After hearing this, Yanggu felt a little innocent. What the hell did this have to do with him? Why did he get involved? It seemed that he had even gotten involved with the Qin State's secret service. In the interrogation room on the other side, Pang Tian's eyes were empty and numb. Just now, the Decepticon Special Forces brought him a chair, and he leaned on it crookedly. It was not until Lin Wu mentioned the words Ji Feixing and Haibingtai that there was a trace of emotion in his eyes. After a while, Yang Ji's voice came from Xue Jian's headset. Ask him again, how much does Black Ice terrorists know about what's going on here? Xue Jian then asked Lin Wu, but Lin Wu suddenly laughed. After the torture Xue Jian had just given him, Lin Wu's face was now covered in blood and flesh, and he only had a few of his originally good teeth left. When he smiled, his mouth was full of blood. He, one of the 4 great heavenly warriors, is here. The news about Pang Yuan is no longer a secret in the Black Ice platform. The Black Ice platform's troops will be here tomorrow at the earliest, and in 3 days at the latest. You'd better get here now. Xue Jian, it seems that you didn't leave a very deep impression on him just now. My fault. After Xue Jian finished speaking, Yanggu turned his head and looked away. Immediately, another shrill scream rang out from the interrogation room. After a moment, Shui Jian moved his wrist, took out a dagger, and said coldly to Lin Wu, "Say what you should say, and if you say one more word, I will cut a piece of meat off your body." Lin Wu was trembling all over, and his body was covered in blood. Pang Tian, who had a numb expression on his face, looked at this scene, and his eyes suddenly regained a hint of spirit. Yang Ge once again said to Shui Jian, "Ask him again how much Black Ice Platform knows about Wuyan Island." Shui Jian placed a dagger on Lin Wu's finger and asked Yang Ji's question again. This time, Lin Wu swallowed a mouthful of blood and said weakly, "There is news from the Black Ice Platform that Pang Yuan is in the coastal area of Chu State, but we don't know exactly where. Deng Kuin is greedy for credit, so he and I searched all the inhabited islands in the sea outside Chu State and finally found Pang Yuan. No one else knows this news except Deng Kuin and me." After saying that, Lin Wu looked at the dagger in Shui Jian's hand and quickly added, "What I said this time is really true. I didn't lie to you." Yang Ge lowered his head and thought for a moment, then asked Shui Jian, "Do you think what he said is true or false? If you think it is false, then do it." As soon as Yang Ge finished speaking in the headset, Shui Jian's extremely cold face actually smiled at Lin Wu. "Ah!" Shui Jian held a bloody little finger in both hands and brought it to Lin Wu. He still kept a smile on his face. "I'll ask you again, how much does Black Ice Terrace know about what's going on here? I hope your answer this time won't disappoint me." Suddenly, Lin Wu's breathing became rapid, but the panic in his eyes disappeared without a trace, replaced by an unyielding determination and indifference to death. The frightened look before was all created by Lin Wu. What he told Shui Jian about the Black Ice Platform, Ji Feixing and Pang Yuan were not secrets at all. It would not hurt to tell them out. On the contrary, it would give the enemy the illusion that his psychological defenses had been breached. If a person would tell everything after being tortured a little, how could such a person be admitted into a spy organization of a big country and one of the famous 12 evil spirits in the world? This time, Lin Wu stared at Shui Jian with a hint of madness in his eyes. He suddenly shouted, "Long live the great Qin Empire!" Then Lin Wu's facial muscles trembled violently, and the next moment, Shui Jian's fist hit Lin Wu's face almost instantly. Bang! Shui Jian's punch knocked out the few remaining teeth in Lin Wu's mouth. Then Shui Jian used one hand to force open Lin Wu's teeth and picked out a tiny poison sac from it. The smile on Shui Jian's face turned into a sneer. He said to Lin Wu sinisterly, "Oh my, you're really not afraid of death? Humph, what the hell are the 12 evils? A piece of trash who can't even commit suicide in Megatron's hands." Looking at the poison sac in Shui Jian's hand, the madness and determination to die in Lin Wu's eyes suddenly disappeared. He was a little panicked. As a Black Ice Guard, and a high-ranking Black Ice Guard among the tens of thousands in the Black Ice Platform, he was not afraid of death at all. But not being afraid of death did not mean that he was not afraid of other things. In the interrogation room, Yang Ge looked at Pang Tian, who was watching with great interest beside Lin Wu, and said into the headset, "That man's name is Pang Tian, right? Tell him." Yang Ge said a few words into the headset, and then Shui Jian laid out the torture instruments hanging on the wall of the interrogation room one by one, and then he said to Pang Tian, "For fun." Pang Tian was stunned at first when he heard this, and then his numb eyes were suddenly filled with excitement that could not be expressed in words. He stood up from the chair and knocked over the chair because he was too excited. He hurriedly picked up the fallen chair, and Pang Tian looked at Shui Jian. Shui Jian stepped back, pointed at Lin Wu, and said to him, "Now he is handed over to you. I think you should understand that death is a relief for him." "Of course I understand. Don't worry." Pang Tian also had many wounds on his body, which were left from his previous fight with Lin Wu. However, these wounds did not become a factor that hindered Pang Tian's actions at this time. Instead, they added infinite motivation to him. "That's good. You can start now." With that, Shui Jian led the Decepticon team out of the interrogation room. At this time, Yang Ge also left the interrogation room behind the one-way glass wall and adjusted the channel of his headset. He could imagine what a person would do when facing the accomplice of the murderer who killed his parents. Yang Ge came to the deck. After a series of storms, the day was about to end. The sky and the sea in the distance were already glowing red. In front of the cruiser, a man and a dragon were already exhausted. Deng Kuin was better off. After all, he was a martial artist at the heavenly martial realm and could resist hunger, but the dragon was indeed starving. Chapter 50, there's still a long way to go. Deng Kuin, who was being held in the dragon's mouth, suddenly discovered that the amount of liquid flowing out of the dragon's mouth seemed to have increased. Deng Kun almost shed tears at this moment. Who has ever seen Tianwu as miserable as himself? First, he was severely injured by an unknown ghost thing, and now there is a big guy in front of him who is obviously not even a warrior, holding a black firearm and constantly harassing him. The most tragic thing is that the dragon he raised seems to be hungry, and he is in his mouth. For a moment, Deng Kun felt that life was tiring. When the last ray of sunset disappeared in the horizon, a message popped up on Yang Ji's main control panel. Ding! Reminder Commander, the battleship's energy power system upgrade is complete. Current energy power system, steam power advanced, maximum speed, 30 knots. Main energy storage function upgraded, current main energy, 570. The reserve energy storage function has been upgraded. The current reserve energy is 4,820. The biggest change brought about by the upgrade of the energy power system is that the capacity of the main energy bar has increased from 1,000 to 3,000, and the capacity of the reserve energy bar has increased from 10,000 to 30,000. As for the change in speed, it can basically be ignored. In fact, a speed of 30 knots is not slow. Many top warships in Yang Ji's previous life only had a speed of 30 knots. After all, no matter how fast your ship is, can it be faster than a fighter jet? Faster than a missile? Thinking about it, Yanga suddenly had a question. What is the maximum speed that a battleship can reach? With the upgrade of the commander, the maximum speed of the battleship in the sea can reach 50 knots. Yanga keenly caught a message. The maximum speed in the sea can reach 50 knots. This means, what if it's not in the sea? The current battleship system version cannot answer this question. It is recommended that the commander upgrade the battleship level before asking again. Upgrade your ship level. Currently, Yang Ji's battleship is a frigate-class cruiser, and the next level is a battleship-class cruiser. To upgrade, he needs to upgrade the radar system and weapon system first, and upgrading the radar system alone requires 100,000 points. Thinking of this, Yang curled his lips and said in his heart, "There's still a long way to go." With the upgrade of the energy and power system completed, the battleship can resume sailing. Yang returned to the command room and looked at the black dragon flying hard at the bow. It had been flying for a long time, and he didn't know if it was tired. Opening the detection map, Yang pointed to the nearest island group and said into the headset, "The target is the island group 15 kilometers due north. Let's go." As soon as Yang finished speaking, the huge cruiser began to move slowly. Suddenly, Yang remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something, and he said to the headset, "Shui Jian, take your men on the Cougar to collect the bodies of Pang Tian's parents, cremate the bodies of the others, collect the ashes, and bring them back to Wuyun Island for burial." Receive. Shui Jian's voice was heard in the headset, and soon the helicopter cabin on the cruiser opened, and the Puma took off into the night. After a while, the cruiser arrived at the island group. It was already dinner time. A reminder from the battleship restaurant came from the main control panel. However, Yanga shook his head and just ordered a glass of ice juice, because something interesting was about to happen. As soon as the snake was in the air, Johnson closed the net. Receive. Receive. Amidst a loud buzzing sound, Cobra number 1 flew into the sky. Wu Changson stood next to the whaling cannon on the bow and pressed a button on it. Chapter 51, Tianwu's Teeth. The whaling cannon slowly retracted the cast whaling net. The giant dragon and Deng Kun, which were originally floating in front of the warship, were pulled closer and closer to the warship. The black dragon seemed to be very resistant and kept struggling in the opposite direction. However, the warship where the whaling cannon was fixed did not move at all. After all, compared with the cruiser that is more than 100 meters long and weighs 1,800 tons, the Black Dragon, which is more than 10 meters long, is indeed a bit dwarfed. 2 Decepticon Special Forces members came from behind. They were Shadow and Thorn. Thorn was holding his sniper rifle in his hand. Just now, Shui Jian only took 2 commandos away. At this time, most of the Decepticon Special Forces were on the battleship. After all, a job like collecting corpses does not require too many people. The whaling cannon continued to shrink the entire net. After a moment, the dragon was parallel to the battleship. At this time, Wu Changson pressed another button on the whaling cannon. Swoosh! In an instant, the net wrapped around the black dragon was broken apart from the muzzle of the whaling cannon, and the originally bound black dragon was suddenly freed. However, the 2 bloody holes on its body made it unable to fly high, so it could only land on the island reef in front of the warship and let go of Deng Kun, who was in its mouth. Call! Deng Kun breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that at least he would not die so miserably. However, the next moment Deng Kuan suddenly discovered that on the tall warship, a man was holding a black object and aiming at him. On the deck, Wu Qiangxin grabbed CI, who turned his head in confusion. Ing on the other side took off his assault rifle and handed it to him, saying, "Use that thing of yours to hit him twice. Even Tianwu will have 2 big holes in his body." CI suddenly realized what was going on, and the words that came out of his mouth were as plain as usual. "I forgot, sorry." After saying that, CI took Ying's assault rifle, put it on his chest, and aimed at Deng Kuan on the reef below. Ying, who was standing next to him, said something sarcastic to Deng Kuan. "I'm sorry. You are a master of the Tianwu realm, and masters should be treated like masters." After Ying finished speaking, Ci's mouth curled up slightly, and Deng Kuan below suddenly felt a bad feeling suddenly hit him. Duh, 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 duh. After 4 shots, Deng Kuan looked at his drooping arms and his legs that were bleeding. He endured the pain and said something in his heart. Wu Qiangxin looked at Deng Kuan coldly and asked the 2 people beside him, "Do you 2 dare to go down and bring up the disabled Tianwu?" As Wu Qiangxin spoke, the snake in the sky dropped a thick hemp rope. Ying swallowed his saliva, pointed at the huge black dragon beside Deng Kuan, and said, "Captain Wu, there is another dragon. If the 2 of us go down, I'm afraid we won't be able to feed it enough." Wu Qiangxin smiled at Ying and pointed at the rope. Ying followed his finger and found that the thorn had already climbed up the rope. "That's why he's the main sniper and you are the backup sniper." Of course, the backup sniper is also important. After all, you also have the responsibility of being an observer. Yanggu in the command room burst out laughing when he heard Wu Qiangxin's words. He didn't expect that this big guy could be so mean when insulting others. Ying had nothing to say after being mocked by Wu Qiangxin. He could only follow CI and climb up the ladder, pulling the hemp rope. The voice of the sky snake pilot came from the external communicator. "Don't worry, the dragon is very tired and injured. It should have fallen asleep now. For its species, sleeping is the best way to recover. Besides, even if that guy has ideas about you too, my machine gun will definitely teach it a lesson." Ying steadied the hemp rope in his hand and shouted to the sky, "Hey, you have to shoot accurately with your machine gun later." After Ying, CI and the other man held on to the hemp rope, Snake E slowly flew over the islands and reefs. The giant black dragon seemed to have really fallen into a deep sleep, lying motionless on the rocks, with its huge body rising and falling slightly in a regular pattern. The 2 men slid down the rope. Ying landed first. He stepped on the island reef soaked in sea water, strode to Deng Kuan, who was shot in each of his limbs, and CI followed. Looking at Deng Kuan lying motionless on the reef, Ying asked CI, "Tie him to me?" CI didn't answer, but stared at Deng Kuan's mouth for a while and said coldly, "Are Tianwu's teeth also dangerous?" Ying thought it made sense and nodded seriously, then asked CI, "Yeah, what should we do? Should I give it a try with a punch?" CI nodded, and Ying stepped forward. Just as he was about to raise his fist, he saw a playful look in Deng Kuan's eyes, and then Ying put down his fist. Hey. Ying gave Deng Kuan a strange smile, then picked up the assault rifle on his back and fired. Da-da-da! Ying fired a few shots at the reef below him, knocking off a fist-sized rock, then held it in his hand and said, "Hee." There were 2 more strange laughs, and Ying instantly slammed the stone in his hand onto Deng Kuan's mouth. Bang! Bang! The island reef in Ying's hand was broken into pieces, but Deng Kuan was not hurt at all. Deng Kuan grinned, and the gravel on his face fell off. Then he sneered at Ying, CI and the other man. "He, 2 useless people who are not even good at human martial arts. I will tell you that the heavenly martial realm." Deng Kuan stopped talking halfway, because he found that CI had taken out a delicate hammer from somewhere, and the hammer was clearly shining with metallic luster. Bang! Snap! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Megatron cruiser inside the interrogation room. Yang Ge personally came to the other side of the one-way glass wall of the interrogation room and looked at Deng Kuan, who was tied to the interrogation pillar. Similarly, Deng Kuan, with his face covered in blood, was also looking at Yang Ge. Apart from the fact that his clothes were nice and he looked handsome, Deng Kuan didn't feel that there was anything magical about the young man in front of him. Oh no, it seemed that there was a little bit of the aura of a superior. It seems that this young man has only been in power for a short time. Of course, Yang Ge didn't know that Deng Kuan could tell that he had only been in power for a short time just by looking at him. He looked at Deng Kuan for a moment, and the first question he asked almost pissed Deng Kuan off to death. "Are practitioners in the heavenly martial realm valuable?" Puff! Deng Kun almost vomited blood. He suppressed his anger and said coldly to Yang Ge, "Humph, do you want to humiliate me in this way? When can the value of Tianwu realm practitioners be measured by money?" Yang Ge frowned and looked at Deng Kun. He spread his hands and said innocently, "I really don't know." Wu Qiangxin brought a chair for Yang Ge. Yang Ge threw away the cape of his military uniform, sat down, and stared at Deng Kun with cold eyes. Chapter 52, I'll bury it in you. Hee ha! Deng Kun suddenly laughed, and gradually, the smile on his face slowly changed from anger to bitterness. Finally, he said weakly, "Maybe it's still worth some money." The reason why Deng Kun had this emotional change was because he thought of the firearms that each of Yang Ji's subordinates had. Then, Deng Kun looked up at Yang Ge and asked, "Who are you? Why do you have those firearms, and this iron ship, and those flying things? How did you get all of these? How do you have these?" Yang Ge slapped his forehead. He actually asked a profound question. However, Yang Ge did not answer him, but continued to ask, "If I use you to exchange 100,000 troops from the Emperor of Qin, will the Emperor of Qin agree?" Deng Kun rolled his eyes weakly, looking at Yang Ge, who kept sneering, and finally said, "I don't know whether the Emperor of Qin will agree, but the Prime Minister of Qin will definitely agree, because the Emperor of Qin is old and confused, but the Prime Minister of Qin will not agree." 100,000 troops? Humph, you can add another 100,000. With Qin's national strength and population, 200,000 combat soldiers can be trained in 3 years. But a cultivator in the heavenly martial realm? Humph? At this point, Deng Kun glanced at Yang Ge meaningfully. Your Chu state is not inferior to Qin state in population and territory, but you just don't have as many strong men as Qin state. In the entire Chu state, only the 3 marshals of the navy are at the level of heavenly warriors. The others, even the offerings in the imperial palace, are only at the level of earthly warriors. Tell me, if there was no danger of the Tianjiang River, how could your Chu state withstand the fierce armies of Wei state in the north and Qin state in the west? Yang Ge did not refute Deng Kun's constant mention of Yu Chu state. He knew that Deng Kun was testing him. Yang Ge stood up and walked to Deng Kun, saying softly, "It seems that a cultivator in the heavenly martial realm is really rare. If that's the case, it would be a pity to kill you. You should just go back." "What?" Deng Kun suddenly thought he had heard wrongly. He stared at Yang Ge with wide eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. "Are you really willing to let Qin redeem me?" "No, no, no." Yang Ge waved his hand and said, "I am not asking Qin to redeem you, but I will let you go back." Getting closer to Deng Kun, Yang Ge suppressed the urge to vomit. Deng Kun's half-face that looked like a crawling earthworm was too disgusting, especially when his facial expressions changed. At this time, Deng Kun's eyes gradually became cold. Even though he was injured in all 4 limbs and exhausted, he still had the residual power of a Tianwu realm practitioner. The bloody wounds all over his body made him look more fierce. He stared at Yang Ge, waiting for Yang Ji's next words. Facing Deng Kun, whose eyes were like those of a wild beast, Yang Ge was not afraid at all. Now the life and death of this beast was in his hands. "I believe you have the courage to not fear death, and I also believe that you can withstand any torture after breaking through to the heavenly martial realm. Therefore, it is of no use to me to keep you here. Therefore, I decided to let you go back and continue to enjoy your wealth and glory." After saying that, Yang Ge stepped back. Shui Jian, who had gone to collect the bodies before, walked in. He placed a round object in his hand in front of Deng Kun. It was Pang Yuan's head. "You are one of the 4 great warriors of the Black Ice Platform. If you take this thing back to the Black Ice Platform and give it to your Qin Prime Minister Ji Feixing, I believe you will soon be second only to the Emperor, right? Now, I will give it to you." Pang Yuan's head. When Deng Kun saw that thing, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. "What did Lin Wu tell you? This is between you and me. No one else is involved." As he spoke, Yang Ge took out a white scroll, which was the spiritual contract scroll that he had taken out from Wang Hun's bag. "Sign it, and you can leave with something that will help you go further. Of course, you can also stay here for a few days and recover from your injury before leaving." At this moment, Yang Ge noticed that Deng Kun's eyes actually showed a hint of joy. "Are you serious? I signed this thing, and you let me go?" Yang Ge frowned slightly. Something was wrong. It is impossible that Deng Kun does not know the function of the spirit contract scroll, and the hint of joy on his face just now was real. There must be something fishy going on. Yang Ji's expression became slightly solemn. He asked Deng Kun in a cold voice. Is this thing useless to you? Deng Kun looked at Yang Ge with interest and said jokingly, Guess. Yang Ji's eyes gradually turned cold. Suddenly, he gave Deng Kun a playful smile. Okay, but it's a little dark here. Let's guess slowly with torches. After Yang Ge finished speaking, Shui Jian lit the charcoal stove in the interrogation room and placed a branding iron on it. Feeling the temperature in the interrogation room rising little by little, Deng Kun became more and more anxious. His past experiences came to him like a nightmare, making him feel as if countless ants were crawling all over his body, making him itchy and unbearable. By the end, Deng Kun was almost going crazy. He twisted his body, which was tied to the interrogation pole, wildly, as if he was trying to get rid of something, and let out a low roar like a beast. After a while, Shui Jian picked up a red-hot iron and came to Deng Kun. He pressed the iron against the half of Deng Kun's face. Ah, don't. I beg you. As soon as Yang Ge raised his hand, Shui Jian stopped what he was doing. Yang Ge held up the spirit contract scroll and asked Deng Kun, Okay, answer my question. Does this thing have no effect on you? Yes. The thing only works on Taoists and low-level martial artists. It is useless for martial artists above the Tianwu level. Because once a martial artist starts at the Tianwu level, the damage caused by the damage to their spiritual thoughts is minimal. Deng Kun said it all in one breath. Yang Ge turned to Shui Jian and ordered, Go, ask Lin Wu if this is the case with the spiritual contract scroll. Shui Jian casually put the soldering iron back into the charcoal stove and left. Yang Ge turned and stared at Deng Kun. I hope that something that neither of us wants to see will happen soon. Soon, Shui Jian came back and nodded to Yang Ge, saying, Commander, Lin Wu's meaning is similar to his. Yang Ge frowned when he heard this, as if his plan had failed. The interrogation room fell silent for a moment. At this moment, Yang Ge saw that Wu Qiangxin and Shui Jian both seemed to be hesitant to speak. He moved his mind and called up the information of each soldier of the Decepticon Special Forces from the main control panel. After browsing through them one by one, Yang Ge roughly knew what the two were going to say. Yang Ge found out that he had made a big mistake. He had a mountain of gold, but he almost starved to death. Is it only some spiritual scroll in this world that can make others under one's control? How could one forget the power of technology? Yang Ge almost wanted to slap himself. He said to Shui Jian in a bad tone, Let them come over. Shui Jian was stunned and immediately said into the headset, Dr. Lazy, you two come over with your tools. After a while, two Decepticon Special Forces members came to the interrogation room. They were of similar build and both were lean. Shui Jian introduced Yang Ge. Commander, Lazy is the blaster in our team. He likes to tinker with some novel gadgets. The doctor is the medic in our team. He specializes in both internal medicine and surgery. Yang Ge nodded. In fact, he already understood all of this. After that, Shui Jian whispered a few words to Lazy, and Lazy began to rummage in his toolbox. After rummaging for a long time, he found a metal object smaller than a fingernail and a small remote control, brought them to Yang Ge and said, Commander, this is it. As soon as Yang Ge thought about it, the information of that thing appeared on the main control panel of the battleship system. After reading it carefully, Yang Ge smiled. Then, Lazy threw the tiny metal object into a corner of the interrogation room, and then pressed the remote control in his hand. Bang. A small explosion, not very violent, occurred. Yang Ge stepped forward and looked at the confused Deng Kun, smiling and saying to him word by word, This is a miniature bomb with a very small amount of explosives and basically will not cause any damage. But Yang Ge said this, tapping his temple with his finger, I'll bury it in you. Chapter 53, Strong Attribute Energy. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. In the interrogation room, Deng Kun, who had been given a large dose of anesthesia, had not yet woken up. Lin Wu, who was in the detention cell, was half dead and kept his head down all day, not daring to look up at the cell opposite. In the cell opposite Lin Wu, Pang Tian's bloodthirsty eyes were staring at him all the time. In the cruiser command room, Shui Jian was reporting to Yang Ge. Commander, based on the amount of anesthesia we gave Deng Kun, he will probably wake up tonight or tomorrow. The practitioners of the Tianwu realm are indeed quite powerful. The gunshot wound on his body basically does not affect his movements. Well, how did the surgery go? Are there any side effects? The operation went perfectly. The only side effect is that he may have headaches from time to time. In addition, according to your instructions, we adjusted the amount of power stored in the microbomb. When the power is exhausted, the bomb will explode. Therefore, He will have to come to us every year to replace the battery core. How's his dragon? The doctor secretly checked it once. The dragon was still asleep. The damage caused by Cobra number 1 and number 2 machine guns had basically healed. No traces of bullets were found. The wounds caused by the naval guns had also healed initially. There was some shrapnel left, but it was of no concern to the dragon. The most important thing is that the Battleship 37 semi-automatic cannon caused serious damage to the dragon. The 2 bullets should still be in the dragon's body. The wound has just stopped bleeding. It will take some time to heal, and how to deal with the bullets is also a problem. Okay, I understand. You can go back now. Yongge nodded after listening to this. He looked at the battleship's main control panel. The progress bar on it had reached 99, just 1 point left. Strong attribute energy extraction progress, 99. Ding. Report to the commander. The strong attribute energy extraction is complete. This time, 120 points of strong attribute energy are extracted. Energy attribute. Fire. Congratulations, Commander, for obtaining more than 100 points of strong attribute energy at one time. The battleship system has been given an upgrade opportunity, and a certain system of the battleship can be upgraded without energy consumption. At the same time, every 100 points of strong attribute energy can be used to strengthen the battleship's functional modules. Current strong attribute energy. Fire element can strengthen functional modules. Quadruple missile launcher 127 caliber naval gun. Shipborne twin 37 semi-automatic gun. After reading the series of information on the battleship's main control panel, Yongge had a feeling of having made a fortune out of nowhere. Needless to say, the upgrade of the battleship system without energy consumption must have been given to the radar system. As for the enhancement of the battleship's functions, this was also easy to understand. It was just like a game played by a certain unscrupulous company in Yang Ji's previous life, similar to things like hitting gems, inlaying diamonds, and enhancing attributes. Yongge thought for a moment and realized that this kind of enhanced attribute items would generally be used in later equipment. And now these functional modules that could be enhanced, whether they were missiles, naval guns, or semi-automatic guns, were obviously transitional equipment. As the warships continued to upgrade in the future, these would have to continue to be updated, so the problem came. Yongge thought about it and asked into the headset, if I strengthen the missile function module now, will the strengthening effect still be there if I upgrade this function module in the future? Unless the commander completely cancels this functional module, the strengthening effect will always exist. For example, if the commander chooses to enhance the missile launcher and then upgrades to the missile launch bay or vertical missile launch system, the enhanced function will always exist. After receiving the system's reply, Yongge made a decision without hesitation. Upgrade the missile launcher. Through the previous battle with Deng Kuan, Yongge discovered that his existing weapons did not have an overwhelming advantage over practitioners in the heavenly martial realm. So he chose the missile launcher with the greatest power and longest range among the 3 modules that could be strengthened. As soon as Yongge finished speaking, the huge, 3-dimensional view of the battleship automatically appeared in the battleship's main control panel, with 4 quadruple missile launchers shining brightly, named and respectively. Commander, please choose which missile launcher to upgrade. Yongge was stunned. Didn't he upgrade all of them at once? Finally, he chose the missile launcher at the front of the battleship. The missile launcher enters the reinforcement mode. Before the reinforcement is completed, the missile launcher cannot be used. Below this message is another progress bar, which has just reached progress 1. After the missile launcher entered the enhanced mode, Yongge clicked on the radar system. At this time, there was a button marked Upgrade without consuming energy on the main interface of the radar system. Yongge made the selection without hesitation. Host will upgrade the radar system without consumption. The radar system will be unusable during the upgrade. Do you confirm? Yongge took a look at Hawkeye's radar system. When the warship's radar could not be used, they could only rely on Hawkeye. Seeing that Hawkeye was operating normally, Yongge said, Confirm. Commander's order received. Megatron cruiser radar system is now entering upgrade mode. Radar system upgrade progress 1. Comparing the 2 progress bars, it seems that the missile launcher reinforcement is progressing faster and should be completed tonight. In the middle of the night, Yongge, who was sleeping in the commander's lounge, suddenly opened his eyes. The main control panel showed the picture of the detention cell. Deng Kuan woke up and was sitting in the interrogation room with his head in his hands. Obviously, he had felt something strange coming from his head. He knew that unless he was determined to die, he would live in the shadow of the black-haired boy. Deng Kuan was not afraid of death, but he could not resist the feeling of being second to none and holding great power. Turning around and seeing the head wrapped in the icebox, Deng Kun realized that this time he did not succumb to fear, but to desire. Woke up. Suddenly, Yang Ji's voice was heard in the interrogation room. Deng Kun immediately raised his head and looked around blankly, but did not see Yang Gu. Don't look for me. You can't see me. As long as you are on the boat, I can let you hear my voice at any time. Deng Kun still looked around with a vigilant look on his face, and there was some helplessness in his voice. You put that thing into my head? Snort. Deng Kun heard a chuckle, and then he felt a sharp pain in his temple. This time the headache was not a side effect of the doctor's surgery, but Lazy added an extra function to the microbomb, allowing the remote control in Yang Ji's hand to not only detonate the microbomb hidden in Deng Kun's head, but also cause the microbomb to vibrate slightly, actively causing Deng Kun to have a headache. Chapter 54 Test Firing the A-1 Missile. Deng Kun frowned, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and let his hands hang naturally on his legs. He did not make a sound at all and persisted until the vibration of the miniature bomb stopped. Only then did Yang Gu remember that Deng Kun was at least a martial artist at the Tianwu realm and a strong man. Very good. I was the one who controlled the pain in your brain just now. But even if I didn't control it, you would still have this symptom every once in a while. I was worried that you would arouse other people's suspicion because of this situation. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. Deng Kun opened his eyes and said coldly, When will you let me go? You can leave at any time, but I'm telling you clearly now that I don't want anyone from Black Ice Terrace to come to this sea area anymore. Deng Kun gently rubbed his temple and said slowly, Don't worry, as long as I go back, I will immediately take the Black Ice Guards who came to Chu State away. Deng Kun glanced at Pang Yuan's head and continued, You hope that I can hold a high position and great power after returning to Qin. If you help me with something now, I will be able to climb up faster after I return. Yang Gu on the other side frowned and said calmly, Tell me about it. I have the 4 heavenly warriors in the Black Ice stage, which are the 4 heavenly demons among the 12 heavenly demons. Besides me, there is another heavenly demon who came to Chu this time. If you get rid of him, then I can return to Qin with Pang Yuan's head and be fully confident that I can become the deputy head of the stage within half a year. Yang Gu sneered. It's a good idea to use my hand to help you get rid of your political enemies. Helping me is helping yourself. The faster I climb, the sooner you can benefit. You can fool others with this, but forget it with me. If you want me to help you, fine. Let's make a deal. What would you like? I want high-quality spirit stones. The more the better. When you pay me the spirit stones, I will help you. Remember, the person you want to get rid of is a Tianwu. If you pay me too little, you are treating me as a fool. Make a deal. Great. Since you are awake at this time, I just happen to have a new thing. Please enjoy it with me. Yang Gu looked at the strengthening progress of the missile launcher and said to Deng Kun, What? Then Deng Kun heard a beep sound, and Yang Ji's voice was cut off. Soon, the big guy Wu Qiangxin came to the interrogation room and said to Deng Kun coldly, Follow me. Deng Kun stretched his newly healed limbs and followed Wu Qiangxin to the outer deck. In the cruiser's command room, Yang Gu stared at the main control panel. Missile launcher enhancement progress. 99. Enhancement completed. After a reminder, the battleship's main control panel displayed the enhanced missile launcher. The bottom structure of the originally unified missile launcher became thicker and had a slight hint of red. The 4 missile launch tubes on top were larger than before, especially the thickness of the area near the tube mouth, which was twice that of an ordinary missile launcher. Report to the commander. The missile launcher has been strengthened and can be used normally. The current attributes of the quadruple missile launcher are equipped with Eagle Strike Missile, one-time damage, 2,800. This damage value shocked Yang Gu. With the same Eagle Strike Missile, the damage of an ordinary missile launcher is only 1,500. The power has increased by nearly double. Missiles ready. Target the sea 5 kilometers south. At this time, the radar on the cruiser was turned off, and the missile could only determine the attack location through Yang Ji's instructions. With a thought, Yang Gu switched the headset channel. Deng Kun, who had just followed Wu Qiangxin to the deck and was breathing the night sea breeze, heard Yang Ji's voice. Look to the south. In the command room, Yang Gu also looked towards the southern sea and said, Launch. Sizzle. A sudden loud noise startled Deng Kun on the deck. He almost instinctively reached for his back but found nothing. Then he remembered that his broadsword was still on the reef where the dragon was sleeping. The strange sound that just sounded came from the missile launcher. Deng Kun looked over and saw that one of the 4 huge, slightly red missile launch tubes had been opened. Then Deng Kuan felt a wave of heat rushing over him. And whoosh! A slender eagle strike missile flew out from the missile launch tube that was reinforced with strong attribute energy. The missile was red all over, and at first glance it looked like a sky-burning fire carrying the power of annihilation. Deng Kuan had smashed 7 missiles before, so he certainly knew how terrifying this slender iron pillar-like thing was. At this moment, the iron pillar suddenly launched from the cruiser was even more terrifying than anything he had encountered before. Deng Kuan watched without blinking as the iron pillar flew up into the night sky, leaving a long trail of white smoke in the night sky, and finally fell rapidly into the sea in the south boom. There was a loud noise that shook the eardrums, and a violent fire broke out. Wow. A huge curtain of water rose into the sky, almost covering the sky and the moon. The waves caused by the missile explosion spread rapidly, eventually forming tsunamis that swept in all directions. Crash! The sea was filled with the sound of exploding seawater and thick clouds rising. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Even though Yang Gu was mentally prepared, he was still slightly shocked by the power of the missile explosion. The waves that flew high into the sky even fell on Deng Kuan's clothes. Deng Kuan estimated the distance between the area where the missile fell and himself. The hairs on his body stood on end. In the end, his hands were trembling as he wiped the water droplets off his body. Soon, the fire in the southern sea went out, but the rising black clouds were still extremely conspicuous under the starlight. Deng Kuan on the deck lowered his head silently. If you use this thing to deal with your political enemy in the Tianwu realm, how many do you think you will need? Yang Ji's voice sounded at the right time. Deng Kuan was just thinking about this question. The answer he finally came to in his mind was, 2 at most, at most. After a moment, Deng Kuan swallowed his saliva, then raised his head, opened his mouth, and took a few gulps of sea breeze. He said, "Can you tell me which force you represent?" After a brief silence, "That's very interesting. Representative, can I become a force myself?" Deng Kuan's whole body suddenly shook when he heard this, and a look of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. He turned to look at the main tower of the cruiser and bowed solemnly. The next morning, Deng Kuan had recovered some of his strength after a good sleep. He went to the deck, tapped a few steps, and flew down from the cruiser, landing on the island reef where the black dragon was sleeping. A flute sounded, and the dragon woke up from its slumber. After touching the black dragon's head, Deng Kuan picked up the broadsword on the ground and swished. Several sword lights flashed by, and the giant dragon roared. Roar! Clang! A crisp sound was heard, and 2 metal bullets fell to the ground. The dragon that had just risen up in anger seemed to feel that the foreign object in its body had been removed. Its roar gradually became lower and lower. Finally, it followed Deng Kuan and flew towards the Wuyun Island. Before leaving, Deng Kuan left a message for Yang Gu. "I will deliver what you want as soon as possible. This dragon is injured and can only fly for a short time. It cannot fly across the sea. I will lock it up on Wuyun Island. Please take care of it. I will bear all the expenses." Chapter 55. Liaodong King Gongsun Hao. There is a continuous mountain range to the north of Wuyun Island. Deng Kuan locked his black dragon in the mountains with an iron chain as thick as an ordinary person's waist. There are many animals in the mountains, so the dragon will not starve even if it is locked here. Half a day after Deng Kuan left Wuyun Island, Yang Ji's main control panel received a prompt. Report to the commander. The battleship radar system has been upgraded. Upon hearing this, Yang Gu immediately turned on the radar system. He wanted to see what improvements the upgraded radar system had. However, Yang Gu was dumbfounded. The upgraded radar system was exactly the same as before the upgrade, and the properties had not changed at all. Could it be that the upgrade failed? Then, Yang Gu remembered that except for the energy and power system, upgrading other systems only unlocked the technological ceiling. Only by upgrading specific functional modules could the attributes be improved. Looking at the WASP radar module he currently had, if he wanted to upgrade it, he would need 30,000 points, which made Yang Gu very discouraged. Drop! It is detected that the commander's energy consumption value exceeds 100,000 within 15 natural days, and a function module worth 100,000 energy value is randomly given. Drop! Congratulations, Commander! You have obtained a 3rd-generation fighter airport and will be given a 3rd-generation fighter, including the pilot, and a tactical bomber, including the pilot. This function module will be available after the commander unlocks the base system. The energy consumption value exceeded 100,000? It seems that the radar system upgrade, without energy consumption, is also counted as normal consumption. After Yonggu recovered from his shock, he immediately asked, "How do I unlock the base system?" Commanders can unlock the base system after upgrading their battleships to battle cruisers. Yonggu. It was like a basin of cold water was poured over his head, and Yonggu instantly wilted. Energy, energy. I can only hope that the nearby pirates can give me some help. Muttering to himself, Yang Ji's words determined the fate of all the pirates in this sea area. As luck would have it, Hawkeye sent a reminder at this time. On the Hawkeye radar detection map, 3 ships came from the west of Wuyan Island. After accessing the real-time picture, they should be 3 pirate ships. The ships were packed with people. Looking at their ferocious looks, you could tell that they were not good people. Yonggu thought about it and saw that these people were heading towards Wuyan Island, so he ignored them for the time being. It would be better if they went to Wuyan Island, so he could just close the door and beat the dog. At this time, on the sea west of Wuyan Island, 3 large ships were breaking through the waves. On the largest ship, a short and strong man with a bare head, carrying a machete that was almost taller than him, stood on a wooden box with 1 foot on the fence of the bow. He looked in the direction of Wuyan Island ahead, then turned his head and said, "Brother, let's just go ashore on Wuyan Island. I think those people made the story about Wuyan Island so mysterious. It's probably fake." There were 2 people standing behind the short and strong man. One of them was tall and burly, standing slightly sideways beside the other one. The other one was dressed as a scholar. At this time, the scholar said, "No, third brother. There is no smoke without fire." Almost all the pirates from the Mist Island said so. Even if it is not entirely true, it is more or less credible. I heard that the man has powerful firearms. If we can get in touch with him, then... The burly man next to the scholar continued, "From now on, there will be hope for the people of Liaodong to be safe." The scholar nodded and said, "Yes, we went all the way south from the Liao Sea, hoping to recruit pirates to fight for us, but alas." Snort. When the scholar mentioned pirates, the short and strong man immediately showed a look of contempt. "Brother, why are you sighing so much for these pirates? Those pirates are not the material to accomplish great things. They just want to live a carefree life day by day. I have seen that these pirates are lazy people. Even if we recruit them, they will only be soldiers." The burly man continued, "Third brother is right. It is unrealistic to rely on these pirates to resist the Hu cavalry in Beiyuan. Brother, don't be too sad." The scholar's eyes showed sadness. "That's true, but it's a pity that Liaodong has a special geographical location. The Emperor of Yin is watching covetously, and the King of Goryeo and I are not on good terms. It's a pity that hundreds of thousands of people in Liaodong blame Gongsun Hao for his incompetence." Gongsun Hao, a name known to everyone in the Yin and Zhao lands in the north of Yinxia continent, is the famous and benevolent king of Liaodong. Why? At this time, the short and strong man also looked annoyed. "Brother, tell me why we only have one spiritual mine in Liaodong? Not to mention the gold mine and copper mine. Even if there is an iron mine, we will not be so poor that we can ask the King of Goryeo for help." At this time, the burly man standing next to Liaodong, King Gongsun Hao, said in a cold voice, "Spending money to ask the Goryeo king for reinforcements is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. The Yin emperor has wolfish ambitions, and the Goryeo king also sees Liaodong as fat meat in his mouth. The most important thing is to strengthen our own strength." The short and strong man waved his hands and said, "Second brother, it's easy for you to say that. The Emperor of Yin and the King of Goryeo have issued orders at the same time, prohibiting us from trading spirit stones and prohibiting their own practitioners from coming to Liaodong. They are really trying to trick us to death. Big brother, do you think those Beiyuan Huchi were secretly invited by these 2 grandsons?" Gongsun Hao had a worried look on his face. He sighed softly, closed his eyes, and remained silent for a long time. The Hawkeye drone captured all of this in the sky. As soon as Hawkeye just discovered Gongsun Hao's fleet, it sent out a mosquito-sized microphone, so Yonggu heard their conversation clearly. Yonggu in the command room almost laughed to death. This happiness came too quickly. Yonggu immediately said into the headset, "Snake 1, go greet our distinguished guest. Now." Snake received it. The helicopter bay on the cruiser was immediately opened, and Cobra 1 took off into the air amidst the gusts of wind created by the propeller. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A moment later, a sudden buzzing sound from the sky made Gongsun Hao and the others nervous. The burly man beside him looked at the distant horizon with a solemn expression, and his mouth was full of horror. Big brother, third brother, did you hear it? The short and strong man at the bow took off the machete behind him, looked solemn, and said nothing. After a while, Cobra number 1 appeared in front of everyone. Before Gongsun Hao and his two sworn brothers could say anything, the others on the boat immediately exploded. Oh my god! What is this? Is it a dragon? It's so windy. Gongsun Hao and the burly man beside him looked at each other, and both saw the horror in each other's eyes. I never thought that what those pirates said was actually true. The burly man put one hand on Gongsun Hao's chest and said solemnly, Brother, please go back to the ship first. Let me and my third brother find out the purpose of this thing. Chapter 56. You are the one who figured out. Gongsun Hao pulled away the burly man's hand and took a few steps forward. Brother, we have been out at sea for quite some time and are about to return. This may be our last chance. I am unwilling to give up. The short and stocky man turned around and stood next to Gongsun Hao. He looked at the Cobra number 1 getting closer and closer in the sky and said in disbelief, I heard from the pirates that there are two kinds of flying creatures on this island, one big and one small. Judging from the size of this creature, it should be the big one, but it seems that the big one has no attack power. On the cruiser, Yang Gu frowned when he heard this and said into the headset, Snake 1, show our guest your firepower. Receive. After receiving Yang Ji's order, the Cobra 1 pilot pushed the operating lever suddenly, and the nose of Cobra 1 immediately sank, and it actually flew towards the ship of Gongsun Hao and others. Seeing the iron lumps suddenly flying towards them, the three brothers Gongsun, Hao, and the other guards and followers on the boat all changed color. Gongsun Hao's two sworn brothers simultaneously protected their eldest brother and shouted, Be careful, bro. The burly man among them strode forward, his robes fluttering in the strong wind brought by the armed helicopter. He stretched out one hand and shouted behind him, Give me my sword. Immediately 2 people came running from behind, carrying a dark red broadsword with a red handle and a black blade, engraved with the vermilion bird. As soon as the sturdy man picked up the sword, his aura became even more fierce. Seeing that the burly man was about to chop the sky with his sword, Gongsun Hao hurriedly grabbed him and shouted, Second brother, don't be rude. At this time, the Cobra number 1 in the sky turned and flew past the ship carrying Gongsun Hao and others. At the same time, the 20mm cannon mounted on the bottom of the fuselage spewed flames toward the sea. Boom, 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 boom. Snap, snap, snap. A series of water splashes burst out, and the splashing water droplets were even higher than the big ship of Gongsun Hao and others. In an instant, the faces of the 3 Gongsun Hao brothers turned pale. The short and strong man gently pulled the sleeve of the burly man and whispered, Second brother, put away your knife. It seems that you can't beat it. The burly man's mouth twitched slightly. He snorted coldly, then retreated with a knife in hand. Gongsun Hao hurried to the edge of the deck, looking at the Cobra number 1 that just whizzed past, his eyes full of shock. Look at this power. Could it be that this is the small flying thing? The short and strong man murmured in a low voice. Buzz! At this time, the Cobra number 1 that had just flown past flew back, keeping pace with the large ship of Gongsun Hao and others that was sailing forward, and flew steadily above the large ship. Just when the 3 brothers Gongsun Hao didn't know what the iron lump flying above their heads was going to do, suddenly whoosh. A loud bang was heard above the 3 people's heads, and the rocket mounted under the wing of Cobra number 1 had ignited and flew out. A long trail of thick white smoke appeared, and then exploded on the sea in front of Gongsun Hao and his group. Boom. Crash. A thick column of water suddenly rose up, making all the people on the 3 ships coming from Liaodong stare in amazement. Gulu. After a long while, the short and strong man turned his head and glanced at the burly man beside him and whispered to him, Second brother, I think you should thank the eldest brother. After all, that was a life-saving grace just now. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise beside them scared the 2 men. They turned around and saw that Gongsun Hao had slapped the fence in front of him in excitement. Second brother, third brother, there's a master here. This time, no matter what Gongsun Hao will go bankrupt and risk my life to ask the master to save my people in Liaodong. The 2 men, one tall and one short, looked nervous and bowed slightly to Gongsun Hao at the same time. What they admired most was Gongsun Hao's benevolence and righteousness. At this time, a voice came from Cobra 1 in the sky. Hello, distinguished guests. I am Decepticon Cobra 1. and I am here to greet you on the orders of Commander Megatron. Gong Sun Hao quickly straightened his robe, then clasped his hands together, bowed to the snake above his head, and shouted loudly, I am Gong Sun Hao of Liang, here I bow. Gong Sun Hao hesitated for a moment, not remembering how to address the person mentioned by Cobra Number 1. So he simply said, I am here to pay my respects to the master. The voice in the helicopter sounded again. You are the guests of Commander Megatron. You are welcome. Now please follow me. After saying that, she accelerated and flew ahead, flying towards the port of Wuyun Island. When the boat carrying Gong Sun Hao and the other two arrived at the port of Wuyun Island, Xue Jian was already waiting there with the Decepticon Special Forces. At this time, most of the pirates on Wuyun Island had left, and the port was not very busy. Two of Gong Sun Hao's 3 large ships were parked in the inland sea, and only one was docked. Gong Sun Hao led his 2 sworn brothers, several attendants, and a team of guards off the ship and onto the dock. Xue Jian immediately came over and asked, Is this brother Gong Sun from Liaodong? Looking at Xue Jian and the group of soldiers in strange attire behind him, the 2 men following Gong Sun Hao frowned at the same time. None of these people were cultivators. Then their eyes fell on the weapons in the hands of the Decepticon Special Forces members. Gong Sun Hao nodded and said, Yes, I am Gong Sun Hao. Who are you? Xue Jian smiled and said, I am here to receive Brother Gong Sun on the orders of Lord Megatron and discuss cooperation with Brother Gong Sun. As soon as Xue Jian said this, the expressions of the 2 people behind Gong Sun Hao changed, but Gong Sun Hao remained calm and bowed to Xue Jian, saying, That's great, that's great. As they talked, Xue Jian and Gong Sun Hao walked towards the dock. Along the way, Xue Jian and Gong Sun Hao had a pleasant conversation. The burly man behind Gong Sun Hao closed his eyes slightly and just followed his elder brother forward, while the short and strong man was restless all the time, looking here and there, but what he looked at the most was the weapons and equipment on the Decepticon Special Forces soldiers. The group arrived at the town on Wuyun Island. Yang Ge then remembered that he didn't have a place to stay on the island, so he said to Xue Jian through the headset, Just find an empty, large house, lead them in, and get things done. Xue Jian nodded slightly. He glanced towards the town and saw a tall courtyard at a glance. Then he led Gong Sun Hao and his party into it. After entering the courtyard, Xue Jian was slightly stunned, with a look of embarrassment on his face. He couldn't help but explain to Gong Sun Hao, Brother Gong Sun, we have just arrived at Wuyun Island and haven't had time to rest yet, so the place where we receive you may be a little messy. I think this place is great. Gong Sun Hao took over Xue Jian's words and walked into the courtyard, taking a deep breath. There is still a hint of rouge fragrance left. What a great place. What a great place. Seeing Gong Sun Hao so complacent, the embarrassment on Xue Jian's face disappeared. 2 Decepticon soldiers brought out a table and 2 chairs from the inner room. Xue Jian and Gong Sun Hao sat on either side. The first meeting between the 2 sides began here. Before Xue Jian and Gong Sun Hao spoke, the short and strong man behind Gong Sun Hao looked around and whispered to the burly man beside him, Second brother, this place seems to have been a brothel. Snap! There was a crisp sound, and the burly man slapped the short and strong man on the head. You are the only one who figured it out. Chapter 57, It's a Big Loss. Gong Sun Hao looked at Xue Jian, who was sitting opposite him, with a smile on his face. He raised his hand to adjust his hair and wiped away the dense beads of sweat on his forehead. Xue Jian spread his hands towards Gong Sun Hao and said, Brother Gong Sun, don't worry. Lord Megatron can hear every word you say now. If you need any help, just let me know. Gong Sun Hao didn't expect Xue Jian to come so straight to the point. He pretended to be silent for a while, then said, Since Brother Xue is so frank, I will speak directly. Please. I heard from the pirates who left this mist island that way. Megatron. Gong Sun Hao smiled and said, What a unique and domineering name. I heard that Lord Megatron has a powerful firearm, so I came here to buy a batch. I wonder if it would be convenient. In the cruiser command room, Yang Gu gently stirred the coffee in his hand with a spoon and said into the headset, Reject him. Inconvenient. Yang Ji's instructions were clear and concise, and Xue Jian's responses were also crisp and clear. Gong Sun Hao, the burly man, the short and strong man. Gong Sun Hao laughed awkwardly twice and continued, Brother Xue, do you think about this matter again? Xue Jian answered as straightforwardly as always. There's nothing to consider. It's just inconvenient. 2 silent sighs sounded at the same time behind Gong Sun Hao, and Gong Sun Hao himself also had a solemn look on his face. Well, Lord Megatron, my brother is also doing this for the people under his rule. Can you please be flexible? As soon as the short and sturdy man behind Gong Sun Hao opened his mouth, Shui Jian still smiled and shook his head. The short and strong man didn't know what to say. He stretched out his hand to pull Gong Sun Hao. Brother, let's go. They are only being friendly to us for the sake of appearance. Bang! Gong Sun Hao slapped the short and strong man's hand. What do you want? Go back. The short and strong man retreated in anger after being scolded by Gong Sun Hao. Gong Sun Hao said to Shui Jian slowly, Brother Shui, my third brother is a reckless person. Please don't blame me for offending you today. Shui Jian smiled and said, Don't blame me. Lord Megatron has said that Brother Gong Sun is an honored guest. As long as Brother Gong Suan's two brothers are willing, it's fine to demolish the island. Even though Gong Sun Hao had lived for decades and had seen countless people who smiled but had daggers inside their hearts, he had never seen a person as shameless as the one in front of him. If he had not refused so decisively just now, Gong Sun Hao might have really believed his lies. Gong Sun Hao could not help but continue. Thank you, Lord Megatron, for your attention. The matter of buying firearms. No! Gong Sun Hao, the burly man, the short and strong man. Gong Sun Hao really couldn't understand the person in front of him. If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. Then why are you acting so hypocritical? Seeing that even the most restrained Gong Sun Hao couldn't hold back, Yang Ge took a sip of coffee and said into the headset, Okay, report our service project to him. Here, Shui Jian looked at Gong Sun Hao and the other two who were about to go berserk and said with a smile, 3 of you, we don't sell firearms, but we can provide services for you. Gong Sun Hao frowned and asked, What do you mean? After a moment of silence, the burly man behind Gong Sun Hao uttered 2 words in a low voice. Mercenary? Shui Jian nodded and asked Gong Sun Hao, What's your name, brother? Gong Sun Hao immediately introduced him. This is my sworn brother Guan Ning, who is at the earthly martial realm and is nicknamed Scissor Blade by people in Liaodong. After saying that, Gong Sun Hao pointed at the short and strong man and said, This is my sworn third brother Zhang Hu, who is also at the earthly martial realm and is nicknamed Sword-Breaking Soul. Following Gong Sun Hao's explanation, Guan Ning and Zhang, who both clasped their fists and bowed to Shui Jian with cold expressions. Shui Jian nodded and said, Yes, just as Brother Guan said, Megatron can provide Brother Gong Sun with a service similar to that of a mercenary. Brother Gong Sun only needs to tell Megatron your purpose, and then Megatron will come to solve Brother Gong Suan's problem. Of course, he will be paid for this. Gong Sun Hao pondered for a moment. The other party was determined not to sell firearms, so it seemed that this was the only way. Thinking about it, Gong Sun Hao said to Shui Jian with some hesitation, Brother Shui, I wonder what kind of reward Lord Megatron needs? I'm a little ashamed to say that we did not stop at other ports on our way south to cover up the eyes of other countries. So the most common things on the ship are our Liaodong specialties, and gold and silver are really limited. Lord Megatron doesn't want gold or silver. He only wants spirit stones. What? Gong Sun Hao thought he had heard it wrong and asked hurriedly. Lord Megatron doesn't want gold or silver. He only wants spirit stones. This time, Shui Jian spoke almost word for word. Gong Sun Hao was stunned for a moment. But when he looked at Shui Jian again, there was a hint of suspicion and scrutiny in his eyes. I wonder, Lord Megatron, how many spirit stones do you think it would take to destroy a tribe of 100,000 Hu cavalrymen? Shui Jian didn't say anything. He was waiting for Yang Ji's reply. At this time, Yang Ge on the cruiser was also a little confused. How much should he ask for? 100,000 Hu cavalry was basically no problem for Yang Ge. It was just a matter of a few rounds of firepower coverage. Let him name his price. Shui Jian smiled at Gong Sun Hao and said, Brother Gong Sun is Lord Megatron's first customer in Yunxia continent. Lord Megatron asked Brother Gong Sun to name his price. The doubt and scrutiny in Gong Sun Hao's eyes became more intense. His fingers kept tapping on the table in front of him. He asked cautiously and tentatively, How about Brother Shui? Can you give me a hint first? How did Lord Megatron collect his rewards in areas outside of Yunxia? Yang Ge had finished his coffee and was a little dissatisfied. Why was Gong Sun Hao so roundabout? Just hold up a finger and let him guess for himself. After hearing this, Shui Jian raised his right index finger towards Gong Sun Hao. Seeing Shui Jian raising a finger, Gong Sun Hao frowned even more tightly. He confirmed with Shui Jian, Lord Megatron, are you serious? Just as he spoke, Gong Sun Hao also raised a finger. Hearing Gong Sun Hao's tone, Yang Ge immediately corrected Shui Jian. Tell him that 1 finger doesn't mean 1. It means 10. Shui Jian was stunned when he heard this, and then he blushed and said to Gongsun Hao, "Brother Gongsun, please don't misunderstand. This finger doesn't mean 1, but 10. Hearing what Shui Jian said, Gongsun Hao's frown instantly relaxed, and the doubts in his eyes disappeared. He actually laughed heartily, then made a 10 with his hands and said to Shui Jian, "Brother Shui, this is not a small number. During this period, Lord Megatron still has to protect the safety of our Liaodong, right?" When Yang Gu in the command room heard Gongsun Hao say this is not a rare case, he felt that he would not lose money on this trip. If he really lost money, he would let Gongsun Hao know what it means to be easy to invite a god but difficult to send him away. Yang Gu nodded and said, "No problem, agree to it. This is what we should do. We should at least give him some time to raise funds." Shui Jian said to Gongsun Hao very straightforwardly, "No problem, Lord Megatron said this is what we should do." "Ha ha ha, it's really an honor for me, Gongsun Hao, to meet Lord Megatron and Brother Shui." As he spoke, Gongsun Hao looked at Shui Jian a little embarrassedly and added, "Ah, I really was judging others by my own standards just now. Compared to the king of Goryeo who always asks for 100 years, Lord Megatron only wants 10 years of production from our Liaodong spirit mine. He is really too kind and merciful." Puff! In an instant, Yang Ji's first reaction when he heard Gongsun Hao's words was, "Has he become rich?" But the next moment he understood, bah, getting rich is a fart. I've lost a lot. Yang Gu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell is the output of 10 years? There is such a transaction method? Does that mean I have to protect him for another 10 years? After 10 years, maybe my fleet will be able to dominate the world. In another moment, Yang Gu swallowed back the blood that was about to spit out. A sneer gradually appeared on his handsome face. "Humph, I protected you for 10 years, right? Okay, then 10 years, but after 10 years you're Liaodong. Besides, at this rate of development, it would take more than 10 years. Chapter 58 Upgrade. Shui Jian and Gongsun Hao symbolically signed a document, which had no binding force on either party. It was just a formality, symbolizing the cooperation between the two parties. Afterwards, Shui Jian asked Gongsun Hao for an advance payment. Ignoring the complaints from his two sworn brothers Guan Ning and Zhang, who, Gongsun Hao waved his hand and had 3 ships full of spirit stones moved to Wuyan Island. In Gongsun Hao's words, the spirit stones on these 3 ships were at most equivalent to Liaodong's 3-month output of spirit stones. It was not easy to consider it as an advance payment, so they were just given away with a wave of the hand. This surprised Yang Gu, and he had a higher opinion of Gongsun Hao. Nearly 50 large wooden boxes were unloaded from the 3 ships, and Yang Ji's main energy bar and reserve energy bar were instantly replenished. Not knowing how much energy the nearly 50 boxes of spirit stones had converted this time, Yang Gu immediately started upgrading the weapon system. The 30,000 energy points in the reserve energy bar were instantly emptied and then replenished again. Yang Gu felt a little annoyed when looking at the way the energy value was displayed. This vague feeling was very uncomfortable. Then he searched the mall system for a while and finally found a small functional module to solve the problem, which cost him 1,000 energy points. A progress bar moved quickly, and finally, all the conversion energy that Yang Gu had at the moment was displayed. 3,000 main energy, 30,000 reserve energy, and more than 186,000 subsequent prepared energy. Taking into account the more than 4,000 energy points that Yang Gu had left, and the 30,000 that had been used to upgrade the weapon system. That is to say, this time Gongsun Hao provided Yang Gu with 240,000 energy points at one time. It seems that Gongsun Hao's Liaodong spiritual mine can produce more than 1 million energies a year. Yang Gu suddenly realized that his previous behavior of asking Wang Han to take money to buy spirit stones was extremely stupid. Since he has taken other people's money, he has to help them get rid of the disaster. Yang Gu still has some professional ethics. He immediately began to deal with the urgent matters that needed to be dealt with on Wuyan Island at this time. The first is the construction of Wuyan Island. Wuyan Island is located in the southeastern waters of Yunxia continent. It has a very good geographical location and connects the East Sea and the South Sea. According to the system display, the base system will be unlocked after the battleship is upgraded to a battleship-class cruiser, and this base system is the Naval Coastal Defense Base. Yang Gu intends to build this base on Wuyan Island. As for Liaodong, I will definitely need to stay there for quite some time, so I can plan slowly. I checked the upgrade progress of the weapon system. It had reached 8% in less than an hour, which was not slow. The upgrade would be completed by evening. Late at night, drip, drip, drip. A voice in the headset woke Yang Gu up, and a prompt popped up on the virtual main control panel in front of him. Report to the commander, the weapon system has been upgraded. Yang did not look at the properties of each weapon module. He was already familiar with the rules of the battleship system. This overall system improvement only unlocked the upper limit of the technological level and could not upgrade the properties of specific functional modules. Yang immediately said into the headset, "Upgrade the battleship to battleship level." Ding! Current cruiser level, escort level. Upgrading to battleship level requires 30,000 energy. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. Yang thought that the process of upgrading the overall battleship should be very long, but the actual speed of the progress bar was far beyond Yang expectations. It looked like it could be completed in 12 hours. During the battleship upgrade process, Yang also upgraded the armed helicopter module and the drone module. After this upgrade, the first thing that popped up was not the introduction of the two functional modules, but beep. Report to the commander, the daily energy consumption of the battleship has increased, and the current daily energy consumption is 30. The energy consumption to maintain the daily operation of the battleship increased from 20 points to 30 points per day, which was something Yang had not expected. Wouldn't the consumption be even higher after it is upgraded to a battleship-class cruiser? Putting this aside for now, Yang browsed through the two functional modules that had just been upgraded. The upgrade of the helicopter module cost 12,000 energy points, added a helicopter cabin, and the two Apache Cobra armed helicopters were upgraded to Apache Longbow armed helicopters. This upgraded helicopter can communicate with the Hawkeye detection drone and Yang cruiser radar, greatly improving the range and accuracy of the helicopter-mounted rockets. The Cougar helicopter increased its flight speed by 50%. The second upgrade of the drone module cost 10,000 energy points. This upgrade added 2 drone slots. The Falcon attack drone was upgraded to a Tiger Eagle combat drone, and the original heavy machine gun was changed to a 3-barrel Gatling gun with 2 small rockets. The Hawkeye detection drone was upgraded to the Hawkeye reconnaissance drone. The name remained unchanged, but the radius of its reconnaissance range was upgraded to 100 kilometers, and its range of activity was also increased. It could fly up to 100 kilometers away from Yang cruiser, which meant that Yang maximum radar detection range in one direction had reached 200 kilometers. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the Hawkeye had activated the fire control function, and the effective radius of fire control was 50 kilometers. This means that the precision strike range of the missiles on the Yang cruiser is no longer the pitiful 20 kilometers. Wherever Hawkeye flies, the area with a radius of 50 kilometers centered on Hawkeye is Yang missile strike zone. Hawkeye can be as far as 100 kilometers away from the cruiser, plus the 50-kilometer radius fire control area, which means that the maximum strike range of Yang cruiser missiles can reach 150 kilometers. This is extremely important for Yang, who is about to go to Liaodong. Because Liaodong is different from Wuyan Island, it is the mainland. According to Yang previous considerations, helping Gongsun Hao deal with the Beiyuan, who cavalry can only be done through armed helicopters, drones, and other off-ship attack methods. Now, as long as the Hu cavalry enters within 150 kilometers of the coast, Yang can let them see the power of modern weapons. Finally, Yang looked at the Harrier UAV. The name of the Harrier remained unchanged, but it was upgraded from the Harrier to the Harrier 2. The overall structure became heavier, and its functions became more powerful. The current Harrier can go into the water, perform simple repairs on combat equipment, and replenish energy. For example, taking an armed helicopter as an example, Yang Longbow armed helicopter can currently fly away from the ship for up to 6 to 8 hours. With the Harrier, there is no such worry at all. When the helicopter's energy is about to run out, the Harrier can be arranged to replenish it directly. The consumption of these replenished energy is calculated in the daily energy consumption of the warship of 30 points per day. Seeing this, Yang could understand why the energy points consumed daily would increase. Chapter 59 Barrack System. Report to the commander. The battleship upgrade has been completed. The current battleship level is Battleship-class Cruiser Light. Congratulations, Commander, for upgrading your battleship to a Battleship-class Cruiser. The base system is now enabled. Based on the current battleship level, the Commander can build 3 coastal defense bases. Congratulations, Commander, for upgrading your battleship to a Battleship-class Cruiser. Based on the current battleship level, the Commander can unlock the Barrack system. The next morning, Yang had just gotten up when a series of messages popped up on the battleship's main control panel, and a series of beep-beep notification sounds came from the earphones. After quickly washing up, Yang first came to the deck of the cruiser to see the changes in the warship. At a glance, He found that the cruiser that had accompanied him for several days had changed drastically overnight. The ship, which was originally over 100 meters long, now became over 200 meters long and 30 meters wide. The originally light white protective armor turned into dark gray. Yang-gu could feel it with his naked eyes that the defense of this cruiser was definitely improved by more than one level compared to before. Opening the main control panel and browsing the various system properties of the battleship cruiser, Yang-gu discovered two major changes. One is the displacement. At this time, the displacement of this battleship has risen to 7,800 tons, which is 4 or 5 times higher than before. When the displacement was previously 1,600 tons, the battleship remained motionless despite the full efforts of Deng Kuan's Black Dragon to break free. Now, the displacement has increased 4 or 5 times. Yang-gu even feels that he will not be afraid even if a full-grown dragon comes. The second major change is that the barracks system in the system interface has been unlocked. Ding! 20,000 energy points are required to open the barracks system. The current reserve energy is 30,000. Do you confirm to open it? Confirm! The reserve energy instantly became 10,000 and then rose back to 30,000, leaving more than 110,000 reserve energy. A progress bar quickly finished, and the barracks system interface opened. Similar to other systems, the barracks system was also divided into functional modules. At this time, Yang-gu could see Combat Robot Module, Intelligent Robot Module, Simple Tank Module, Intelligent Ordnance Module, Intelligent Life Module, and Advanced Civilization Life Module. The Advanced Life Module has come out? What? Can we create aliens? The series of various functional modules made Yang-gu a little confused for a moment, but now Yang-gu can only unlock 2 of these various modules: Combat Robots and Intelligent Ordnance. These 2 functional modules have been unlocked automatically. It should be that unlocking the barracks system can automatically unlock these 2. Yang-gu seemed to be playing a strategy game in his previous life. When he opened this functional module, 2 robot models appeared. The host can currently produce the following types of combat robots. Ordinary combat robots, costing 50 energy each, the most common robots with combat functions, with relatively slow movements, usually cannon fodder on the battlefield. TNG combat robot, costing 100 energy, is a top-notch combat robot in all aspects of combat quality, with a human appearance, capable of all-round combat, and each one is an all-round soldier king. 1 energy point may not seem like much, but you have to know that 1 Eagle Strike missile is only 50 energy points, and it takes 2 Eagle Strike missiles to exchange for 1 TNG combat robot. It is obvious how expensive it is. But Yang-gu doesn't care about this now. After all, he has more than 100,000 energy points. I want 100 secrets. Yang-gu gritted his teeth and spent another 10,000 energies. As for the ordinary combat robots with 50 energy each, Yang-gu simply ignored them as he did not need cannon fodder for the time being. Beep! Report to the commander. The barracks system plans to produce 100 TNG combat robots, consuming a total of 10,000 energy. Confirm? Confirm! Ding! The TNG combat robot has entered the production sequence. Commander, please choose a human appearance. Several characters with different skin colors appeared on the main control panel. Needless to say, Yang-gu would definitely choose the one with the same skin color as himself. Just the skin color, random build, random looks. Received. The entire production process lasts 10 hours. After production is completed, all combat robots will rest in the battleship's soldiers' dormitory by default, and the commander can issue orders at any time. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his huge warship now had some more popularity. After exiting the combat robot module, Yang-gu looked at the intelligent ordnance module. There is an armory on the battleship, which contains various commonly used firearms and ammunition, which can provide firepower supply for a force of 1,000 people at the same time. Every morning, the armory will be automatically replenished with various consumable firearms and ammunition. Wu Qiangxin and others go there for daily ammunition replenishment. The consumption of the armory is also included in the daily energy consumption at 30 o'clock every day. So what is this intelligent ordnance module used for? Yang-gu opened it and found that there were 2 categories, one for shop and the other for research and development. He chose shop, and suddenly a series of new gadgets full of technological colors appeared in front of Yang-gu, including individual rocket boosters, external skeleton suits, enhanced version of super long Barrett, elemental armor, portable high-power sniper cannon, etc. There were all kinds of things, and Yang-gu understood that this was a black technology military goods store. He exited from here and opened another D option. Suddenly, A dialog box popped up. Commander, please describe your requirements. Movement, damage, defense, other. Yang chose to hurt. Commander, please describe the second requirement. Burst damage, continuous damage, long-range damage, close-range damage, other. Yang chose long-range damage. Ding! There are products that meet the commander's needs among the existing products. Recommended, power-enhanced super-long Barrett, portable high-power sniper cannon. Should we continue to develop or strengthen the above products? Yang chose to continue research and development. Host, please choose to invest energy. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 500,000, 1 million, others. Why can we choose how much or how little energy we put in? Different amounts of energy input will affect the effectiveness and success rate of our D results. If we invest 1 million energies into research and development, what is the success rate? About 3. Yang roughly understood what this or D function was used for. It was for rich men to spend their money on. As for the things in the store, there was nothing Yang needed for the time being, so he closed the main control panel and prepared to take a closer look at the battleship that had just been upgraded. After walking around, Yang found that the battleship was indeed much larger and more spacious than before. So much, so that he always felt something was strange when he stood on the deck. After looking around, he finally stopped his eyes on the 127 naval gun. Chapter 60, Prisoner Dragon Naval Base. Naval guns had an awkward status in the world of Yang previous life. With the rise of missiles and fighter jets, the mode of naval warfare had undergone earth-shaking changes, and naval guns became less and less useful. This led to the fact that in that world, with the development of the times, the caliber of warships guns became smaller and smaller. However, Yang in this time and space had no such concerns at all. His naval guns would come in handy no matter what, because his enemies did not have the ultra-long range and flexible strike capabilities of missiles and fighter jets. Moreover, Yang has always had such an understanding in his mind. Naval guns are the face of a warship. Open the weapon system, select the gun module, and upgrade. Upgrading the gun module requires 15,000 energy points. The current energy points are 30,000. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. Another progress bar appeared. Judging from the speed, it would take until tomorrow to complete the upgrade. Afterwards, Yang fixed his eyes on the base system. After upgrading to a battleship-class cruiser, Yang can build 3 coastal defense bases, but the cost of each base is different. The first base only requires 10,000 energy, the second one requires 100,000, and the third 1 million. Establish the first coastal defense base. Of reserve energy become 20,000, and then are instantly replenished. Commander, please select a site for the first coastal defense base. A map was displayed on the main control panel. Needless to say, the first coastal defense base was naturally built on this Wuyan Island. As Yang marked the location of the first coastal defense base on the map, the storage compartment at the rear of the cruiser slowly opened, and a huge 16-wheeled amphibious transport vehicle drove out of it. After entering the sea, the transport vehicle automatically switched to ship mode and headed towards Wuyan Island. Tiger Eagle number 1 and number 2, escort along the way. Received. As soon as Yang gave an order, 2 Tiger Eagle combat drones immediately flew out from the cruiser and flew over the transport vehicle. The giant transport vehicle was not moving very fast in the water, and it took nearly an hour to reach the shore of Wuyan Island. The self-driving transport vehicle landed on an uninhabited shoal and then stopped. The Coastal Defense Base vehicle has arrived at the designated area and is selecting a location for base construction. In less than a second, the central square area on the map of Wuyan Island in front of Yang had been highlighted. The base construction location has been selected. Commander, please confirm whether to allow construction. Allow. Received. After that, the transport vehicle continued to start and moved towards the central square of the Wuyan Island town. The Tiger Eagle number 3 combat drone that was patrolling on Wuyan Island also received Yang order and issued a warning to disperse the crowd in the central square. Soon, the roar of the transport truck was heard, and the pirates on Wuyan Island gathered around the central square, staring at this huge monster that came from nowhere. In the past few days, strange things have happened one after another on Wuyan Island, making the pirates' lives much more exciting than before. The transport vehicle stopped in an open space behind the central square. The sound of the machine suddenly became louder. Then the body of the transport vehicle sank to the ground and expanded to both sides. As the transport vehicle deformed, a tall building quickly rose up behind the central square. At the same time, Metal material continued to spread on the ground until it covered the entire central square. Then the metal material began to rise upwards, eventually forming a wall surrounding the central square. The wall blocked all the pirates' sight outside. Except for Yonggu, no one could see the changes happening inside the wall. Rows of barracks shining with metallic colors rose from the ground, along with an Hawkeye reconnaissance drone, a Harrier multi-purpose drone, a radar vehicle, 10 armed Hummers equipped with anti-aircraft heavy machine guns, 5 armed speedboats fixed to the ground with wooden frames, 2 armored jeeps, and 4 quadruple mobile missile launchers. Afterwards, the Hawkeye drone automatically began to take off, rising to a high altitude above the coastal defense base, and then stopped. A clear aerial view of Wuyun Island appeared on Yang Ji's main control panel. After the radar vehicle in the coastal defense base started operating, the radar detection map of Wuyun Island also appeared. Seeing these two things, Yang Gu felt relieved. Even if he left Wuyun Island, he would be able to know everything about Wuyun Island's movements. Commander currently has the Decepticon Special Air Service Regiment. Are you sure that Decepticon will be used as the unified designation for the subordinate armies? Confirm. Received. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of orderly running was heard, and teams of soldiers dressed in blue and white camouflage uniforms ran out from various barracks. Finally, a team of 200 people gathered on the high platform of the former Central Square and stood facing the tall building where the coastal defense base vehicles were first expanded. At this time, a flagpole appeared on the high platform. A dark blue flag, symbolizing the ocean, slowly rose up. On it was a white Iron Man mask with red light blooming in the eyes of the mask. It gave people a wild and mechanical atmosphere. This was the badge that Yonggu had designed for the Decepticons before. After the armored ocean flag was raised, the leader of the soldiers below stepped out. He was a man of similar stature to Xue Jian. He looked solemnly at the blue ocean flag fluttering in the wind and said into the headset, "Report to the commander. The construction of the Decepticon First Coastal Defense Base has been successfully completed. I am Xia Yun, the captain of the squadron stationed at the Decepticon Navy's First Coastal Defense Base. Please name the base." Yonggu listened and suddenly remembered the black dragon locked on Wuyun Island. A flash of lightning flashed in his eyes, and he uttered 2 words. "Prison Dragon." The Decepticon Prisoner Dragon Naval Base is officially completed. Report to the commander. The Dragon Prisoner Naval Base consumes 10 energy per day, and the current commander consumes a total of 40 energy per day. On the other side, after reporting to Yonggu, Xia Yin turned around and waved his hand behind him. "Check the equipment, deploy missiles, and take full control of the entire island." "Yes." Suddenly, the 200 people in front of Xia Yun dispersed. Yonggu looked at the scene and nodded with satisfaction. Wuyun Island had ushered in a moment of earth-shaking changes. Half a day later, 4 missile launchers were fixed around Wuyun Island, each with a team of 10 people responsible for guarding it. The entire island of Wuyun was put under surveillance, and there was no blind spot in the coastline around the island. The only dock was taken over by Xia Yun's men, and 2 fully armed Decepticon coastal defense teams were on guard. At the same time, with the help of the Harrier multifunctional drone, a simple military port was built, and 5 coastal defense teams were stationed there. Soldiers drove armed speedboats to patrol around the island at all times. Everything that happened on the island was seen not only by Yonggu, but also by Gong Sun Hao and his group who remained on the island. Looking at the magical iron shell that ran automatically, the 3 brothers looked at each other, each one more silly than the other. Chapter 61. 2 of them arrived. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. On this night, Gong Sun Hao and his 3 companions said goodbye to Xue Jian, who had been accompanying them for the past few days. This surprised Yonggu. Wasn't Gong Sun Hao afraid that Yonggu would cheat after he left? Xue Jian asked this question jokingly, and Gong Sun Hao smiled and said, "It's just 3 ships of spirit stones. If Lord Megatron is unwilling to cooperate with me, Gong Sun Hao, then I will just give it to Lord Megatron to make friends with him. Haha." After Gong Sun Hao finished saying this, Yonggu remembered that this was a man whose family owned a mine, and 3 ships of spirit stones might really be nothing to him. Yonggu did some calculations and asked Xue Jian to agree on a specific date with Gong Sun Hao. He promised Gong Sun Hao that he would set sail within 10 days and arrive in Liaodong before autumn. Autumn was the time when the Northern Hu cavalry ravaged Liaodong and looted winter rations. That night, Xue Jian invited several old pirates who had been cooking on Wuyun Island for many years to prepare a sumptuous farewell banquet for the 3 brothers Gong Sun Hao. Just when their guests were having a great time, a large merchant ship sailed towards Wuyun Island. Hawkeye transmitted the image of the ship to Yongge. In the image, there was a man standing on the sail of the big ship. The man wore an iron mask, a black suit, an eagle embroidered on his chest, and a broad dagger on his back. He was obviously dressed as a Black Ice Guard. Tiger Eagle, go and take a look. Received. The Tiger Eagle number 3 combat drone immediately took off and flew towards the ship. Soon, the distance between the big ship and Wuyun Island was getting closer and closer. The buzzing sound of Tiger Eagles was heard in the sky. The man raised his head slightly and took off the mask on his face. Suddenly, a face with half of it crawling with earthworms was revealed. It was Deng Kuan. As soon as he saw it was him, Yongge connected the communication module of Tiger Eagle number 3. Did you bring the stuff? Deng Kuan put on his mask again, turned slightly to the side, and pointed at the big ship behind him, and said in a calm voice, "It's full of top-grade spirit stones." Thinking that it would take Wang Hun a month to go to Chuanzhou and back, Yongge suddenly became alert. He asked Deng Kuan, "Where did you get the spirit stones? Is it so easy to gather a boat full of top-grade spirit stones? How did you get back so quickly?" Listening to Yang Ji's series of questions in Tiger Eagle number 3, Deng Kuan's mouth corners slightly curved behind the mask, pointed to his head, and said, "Don't worry, I still have that thing in my head. I won't play tricks on you. I went to Izhou and revealed my identity to the king of Izhou. Even though he was a vassal of Chu, he had to be respectful to me, the Black Ice Terrace Heavenly Demon of Qin. I just told him a word, and in less than half a day, I got this shipload of spirit stones. It takes 8 days for a normal boat to get from here to Izhou, but it only takes 1 day for me to fly there. This boat is a formation boat sent by the king of Izhou. It does not require manpower. It has a Taoist formation that consumes spirit stones to maintain its operation. It is fast and only takes 4 or 5 days to get from Izhou. This is just right, so I don't have to get rid of the boatman who accompanied you to cover up your tracks." Yang Ji's voice unconsciously turned a little colder. "So, you are the only one on this boat?" Deng Kuan nodded and said, "Of course." Then he immediately asked, "Where should I send this spiritual stone to you? On the island? Or on your big iron ship?" "Send it to the island." As soon as he finished speaking, Yongge cut off the communication with Tiger Eagle number 3. He was playing with the detonator that controlled the miniature bomb in Deng Kuan's head with a sneer on his face. Xue Jian, who was toasting with Gongsun Hao and the other two, suddenly slowed down his movements. He kept a smile on his face, pressed the headset on his ear, and whispered, "Got it." Afterwards, Xue Jian stood up. Gongsun Hao and the other two looked at him in confusion. Xue Jian smiled and said to them, "You 3 will be leaving tomorrow. Lord Megatron has decided to give you a good show tonight." Zhang Hu, the 3rd oldest, had drunk a lot. He smiled at Xue Jian in a daze. "Hey Xue, brother Xue, I'm not bragging to you, but the drama on your shabby island can't compare to the drama in Liang." "Ha ha ha ha." Xue Jian laughed loudly and went up to pull Zhang Hu, then looked at Gongsun Hao and Guan Ning and said, "Let's go, brother Gongsun. I don't know if this show is as exciting as yours in Liaodong, but I promise it will be worth your trip." Afterwards, Xue Jian took Gongsun Hao and his 2 brothers into an armored jeep heading to the naval base. Xue Jian personally drove them to a mountainside in the north of Wuyun Island. Looking down from here, one could see half of the long coastline of Wuyun Island. After getting off the car, Xue Jian took out a small table and stools from the trunk of the jeep, brought out some snacks, and actually watched the sea with Gongsun Hao and the other 2 under the moonlight. Gongsun Hao and his 2 brothers all noticed that Xue Jian's behavior was a little strange, and the 3 of them cooperated with Xue Jian tacitly, and no one asked any extra questions. Zhang, who wanted to ask something under the influence of alcohol, but was glared back by Gongsun Hao. On Deng Kuan's ship, Tiger Eagle number 3 was flying above Deng Kuan's head. When it was about to reach the shore of Wuyun Island, Yang Ji's voice came from Tiger Eagle number 3. "Unload the spiritual stones at the dock, and then you can leave." Deng Kuan nodded, then asked, "What about me? You tricked that man to Wuyun Island, and I will help you deal with him." "Good." Deng Kuan seemed to have something else to say, and the communication with Tiger Eagle number 3 was still going on, as if it was waiting for him. This Tianwu realm master showed a rare hesitation. Finally, he made a decision. He raised his head and pointed at his temple and said to Tiger Eagle number 3, "I have been in severe pain here recently. I am afraid I will not live long. Can you ask your people to help me check again?" Yang Ji's voice in Tiger Eagle number 3 was unusually calm. "Okay, after unloading the spiritual stones at the dock, come to find me on the other side of Wuyun Island." Deng Kuin's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, and he said excitedly, "Thank you very much." After a while, Deng Kuin's large ship appeared at the Wuyun Island pier. The pier was brightly lit, and more than 100 fully armed coastal defense soldiers were already in place. Xia Yun had already received Yang Ji's order and was leading his soldiers here to wait to unload the spirit stones. After the big ship stopped, Xia Yun waved his hand, and the shore defense soldiers lined up to get on board and carry the spirit stones. The whole process did not last long. After all, there were more than 100 people on Xia Yun's side. After all the spirit stones were unloaded, Xia Yun glanced at Deng Kun and led his men to retreat. After a while, among Xue Jian and the other three who were watching the sea in the moonlight halfway up the mountain, Gong Sun Hao and the other two trembled at the same time. The three of them looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. At this time, Deng Kuin's large ship slowly appeared from the coastline and was heading towards them. Xue Jian noticed the strangeness of the three people and asked with a smile, "Why are you three like this?" Gong Sun Hao glanced at the big ship over there, laughed stiffly twice, and said to Xue Jian, "Lord Megatron is indeed very powerful. He even has friends in the heavenly martial realm." Guan Ning continued, "Yes, and there are two of you at once. Both of you are at the heavenly martial realm. I am really envious of you." Chapter 62, just now, in the sea area, Xue Jian asked Guan Ning with great interest, "Brother Guan, is this Tianwu realm cultivator very powerful?" Guan Ning looked at the slowly approaching ship and couldn't help but close his eyes. Gong Sun Hao took over the conversation and said, "Brother Xue, my second brother has always been obsessed with martial arts. His greatest wish is to break through to the heavenly martial realm." Xue Jian blinked and asked, "What's so good about the Tianwu realm?" Gong Sun Hao smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Xue, let me tell you, there is a kingdom of Goryeo on the border of our Liao. To be honest, although we are both kings of a vassal state, I am far inferior to the king of Goryeo. Every autumn, 100,000 barbarians from the northern plains invade Liaodong, but they dare not set foot in Goryeo because there is a Tianwu master in charge of the Goryeo kingdom." Xue Jian looked confused, and Gong Sun Hao continued, "But this time we have invited Lord Megatron, and we all believe that Lord Megatron will not be worse than the Tianwu master of the Goryeo king." Gong Sun Hao thought he was being very respectful when he said this, but Xue Jian's brows slightly frowned. At this time, Guan Ning, who had just closed his eyes to rest, was a little unhappy. He said in a cold voice, "Brother, even if we need Brother Xue's help, we can't say this carelessly. Even though the flying thing we saw that day was extremely powerful, it was still far inferior to Tianwu." Xue Jian just smiled and said nothing when he heard this. Zhang Hu, who was standing by, looked eagerly at the approaching ship and said, "My goodness, Brother Xue, how shameless is your Lord Megatron. There are 3 Earth warriors inside, plus my second brother and I. After 2 days and 5 days, your Wuyun Island is really, this humble home is filled with glory." Xue Jian took over Zhang Hu's words with a smile. Everyone chuckled and continued to watch the sea. Only Guan Ning would occasionally glance at the big ship in the sea. On the boat, Deng Kun jumped lightly from the mast and landed on the deck. After the entire shipload of spiritual stones was unloaded, this huge merchant ship seemed unusually empty. As the ship was sailing, there was suddenly a knocking sound coming from the deck under Deng Kuin's feet. Deng Kun frowned and stepped hard on the deck, and the knocking sound stopped. After a while, when the ship had sailed not far away, the knocking sound was heard again. Deng Kun looked at the Tiger Eagle drone above his head and stepped on the deck under his feet inconspicuously. At this time, the Tiger Eagle number 3 suddenly took off and disappeared into the night. Suddenly seeing the Tiger Eagle drone flying away, Deng Kun hurriedly walked to the bow and looked forward. In the vast ocean under the night sky, how could there be any trace of Yang Ji's big iron ship? Deng Kun turned his head and looked at the hillside on the side. There were 2 auras of the Earth martial realm and 1 aura of the human martial realm. Could it be that the person was there? At this time, the knocking sound below the deck sounded again. Deng Kun had no choice but to walk back to the ship's deck with a gloomy face. He looked around and made sure that there was nothing wrong with the doors and windows. Then he pulled open the floorboards under his feet, and there was a loud noise. At this moment, the deck of the big ship was densely packed with people. All of them were dressed in black, with an eagle embroidered on their chest, a broad short sword behind them, and a fierce look on their faces. At a glance, there are at least hundreds of people. Deng Kun leaned down and asked, "What's wrong?" A black ice guard came over from the other end and said to Deng Kuan, Deng Tiansha. Lin Tiansha asked you, didn't you just dock? Why did you start sailing again? Why should he be in such a hurry? Let him wait for me. Deng Kuan cursed and then covered the floor under his feet with his hands. After leaving the ship's tower, there was still nothing in front of him in the night. The sound of the waves under the night sky seemed even more harsh. Deng Kuan walked around the deck, and an inexplicable anxiety gradually rose in his heart. Swoosh! Suddenly, a shrill sound in the air made Deng Kuan's hair stand up. He immediately turned around and found that it was a seabird flying past the side of his boat. Evil beast! Deng Kuan suddenly let out a loud roar, and he quickly drew out his broadsword and slashed at the seabird. Gah! The sword energy surged past, and the seabird instantly broke into two halves, bursting into a ball of blood that fell on the sea. Call! Deng Kuan let out a long sigh and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. What happened to him? He cursed in his heart. Deng Kuan, you are a Tianwu martial artist. What are you afraid of? Crash! There was another strange sound, and Deng Kuan's heart skipped a beat, then returned to normal. It was a sea fish jumping out of the water. Whoosh! The night wind seemed to be getting faster and faster, and Deng Kuan's clothes rustled. Swish! In an instant, Deng Kuan's pupils shrank rapidly, and he turned his head to look at the night sky behind him like a cat with its fur standing on end. I saw a fiery red object flying towards me rapidly in the dark night. The thick flames and long white smoke were extremely conspicuous under the night sky. Deng Kuan began to tremble all over as he looked at the thing. The psychological trauma he had suffered in the past instantly flooded into his heart. However, as the thing flew closer at a rapid speed, Deng Kuan discovered an even more terrifying scene. That thing is not one, it's two. Deng Kuan opened his mouth in surprise. At this moment, he wanted to raise his hands to resist, but for some reason, clang. At the last moment, Deng Kuan actually dropped the weapon in his hand. So, what if I can block him? I can't get close to him. If I can block this round, how can I block the next round? Deng Kuan smiled calmly, then stretched out his hands to welcome the two fiery red missiles flying towards him. On the hillside, except for Xue Jian, the other two brothers Gongsun, Hao also looked at the two fiery red streaks that streaked across the night sky in amazement. They flashed by like two shooting stars and landed on the big ship below. At this time, Xue Jian turned around and covered his eyes. Boom! Two missiles exploded at the same time. The fierce flames that shot up into the sky instantly stung the eyes of the three Gongsun Hao brothers. The subsequent shock wave overturned the small table in front of them, and all kinds of snacks were scattered on the ground. The strong wind hit everyone's body strongly, and the thick black clouds seemed to merge with the entire night. In an instant, the three people on the edge of the explosion thought it was the end of the world. Whoosh! Time passed bit by bit, and except for the dancing flames, the rising clouds, and the exploding wood of the ship, the night of Weian Island seemed to have come to a standstill at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, Gongsun Hao and the other two slowly opened their eyes and gradually saw the scene in front of them. Fierce flames burned on the sea. The originally large merchant ship had now turned into pieces of broken wood. Large pieces of burnt remains rose and fell with the black and red sea water. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the two auras of the heavenly martial realm and the three auras of the earthly martial realm have all disappeared. After a while, Xue Jian put down his hand that was covering his eyes and smiled again. He whispered to the three Gongsun Hao brothers. Brother Gongsun, two of the powerful Tianwu that you brothers spoke of just now died in this very sea area in the rage of Lord Megatron, in an instant. Gulp! Chapter 63, Ijo Navy. Someone among the three brothers swallowed silently. The sound of burning flames came along with the sound of waves. Soon, the sea breeze blew the thick smoke from the explosion. Xue Jian smiled at the three brothers who were stunned. How is it the three of you? Was the show that Lord Megatron had you watch just now okay? The horror on Gongsun, Hao, and Zhang, whose faces had not yet completely disappeared, and their hearts were even more turbulent. They could only laugh dryly and nodded stiffly. It's okay, it's okay. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard in the night sky again. Several people turned their heads and saw the armed helicopter that Gongsun, Hao, and the other two had seen that day flying rapidly towards the front. Xue Jian and Zhang, who were looking at the two Apache longbows in the night, while Gongsun Hao noticed Guanning. Ever since the two Tianwu auras completely disappeared, his second brother looked distraught. On the cruiser, besides the big guy Wu Qiangxin, there were two Hell soldiers wearing dark blue digital camouflage standing behind Yangge. Both of them were Tianji-type combat robots, and from the outside, they looked no different from normal people. At that time, the 100 Tianji combat robots that Yangge ordered to be produced had all been produced. Although the combat robots did not need to rest, Yangge still divided them into two teams to take turns on duty on the battleship. Throwing the malfunctioning microbomb detonator into the garbage recycling bin, Yangge looked at the naval gun on the deck through the special glass of the command room. The previous 127 naval gun had been upgraded yesterday, and its caliber had been expanded to 155. However, Yangge was still not satisfied with the caliber. Adhering to the principles of caliber is justice, and guns are appearance, he directly spent 30,000 energy points on the second upgrade, and now the progress bar has just gone halfway. Drop! A prompt sound came from the main control panel. Yangge looked at the radar detection image and saw that two Apache longbow-armed helicopters had intercepted a fleet of 5 ships. These 5 ships had been following Deng Kuin's ship from a distance, and it was obvious that they had ill intentions. Hawkeye transmitted the images, and Yangge saw that the 3 boats were full of armored soldiers, equipped with things similar to ancient cannons. Leading the way was a white-haired veteran, with a scholar in a long robe standing next to him. Both of them looked stunned. In front of the 2 men, there was a shining round mirror standing in the air. At this moment, the round mirror showed the scene of Deng Kuin's ship being burned to ashes by the raging fire. Zhidong, is there something wrong with your Xianling mirror? The white-haired veteran asked the scholar beside him, with some stammering. Even though he had fought in countless battles throughout his life, he couldn't help but lose his composure because the scene that came from the Xianling realm just now was too horrifying. Master, this Xianling mirror is a Taoist magic weapon from Lingnan Dao sect. Even if something goes wrong, it won't be like this. The white-haired old general's eyes were full of solemnity. So according to what you said, that ship of Qin Black Ice Guards. The old general didn't continue speaking, but the scholar beside him nodded cautiously to him. This. The old general suddenly became furious. My damn Black Ice Guard told me this is a pirate? If this is a pirate, I'm the father of all their Black Ice Guards. He's Ji Feixing's father. I'm afraid there is a master living in seclusion here. Just look at the fireball that fell from the sky. It must be at least as powerful as a Taoist cultivator at the true martial realm, right? These Qin dogs want to kill me. The old general was obviously very angry, and a series of curses came out of his mouth in an instant. The scholar saw the old general's anger and immediately changed the subject. Master, looking at the situation, it seems that the Qin people don't know the origins of the other side. We should quickly return to report to the prince. The Black Ice platform lost so many people at once. 5 of the 12 evils of heaven and earth were killed, and hundreds of Black Ice Guards on one ship died. According to Ji Feixing style, Qin and Chu may go to war. The old general was about to nod. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard in the night sky, strong winds blew, and the shadows of the 2 armed helicopters rapidly enlarged. Soon, a helicopter landed above their fleet, and the pilot's voice came out. Warning, you are about to enter the waters of Wuyun Island. Please inform us of your purpose. The white-haired old general frowned. He was from the regular army of the Izhou Navy, and he always asked others to explain their intentions. When was it their turn to treat him like this? The old general immediately showed an unhappy look on his face and shouted to the 2 helicopters flying in the sky. I am Yu Lingkuan, the left admiral of the Navy under the command of the king of Izhou of the Great Chu Empire. I wonder who this person is? Warning, you are about to enter the waters of Wuyun Island. Please inform us of your purpose. An Apache longbow helicopter gunship in the sky issued a second warning. Yu Lingkuan was old, and his temper suddenly came up. He showed a bit of anger on his face and was about to speak. When the scholar saw Yu Lingkuan's expression, he immediately whispered hurriedly beside him. Master, Deng Kuin, do you want these sailors to follow you and die in the sea? In an instant, the anger on Yu Lingkuan's face solidified, then slowly changed, and finally turned into a flattering smile. This scene shocked the scholar. Does his mentor have such a side? At that moment, Yu Lingkuan smiled and said to the helicopter in the sky, Hey, this is all an accident. Please don't blame me. We will leave now. Let's leave now. After saying that, Yu Lingkuan immediately gave the order behind him. Turn the rudder. Return to the division. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The buzzing sound in the sky suddenly became rapid. 2 armed helicopters quickly circled around the 5 Izhou Navy warships and finally stopped in front of Yu Linkuin's ship. The pilot's voice was heard. "Are you coming here with a merchant ship ahead?" "No, no, no." Yu Linkuin, with a head full of white hair, shook his head like a rattle. "We don't know what merchant ship it is. We are not familiar with the people on that ship and have no contact with them." On the cruiser, Yong-gu watched this scene with great interest. Through the microphone of Hawkeye, he already knew that this was the Navy of Ijo. After a while, Yong-gu said into the headset, "Teach them a little lesson and let them go." Receive. The two longbow helicopters, longbow number 1 and longbow number 2, suddenly increased their altitude. Yu Linkuin on the ship below had just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly whoosh whoosh. Two flames trailing white smoke flew out from under the wings of Chongbao number 1 and number 2, and in the blink of an eye they flew into the sea in front of the Izuo Navy fleet and exploded. Boom. Yu Linkuin and the scholar beside him were not unfamiliar with the two sudden bursts of fire. They had seen them in a Xianling mirror before. At this moment, the two of them closed their eyes and had only one thought in their minds. It's over. Yu Linkuin once thought that he would die here after decades of military service. A moment later, large splashes of waves splashed all over him, and then the buzzing sound in the sky gradually faded away. Yu Linkuin and the scholar opened their eyes at the same time and looked at each other, both of them with a lingering fear on their faces. Afterwards, the 5 naval warships under Yu Linkuin hurriedly returned in the direction they came from, not daring to stop for a moment. Chapter 64 Calm. The next morning, just as the first rays of light appeared on the eastern sea, at the Wuyun Island Pier, Shuijian and Xia Yun saw Gongsun Hao and his party off. After a farewell speech, Gongsun Hao and his 2 companions, along with their guards and servants, boarded the ship and left. When Wuyun Island disappeared from sight, Gongsun Hao, who had been extremely excited since last night, became a little complicated. He stood at the bow facing the sea breeze, looking in the direction of Liaodong, then looking back at Wuyun Island. "Brother, why do you look so depressed?" Zhang, who noticed the complicated expression on Gongsun Hao's face and walked over to ask. Gongsun Hao took a deep breath and asked, "How is my second brother? Is he still in such a state of dismay?" Zhang, who said in a deep voice, "Second brother didn't sleep all night, it seems. The faith that I had always held in my heart was shattered." Zhang, who nodded and said, "Yes, big brother, you know that the second brother has always been a martial artist. His greatest wish is to enter Tianwu, and last night." Listening to what Zhang Hu said, Gongsun Hao remembered the strange weapon that Shuijian called a missile, which could kill 2 Tianwu realm strongmen in an instant. For a moment, Gongsun Hao was a little confused. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to invite Megatron to Liaodong. "Brother?" Seeing Gongsun Hao lost in thought, Zhang Hu called him. Gongsun Hao hesitated for a moment, then suddenly smiled at Zhang Hu, walked to the edge of the deck, grabbed the railing on the side of the boat, looked at the rising sun in the east, and his clothes fluttered in the sea breeze. After a while, Gongsun Hao turned around and looked at Zhang Hu and said, "Third brother, if one day I can no longer work for the well-being of the people of Liao, what will you and second brother do? Then my third brother and I will hold a knife and force our elder brother to give up the throne and let someone with more virtue take it. Then the 3 of us will ride horses and travel around the world. Whoever wants to sit on the throne, which is the responsibility of the people, can sit on it." Behind the 2 of them, Guan Ning strode over with vigorous steps. At first glance at Guan Ning's spirit, Gongsun Hao knew that he had thought it through. Gongsun Hao opened his arms and embraced Guan Ning, laughing. "Ha! Second brother is absolutely right. Whoever wants to sit on the throne can do so." When Zhang Hu saw his 2 brothers like this, he also joked, "Well, that's good. When the time comes to travel around the world, I, Zhang, will do honor to my ancestors and recognize more mothers." Gongsun Hao asked in confusion, "Third brother, what does it mean to acknowledge several more mothers?" Guan Ning laughed and said, "Brother, third brother means to recognize more mothers-in-law." "Ha ha!" The 3 brothers burst into laughter, and their hearty laughter echoed far away in the clear morning breeze on the sea. On Wuyun Island, with the completion of the Prison Dragon naval base, everything seemed to have calmed down. All the spirit stones that Deng Kuan brought last night have been sent to the cruiser, and a total of more than 80,000 energies have been converted. Now, in addition to 3,000 main energies and 30,000 reserve energies, Yanggu also has more than 120,000 follow-up preparation energies. Deng Kuan died, but his dragon seemed unaware of it. It spent the whole day chained to a chain in the mountains in the north of Wuyun Island, sleeping, sleeping, and eating, enjoying itself to the fullest. That morning, Wu Qiangxin and Xue Jian came to the cell where Pang Tian was held. Although Pang Tian, who was imprisoned on the ship for several days, did not suffer any torture, and the detention room had an independent food supply channel, so he was not starving. He seemed a little listless. He did not raise his head until Wu Qiangxin stood in front of him. You can leave now. The commander will send you back to Wuyun Island. However, because you have stepped on this battleship, you cannot leave Wuyun Island without the commander's permission. Wu Qiangxin said to Pang Tian in a cold voice. He looked at Pang Tian's somewhat empty eyes and added, "If the commander finds out that you have left the island without permission, I think you know how it feels to be hunted down." Pang Tian turned his head and looked at Lin Wu, who was imprisoned opposite him. His empty eyes gradually released bloodthirsty killing intent. He raised his finger and pointed at Lin Wu, his voice a little hoarse. "Can I kill him?" Clang! Wu Qiangxin threw a dagger in front of Pang Tian very decisively, and then the doors of Pang Tian and Lin Wu's cells opened at the same time, and Wu Qiangxin and Xue Jian stepped aside at the same time. Pang Tian picked up the dagger and rushed to Lin Wu without saying a word. The dagger in his hand stabbed Lin Wu's heart. Lin Wu wanted to resist. His injuries had mostly recovered over the past few days. The high-level martial arts power was suppressed in the detention cellar. The two people, who were both at the earthly martial realm, could only fight each other with physical strength. Finally, Pang Tian, holding a sharp blade, gained the upper hand and stabbed Lin Wu in the shoulder. Ah! Lin Wu's shrill screams echoed in the cell, and Pang Tian, who suddenly heard the screams, seemed to be aroused by his ferocity. He stabbed Lin Wu with his sword one after another, and it was not known whether it was intentional or unintentional. Although Pang Tian's sword strikes were fierce, he avoided Lin Wu's vital points with every strike. Soon Pang Tian was out of breath. Finally, with blood splattered all over him, he stabbed Lin Wu for the last time and slowly stood up. He did not kill Lin Wu. Pang Tian walked up to Wu Qiangxin, panting and wiping the blood that splashed on his face. He said calmly, "I suddenly remembered something you said to me. For him, death is a relief. I cut off all his tendons and veins. He is destined to be a useless person in this life. Letting him live like a dog makes me happier than killing him." Afterwards, Pang Tian passed by Wu Qiangxin and the other man. He suddenly stopped, raised his head stiffly, and asked them with a heavy breath, "Where are my parents' bodies now?" When Xue Jian heard Pang Tian ask this question, he touched his lower back without leaving any trace. Wu Qiangxin said calmly, "The bodies of your parents and your family's guard have been well preserved, but your father's head is temporarily borrowed by us." Pang Tian's whole body trembled, and then the bloodthirsty intent that had just disappeared in his eyes surged up instantly. He stared at Wu Qiangxin with his eyes almost spitting fire. At this time, Xue Jian quickly took a step back, took out a pistol from his waist, and clicked. He cocked the gun, held it with both hands, and stared at Pang Tian with a pair of eyes as cold as lightning. "Boy, you can vent your anger on this big guy, but I warn you, you may not be able to beat him in this cell. And even if you win by chance, if he dies, you will have to pay with your life." Pang Tian suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the bloodthirstiness in his eyes faded a little, and his voice trembled slightly due to his unstable emotions. "The only use of my father's head is to give it to the people of Black Ice Platform to ask for credit, so Deng Kun was bribed by you, right?" Yang Ge, who had been watching this side in the command room, was suddenly stunned. He found that Pang Tian did not seem to be as reckless as he appeared. On the contrary, he was somewhat scheming. Chapter 65 Naval Gun 203. Yang Ge lowered his head and thought for a while, then said a few words to Wu Qiangxin through the headset. In the detention room, facing Pang Tian's question, Wu Qiangxin said calmly, "Yes, but he is dead because he betrayed Megatron's trust in him. As for your father's head, he should have been taken to Qin by the Black Ice Guards." The news of Deng Kuin's death shocked Pang Tian. He was silent for a long time and whispered, "Thank you." "Thank you for what?" "Thank you for helping me get revenge." Wu Qiangxin asked calmly. "Deng Kuin is just a tool. Your real enemy is not dead." There was some despair in Pang Tian's voice. "I don't think I'll ever be able to get that person in this lifetime." "You can't, but Megatron can. Call." Instantly, Pang Tian's breathing became heavy, and he immediately turned to look at Wu Qiangxin. "Are you willing?" He was halfway through his words when Wu Qiangxin raised his hand to stop him. Wu Qiangxin stared into Pang Tian's eyes and said, Megatron will not openly launch a retaliatory strike against an empire because of your personal grudge, unless... Unless what? Unless you are worth more to Megatron than an empire. After Wu Qiangxin finished speaking, Pang Tian, who had just regained a bit of energy, suddenly became like a deflated ball again. Seeing this, Wu Qiangxin stopped talking and walked away. You can live safely on Wuyun Island for the rest of your life. This sentence still came from Wu Qiangxin's calm tone, but it produced a different effect when it reached Pang Tian's ears. At this moment, Pang Tian only felt a little pain in his heart, and the face of his father Pang Yuan appeared in his mind. Just as Wu Qiangxin and Xue Jian walked to the door of the detention cell, Pang Tian's voice came from behind. Etc. Wu Qiangxin and the other man stopped and turned to look at him. Pang Tian met Wu Qiangxin's gaze and asked, What did Deng Kuan pay? Whatever he can pay, I can also pay. A hint of mockery appeared on Wu Qiangxin's rough face. He promised to pay a Tianwu's strength and loyalty, but he didn't do it, so he died, and you are just in Diwu. Compared with him, your loyalty is worthless. I can also break through to Tianwu. Wu Qiangxin's face showed even more mockery in response to Pang Tian's angry words. Pang Tian lowered his head in shame. He knew how unrealistic his words sounded. He took a deep breath, and when he raised his head again, in addition to the fatigue after the bloodthirstiness, there was a hint of clarity and rationality in his eyes. My dad. Pang Tian hesitated when he said this. His voice trembled slightly, and his eyes became a little moist. My father was once the right general of the Qin state and the governor of the Qin state's Tianjiang Navy. I have been familiar with the art of war since I was young, and I am well versed in the essence of naval warfare. I can help you build an elite navy. After Pang Tian finished speaking, he buried his head deeply again. This was the last thing he could think of about his role, and this sounded as ridiculous as the sentence just now, I can break through to Tianwu. Look up. There seemed to be a power in Wu Qiangxin's words that made him unable to refuse. Pang Tian raised his neck slightly, his eyes wandering. Suddenly, Wu Qiangxin's voice became violent. Lift your head. This sound startled Pang Tian. He looked up and saw Wu Qiangxin's high-spirited eyes. Those eyes seemed to release endless fighting spirit. Wu Qiangxin stepped forward and grabbed Pang Tian, asking him word by word, Do you know what it means to join us? It means that you will live under Megatron's protection and shadow for the rest of your life until you die. It means that you dedicate your life and glory to Megatron. Megatron's will is your life's mission. It means that you will become Megatron's sword and guard, protecting him from ice and fire, and clearing the way for him. It means that you will be loyal to Megatron for your entire life. From now on, spring flowers, autumn moon, summer rain, and winter snow will have nothing to do with you, because you will become a warrior under Megatron. You will have a new number and iron-like discipline, and you will be branded with Megatron's mark forever. The same words were spoken in a different person's voice. On the deck of the cruiser, under the gaze of the Decepticon Special Forces and 100 Tianji combat robot soldiers, Pang Tian bowed slightly to Yang Gu. He looked solemn and swore a solemn oath. Finally, Yang Gu, dressed in a neat military uniform, placed his white-gloved hand on Pang Tian's shoulder, like a nobleman accepting the allegiance of a knight. He smiled and said, Welcome to join my camp. I know that your Pang family is a famous family of naval generals in Qin State, but your father's generation has lost its luster and was even schemed against by treacherous people. I want to rectify Wuyun Island and the surrounding pirates, and I need someone to take charge. If this person is you, I will be very happy. Go and complete the glory that your father failed to complete. One day, you will stand in front of your enemy and let him know everything that your Pang family has suffered over the years. When Yang Gu said this, Pang Tian was already in tears. Drop. The next morning, a prompt tone came from Yang Ji's headset. Report to the commander. The upgrade of the ship's gun function module is complete. Current naval gun attributes. 203 naval gun, one-time damage. 3,500, 127 naval gun, one-time damage. 800. Original 127 caliber naval gun was upgraded 2 levels to 203, which is also the highest level of the naval gun function module in the current weapon system. If you want to continue to increase the caliber, you must first upgrade the weapon system. What surprised Yang Gu the most was the damage of the 203 caliber naval gun. The 127 caliber gun only had 800. Now it has more than quadrupled, 3,500. It has basically reached the damage of a missile. One shot kills one Tianwu. Even if it's safer, 2 shots are more than enough. At that time, when dealing with Deng Kuan's dragon, the 800 damage of the 127 naval gun was enough to cause serious damage to it. If it was replaced by this 203 guy, Yang Ge couldn't help but come to the deck. He reached out and touched the barrel of the 203 naval gun and couldn't help sighing in his heart. This is the face of a battleship. Continuing to browse the main control panel, Yang Ge discovered that after the ship's gun was upgraded to 203, the cruiser's displacement also changed. It has exceeded 10,000 tons, reaching the level of 12,000. This level of displacement can ensure that the warship sails more smoothly, while also providing a certain recoil stability for the ship's gun firing. After reviewing the newly upgraded naval guns, in the afternoon, Yang Ge called Xia Yun to his cruiser and discussed with him in detail the future management direction of the Prison Dragon base and Wuyan Island. Finally, Yang Ge added 2 Apache longbow-armed helicopters and 3 Tiger Eagle combat drones to the Prison Dragon naval base. He also filled up a helicopter bay and 2 drone bays above his cruiser. The upgraded Apache longbow requires 8,000 energy each, and the Tiger Eagle combat drone requires 2,000 energy each, which costs a total of 34,000 energy. After Xia Yun left, Yang Ge calculated the time Wang Hun would leave and found that it would take another half a month for him to come back, so there was no need to wait. That night, the 12,000-ton cruiser once again cut through the waves and began a new voyage towards the vast ocean to the north. Chapter 66 Waterspout. The sky is blue, the sea breeze is blowing, a group of seabirds are flying in the sky, and various sea fish are jumping up from the sea from time to time. On the cruiser breaking through the waves, Yang Ge would move a deck chair from the lounge and lie leisurely on the deck for several days, feeling extremely comfortable. In the past few days, some blind monsters came to seek trouble with Yang Ge and were either shot by the whaling cannon on the bow or shot into sieves by the battleship's 37 semi-automatic cannon. There was also a giant great white shark, whose physique was definitely much larger than that of its ordinary peers. Relying on its huge body, it rammed its head into Yang Ge's cruiser. As a result, the cruiser of more than 10,000 tons did not move at all, and the great white shark became dizzy and almost turned over. As a large net was cast from the whaling gun, the great white shark immediately became Yang Ge's prey. From then on, in addition to enjoying the sea breeze and basking in the sun, Yang Ge's daily life had one more activity: raising sharks. Not knowing what the great white shark likes to eat, Yang Ge bought a large amount of fish bait from the mall system, mixed with some frozen meat products or sea fish caught by the Decepticon Special Forces, and threw it into the whaling net to feed it 2 or 3 times a day. Feeding the shark every day gave Yang Ge the same feeling as raising a dog in his previous life, so he would do it himself every day. The great white shark was huge in size, so naturally it had a big appetite. In the end, Yang Ge even bought it a meat and poultry hatchery module and spent 1 energy point every day to buy a large amount of meat and poultry for it to eat. At first, the great white shark was trapped in the whaling net and struggled constantly, but after a few days of this life of having food served to it, it became much more obedient. The great white shark wanders around the warship every day. Sometimes when it is hungry and has no food to wait for, it will crash into the hull of the cruiser. The great white shark has discovered that after one crash, a black-haired guy will pop up on the iron ship and throw something strange, a little cold, but with good texture to the cruiser to feed it. Although it doesn't feel very fresh, it is novel, and you don't need to do it yourself, and it's full. So, even if the net that trapped the great white shark became looser and looser, and even was completely retracted in the end, this great white shark addicted to eating would still follow Yang Ge's warship every day. When it didn't want to prey on fish in the sea, it would swim up and bump into the hull of the warship, telling Yang Ge on the warship that it was time to have a meal. Day after day, Yang Ge gradually became familiar with the great white shark. He only knew that the great white shark was huge, but he didn't know how big it was exactly. Until one day, a flying monster flapped its wings and flew low over the sea. It seemed that all its attention was attracted by Yang Ge's cruiser. Suddenly, the sound of a giant creature breaking through the waves was heard, and a gray-white behemoth jumped out of the water and swallowed the flying monster into its stomach in one bite. Only then did Yang Ge realize what he was raising. It was definitely not an ordinary great white shark. Yang Ge was certain that the great white shark was definitely a monster. How could an ordinary great white shark grow to nearly 15 meters long? From then on, Yang Ge would be more cautious when feeding the great white shark. Maybe that foolish creature would leap towards him like it did when it rammed his battleship? Even though it was hit by the battleship's semi-automatic cannon before it leaped onto the deck, with its size, it would have crushed him to death if it had fallen on top of him. The great white shark in the sea naturally had no idea what Yongo was thinking. It still wandered around the warship every day. Occasionally, when it saw Yongu standing on the edge of the deck, it would perform a show of jumping out of the water for him. As the days passed, Yangji's cruiser had passed the East China Sea and was about to enter the North Sea. On this day, the situation at sea changed drastically. The weather at sea is always changeable, but this time it was completely different. The originally clear sky seemed to suddenly change after the cruiser entered a certain sea area. In an instant, a strong wind blew, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and bean-sized raindrops poured down, splashing. Large flakes of rain fell on the cruiser, and strong winds made the waves higher and higher. Even this 10,000-ton ship was rising and falling on the constantly surging sea. The signal of the Hawkeye drone in the sky was interrupted for a time, and Yongu could only observe the surroundings through the shipborne radar. There were indeed many light spots flashing within 50 miles, but this was all normal. It was normal to encounter some monsters and birds on the sea. The warship was still moving forward. The wind and waves seemed to be getting bigger and bigger as it went forward. The raindrops falling from the sky were getting faster and faster. Suddenly, Yongu saw the great white shark in front of the warship jump out of the water again. This time the great white shark shook its tail fin towards him, and after falling into the sea, it no longer wandered around the warship, but swam towards the area ahead where the clouds were thicker. Yongu secretly guessed, "Is it saying goodbye to me?" Before Yongu could express more emotion, a prompt suddenly popped up on the main control panel. Strong attribute energy creature detected. Afterwards, a sea area was immediately highlighted on the radar detection map. Strong energy creature? Yongu had not forgotten the benefits brought by the last strong energy seal. It was a non-consumption system upgrade and a functional module enhancement. This time, Yongu did not hesitate at all and immediately gave the order to the battleship through the headset. Change course. Target powerful energy creatures. Received. The battleship system reacted very quickly, and the bow was adjusted immediately. After the adjustment, the battleship's direction of travel was exactly the direction where the great white shark had just disappeared. Whoosh! The sea breeze whistled, the waves surged, and a wave rose up into the sky and hit Yang Ji's warship, leaving the deck full of sea water. The warship cut through the waves and passed through wave after wave. After an unknown amount of time, Yongu only felt that the sky seemed to have darkened. Turning on the battleship's searchlight, Yongu saw a black shadow connecting the sky and the sea from the dark clouds ahead. The shadow was expanding, and the air currents in the nearby sea were being attracted towards it. Yongu stared at the shadow and muttered to himself, "That appears to be a tornado?" Ah! Suddenly, a roar of a beast was heard, and suddenly a huge sea beast emerged from under the sea. The body of the sea beast was as big as a hill, and it rushed violently into the tornado. After this sea monster, various monsters of various shapes and sizes kept rushing towards the tornado. There were strange big birds flying in the sky and mysterious big fish jumping out of the water. Yongu also saw the great white shark that he had fed for several days. Are these monsters crazy? Why are they rushing into the tornado? At this moment, behind the tornado connecting the sky and the earth, another huge figure suddenly appeared. From Yangji's perspective, the tornado connected the sea and the sky, and the figure was almost half the height of the tornado, occupying half of the sky and the earth. The battleship continued to move forward, and the distance between Yongu and the tornado slowly narrowed. Gradually, he could see clearly the thing standing next to the tornado. It was a monster that looked like an upright spider, but had a body covered with fish scales and a human face on its head. Chapter 67. Sea Monster. Is this the powerful energy creature? Yongu whispered, his eyes fixed on the monster. At this moment, the monster was floating on the sea, and several pairs of tentacles-like things on its body were dancing in the strong wind. With every dance, the tornado in front of the monster would spin more violently. Monsters from all over the place kept rushing into the tornado that was destroying the world. They seemed to be strongly attracted by something in it, crackling. Suddenly, a loud thunder sounded in the sky, splitting the dark sea into a flash of light. At this time, Yongu finally saw the appearance of the monster. It was not an upright spider. That's a hydra. To be precise, it is a 9-headed snake with 1 human head and 8 snake heads. Before, Yong-gu saw that thing seemed to have 8 legs and thought it was a standing spider. Now he could see clearly that it was 8 huge snake heads that were extremely ferocious and exuded sinister intent. The head with a human face in the middle of the Hydra seemed to be chanting something. And it was this chanting that attracted the surrounding monsters to rush into the tornado one after another. The other 8 snake heads followed the chanting of the human head and rhythmically stretched out their tongues to touch the tornado. After each snake tongue made contact, a monster would be pulled out of the tornado and brought into its mouth. Then the huge snake mouths would suddenly bite shut, and pieces of blood would rain down. It was because Yong-gu had seen this seemingly regular dance in the dark before that he mistook the snake heads for the legs of a spider. Now Yong-gu understood that this Hydra actually eats in this way. What level of monster must this be to be able to eat so domineeringly? Suddenly, the human-faced snakehead that was chanting stopped. It turned slowly and finally looked towards Yang-ge's cruiser. The next moment, the human-faced snakehead actually spoke in human language. People. Yes, it's people. There's a human presence. There are so many people. The voice of the human-faced snakehead sounded hoarse and sinister, as if its vocal cords had not fully developed. Yong-gu looked into the eyes of the human-faced snakehead through the glass of the battleship's command room. The human-faced snakehead opened its mouth, spit out a snake tongue, and slowly licked its black lips. What a wonderful aura! Humans, it's simply a gift from the demon god to our demon race. While the human-faced snakehead was speaking, several other huge snakeheads began to dance violently as if they were crazy, and then all 9 snakeheads dived under the sea in unison. The tornado, which was spinning increasingly rapidly, suddenly slowed down, but the monsters that were rushing towards this side like crazy did not stop. They still rushed forward into the violent tornado. At this moment, Yong-gu had no intention of paying attention to those monsters. He was very clear about the look that the human-faced snakehead gave him just now. That was definitely not a look that would allow it to just take one look and then dive into the sea and run away. The radar detection image automatically switched to sonar mode. The radar detection image that originally displayed the situation above the sea surface instantly turned into a sonar detection image below the sea surface. The image clearly showed that a huge object was moving towards them at a rapid speed. Torpedoes ready. The Sea Fish light torpedo is ready and can be launched at any time. Each launch consumes 30 energy points. Fire. 2 missiles. Received. At Yang-ge's command, the torpedo tubes on the side of the cruiser opened, and clouds of mist gushed out. Then 2 pitch-black Sea Fish light torpedoes with flames at the tails flew under the sea. Swish, swish. The noise caused by the 2 torpedoes hitting the sea was inconspicuous in the stormy sea. Under the sea, a giant monster with 9 thick snake heads was moving rapidly towards Yong-gu. 8 of the snake heads were swinging wildly during the movement, with snake tongues moving in and out of their mouths and fangs as sharp as curved hooks. 2 torpedoes headed straight for the Hydra, and the huge body of the Hydra became a conspicuous target at this moment. Looking at the 2 black objects flying towards it, the Hydra obviously thought they were some kind of sea fish. One of the snake heads opened its mouth and wanted to swallow one of the torpedoes into its stomach, while the other torpedo failed to attract the snakehead's attention and went straight to the human-faced snakehead. Boom, boom. Wow! A moment later, 2 huge water columns shot up into the sky, and 2 dull explosions and a shrill roar of a monster were heard from the bottom of the sea at the same time. Yong-gu turned his head and looked at the sonar detection image. The light spot that symbolized the life of the Hydra still existed. The attack of 2 torpedoes failed to stop the Hydra from advancing, but instead angered it a little. The Hydra moved even faster than before. Upon seeing this, Yong-gu immediately issued an order to the warship. Back off at full speed. Received. The cruiser began to retreat at full speed, but it was obvious that the cruiser's retreat speed could not match the speed of the Hydra's movement. Yong-gu immediately issued a series of commands into the headset. Torpedoes ready. 3 bursts. Fire now. The torpedo tube that had just been closed was opened again. Flames gushed out amid the smoke. 3 torpedoes entered the sea and headed straight for the Hydra under the sea. Prepare the guns. Fire automatically when the target surfaces. At the front of the cruiser has been loaded, and the muzzle height has been adjusted to point directly at the sea in front of the battleship. Missiles ready. 2 bursts. Target moving area 500 meters in front of the battleship. Get ready. The fiery red missile launcher opened the hatches of the two launch bays and adjusted the position. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, three dull noises came from under the sea. This time, the water column flying up from the sea was even more spectacular than before. The shock wave transmitted from the sea even caused Yangji's 12,000-ton giant ship to shake. Roar! Damn you! Accompanied by an indistinct roar and the sound of the sea surging, splash. Huge black scales stood out in the sea in front of Yang Ji's cruiser. The Hydra emerged from the sea, and two of its thick heads headed straight for Yang Ji's cruiser. Boom! The naval gun and 37 semi-automatic gun responded at the same time. The muzzle of the sturdy naval gun let out a deafening roar. The mist on the turret dissipated, and the fire from the muzzle dyed half of the sky red on the dark sea. Bang! The naval gun hit the huge Hydra's trunk steadily. Roar! The 8 snake heads, including the one with a human face, roared miserably at the same time, and dark green snake blood and black scales flew everywhere. You guys actually hurt me. You all deserve to die. The human-faced snakehead had a ferocious expression on its face, and the wounds on its torso caused its cloudy eyes to burst into rage. In an instant, the two snake heads that pounced on the cruiser became even more ferocious. Chapter 68 Fierce Battle. Boom, 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 boom. 37mm semi-automatic guns on the front and front center of the cruiser opened fire at full power. Bang, 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 bang. The seemingly hard scales on the two snakes' heads were instantly beaten into a bloody mess. One of the snakes was hit in the eye, and a cloudy dark yellow eyeball instantly exploded in the eye socket. Sudden and painful blow. The two snake heads not only did not retreat, but became more ferocious. They opened their mouths and bit the cruiser from the front and the back. The other heads of the Hydra were not idle either. The human-faced snake head was muttering something, and snake scales appeared on the snake head that looked like a human face. The snake tongue was moving in and out of its mouth, and its fangs were growing rapidly. The other two snake heads were raised high, with their mouths wide open. At the same time, Yanggu and the cruiser saw the huge body of the Hydra emerging from the sea, and hurriedly gave an order into the headset. Emission! Receive! 2 red missiles flew up into the thick clouds with flames, then turned sharply downward and attacked the Hydra. When a violent collision sound came from Yang Ji's side. The two snake heads that had bitten the cruiser just now had succeeded. One of them avoided the battleship's guns and bit the front of the battleship from the side, and the other bit the rear of the battleship. Call. A shadow in front of Yang Gu expanded rapidly. Bang! 2 sharp snake fangs bit the glass in front of the command room, one above and one below. Beep beep! Alarm! The main battleship is under attack. Wu Qiangxin and 2 Tianji combat robots immediately stepped forward to guard Yanggu. Fortunately, the special glass was still strong and no cracks appeared. Then, Yanggu and the others only felt a slight shaking from behind the battleship, and then Yang Ji's main control panel showed the picture of the battleship's rear. A huge snake head opened its mouth wide and bit towards the stern of the battleship, and its 2 sharp fangs bit straight into the hull of the battleship. Crack, crack! First there was a sharp sound of metal friction, then there was a crisp sound, and a fang of the huge snake head broke. Beep beep! Alarm! The main battleship is under attack. Prompts sounded simultaneously in Yang Ji's earphone and on the main control panel. 2 areas in the huge, 3-dimensional view of the battleship on the main control panel had changed from green to yellow, indicating that these 2 places were attacked. The 2 snakeheads were unable to retreat after the attack was ineffective, and 2 missiles dropped from the sky and fell towards the Hydra's body. The Hydra seemed to have sensed the terrifying power contained in the 2 flames that fell from the sky. The human-faced snakehead muttered urgently, and 2 more snakeheads rose up to protect the 2 previously raised snakeheads. At this moment, the 2 snakeheads that had been raised in the air before actually formed 2 energy balls, one red and one white, in front of their mouths. After a moment, the 2 snakeheads that were biting the cruiser were immediately retracted, and the necks of the snakeheads that had spit out the 2 balls of light in the air shrank slightly. And wow, 2 air currents, one blazingly hot and one extremely cold, were heading straight for the cruiser. At the same time, in this vast dark ocean, accompanied by severe storms, the Hydra used its 2 snakeheads to hit the 2 bright red missiles. Boom, boom. 2 violent explosions of fire were accompanied by bursts of wild, beast-like roars. A strong cyclone vibrated out to form a shock wave, and the sea area, which was already windy and rough, was even more windy and rough at this time, like a ghost cave on Earth. Indistinct. On this side, Yang Ji's cruiser was not far from the Hydra, and was also affected by the shock wave of the missile explosion. The huge 10,000-ton ship moved sideways and drifted far away. At the same time, it was attacked by the airflows ejected by the two snakeheads. One ice and one fire airflow covered the entire cruiser from beginning to end. Beep beep, alarm. The main battleship is under attack. One of the two yellow areas on the battleship view has turned red, which means that the area has been severely damaged and cannot be used normally. Yongu was finally able to stand steady in the shaky command room after being pulled by Wu Qiangxin. He looked carefully and found that the part in the middle and rear of the battleship was severely damaged, including a 37 semi-automatic gun and a missile launcher located there. Seeing this, Yongu breathed a sigh of relief. There were 4 semi-automatic cannons on the battleship, and the missile launcher would not have any effect for the time being. Snap, snap. Suddenly, 2 limp and charred snakeheads fell from the sky into the sea. The 2 snakeheads that had previously attacked the missiles seemed to have been hit by a huge 10,000-ton rock at the moment of the fire explosion and fell rapidly from the sky. 2 of the snakeheads had turned bloody and blackened. The snakeheads that were originally covered with scales had now become bald, a mass of charred, rotten flesh, with only a few scales still hanging on the snakeheads. Ah! The human-faced snakehead suddenly roared. No, impossible. You don't have the aura of a cultivator at all. How can you have such a powerful force? No, no. Ah! As the human-faced snakehead roared, the 2 charred snakeheads that fell into the sea slowly crawled up. The bald charred snakeheads looked even more ferocious. After crawling out, a pair of snake eyes seemed to glow red, and they bared their fangs and claws towards Yongu, as if they would not stop until his death. Yang Ji's face gradually became gloomy. He didn't expect that even his most powerful missile could not cause fatal damage to that thing. Once again, he and the human-faced snakehead met eyes. At this time, the face of the human-faced snakehead was already covered with snake scales, and a snake tongue was spitting out quickly. Its lips did not move, but a hoarse and sinister voice blurted out. Damn you, you have succeeded in angering me. You have successfully angered me. Ugly thing, wait to be roasted and served on the table. Yongu turned on the cruiser's communication module and turned up the volume to the maximum. A burst of arguments made the expression on the face of the human-faced snakehead extremely interesting. Afterwards, Yongu immediately said into the headset, Missile launchers, prepare, fully load, fire coverage. Emission. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Ji's energy was consumed by 600 points at once. 12 flames dragging thick white smoke flew into the sky in an instant. This scene seemed grand, but looking at the 2 bald snake heads, Yongu knew that this was not enough. 12 beams of fire penetrated the low and dense clouds, then turned and flew towards the hydra below. Roar! The human-faced snake head looked at the movement in the sky with a crazy look on its face. It let out a fierce roar, and immediately 2 snakeheads dived into the seabed and swam towards Yang Ji's cruiser. Seeing this scene, Yongu suddenly stopped being afraid, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. 203 naval guns ready. Aim at the beast's head, 3 bursts. It is better to cut off 1 finger than to hurt 10 fingers. Yongu wanted to see how strong the defense of this ugly monster was. At the front of the battleship slightly adjusted the muzzle direction and height, and then the entire turret suddenly sank. Boom. There was a deafening sound just now, and then 2 more sounds followed. Boom, boom. Chapter 69. Ready to serve. Bang. Roar. Explosions and sharp roars were heard one after another. Coincidentally, the 203 naval gun hit the head of a snake that had just been shed by a missile. In an instant, large pieces of flesh and blood flew off the snake's head, and the 2 scarlet spots in the snake's eyes suddenly became weak. However, before the snake head could catch its breath, 2 shots from behind arrived in an instant. Bang, bang. Explosions sounded one after another on the snake's head. Black clouds rolled, and a smell of burnt flesh spread. After these 2 shots, only half of the originally huge snakehead was left, and it finally drooped weakly into the sea below. The human-faced snakehead seemed to be unable to believe the scene in front of him. The horror on his face could not be dispelled for a long time. On the cruiser, Yongu smiled slightly. What a bullshit demon clan. Can they withstand 203? If they can withstand it, then let's take 2 more. Before Yang Ji's smugness had worn off, Wu Qiangxin suddenly turned around and blocked Yang Ji's sight with his body, and plugged Yang Ji's ears with his fingers. At this moment, the 12 missiles that flew into the sky fell towards the Hydra. Boom, boom, boom. Even though Wu Qiangxin was protecting him, Yang Ge could still feel that the whole world seemed to have suddenly become brighter. Bang! The next moment, the cruiser under Yang Ji's feet seemed to fly up. Several people in the command room fell to the ground and slid towards the wall on the other side. Bang! A Sky-class robot blocked Yang Ji's way, preventing him from crashing into the wall. Even so, Yang Ge still felt dizzy and the whole world was spinning. Wow! After an unknown amount of time, the cruiser suddenly fell down and was covered by the surging sea. At this moment, Yang Ge doubted for a moment whether his warship would sink. Pooh! Cursing himself secretly, he climbed up with the help of Wu Qiangxin beside him. The warship had stabilized on the sea. Yang Ge looked outside through the glass of the command room. The entire sea area was still pitch black, but the tornado seemed to be much weaker, and many monsters had already escaped from it. Where's the monster? Yang Ge turned around and looked around, but didn't see the 9-headed snake. Boom! There was a sudden violent shaking in the command room, and Yang Ge actually saw 2 huge snake heads emerging from the sea one after another and entangled his cruiser. Instantly, only one thought came to Yang Ji's mind. The fire coverage didn't work? No! These should be the 2 snake heads that burrowed into the seabed just before the missiles landed. Where's the main body of this thing now? The violent missile explosion just now caused all the radars on the cruiser to temporarily fail. Except for the 2 snake heads entangled with the cruiser, Yang Ge couldn't find the real body of the thing for a while. On the deck of the cruiser, 2 snake heads suddenly attacked. The 3 37mm semi-automatic guns that were functioning normally opened fire at full power, but the 2 big snakes entangled the cruiser and swam quickly. Due to the angle problem, the 37mm semi-automatic guns could not cause effective damage to the 2 snake heads that were entangled. Beep beep, alarm! The main battleship is under attack. As the 2 giant snakes completed their entanglement, all areas of the battleship view on the main control panel were marked in yellow. What Yang Ge regretted most at this time was that he didn't upgrade those 37mm semi-automatic cannons. If he had a few 730mm close-in defense cannons at this time, would he still be like this? Thinking of the 730 close-in defense gun, Yang Ge immediately thought of his Tiger Eagle combat drone. This time, the upgraded Tiger Eagle combat drone is equipped with a 3-barrel Gatling gun, and its power has never been demonstrated. Tiger Eagles 1 to 5, all attack. Fortunately, the position of the drone cabin was not blocked by the thick snake body. 5 Tiger Eagle drones immediately took off. The 3-barreled Gatling gun mounted below adjusted the direction and began to rotate slowly. Then it accelerated suddenly, and suddenly 5 bright red lights burst out on the cruiser. Da-da-da-da. Bullet shells flew down from the sky and landed on the cruiser with a clinking sound. The rain falling from the sky was blown by the wind around the Tiger Eagle drone and evaporated with a sizzling sound. That was because of the high temperature caused by the operation of the 3-barrel Gatling gun. 5 flashes of fire suddenly appeared, and the 2 snakes wrapped around the warship suddenly spasmed. At the same time, the 2 huge snake heads also found that the iron ship they were entangled did not seem to be afraid of their move, and was not like the wooden ships of humans before, which fell into pieces after being hit. Yang Ge looked at the 2 somewhat loose snakes and ordered the 5 Tiger Eagles. Focus on one point and attack. Blast him! Then the 5 drones turned their guns at the same time, aimed at one of the huge snake heads, and opened fire. Crackling, crackling, crackling. The entire head of the giant snake that was under concentrated fire became bloody in an instant. The huge snake head was covered with dense bullet holes, and the dark green snake blood kept flowing out of it like streams. The snake head that was delivered to the door was basically completely wiped out under the concentrated fire of the 5 Tiger Eagles, and it didn't even have the ability to resist. Roar! A weak roar came from the side and rear of Yang Ji's cruiser. Another big snake that had not been targeted by fire quickly retreated to the bottom of the sea. As for the snake head that had already been shredded, it was obviously dying and could not go back. In the end, the snake head that was entangled with the cruiser could not withstand the siege of 5 Tiger Eagle combat drones and fell powerlessly into the sea. It was unable to emerge from the sea again, like the 2 snake heads that were bombed by missiles before it. The battleship has been damaged in many places. Should it be repaired automatically? Looking at the information that popped up on the main control panel, Yonga nodded and said, yes. The battleship is automatically repaired, and the required energy is automatically deducted. A prompt came from the main control panel, and soon the radar system resumed normal use. At the same time, after the missile attack just now, the storm in the sea area suddenly subsided, and the communication between the cruiser and Hawkeye also returned to normal. The view from Hawkeye was transmitted back, and Yongu immediately found the Hydra. The Hydra was not far away from Yongu at this time, but it was not appropriate to call it a Hydra now. A huge snake that was 100 meters long floated on the sea, and it was probably about 5/10 cooked. In the upper part of the snake's body, there are 9 huge snake heads. Each snake head can move freely with the snake body of several dozen meters. Now, one of the 9 huge snake heads had half of it blown off by the 203 naval gun and was drooping weakly on the sea. Of the other snake heads, 2 were still raised. One was the snake head with a human face, and the other was the one that had just entangled Yang Ji's cruiser. At this point, the look in the human-faced snakehead's eyes when it looked at Yang Ji's cruiser finally changed. Endless fear rose in its turbid eyes that were originally filled with bloodthirstiness. The crisis was suddenly resolved. The Hydra lost at least 2 heads. Although the remaining heads still looked alive, they should be able to be put on the table with another round of firepower coverage. Yongu smiled slightly. You damn ugly snake. You still want to eat me? Bah! Hand over your crystal core. Chapter 70 Arrival in Liaodong. The cruiser slowly turned, and 5 Tiger Eagle combat drones in the sky flew straight towards the Hydra. At this time, there was not a single piece of good meat on the body of the human-faced snakehead. Seeing these strange things flying towards it, it no longer had the domineering aura it had before. Instead, it dived under the sea and tried to escape. But how could a snake that was already smelling of meat run fast? It couldn't even hide under the sea surface. Soon, 5 Tiger Eagle drones were flying in front of the Hydra. Da-da-da-da! A series of bullets hit the sea in front of Hydra, and a column of water splashed high. Suddenly, the intact snake head of the Hydra stood up quickly and pounced on a tiger-headed drone in the air. Da-da-da-da! The Tiger Eagle drone that was attacked suddenly dodged while opening fire at full power, leaving bullet holes of varying depths on the snake's head. One Tiger Eagle was not enough to deal with the snake's head, but the snake's head suddenly stood up, and immediately the 3-barreled Gatling guns of the 5 Tiger Eagle drones were all aimed at it. At the same time, when Yongu saw that the snake was so cunning, he immediately felt that the snake was still a little short of fire. He immediately said into the headset, 203 naval gun, get ready another shot. Received. Da-da-da-da. Boom. 5 Gatling guns and 203 naval guns rang out at the same time. This time, Yongu saw with his own eyes the scales on the snake's head being blown away piece by piece, and a large amount of dark green blood splashed out. A single bombardment from the naval guns could not destroy the snake head, but it removed all the scales on it. Then the Gatling heavy machine gun bullets that followed like a torrential rain hit the skin and flesh of the snake head, and in a moment the snake head was driven into the sea, never to be lifted up again. At this time, the human-faced snake head turned around and looked at Yongu and roared in its hoarse voice. Human, you can't kill me. I am a demon general of the North Sea Demon Alliance. If you kill me, His Majesty the Demon King will not sit idly by. If you kill me, the millions of demon soldiers of the North Sea Demon Alliance will seek justice for me. Yongu raised his eyebrows. This monster really is a spirit. He picked up the communicator on the cruiser and asked the monster, how did those millions of monster soldiers know that I killed you? Hydra. Human, you can't be so shameless. 203. Shut him up. Boom. A flash of fire spurted out from the 203 caliber naval gun, but the human-faced snakehead was obviously more agile than the other snakeheads, and he actually avoided the 203. Yongu looked at the scene with a squinting eye and said calmly into the headset, Longbow number 1, number 2, number 3, Tiger Eagle number 1 to number 5. Kill him. Receive. Received. There was a sudden buzzing sound on the cruiser, and 3 Apache Longbow-armed helicopters and 5 Tiger Eagle unmanned fighter jets began to encircle the Hydra with one snakehead raised. Human, you will be punished. After a while, the sounds of various machine guns, Gatling guns, and rockets being fired were heard. Yongu couldn't help curling his lips as he listened to them. Kitisk, why do you need such strong defense? Isn't this pure suffering? Finally, a rocket from Longbow number 1 ended the life of the Hydra. When the head of the human-faced Hydra exploded, 3 shining crystal cores flew out instantly. Tiger Eagle number 1 quickly moved forward to pick up the 3 crystal cores, and then all the planes returned. Ding, ding, ding. Obtaining strong attribute energy. Extracting. Ding, ding, ding. Obtaining strong attribute energy. Extracting. Ding, ding, ding. Obtaining strong attribute energy. Extracting. 3 prompts appeared on the main control panel in succession. Considering the ice and fire attacks that Hydra had previously launched against him and the colors of the 3 crystal cores, Yangge could roughly guess that these 3 strong attribute energies should contain the elements of ice and fire. As for the third one, it was hard to say. Things here were settled, and Yangge was about to adjust his course to continue heading to Lyon, when suddenly he felt his warship's side being hit. The eagle eye in the sky quickly zoomed in on the view and found that it was actually the great white shark. After the great white shark hit Yang Ji's cruiser, it did not wait for him to throw food to it as it did before, but swam towards the body of the Hydra. After a while, all 9 heads of the Hydra were swallowed by the great white shark. Somewhat surprised at the great white shark's appetite, Yangge smiled slightly as he saw the great white shark still swimming around his warship after it was full. He walked to the deck and took a look at it. When it saw Yangge, the great white shark swam even more happily and performed a beautiful dive beside the warship. Afterwards, the cruiser continued to sail north, and the great white shark followed it all the way. From then on, the journey was smooth, and except for some ignorant monsters occasionally, nothing major happened. The extraction of 3 strong attribute energies was completed, namely 50 points of fire attribute energy, 50 points of ice attribute energy, and 10 points of life attribute energy. Although he obtained 3 kinds of strong attribute energy at once, none of the strong attribute energy reached 100 points, which made these 3 strong attribute energy temporarily useless to Yangge. In addition to the 3 strong attribute energies, the 3 crystal cores also provided Yangge with more than 30,000 energy points. Yangge consumed nearly 1,000 energy points in the battle with the Hydra that day. This was a big profit. At this time, Yang Ji's reserve energy and subsequent prepared energy still added up to as much as 120,000. A few days later, Yang Ji's cruiser arrived at the Liaodong Bay. The Puma carried Xue Jian to an uninhabited beach. Gong Sanhao had discussed a meeting place with Xue Jian, and Xue Jian would go there to contact Gong Sanhao later. 2 days later, Xue Jian came back with a map. Pointing to the location of the spiritual mine marked on the map, Xue Jian said to Yangge, "Commander, Gong Sanhao said that all the spiritual mines within a 5-mile radius are given to us." Yangge looked at the location of the spiritual mine and nodded. Liaodong has a special geographical location. It belongs to the peninsula region. Half of the territory of Liaodong is coastline. With the upgraded Hawkeye reconnaissance drone, Yang Ji's missile launch range reaches 200 kilometers. This means that no matter where the spiritual mine is, Yangge can control it well. To put it bluntly, most of the Liaodong area is within Yang Ji's firepower control range. However, the only problem at the moment is that Yangge cannot build a second base. Building a second base requires 100,000 energy points. Although Yangge has enough energy points, the upper limit of the reserve energy bar is only 30,000. Upgrade the energy power system. This upgrade of the energy power system requires an energy value of 30,000. The current reserve energy value is 30,000. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. Yangge looked at his remaining reserve energy and subsequent preparation energy, which was less than 100,000. He said to Xue Jian, "Go to Gong Sanhao again and ask him to prepare the first month's output of spirit stones." Yes. Chapter 71, Third Generation Fighter. 2 days later, the energy and power system upgrade was completed. This time the main energy expanded to 10,000, and the reserve energy expanded to 100,000. At this time, Yangge filled up the main energy bar, and there were more than 87,000 reserve energy left. On the 3rd day, Xue Jian led Zhang Hu and a team of Liaodong soldiers pulling a horse-drawn carriage to the shore. Xue Jian nodded to Zhang Hu, and Zhang Hu did not ask any more questions. He directly ordered the soldiers to unload the wooden boxes filled with spirit stones onto the beach. After Zhang Hu left, the Puma and Harrier made 2 trips to transport all the energy or back to the cruiser. Yang Ji's energy reserves were immediately replenished, and he had more than 80,000 energy for follow-up preparations. It seemed that the monthly output of this spiritual mine was indeed around 100,000. As soon as the energy was in place, Yonggu immediately gave a command into the headset. Open the second base. Just like before, he first selected a location on the map. Yonggu chose the location of the spiritual mine as the second base. The storage compartment at the rear of the cruiser slowly opened, and another huge amphibious transport vehicle slowly came out from it. It switched to ship mode on the sea and headed towards the place selected by Yonggu. At this time, Yonggu asked Shuejian, all the way from the coast to the spiritual mine? Shuejian said, there are no villagers living along the way, and Zhang will personally lead people to guard. Yonggu nodded, and then sent out 2 longbow-armed helicopters for escort. The spiritual mine in Liaodong is located deep in the mountains. In order to facilitate mining and transportation, Gongsun Hao flattened the area around the mine, which covers an area of 7 or 8 square kilometers. Now it is just the right area for Yonggu to use as a second base. And this area is enough for Yonggu to build an airport in the second base. Yonggu planned to build the 3rd-generation fighter airport given by the system at this base in Liaodong. Just in case, he asked the system about the area required to build the airport. After getting the accurate answer from the system, Yonggu decisively selected this location. There is a mountain road leading from the mine to the outside of the mountain, but this mountain road is of little significance to Yonggu. Gongsun Hao needs to transport the spiritual or outward when he mines it, and Yonggu also needs it. The difference is that Yonggu can transport it by air. The Prisoner Dragon Naval Base on Wuyun Island has drone capabilities, so this base must have it as well, and the free ones are Harrier Hawks. As long as 2 more Harrier Hawks are added to this base, the monthly Spirit Stone output will only require 2 trips to be delivered to the warships. It was not easy for the huge transport vehicles to cross the mountains. Fortunately, the dirt road leading into the mountains was built by Gongsun Hao to be wide enough to accommodate the transport vehicles used to expand the base. The speed of the transport vehicles was not fast, and it took 4 or 5 hours to reach the destination. After arriving at the designated location, the transport vehicle began to expand, and the metal material spread all around. The tall main building of the base and rows of barracks were quickly erected. Soon, Yangji's 2nd Coastal Defense Base was established. A team of 200 fully armed and sturdy soldiers ran out and stood in front of the rising Iron Ocean flag in the base. A master's officer came out and said to Yonggu in full force through the headset, report to the commander. The construction of the Decepticon's 2nd Coastal Defense Base has been successful. I am Yang Lin, the captain of the squadron stationed at the Decepticon Navy's 2nd Coastal Defense Base. Please name the base. At this time, Yonggu was standing on the edge of the deck feeding the sharks in the sea. After hearing Yang Lin's report, he smiled slightly and said 2 words, White Shark. The Decepticon White Shark Naval Base is officially completed. Report to the commander. The White Shark Naval Base consumes 10 energy per day, and the current commander consumes a total of 50 energy per day. 2 prompts popped up on the main control panel. Although the second base was built in the mountains, the battleship system still called it a naval base. On the other side, Yang Lin began to command his soldiers to deploy defenses in the valley. Hawkeye was launched into the air, radar was put into operation, and 4 missile launchers were hidden on several surrounding peaks. The dirt road into the mountain was strictly guarded from the mountain pass. From then on, the spiritual mine in this area of mountains was completely controlled by Yonggu. On the cruiser, after feeding the sharks, Yonggu sat on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze, and opened the mall system. Small spiritual mine mining intelligent engineering kit, 50,000 per set, covers all aspects of exploration, well digging, mining, and packaging. With this thing, Yangji's spiritual mine can officially start mining operations. Buy it? Yonggu directly installed this engineering suit in the White Shark base. Suddenly, a huge square metal building rose from the ground, and 3 tall, mining robots drove out of it on their tracks. Each mining robot had 4 metal arms that could freely switch between different tool forms such as drills, electric saws, chisels, hammers, shovels, etc. One of the special metal arms could also carry out directional blasting. Following the 3 robots was a mine truck that was dozens of sections long. As soon as the 3 robots came out of the metal building, they started working automatically. They first explored the surroundings and then moved towards the mountain where the spiritual mine was hidden. Each mining robot is nearly 3 meters tall, so the previous mine is naturally unusable. However, Yonggu doesn't need to worry about this. The 3 mining robots can dig a new mine overnight. After the mining issue was resolved, Yonggu purchased 2 Harrier Eagles, 2 Tiger Eagle combat drones, and 2 Apache longbow-armed helicopters for the White Shark base, which cost another 24,000 energy. Finally, Yongu looked at the third-level fighter airport where he had been waiting for a long time. Build a third-level fighter airport. When Yongu said this, there was a hint of excitement in his voice. Received. Afterwards, two maps appeared on the main control panel at the same time, which were the floor plans of the Dragon Prisoner and White Shark bases respectively. Commander, please select the airport location. Yongu looked at the White Shark floor plan for a long time and then selected a vacant area. It is detected that there is a mountain near the area selected by the commander. Do you want to spend 10,000 energy to open the cave hangar? Cave hangar? What are they used for? The cave hangar is located in a hidden location and has strong anti-strike capabilities and can provide more parking spaces for the airport. Open. Received. Level 3 fighter airport under construction. 1. A progress bar appeared on the main control panel. At the same time, in the valley of the White Shark Naval Base, the outline of a small airport slowly took shape. Yang Ji's reserve energy was only more than 4,000 points left. It was not until the third day that the third-level fighter airport was slowly built. Report to the commander. The third-level fighter airport has been completed, the fighters and bombers that came with it are already in place, and the mountain hangar will be expanded and completed within 2 days. Chapter 72F 15 takes off. Report to the commander. The third-level fighter airport consumes 10 energy per day, and the current commander consumes a total of 60 energy per day. Cougar, Lombo 1, 2, 3, the Decepticon Special Forces. Get ready, go to White Shark Base. Receive. 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 As for the information about daily energy consumption, Yongu automatically ignored it. At this moment, he felt like a child who suddenly got a toy he had been longing for a long time. How could he care about these things? Going directly to the cabin from the internal passage and boarding the commander's cockpit of the Cougar, the 4 helicopters slowly took off. A moment later, White Shark Naval Base. In addition to the soldiers guarding the rocket launcher, guarding the airport, and standing guard at the mountain pass, more than 100 officers and soldiers at the White Shark Base were all lined up waiting. After a while, the Cougar and 3 Apache Lombos landed at the White Shark military base. As soon as the Cougar landed, before the propeller stopped, Yang Lin strode forward and stood outside the helicopter to salute. The soldiers of the Decepticon Special Forces were the first to come down to stand guard, and then Xue Jian stepped forward to open the door of the commander's cabin, and the big guy Wu Qiangxin protected Yongu as he got off the plane. Snap! With a loud shout, more than 100 soldiers stood still and saluted Yongu in unison. Yongu smiled and waved to the hundreds of soldiers, then walked up to Yang Lin, looked at the young officer with the same surname as himself, took off his white gloves and shook hands with him, and said, "Hello, Captain Yang, let's go to the airport." "Yes." Yang Lin waved his hand behind him, and a military jeep and several armed Hummers drove over. Yongu, Yang Lin, and Wu Qiangxin got on the jeep, and the other Decepticon Special Forces soldiers got on the Hummers at the back. Then the convoy drove to the fighter airport in the White Shark Base. At this time, in the fighter cabin, 3 huge monsters with strong technological colors were standing tall in the hangar, 2 dark gray fighters in front, and a dark blue bomber in the back. There were also many staff members in the hangar who were checking and debugging each fighter. On the apron outside the hangar, the 4 pilots of the bomber, 2 official pilots, and 2 reserve pilots were lined up waiting for Yang Ji's inspection. Soon, the convoy stopped in front of the tarmac, and Yongu got out. Swoosh! Another sonorous and powerful voice was heard, and 8 drivers saluted Yongu at the same time. Yongu stepped forward and scanned the 8 pilots one by one. What surprised him was that there was a female pilot here, and she was a formal pilot, not a reserve one. She was a female pilot. Yongu stood in front of the 8 pilots and said, "At ease, everyone introduce yourselves." The 8 drivers said from left to right. "Report to the commander. My name is Tian Fei, and I'm the pilot of a fighter jet." "Report to the commander. My name is Tang Ming, and I'm the pilot of a fighter jet." "Report to the commander. My name is Qin Ming, nicknamed Thunderbolt. I'm the pilot of a bomber." Puff! Yongu almost choked on his saliva. He stared at Qin Ming. Could it be that this guy had also traveled through time? "Report to the commander. My name is..." The next few pilots introduced themselves one by one. Among the remaining 5, 3 were also bomber pilots, and the other 2 were reserve pilots. Next, Yongu gave a brief speech to the 8 pilots. Finally, he said, "Come on, warriors. As the first Air Force of the Decepticons, show us your majestic posture of soaring into the sky." "Yes." After the 8 pilots shouted in unison, except for the 2 reserve pilots, the other 6 ran to their own fighters in the hangar and entered the cockpit. At this time, a message popped up on Yang Ji's main control panel. The fighter planes at the Air Force Airport in the White Shark Naval Base are requesting to take off. Does the commander agree? Agree. This takeoff requires 440 energy. The current energy of the airport is 0. Please replenish the energy, commander. I'm stunned. The daily consumption of Yang Ji's cruiser is only 30, plus the 2 naval bases is only 50, and including this airport is only 60. Now these 3 planes cost 440 for each takeoff? Even though fighter jets are known to be big spenders, isn't this too expensive? Why does it take so much energy? The expense list is being retrieved. Please wait a moment, commander. This flight requires a total of 440 energy points, including fighter energy replenishment 10, mounted missile replenishment 100, 2 planes total 220, bomber energy replenishment 20, carried ammunition replenishment 200. A total of 220, 3 fighters require a total of 440 energy. If there is no combat consumption this time, how much energy will be needed for the next takeoff? If combat consumption is incurred during this takeoff, energy will be replenished based on the percentage of combat consumption during the next takeoff. If combat consumption is not incurred during this takeoff, only energy replenishment will be required for the next takeoff. Yang Ge felt relieved. It was not so bad if calculated this way, although it was still expensive. After all, one trip to the sky was equivalent to the daily operating cost of a military base. But Yang Ge was a miner now, so he didn't mind. White Shark Fighter Airfield. Energy recharge, 1000. Ding. Recharge successful. Swoosh. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the hangar, followed by a series of noisy noises from the local staff, and then the sound of some giant tire rolling over the ground. After waiting for so long, the pointed nose finally slowly emerged from the hangar, followed by the tough side wing fuselage and the sexiest tail wing butt. The first plane came out of the hangar, slowly turned from the runway, and after slowly moving forward for a while, it suddenly accelerated, raised its nose, and finally took off with an increasingly violent roar. Afterwards, another fighter and bomber also flew into the sky. Yang Ge watched and asked eagerly into the headset, "Can I switch to the fighter pilot's perspective? Need 5,000 energy points. Do you want to buy it?" No. Yang Ge refused very straightforwardly, because he no longer had that much energy. Unable to switch perspectives, Yang Ge could only observe the 3 planes flying in the air through the real-time images of Hawkeye. As 2 of the planes accelerated, 2 light blue flames suddenly spurted out from the sexy tail wings. Boom. Suddenly, the speed of Mach 2 was maximized. Whoosh. Yang Ge only saw a black line from the Hawkeye radar, and the 2 planes disappeared from his sight. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly came from Yang Ji's earphone. Beep, beep. The radar detection map on the main control panel opened automatically, and 2 green dots were passing over the White Shark base. Report to the commander. An alien flying life form was spotted over the White Shark base. Should it be killed? Hawkeye. As soon as Yang Ge uttered the 2 words, the real-time image of the 2 light spots was immediately transmitted, showing 2 people flying in the air. Yang Ge frowned immediately and said into the headset, "Number 1, number 2, come back." Receive. A man and a woman spoke in the same voice, and within a few breaths, the roar of fighter jets flying could be heard in the sky. Chapter 73, Liaodong No-Fly Zone. Above the White Shark base, 2 Earth Martial Realm cultivators from Goryeo were flying in the air. Looking at the vast land below, one of the younger cultivators had a look of arrogance on his face. He said to his companions, "Brother, I think this Liaodong King Gongsun Hao is a coward. He can't defend Liaodong. Sooner or later, this place will be incorporated into our Goryeo kingdom." The slightly older cultivator also looked at the land beneath him and said, "Yes, it's a pity to lose this beautiful and rich land." The young man sneered and said, "Brother, there is nothing to regret." After the beginning of autumn, the northern plains whose cavalry swarmed in from all over the mountains and slaughtered the people on this land and robbed their food. I don't believe that Gong Sun Hao, who claims to be a benevolent leader, can still hold on without asking for help from us. Goryeo. The young man frowned and said, "That's true. But have you noticed, junior brother, that every year people say that the Hu cavalry is fierce, but every year Liaodong never lets the Hu cavalry gain much advantage? Brother, this year is different." A hint of excitement flashed in the young man's eyes, and he said excitedly, "This year, the 3 major tribes of Donghu have all migrated south from the grassland. The original Baishan and Heiha areas simply cannot support so many Hu cavalry. Once winter comes, there will be no food and hundreds of thousands of cavalry will all freeze to death. The senior brother nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, I heard that there are also the sand barbarians from the Everwinter Forest mixed in. Master Li Qingxuan has personally gone to Bai Qingjiang to take charge." When the young man heard his senior brother mention Li Qingxuan, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes, and he murmured, "Goryeo, Tianwu, Northern Kingdom fast sword Li Qingxuan, a role model for our generation." While the two were talking, a strange noise suddenly came from the front. "What's that sound?" The pair of brothers stopped in the air at the same time, looking straight ahead, their sights fixed on the direction where the strange noise came from. Gradually, the buzzing sound coming from the front became louder and louder, and two dots appeared in their sight. And when the two men saw the flying, almost in the blink of an eye, that it had rapidly enlarged in front of them and turned into two gray steel giants. "Master, senior brother, this?" Swoosh. "What is it?" When the young man said the first half of the sentence, he was still looking at the two dots in front of him. When he finished the second half of the sentence, two huge steel monsters had already flown past him. The strong wind created by the two fighter jets flying past almost blew the young practitioner aside. Before the two men could be shocked, the huge steel object that had just flown past had already returned. Swoosh! This time the young man finally couldn't hold on any longer. After all, his skills in controlling the air and flying were too shallow to withstand the strong wind. In an instant, the young man fell rapidly to the ground. The brother had no choice but to descend rapidly. He finally caught his fellow apprentice before he was smashed into a pulp. At this time, there was another buzzing sound behind the two of them, and two longbow-armed helicopters were flying towards the pair of brothers. "Master, senior brother, what is this?" At this moment, the young man was so upset that he could not even cry. Why did he keep encountering strange things today? The senior brother looked up at the top of his head. The two gray monsters were still hovering around, and the two flying iron lumps behind them quickly surrounded them. In the strong wind, a voice came from the armed helicopter. "Warning, you have trespassed into a military stronghold without permission. Please land and inspect." The senior brother did not sense any aura of cultivators around him. He could not help but sneer on his face. "Humph, they are just some ghosts, and they dare to let me be examined." After saying that, the senior brother pulled the junior brother forward and rushed forward. At this time, Yonggu on the ground received 4 voice messages at the same time. Reporting to the commander, the target is trying to escape. White Shark Base number 1, number 2, requests an attack. Reporting to the commander, the target is trying to escape. White Shark Base Longbow number 1, number 2, requests an attack. Yonggu was watching this through the Hawkeye camera. He said calmly into the headset, "Attack is allowed. Receive." Swoosh! As soon as Yonggu finished speaking, one of the two planes above the two brothers' heads dived rapidly, and the 6-barreled Gatling Vulcan cannon mounted on it began to rotate. Boom, 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 boom. Lines of fire flew out, and in the blink of an eye, the two brothers didn't even have time to scream, and they turned into pieces of flesh and blood in the air. Report to the commander, mission accomplished. A cold and calm female voice came from Yang Ji's earphone. It was obvious that the person who just shot and killed the two people was the female fighter pilot Tang Ming. That night, a military jeep stopped outside the gate of Gongsun Hao's palace in Xiangping City, Liaodong County. Gongsun Hao got the information ever since Xue Jian, the runaway, arrived outside the gate of Xiangping City. At this time, Gongsun Hao had already led his 2 sworn brothers to wait in front of the palace. As soon as Xue Jian got off the jeep, Gongsun Hao immediately came forward and asked, "Didn't Brother Xue come here a few days ago? Why are you here this time?" Xue Jian stepped forward, took Gongsun Hao's hand, and said with a smile, "Brother Gongsun, let's talk inside." "Good." The next day, a series of public documents were sent out from the Liaodong Palace, and all of them said the same thing. From now on, a no-fly zone will be established within the Liaodong Kingdom, and flying is prohibited in the entire area. The no-fly zone designated by Gongsun Hao is 10 miles in radius, and its core area is naturally Yangji's White Shark military base. This action will undoubtedly attract the attention of some interested people, but Yonggu is not afraid. Instead, he hopes that more people will notice him so that he can continue to obtain more Spirit Stone resources. Gongsun Hao also sent people to deliver a copy of the document establishing a no-fly zone in Liaodong to the neighboring Great Yin Empire and the Kingdom of Goryeo. There was no movement from the Yin Kingdom. Because of the ban issued by the Emperor of Yin, the practitioners of Yin would not come to this remote Liaodong. On the contrary, The king of Goryeo frowned and fell into deep thought when he received the document from Gongsun Hao. On that day, the Jianlong division of the Goryeo kingdom was crowded with people, and large numbers of Jianlong guards secretly set out towards Liaodong. At the same time, east of Liaodong and north of Goryeo, the high temperature of summer has long disappeared here. The towering mountains in the distance are like giant beasts sitting on the earth. In the sky, a mighty goshawk is flying. Whoosh! Phew! Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced the eagle's neck in an instant. The poor eagle let out a slight cry and fell to the ground below. Bang! The eagle landed on the ground, and a powerful hand grabbed the eagle's carcass. The scimitar slashed across it, and the eagle's blood flowed out in large gulps. The owner of the big hand held the eagle's carcass above his head and drank the eagle's blood that flowed out of it. This was a giant nearly 3 meters tall, with unevenly colored oil paint on his face, and a hard bow over 2 meters long on his back. His upper body was naked, revealing his bronze muscles, and his lower body was wrapped in a tiger-skin skirt. Behind this giant, the mountains and plains were filled with densely packed people. The clothes of those people were very simple. Most of them carried bows and arrows. Many of them rode tall war horses. Some led wild wolves with bared teeth, and some led giant elephants covered with white hair. The most incredible thing was that some of them had limbs like wild animals. Although these people had different appearances, they all looked at the giant in front of them with admiration, who was shooting down an eagle with a bow and drinking its blood. After a while, the giant drank up all the blood, and with a flick of his hand, he threw the corpse far away. He turned his head to look at his followers all over the mountains and plains behind him. A hideous smile slowly appeared on his face, which was covered in blood. He opened his mouth and roared, "Go south!" When the giant roared, the whole mountain responded, "Go south! Go south! Go south!" Hundreds of thousands of cavalry and shaman waved their weapons wildly, shouting one wave louder than the other. Gradually, on the land under the White Mountain, it seemed that only those 2 words were left echoing between heaven and earth. Chapter 74: Hunting. There are a group of people in this world who are fine when you don't say anything, but once you clearly prohibit certain things, these people will always find ways to test your bottom line. The establishment of a no-fly zone in Liaodong caused an uproar in Goryeo, and countless Goryeo practitioners said that there must be some secret of Gongsun Hao hidden in the no-fly zone. Some say that the wealth accumulated by Gongsun Hao for most of his life is hidden there. Some say that Gongsun Hao's secret troops are hidden there, and some say that the concubine that Gongsun Hao dared not bring into the house is hidden there. There were many different opinions, and Yangge had long guessed that the news of the no-fly zone would attract some uneasy factors. Apart from occasionally returning to the battleship to feed the sharks, Yangge spent the rest of his time living in the White Shark base with the Decepticon Special Forces and 50 Skiji combat robots. Not sure if it was an illusion or because the great white shark had eaten the Hydra's corpse, Yangge felt that the great white shark seemed to have grown bigger, and its eyes seemed to be emitting a faint light. After a few days at the White Shark base, Yangge had a deeper understanding of the coastal defense bases. Each coastal defense base can be upgraded, but Yangji's current warship level is not enough to upgrade each coastal defense base. At the same time, each coastal defense base can also add more functional modules, such as simple ordnance, coastal defense weapons, etc. Yangge still had more than 3,000 points of reserve energy. He used 1,000 points to unlock the coastal defense weapon module for the White Shark base. Unlocking this module gave him 4 anti-aircraft machine guns and a 130 caliber mobile coastal defense cannon howitzer. Yang Lin placed the 4 anti-aircraft machine guns on the surrounding peaks. As for the 130 caliber coastal defense howitzer, Yang Gu already had a plan in mind. The worst coastal defense guns in the coastal defense weapon module were all 150 caliber vehicle-mounted howitzers. The 130 caliber one given as a gift was really not good enough, and Yangge was ready to eliminate it. That night, at the White Shark Base Command Center, on the big screen at the command center was a radar detection map, which was sent back by the Hawkeye reconnaissance drone of the White Shark Base. From the detection map, it could be seen that some unfamiliar light spots were distributed around the White Shark Base. In less than a few days, 40 or 50 people have already set their sights on Yangji's White Shark Base. Some came alone, some in groups of 3 or 5, and the largest group had more than a dozen people. Standing in the command center with Yangge were the squadron leader of the White Shark Base, Yang Lin, and the Decepticon Special Forces. The 50 Tinji combat robots had been divided into 10 groups by Yangge and scattered in the mountains surrounding the White Shark Base. Each Tianji combat robot was an all-round soldier, with 5 people in a group and a sniper in each group. The 10 groups were scattered and lurking in the mountains and forests around the White Shark base, just waiting for someone looking for excitement to come to them and start a hunting feast. It was early morning and Yonggu was not sleepy at all because there were restless light spots on the map that began to move towards the White Shark base, and tonight's cat-and-mouse game was about to begin. After adjusting the communication channel in the headset, Yonggu ordered all the Tianji robots. Listen carefully. Each group is responsible for the enemies within 1 kilometer of itself. If the distance is less than 1 kilometer, automatically start attacking. Anyone who is not killed by a sniper rifle shot must be captured alive. Receive. A series of neat replies sounded in the headset, and then Yonggu focused on every light dot on the map that represented the enemy. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his headset. Group 3 has found the target and is starting to act. Hawkeye automatically switched to the real-life images of the 3 groups' responsible areas. At this moment, in the valley in front of the 3 groups of 5 combat robots, 2 men in black tights were hiding behind a huge rock. One of them showed his head from time to time, pointing at something like a scroll in his hand, probably comparing the terrain to confirm the direction of advance. The other one was on guard for that person, but those 2 people obviously didn't realize that they had been targeted without knowing it. The snipers in the 3 groups quietly found a commanding height and began to wait. Once again, the man comparing the terrain poked his head out from the other side. Boom! The silenced sniper rifle suddenly made a low, muffled sound. Behind the huge rock in front, the man in black who was on guard felt that he was splashed with warm water. When he turned around, his eyes suddenly widened, and his mouth behind the mask opened into a circle. The companion who was alive just now was now empty on his shoulders. His head was missing. Only half of his neck was left, and blood was still gushing out. Even his body was still standing there. The man in black didn't dare to breathe for a while. He only knew that when he took a third breath, a night mountain breeze blew by, and a strong smell of blood filled his nose. And then, plop, the headless body of his companion slowly fell to the ground. The living man in black looked at his dead companion on the ground, not knowing what to do. He was stunned for a long time, then sat down tremblingly, silently praying that the night would pass quickly. Report to the commander. 3 groups of targets can be captured alive. The voice of the leader of Group 3 rang through Yongji's headset, and he responded calmly, agreed. The leader of Group 3 gestured to both sides behind him to move forward, and 2 Tianji combat robots holding assault rifles surrounded the boulder. After a while, they arrived behind the boulder. The man in black was frightened by the bizarre death of his companion and was about to resist, but the assault rifle equipped with a silencer made a muffled sound, and immediately a bloody hole was opened on the black-clothed man's leg. He staggered and fell to the ground. Then, one of the 2 Tianji robots was on guard, while the other took out the prepared thick wooden rope to tie his hands and stuffed his mouth with a fragrant rag. After dealing with all this, the 2 Tianji robots quietly retreated. The battle on Group 3 had just ended when another voice rang through Yongji's earphone. Group 7 has found the target and is beginning to move. Compared with the battle on Group 3's side, the battle on Group 7's side can be said to be simple and rough. The sniper, lying on a hillside, shot 3 people climbing up from the bottom in the head in succession. The whole process lasted less than 5 seconds. It was quick and neat. The sniper from Group 7 did not show any emotional fluctuations after succeeding, as if he had just shot up 3 watermelons instead of 3 heads. This is also one of the most terrifying things about the Tianji robot. It has no emotions. In the command center, Yonggu frowned as he watched the beautiful battle between the 2 groups of Tianji robots. Among these people, there was not even anyone at the level of individual martial arts, let alone earthly martial arts. Without experts, how could he extort spirit stones from the forces behind these people? Just when Yonggu frowned, suddenly, the picture on the big screen changed. A person was flying rapidly towards the White Shark base in the night sky. Judging from the flying speed, he was definitely a Diwu. TSK, TSK, TSK. The more skilled you are, the more courageous you are. Yonggu smiled and praised, then glanced at Yonglin. Yonglin understood, picked up the communicator, and said, "Attention, White Shark Base. There is an aerial target approaching from the southwest. Prepare the base's number 2 missile. Intercept. White Shark Base launches surface-to-air interceptor missiles. The current balance of surface-to-air missiles is 15. Swoosh. A hatch on the number 2 missile launcher deployed on the west side of the White Shark Base opened instantly, and then a slender surface-to-air missile flew into the night sky with flames. Chapter 75. It's quite powerful? Looking at the flash of fire in the night sky, Yang Gu suddenly thought of a question. If the other party is a Taoist, it is easy to deal with. Just tie his hands with ropes and gag his mouth with sackcloth. But if he is a martial artist in the earth martial realm, think about the ugly old man who stirred up the entire sea with his crutch that day. What kind of rope can tie him up? This is difficult. The Intelligent Ordnance Module does have a research and development function, which may be used to solve this problem, but the cost investment is huge. Just as Yang Gu was frowning, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky above the White Shark base. Boom. The interceptor missile has hit the target. Pung. The mysterious strong man who was originally flying at high speed was instantly blown into a bloody mist by the explosion of a ground-to-air interception missile, without even a trace of residue left. Yang Gu was dumbfounded. He turned to look at Yang Lin and asked, "Is your interceptor missile quite powerful?" Yang Lin hesitated and was at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Yang Gu retrieved the data of the Coastal Defense Base's surface-to-air missiles. Roland's surface-to-air interception missile, effective damage, 800. Obviously, the power of Roland is much weaker than that of Eagle Strike. On that day, Deng Kuan used his strength of Heavenly Martial Realm to destroy 7 of his Eagle Strike missiles. How come now a Diwu realm cannot even withstand one? Could it be that the man only has the ability to fly, but his own strength is not at all that of an Earth warrior? At this time, Yang Gu heard the voice of 2 groups starting to take action through his earphone. Yang Gu shook his head and ignored what happened just now. Group 9 encountered a team of more than 10 people who sneaked into the mountain. The leader of Group 9 set up an ambush with several team members. After the team entered the ambush circle, in an instant, dull gunshots with silencers rang out as rapid as raindrops. For assault rifles and a sniper rifle fired continuously, and the team of more than 10 people were all killed in an instant. The battle here is over, and the scene turns to Group 1, which seems to have encountered a tough target. The opponent was a person acting alone, and a group of snipers who were lying in ambush missed the target with 3 consecutive shots, and all 3 shots were avoided even though they were secretly aimed. Yang Gu thought for a moment, looked at the radar detection map, and then said into the headset, "Group 2, southwest direction. Group 5, northwest direction. Group 1, drive the target to the west, close together, and move forward. Receive." The 2 groups of Tianji robots that were lurking and ready for battle immediately began to move. At this time, one group of 5 robots was still about 600 or 700 meters away from the target person. After Yang Ji's order was given, several robots in the group slowly approached the person with guns raised. The target person was very thin, so thin that it seemed as if all his limbs were made of bamboo poles. He was secretly moving towards the White Shark base under the cover of night, and did not realize that he had been secretly targeted. The Tianji robots under Yang Gu were not cultivators, so it was difficult for ordinary cultivators to detect them at a distance of 1 kilometer. It was not until a group of snipers opened fire that the man became alert. At this time, the man had already avoided 3 shots from a group of snipers. Yang Gu stared at the big screen and said into the headset, "Sniper, find a chance and try again. Receive. Call." A night breeze blew through the mountains, making a rustling sound in the forest. The man half crouched on the ground, holding onto the trunk of a big tree, his eyes looking back and forth vigilantly. He knew he had been exposed. The 3 sudden muffled sounds just now made his back completely wet. He didn't know what that thing was, but he was sure that he could not withstand a single hit from it. The man kept adjusting his breathing, looked at the surrounding mountains, and prepared to change direction and continue moving forward through the forest. Suddenly, this person started and disappeared from where he was in an instant. Pung. It seemed that the dull sound of a sniper rifle was heard only after the man disappeared. There was a violent splash of wood chips, and a hole as big as an ordinary person's head appeared on the tree trunk that the man had been holding onto. The thick trunk was almost pierced in half. This time Yang Gu saw clearly that this man knew how to move short distances instantly, and seemed to have the ability to predict crises. Seeing this, Yang Gu ordered into the headset. Group 1 keeps a distance from the target. Group 2 and Group 5 stop advancing, and coordinate to deploy a defense net. After saying that, Yang Gu turned to Yang Lin and ordered, "Yang Lin, pull out your 130 caliber howitzer and calibrate it." "Yes." Pulled out the 130 caliber coastal defense howitzer that was given when the coastal defense weapons were unlocked. They were busy loading ammunition and adjusting the muzzle. In the forest over there, The man who had just escaped from a group of sniper guns was half crouching on the ground, breathing heavily, with 2 lines of cold sweat on his forehead. After a while, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and revealed a smug smile. There is indeed something strange in this forest. It seems that Gongsun Hao really has hidden something extraordinary here. That strange hidden weapon is really powerful, but it's still a little behind my speed. After muttering to himself with pride, the man stood up and spoke with infinite confidence. Today I must see what is hidden in this mountain. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise from the front startled the man, and he cursed. Where did this idiot come from to make such a big noise? The man suddenly slowed down his speech in the middle of his words, because in this short moment, he already felt a scorching heat wave flying above his head. Movement. Faced with the crisis, the man continued to finish what he had just said without panic, then moved 3 meters to the side. He then stood up and patted the dirt off his body as if nothing had happened, and even straightened his hair that was messed up by the mountain wind. Call out. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and the tranquility of the night in the forest was instantly broken. A strong flame rose up along with thick black rocks. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out far away, and the man who was fixing his hair the previous second was blown away by the shock wave of the explosion. The next second, bang! When he fell to the ground, his clothes were torn, his face was covered with dirt, blood was constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth, and he kept repeating 3 words. Impossible, impossible. Soon, the Tianji group that was closest to here ran over and controlled the seriously injured and unconscious person. At that time, the ugly old man in the Earth Martial Realm was directly turned into ashes by the bombardment of Yang Ji's 127 naval gun. This one looked better because the distance was far and the trajectory had some deviations. He moved some distance to the outside to avoid the center of the explosion, and it seemed that he still had a breath. Chapter 76, A Distinguished Guest Arrives. A few days passed like this, and gradually everyone realized that something was wrong. In the past few days, people have been sneaking into this forest every day, mostly at night, but some come during the day. But no matter when they come, they only see people coming in but not leaving. Some people pretended to walk into the mountains along the mountain road in a dignified manner, but they were stopped by the guards of the White Shark Base after taking a few steps. They were told that the area ahead was a restricted area, and the obedient ones turned around and left. Several bodies of the disobedient ones had already been taken back. Another thing happened during these few days. Xia Yun, the squadron leader of the Dragon Prison Base, reported to Yang Ge that Wang Han, Li Songlong, and Li Tsanghu had returned to Wuyan Island and brought back a boatload of spirit stones. At this time, all the pirates on Wuyan Island have been recruited by Xia Yun, and they train every day. Pang Tian has also joined them, and he has stood out in various trainings. Wuyan Island, Prison Dragon Naval Base. It has been 2 days since the 2 brothers Li Songlong came back. Both of them are not used to the changes that have taken place on the island, especially Li Tsanghu. In his heart, the soul of Wuyan Island, the kiln, is gone. Wang Han was quite happy about this. He was a wanderer and had been living a carefree life on the quiet island these days. On this day, Xia Yun found the 2 brothers Li Songlong and told them the current situation on the island. He then asked them to make a choice, either to join the pirates in training or to leave Wuyan Island and find another way out. Xia Yun pointed to a box of silver ingots that 2 soldiers behind him were carrying off the Hummer and told them that it was a gift from Yang Ge. Finally, after the 2 brothers Li Songlong thought about it for a night, Li Songlong decided to join the pirates in training on Wuyan Island, while Li Tsanghu decided to leave. Brother, I'm used to being carefree with you. I can't stand being controlled every day. You have ideals, so you stay here. I don't have any big ambitions. I just want to continue to be a pirate. When Li Tsanghu said these words to his brother with a smile, Li Songlong's hand suddenly raised up. Li Tsanghu saw that his brother was about to slap him on the head again, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. But Li Songlong just patted him lightly, showed a rare smile, and asked him, "Have you thought about it?" Li Tsanghu smiled and said, "I've thought about it." The 2 brothers have lived together for decades, and this is the first time they have a disagreement. At the dock, except for a few pirates who were willing to stay with Li Songlong, all the other pirates under the 2 brothers got on the ship and prepared to leave with Li Tsanghu. On the shore, the 2 brothers, once known as the twin dragons of the East China Sea, hugged each other and said goodbye. Finally, Li Songlong asked the brother who had been following him for decades, "Where are you going?" "Leave a message." "The Arctic Ocean." It seemed that he was not surprised at all that Li Tsanghu would mention this place. Li Songlong nodded and said, It is close to the eternal winter forest. There are many monsters and many merchants doing fur and crystal core business. It is a good place for pirates to make a fortune, but, as he said this, he looked at Li Tsanghu meaningfully and said, "There are a lot of meat, and there are a lot of wolves." Hey, Li Tsanghu grinned. "I am Li Tsanghu, but I am a tiger. Why should I be afraid of him having more wolves? Brother, don't worry about this." After saying that, Li Tsanghu turned around and walked towards the boat. Without even looking back, he shouted, "Brother, I'm leaving. Take care." Li Tsanglong watched Li Tsanghu leave. After a while, he yelled at Li Tsanghu's back, "Survive!" Li Tsanghu waved his hand behind his back, got on the boat, and raised the anchor. After Li Tsanghu left, Wang Han hired a few pirates from other islands and set off for Liaodong with a ship full of spirit stones. Wuyun Island returned to its former tranquility, but among the pirates participating in the training, there were several unfamiliar figures, led by Li Tsanglong. White Shark Base. Over the past few days, Yang Ji's wishful thinking can be said to have completely failed. He never expected that after all his efforts, he would catch a group of noobs in the human martial realm. The most powerful one among them was the man who dodged the Tianji robot sniper and was as thin as a bamboo pole. He was only half a step away from the Earth martial realm and had never made a breakthrough. There are about 40 or 50 people imprisoned in the White Shark Base now. All of them have been interrogated, except for a few who committed suicide. The others either confessed everything about their ancestors on the spot, or were a little stubborn and finally confessed after Xue Jian used some force on them. Some of these people were disciples of sects within the kingdom of Goryeo. Some were knights who roamed across Yen and Zhao. And what surprised Yang Ge the most was that there were also the Goryeo king's personal guards, the Jianlong Guard. The identities of those Jianlong guards were not discovered by Xue Jian and others during interrogation, but they were revealed on their own initiative in an attempt to make Yang Ge release them out of fear of wrongdoing. However, not only did Yang Ge ignore these people, but he also asked Xue Jian to give each Jianlong guard a little more care as appropriate. The only one who didn't speak was the skinny bamboo pole, who was half a step away from becoming a martial artist. He withstood all the tactics of Xue Jian and his gang. The turmoil of attempting to sneak into the White Shark Base lasted for about 4 or 5 days. By the 6th day, there were basically only a few scattered criminals left around the White Shark Base, and they were left to Yang Lin to guard against. Next, Yang Ge borrowed a master from Gongsun Hao, wrote more than 10 business cards, and sent them to the background forces behind the 40 or 50 prisoners. As for those who had no background, the mine left by Gongsun Hao was no longer needed, but it was still there. Each person had a task of 10 tons, with food and accommodation provided, and they could leave at any time after digging enough. 3 days later, on the outskirts of the mountains around the White Shark Base, Yang Ge specially picked a place near the main road and by the lake with beautiful scenery. He set up a stage and arranged tables and chairs, waiting for the distinguished guests to arrive. In the early morning, just as the sun showed a hint of golden hue, billowing smoke and dust rose from the distance. A group of people and horses came from the east. At the same time, the rumbling sound of horse hooves was heard from the west, and another group of people and horses were galloping towards them. Both parties came on horseback, and there were many with a strong aura of Earth martial realm among them. It was obvious that the concept of no-fly zone was beginning to show results. The two groups of people met in front of the mountain road and stopped. The group coming from the east was led by a fat man. When the fat man saw the people on the opposite side, he was surprised and said, "Wow, it's so lively here in the wild mountains today." Opposite the fat man was an elderly man and a very handsome man in white. When Yang Ge saw the very handsome man through his eagle eyes, he knew that it was a woman in disguise, and she was very beautiful. Afterwards, the elderly man and the fat man bowed slightly to greet each other, but the woman dressed as a man looked down on him, and the two groups walked towards the mountain path together. Not long after walking on the mountain path, a guard from the White Shark Base came forward and pointed to a temporary path on the side, motioning everyone to go over there. These people turned their horses around and moved forward. During this process, the leaders of both groups fixed their eyes on the weapons in the hands of the guards. Chapter 77, Let's Go. The fat man coming from the east quietly winked at the people behind him, and an attendant who followed the fat man immediately understood. He rode his horse to the side and said with a smile to a soldier from the White Shark Base holding an assault rifle, "Brother, this weapon in your hand looks unfamiliar." The soldier remained silent with a cold face. The attendant laughed awkwardly to himself twice, then smiled and said to him, "Brother, can you show us your skills so that we can learn from each other?" As soon as the follower said this, The white shark soldier in front of him gently pulled the bolt and sneered. "Are you sure?" The follower who came with the fat man was not stupid. When he saw the white shark soldier sneer, he felt something was wrong and hurriedly smiled and said, "Forget it if it's inconvenient. Forget it. Brother, you have worked hard." As he said this, the follower turned his horse around and was about to move forward, but at this moment, a rapid sound of horse hooves suddenly came from behind the crowd, and the team of white shark soldiers on guard immediately raised their weapons and aimed at the mountain road. It was a team of cavalrymen dressed entirely in black, all holding sharp blades and coming at them aggressively. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to this side. Whether it was the old man coming from the west, the beautiful woman pretending to be a man, the fat man coming from the east, and the followers behind them. They were all waiting to see how the guards on this mountain road would deal with the intruders. "Hold the horses! Hold the horses!" The captain of the White Shark Guard shouted at the newcomer. Seeing that the newcomer was unmoved, he sternly ordered the soldiers around him. Shooting! Da-da-da! In an instant, gunshots and bursts of flames rang out on the mountain road. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of bullets piercing flesh continued to be heard, bringing up puffs of blood. The team of cavalry rushing in from outside the mountain were thrown to the ground in an instant, with bright red human and horse blood splattered high. The sudden scene scared the people on the side. The gunshots came and went quickly. After a crackling noise, the mountain breeze blew, and the strong smell of blood instantly hit their noses. At this time, in front of the mountain road where the White Shark soldiers were defending, that is, the direction where the cavalry had just rushed, dozens of human and horse corpses were lying on the ground, and large patches of bright red blood flowed down the winding mountain road. For a moment, the team consisting of the fat man, the old man, and the woman became very quiet. Seeing the scene where all the people and horses fell down in an instant, the old man and the woman dressed as a man looked at each other, and the expressions between their brows were extremely solemn. The fat guy over there had a greasy face twitching, and he suddenly felt that today's trip would not be smooth. Red Lulu! Suddenly, a burst of hoarse neighing sounded, and the follower who followed the fat man and just tried to get close to the white shark soldier kept pulling the reins and shouting, "Let's go, let's go!" The follower's horse leaped forward, and while the guards were not paying attention, he rammed the white shark soldiers guarding the mountain road and rushed towards the inside of the mountain. This incident happened suddenly, but the team of white shark soldiers did not seem to panic at all. Instead, they continued to stand in their positions, guarding against the people in front of them, completely ignoring what was happening behind them. Behind them, the frightened follower rushed forward. Boom! Suddenly, a low muffled sound came from the hillside nearby. Bang! The next moment, everyone watched as the follower's entire head exploded out of thin air. The horse under him ran forward for a distance, and the remaining headless body slowly fell off the horse. Call. This bizarre scene made the people watching feel a little breathless for a moment, as if a huge stone was pressing on everyone's heart. After all, the man just lost his head, and it might be their turn in the next moment. Quietly, the woman in men's clothing pulled the corner of the old man's clothes and whispered to him, "Don't tell me you don't know anything about what's going on here." The old man's eyes passed over the white shark soldier, and his voice was heavy. "Your Highness, I really don't know. It seems that Gong Sun Hao has done a lot of things behind your Majesty's back." Buzz! There was a buzzing sound in the sky, and a tiger-eagle combat drone slowly landed above the crowd. On the other side, an armed Hummer drove over from the lake. The car stopped, and Xue Jian got out of the passenger seat, walked up to the crowd, and laughed loudly. "Everyone here is a guest. Don't let those little thieves disturb your enjoyment. Follow me. Oh, by the way, if you have any companions behind you, please tell them to slow down after going up the mountain. Otherwise," as he spoke, Xue Jian pointed to the mountain path over there, then smiled at everyone and sat back on the Hummer. The armed Hummer started again and turned to drive forward. What is this?" Everyone was amazed at the iron shell-like thing that could run and the Tiger Eagle drone flying in the sky. The woman in men's clothing looked at the old man beside her with a complicated expression. Before she could speak, the old man said, "This is not something from the Maha's school." The woman was obviously a little unconvinced. She nodded dejectedly and then rode her horse forward. When the whip in her hand hit the horse under her, the force was involuntarily lighter. After a while, everyone tied up the horses in the forest near the lake and sat down on the prepared platform. There was a large black screen hanging in front of the stage. Chairs were placed on both sides, leaving a large area in the middle. The old man, the woman, and the fat man sat on both sides. After a while, Shui Jian came on stage and said to the three people, "Everyone, please take a seat. We will start to talk business after half an hour." In the following period of time, several groups of people came over one after another. At the same time, loud gunshots could be heard from the other side of the mountain road from time to time. Every time gunshots were heard over there, the people here were frightened. Yonggu observed the movements by the lake through his eagle eyes, and he found an extremely interesting scene. All the people who came from behind either stood behind the fat man or behind the old man and the woman. No one dared to come forward and sit with the three of them. Half past the hour. Suddenly, everyone heard a buzzing sound again. A moment later, several armed Hummers drove over. Yang Lin and the soldiers from the White Shark base arrived with the first batch of prisoners. Most of them were disciples from sects within the kingdom of Goryeo. When they were brought to the stage, there was an obvious commotion among the people standing behind the fat man. Shui Jian picked up a rifle and walked forward. He stood in the center of the stage, looked at the people on both sides, then pulled the bolt and fired 3 shots into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, the stage fell silent. At this moment, the large screen hanging in front of the stage lit up, and a steel ocean flag slowly appeared on the screen. After a moment, the steel ocean flag disappeared and was replaced by a black-haired boy, who was Yonggu. At this time, Yonggu was wearing a neat military uniform and sitting in the command center of the White Shark base. Through the big screen, he smiled at the people over there and said, "Hello." Chapter 78 Noisy. Looking at Yang Ji's young face on the big screen, everyone on the stage showed a look of surprise. They didn't expect that the person who appeared would be so young. Yonggu took in the expressions on everyone's faces one by one. He kept smiling and continued. "First of all, let me make it clear that I have a cooperative relationship with Liaodong King Gong Sunhao. He pays for what I need, and I provide the services he needs. I believe you should also know that there is a spiritual mine here, and what he paid for is this spiritual mine." So, when Yonggu said this, although he still had a smile on his face, his voice seemed to become a little colder. "It was me who killed your people, and it was also me who arrested your people. If you want to retaliate in the future, you can come to me. But I would like to remind you all to think twice before doing anything. If you are just a tiny country, how dare you jump out and make trouble?" As he spoke, the smile on his face widened. "Then I'll let him change the dynasty." The moment Yonggu finished speaking, the 3 people on the stage had different expressions. The woman and the old man remained calm, as if they hadn't heard anything, while the fat man sitting opposite them had a frighteningly gloomy expression. The fat man understood the identities of the old man and the woman. Among the 3 of them, the only one that could be described as a tiny place was the Goryeo kingdom behind him. The fat man was angry for a moment, but thinking about the bloody scene on the mountain road before and his followers' head exploding out of thin air, the fat man forced himself to swallow his anger. Opposite him, a beautiful woman in men's clothing quietly gave him a thumbs up and mouthed, "Okay, cough." The fat man almost choked on the air and could only cough softly to cover up his embarrassment. However, at this moment, a gust of cold wind seemed to blow in the forest, and suddenly another person came from outside the mountain, shouting loudly. What an arrogant tone! Holding a wooden sword and wearing a Taoist robe embroidered with a picture of 100 ghosts parading at night, the man looked like a Taoist priest. Upon seeing the Taoist priest appear, the fat man sitting on the stage immediately stood up and bowed to him. Snort! The Taoist snorted at the fat man. "Useless! Others are just about to point at your head and curse you. But you dare not even fart? Puff!" The woman on the other side couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Although she was dressed as a man, she looked very excited. She covered her stomach and said to the old man beside her, "Huh, I'm dying of laughter." The other person only said a tiny country, but the Korean man himself assumed that the other person was mocking him. Ha ha ha! The Taoist was about to get angry when he saw the woman laughing, but when he saw the woman's face, he immediately turned his head away, as if he had been deaf at that moment. On the stage, the fat man stammered in the face of the Taoist scolding. His fat head and big ears were covered with cold sweat, and he couldn't utter a word. Yonggu on the big screen was also looking the Taoist up and down. He was simply curious about the Taoist's appearance, but his eyes had a different effect in the Taoist's eyes. "Hey, what are you looking at, kid? Do you think I'm a monkey for people to watch?" For a moment, Yonggu blinked innocently. He didn't expect that he would be blamed, even though he didn't say anything. Afterwards, the Taoist strode to the big screen, stroked his long beard towards Yonggu, and said contemptuously, "Do you think you can bully our Goryeo people by making up some mysterious things? Humph, let alone the Liaodong King Gongsun Hao. Even if any emperor of the Seven Empires came to this point, he would not dare to make such a bold statement. Call. After saying this, the Taoist pointed the wooden sword in his hand to the sky, and his Taoist robe moved without wind. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. The wind and clouds moved, and beside the Taoist, several black ghost shadows appeared out of thin air in broad daylight. Upon seeing this, the smile on the woman's face gradually faded, and the guards behind her moved closer to her. The old man on the side narrowed his eyes at the Taoist priest, tilted his head, and whispered to the woman. The leader of the Goryeo 100 Ghost sect is already half a step into the heavenly martial realm. It is said that he will be the second Goryeo heavenly martial realm after Lee Sung-hoon. Hearing the old man's introduction, the woman's eyelids twitched. How could a small country like Goryeo produce two Tianwu? On the big screen, Yanga looked at the Taoist who seemed to be performing acrobatics and frowned. Sorry, I don't really like people interrupting me when I'm talking, and you are as noisy as a toad and very annoying. After saying that, Yanggu adjusted the channel in his headset. Get started. At this time, Yanggu did not block the signal of the big screen, and his shout of take action was heard clearly by everyone on the stage. In an instant, everyone's heart was in their throat. The guards behind the woman rushed forward to protect her. The old man stretched out his hand to stop the guards behind him from approaching. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, and he stared at the old Taoist. As for the fat man opposite, as soon as Yanggu said do it, he jumped to the stage at a speed that was extremely inconsistent with his body shape and hid among his followers. The Taoist on the stage also heard Yang Ji's order. Something seemed to be moving inside him, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, boy, pay the price for your arrogance. For the rest of your life, you will always live in the shadow of a ghost. Boom. Bang. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from the nearby mountain peak, and the intact head of the Taoist priest Baige, who was waving the peachwood sword and performing magic, exploded instantly. Seeing the blood mist spreading all over the ground, the scene that everyone had seen before happened again. At this moment, the wind in the mountains and forests seemed to have stopped, the clouds in the sky seemed to have stopped moving, and the ghost shadows around the Taoist disappeared in an instant. This part of the world seemed to have fallen into deathly silence at this moment. The onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. This was the peak of earthly martial arts, half a step to heavenly martial arts. Just gone like that? What? Clank. A moment later, the old man who had been sitting on the stage like a monk in meditation suddenly stood up. He let out a scream, and the chair behind him fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, a horrified female voice sounded beside the old man. Get out of the way! The beautiful woman dressed as a man pushed away the guard in front of her and stared at the scene in front of her, her face full of disbelief. On the opposite side, the fat man who was squatting in the middle of a circle of guards saw everything that happened on the stage through the legs of the guards in front of him, and he sat down on the ground. If the disappearance of the head of the follower who had frightened his horse before brought shock to everyone, then the instant the head of the Taoist who was half a step away from heavenly martial arts exploded within 10 steps in front of them brought fear to everyone. This means that the life and death of everyone here is controlled by the black-haired boy on the big screen. At this moment, Yanggu in the command center held his forehead with his hand, feeling heartbroken. The loud noise just now had cost him 50 points of energy. A more powerful version of the super long Barrett with 2,000 energy in one gun and 50 energy per bullet. This is the equipment that Yanggu bought for CI in order to cope with today's situation. He emptied out his last savings. Chapter 79 Claim. The leader of the 100 Ghost sect, who had been so majestic in his lifetime, was now being dragged away like a dead dog. Looking at the long bloodstain left on the ground, everyone in the venue began to reconsider the strange force before them. Behind the old man, a guard lifted the chair up again. The old man sat down trembling, no longer as calm as before. The woman next to him glanced at the old man inadvertently, and seeing the old man's distraught look, the woman secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Opposite the two men, the fat man sitting on the ground finally stood up with the help of several followers. Sweat was pouring down his fat face. He sat back in his seat tremblingly, wiping his face with a handkerchief. Wow! A basin of water was poured on the table, diluting the bloodstains. Yanggu on the big screen continued. I hope these little things will not disturb the mood of our distinguished guests. You can call me Megatron. Please introduce yourselves. The woman and the fat man on the stage looked at each other. The old man obviously had not yet recovered from his shock. It was obvious that what had just happened had had the strongest psychological impact on him. The fat man wiped the sweat off his face and was about to speak, but the woman opposite him took the lead and stood in front of the stage, bowed to Yanggu on the big screen, and said, "Zhao Jingwen, Princess Xingyang of Zhao State, greets Lord Megatron." The woman in white, who was dressed as a man, said this. But in her heart, she always found it difficult to associate this handsome black-haired boy with that domineering name. Yanggu nodded and looked at the other two. Zhao Jingwen's words just now seemed to pull the old man back from his shock. As soon as Zhao Jingwen finished speaking, the old man immediately stood up and said, "I am Wu Yangchu, the deputy commander of the Right Army of the Yin State Border Guard Army. I am honored to meet you, Your Excellency." One of these two people is a princess of Zhao State, and the other is a general of Yin State. They are both people with wealthy families. Yanggu was very happy, but he still had a faint smile on his face. Finally, he looked at the fat man. The fat guy waited for a long time and finally saw that it was his turn. He said with his fat face shaking, "I, your humble servant, Wen Changxiu, the right counselor of the Wejongbu of the Kingdom of Goguryeo, greets you, Your Excellency." Afterwards, the various people standing behind the three men introduced themselves one after another. They were either from the Yin Kingdom or the Goryeo Kingdom. They were all people with some background, big or small. Of course, not all those captured by Yanggu were kingdom spies or sect disciples. There were also lone wolves, but at the moment those lone wolves were busy in the mines. After everyone had introduced themselves one by one, Yanggu didn't waste any more words. The first team of prisoners had been brought to the stage. According to the standards given by Yanggu, they were given wooden boxes that were 3 feet square and half a meter high. For those below the human martial realm, 3 boxes of high-quality spirit stones were exchanged for 1 person. For those at the human martial realm, 10 boxes of high-quality spirit stones were exchanged for 1 person. Those who were unwilling to exchange could stay and mine. When Yanggu put forward the standard, the old man and the fat man had no objection. It was a bit expensive, but both families could still afford it. Zhao Jingwen looked even more indifferent. She just came here to watch the fun. No one arrested here was from her Zhao State. But the visitors from those sects were worried, and they all had sad faces, especially some sects where people had died and many disciples had been captured. They had anger in their eyes, but dared not say a word. 2 people from the sect turned away on the spot, but Yanggu did not stop them. After all, he didn't mind having too much free labor. The first batch of captives standing on the stage at this time were all from various sects within the Kingdom of Goryeo. Shuejian stepped forward, pointed at the first captive and asked both sides. This person claims to be a disciple of the Tsangjin sect of the Goryeo Kingdom, and is at the human martial realm. Is there anyone who can claim him? As soon as Shuejian said this, the captive immediately lowered his head in shame. After all, he was a cultivator who had reached a certain level, but now he was being treated like a commodity. Yes, yes. A thin man came out from behind the fat man. Shuejian looked at him and said, 10 boxes of high-quality spirit stones are ready. Come and pick me up. The thin man felt a pain in his eyes, but he finally nodded and said, Okay. Afterwards, Shuejian pointed at the 2 people next to the first prisoner and said, These 2 also claim to be from the Tsangjin sect, but they don't have any realm. You. The thin man immediately revealed a look of contempt. Humph. These 2 are imposters. They are not disciples of my Tsangjin sect. As soon as the thin man said this, the 2 captives were stunned. One of them shouted, Uncle Master, you can't do this. It was you who asked us to sneak in here and said there was a treasure. Yes, Uncle Master. You can't turn your back on me. I'm going to tell Master about this. The thin man just kept silent. Shuejian didn't care whether the 2 were real disciples of Tsangjin sect or not. Seeing that no one came out to claim them, he waved to the audience, and several soldiers came up and took the 2 back to the Hummer. Soon, the first batch of captives were claimed. All 4 of them who were at the martial realm were claimed, and only 2 of the remaining captives who had no realm were claimed. The rest became poor people that no one knew. Among them, 1 or 2 of the captives lied about their family backgrounds, but these were not important to Yanggu. If he couldn't exchange them for spirit stones, he would just go mining. Yanggu wouldn't lose out anyway. Shuejian took a pen and paper and wrote down today's accounts receivable, then divided the prisoners into 2 groups and brought them back to the base. Those who were claimed might have an easier time in the next few days, but as for those who were not claimed, they would have to start working when they returned to the base. Then, the second batch of captives were brought over, most of whom were disciples from sects within the territory of Yin State. Shui Jian stepped forward and was about to point at the first one to ask if anyone had claimed it, but Wu Yangtze stood up and said to Shui Jian, "Sir, I have claimed all these yin people. How many spirit stones do you want in total? Just tell me the number." Shui Jian responded, "Okay." He turned around and compared the statistics in his hand one by one, and then said to Wu Yangtze, "6 people are martial artists, 8 have no realm, a total of 84 boxes." Wu Yangtze nodded. He stood up and said to the group of prisoners, "As a border soldier of the state of Yin, I should protect your lives. The cost of rescuing you today will be borne by the court. But I remind you that staying here is just a few years of hard labor. If you pretend to be a Yin citizen in order to leave, you will lose your head." The dozen or so disciples from the Yin Kingdom sect and the people from various sects standing behind Wu Yangtze all bowed to Wu Yangtze and thanked him. "Thank you, old general. Thank you, old general." Wu Yangtze returned the greetings to everyone one by one, and finally said to Shui Jian, "All the spirit stones will be delivered within 3 days." Chapter 80 Murderous Intent. Shui Jian waved his hand, and the white shark soldiers below came forward to take this group of people away. Then another group of prisoners came up. This group of people were all Jinlong guards beside the king of Goryeo, and there were as many as 12 people. It has to be said that the king of Goryeo was very picky about his personal guards. Every member of the Jinlong guard was a handsome man with good figure and good looks, but these handsome guys were a little down and out at the moment. When the fat man Wen Changxiu from Goryeo saw these people, he immediately stood up and looked at Yanggu on the big screen. At the same time, Yanggu also looked at him and gave a seemingly gentle smile. However, when Wen Changxiu saw this smile, he inexplicably got goosebumps all over his body. Wen Changxiu picked up the wet handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead again. "Mr. Counselor, may I ask how many spirit stones do you think one of the king of Goryeo's Jinlong guard should be worth?" Listening to what Yanggu asked, the expression on Wen Changxiu's face gradually changed. He showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and said to Yanggu, You say, I'll listen to you." Yanggu on the big screen frowned and said, "No, if I just quote a price and your Goryeo king doesn't agree with it, I can't really let these Goryeo king's personal guards mine here, right?" Wen Changxiu's fat face twitched suddenly. Let the personal guard of the king of Goryeo do mining for others? Who the hell can afford to lose this guy? Immediately, Wen Changxiu smiled bitterly at Yanggu and said, "Don't worry, our Goryeo kingdom and the Great Qi Empire have been conducting maritime trade with each other in recent years. We have a lot of spiritual stones, and we will definitely satisfy you." In just a moment, the beads of sweat that Wen Changxiu had just wiped off his forehead appeared again. Yanggu pretended to think about it. After a moment, he said to Wen Changxiu, Say, "Forget it, Mr. Counselor. I won't play a trick on you. The personal guards of the king of Goryeo must be outstanding people. Don't you agree?" Wen Changxiu blinked woodenly and nodded. "Of course, that's natural. So, Mr. Counselor, I think the price of this Jianlong guard should be a little higher than that of a cultivator in the earthly martial realm." Wen Changxiu swallowed silently and smiled stiffly. "You are right. It should be higher. It should be higher." "Wrong." Wen Changxiu suddenly discovered a loophole. "Earth warriors? Where the hell are there any earth warriors among these prisoners? Aren't there only 10 boxes of cultivators at the highest level of human martial arts? What is the price of earth warriors?" Just when Wen Changxiu was about to speak, Yanggu knocked on the table in front of him and pondered, "Since it has to be a little higher than the earth martial realm, we have 10 boxes for one in the human martial realm and 30 boxes for one in the earth martial realm. So for the Jianlong guard, let's just use 50 boxes for one." Puff! Zhao Jingwen laughed again, her pretty face full of charm, while Wen Changxiu was stunned instantly. 50 boxes each? 600 boxes in total. Of course, the kingdom of Goryeo could afford 600 boxes of spiritual stones. Are you being taken advantage of? At that moment, Wen Changxiu smiled at Yanggu and said, "Lord Megatron, isn't this a bit too much?" A lot." Yanggu looked puzzled. "It seems to be a lot." "Well, since the Lord Counselor has asked, let's make it cheaper. The Lord Counselor just said that the Jianlong Guard is more expensive than the Earth Martial Realm cultivators. I won't bargain with the Lord Counselor here. Let's go with the price of the Earth Martial Realm cultivators, 30 boxes each. I'm giving the Lord Counselor a 40% discount. Are you satisfied?" Ha 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 ha. Opposite, Zhao Jingwen's already beautiful face became even more attractive. She covered her lips and teeth with her hand while saying to Wen Changxiu, "Yes, Mr. Counselor, I gave you a 40% discount right away. That's a lot." Ha ha. Tick. A bean-sized bead of sweat fell from Wen Changxiu's forehead to the ground, and his smile, which was uglier than crying, appeared again. Sir, can you? Yang Ge frowned, and his voice turned cold in an instant. Mr. Counselor, you don't think this price is too high, do you? If so, then Mr. Counselor should go back. In my opinion, there is nothing wrong in letting these Jianlong guards experience the life of mining here. After all, it wasn't me who asked the Goryeo King's guards to run to this desolate mountain in the middle of the night. After Yang Ge finished speaking, Wen Changxiu was speechless. Finally, he wiped the sweat off his face with one hand and gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll listen to Lord Megatron. 30 boxes per person, 360 boxes for 12 people. However, I only brought 50 boxes this time. They should have entered Liaodong by now. Lord Megatron, please allow me to deliver them in batches." After saying that, Wen Changxiu bowed to Yang Ge. On the big screen, Yang Ge smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Counselor, please be straightforward. I will not be vague either. There is no problem with delivering them in batches. As for these 12 Jianlong guards, Mr. Counselor can take them all away first, but please remember this, and tell the King of Goryeo to give me what I owe you within 5 days. Otherwise, I will go to the King of Goryeo to get it." When Changxiu's face looked as if he had just washed it, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and then he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll write a receipt for Lord Megatron." Yang Ge smiled and said, "No need for the written document. Just remember it, Mr. Counselor." When Changxiu was slightly surprised, he raised his head and asked Yang Ge tentatively, Then I will take my leave now." Yang Ge nodded and said, "Sure, Mr. Counselor can leave anytime you want." When Changxiu pointed at the group of tied-up Jianlong guards on the stage and said, "This." Yang Ge looked at Shuejian and said, "Let him go." Shuejian said nothing, waved his hand, and a group of soldiers came up to untie the Jianlong guards. The Jianlong guards, who suddenly regained their freedom, quickly walked to Wen Changxiu, fearing that they would be left behind if they were a step slower. Wen Changxiu bowed to Yang Ge again and said, "Thank you for your generosity, Lord Megatron. I will not bother you any more now. Go slowly, Mr. Counselor." After saying that, Wen Changxiu led his group to leave. At this time, a team of soldiers came onto the stage, carrying the man who had dodged 4 shots from the Tianji robot sniper and was as thin as a bamboo pole. When Wen Changxiu saw the man's eyelids twitch, he immediately turned his head to look at Wei Yanku. He was about to move forward, but suddenly stopped. He winked at his followers and sat back in his seat. Yang Ge asked in confusion, "Didn't the counselor want to leave? Why did he come back again?" Wen Changxiu smiled and said, To be honest with you, Lord Megatron, I think this brother who came up on the stage looks familiar, and I want to take him back to Goryeo." When Changxiu finished speaking and called out, in an instant, the stage was filled with murderous aura. A murderous aura that could only be condensed through years of experience in the battlefield and was as tangible as a substance enveloped Wen Changxiu, making him feel suffocated in an instant.